Chapter 1: The first to escape the Forbidden Zone. On the continent of Zxiao, the strong are as numerous as clouds. A millennium ago, there were those who shattered the void and ascended to divinity. It is said that the secret to becoming a deity lies within the world's most formidable forbidden ground, the abyss of despair. This is the most treacherous place on earth, where survival is a mere flicker of hope. Only the most desperate rogues, opportunists, and self-proclaimed war gods, villains, and poison lords dare to venture within. Ultimately, most of them turn to mere bones. Even if someone manages to escape by sheer luck, they can never truly leave. For within these confines exists a decree. Entry is permitted, but exit is forbidden. The exit of the forbidden ground is guarded by 36 sentinels, representing the pinnacle of strength within the abyss. They pay no heed to those who enter the abyss, but any who dare attempt to leave will be slain on the spot, without exception. Yet, at this moment, the sentinels lay sprawled upon the ground in disarray, the scene utterly gruesome. All 36 have ceased to breathe, resembling lifeless dogs. Standing nearby is a handsome young man clad in white, who surveys the corpses with a meaningful glance and remarks, "Gentlemen, I do enjoy delivering the finishing blow." As his words echoed, the corpses sprang to life in unison, each wearing a mournful expression as they pleaded. "Wait, Yang, is this really necessary?" "Brother, oh no, esteemed sir. We have all feigned death. Could you not grant us a modicum of dignity? Aren't you seeking to leave the forbidden ground? No one is obstructing you, so please depart swiftly. We cannot contend with you, we concede. We implore you, be on your way." Sob, sob. "Why haven't you left yet? Here, I shall bestow upon you my ancestral sword of unparalleled quality. Travel safely. I have something too. This is the Poison Lord's ultimate compendium. Accept it. This is the token of the celestial mechanism pavilion, which my second uncle established. I've heard your homeland is the Great Xiao Empire. This is the Imperial Jade Seal. I am the ancestor of the little emperor. Why not take his place on the throne, enjoy life, and never return?" The sentinels looked at him earnestly, almost begging him to leave. Having lived their lives, they never anticipated falling to the hands of a mere youth. 36 against 1, and yet they were bested. Thus, they chose to let him go, pretending nothing had transpired. Death in battle was an impossibility. Sacrifice was out of the question. Surely living was preferable. Since you all are so sincere, I cannot refuse to show courtesy. May we meet again by fate." Yang reluctantly accepted their gifts and strode forth. At the moment he departed the abyss, a multitude of thoughts flooded his mind. 5 years prior, he was the prosperous scion of the Yang family, having wed the fairest maiden of Chuzhou, Fan Cixi, truly at the pinnacle of his life. However, on the very night of his wedding, a band of crimson-clad warriors stormed the Yang residence, slaughtering indiscriminately and abducting Fan Cixi. His parents perished on the spot, and the Yang clan was utterly annihilated. By a stroke of fortune, Yang escaped to a desolate mountain, yet he was grievously injured, teetering on the brink of death. In his foggy consciousness, an old man suddenly appeared, forcibly taking him to the abyss. The old man cared not for his consent, insisting upon taking him as a disciple and teaching him the ways of cultivation. Over the course of 5 years, Yang endured inhumane trials and tribulations, experiencing countless agonizing battles. Just yesterday, his master inexplicably vanished, leaving behind a letter. "I have nothing further to teach you. Go wherever you wish. Just do not claim to be my disciple." His master had finally relinquished him, and Yang resolved to leave the forbidden ground. Though uncertain if he could break through the sentinels' blockade, the deaths of his parents, the hatred of his stolen wife, and the vendetta of his clan's obliteration could not go unavenged. He must break free. With a fatalistic determination, Yang charged toward the exit of the abyss. To his astonishment, he discovered, what? The legendary sentinels, who never miss their mark, are merely this? I am indeed this powerful? It turns out, I have become invincible. Old man, you possess quite the skill. Great Xiao Empire, Chuzhou, Anjiang City. Compared to 5 years ago, this place seems hardly altered. Yet the Yang family estate lies in ruin, the walls overgrown with weeds, and even the main gate is shattered. Upon returning to the Yang residence, an abrasive voice suddenly pierced through the air. You wretched cripple. Pay respects to your mother? How utterly cursed. Do you believe I want smash your parents' tablets? Get lost, you bastard. No, please. Followed a feeble voice. Song Xianglong, you must put down my parents' tablets. Yang Ye's heart tightened. He recognized that voice. It belonged to his elder brother. He hastened into the family shrine. There, he beheld a man with a sinister countenance clutching 2 tablets, upon which were inscribed the names of Yang Ye's parents. Yang Yu recognized this man, Song Xianglong. Before the Yang family's calamity, they were a powerful clan, while the Song family was merely a small faction that thrived by association with the Yangs. In those days, Song Xianglong would often trail behind Yang Yu, ever respectful. Beside Song Xianglong knelt a gaunt young man, his eyes bloodshot. Upon catching a glimpse of Yang Yu, the youth's eyes quivered. You are my second brother? You didn't perish? Yang Yu inhaled deeply and quickly helped him to his feet, exclaiming, Elder brother, I have returned. So his elder brother still lived. Yang Yu recalled that on the night of the massacre, his brother Yang Zhifei had been attending to urgent matters in the county city and had not made it home in time, inadvertently escaping the slaughter of the crimson-clad warriors. However, the elder brother before him was a shadow of his former self. Once, Yang Zhifei was a renowned young warrior in Anjiang City, brimming with vitality. Martial artists are classified into 4 stages: heaven, earth, profound, and yellow, with heaven being the highest and yellow the lowest. Most martial artists remain at the yellow stage. Certainly, even the yellow stage is beyond the reach of ordinary folk. In his youth, Yang Zhifei had already achieved the profound stage, with a limitless future ahead. Yet now, he appeared frail, his complexion sallow, his spirit defeated, as though devoid of a soul. When Yang Yu helped him up, he could barely stand, his legs obviously in disarray. Yang Yu frowned slightly and asked, Elder brother, have your legs been ruined? Who did this? He could discern that his brother's tendons had been severed. Yang Zhifei chuckled weakly. It's nothing. Last year, I overexerted myself during training and inadvertently ruined my own legs. Yang Yu gazed intently into his eyes. Speak the truth to me. His elder brother had once been a profound stage warrior, and he was clever. It was inconceivable that he could have severed his own tendons. Oh. Is that not Yang Yu? I see you're still among the living. At this moment, Song Xianglong interjected with a mocking tone, but I'm afraid I have no interest in watching your little family reunion. Hurry up and pack your things. Get out. From today onward, this residence is now under the Song name. Yang Ye's expression darkened. Do you wish to die? Yang Zhifei was startled and quickly tugged at Yang Ye's arm, whispering, Second brother, we cannot provoke the Song family now. Song Xianglong burst into laughter. Yang Yu, do you still believe yourself to be the second young master of yesteryear? Wake up! The Yang family has perished. The influence and assets left by the Yang family have long since been seized by the Song family. Now, we Song family are the true power in Chuzhou. Oh, from your tone, it seems the downfall of the Yang family is related to the Song family? Yang Yu narrowed his eyes. Song Xianglong laughed mockingly. Why the Yang family was annihilated? How would I know? As for your wife, she has surely been taken to a brothel, and by now, she's probably been thoroughly ravaged. Ha 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 ha. The Yang family brought this upon themselves, suffering divine retribution. Yet before he could finish laughing, a blur suddenly appeared before him. Yang Ye's hand struck out fiercely. Smack! With a resounding slap, Song Xianglong was sent flying, crashing against the wall, blood spilling from his mouth. I curse your entire family. Song Xianglong winced in pain, gritting his teeth and cursing. As the esteemed young master of the Song family, he had just been struck by a disgraced dog, igniting a murderous rage within him. Before he could finish his words, dozens of uniformly dressed warriors surged into the shrine, their killing intent directed at Yang Yu. Yang Zhifei's heart raced. The Song family was now immensely powerful, having nurtured many warriors, and Song Xianglong had brought such a contingent just to seize the Yang residence. How could they possibly contend with merely the 2 of them? A lowly stray dog dares to injure me? Then let it be known that I shall eradicate the Yang bloodline. Brothers, kill him. Let him descend to fulfill his filial duty. With that, Song Xianglong summoned his men, his confidence swelling as he violently smashed the tablets to the ground. Crash! The two tablets shattered upon impact. In an instant, dozens of warriors lunged toward Yang Yu. Chapter 2: Mad Dog Bites Its Master. A sinister smile crept across Song Xianglong's lips. The last two remnants of the Yang bloodline shall perish by my hand. What a delightful spectacle. Yang Yu cast a cold glance at the shattered tablets, his gaze icy to the core. Without hesitation, he grabbed a handful of incense sticks and flung them outward. Whoosh! 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 The incense dispersed like a multitude of slender steel needles, shooting forth with lethal precision. Before the warriors could even reach Yang Yu, their bodies halted abruptly, each staring wide-eyed before collapsing to the ground. Every stick of incense pierced through their throats, exiting from the nape of their necks. Yellow entering, red exiting. What? Song Xianglong's laughter came to an abrupt halt. He gazed at the gaping wounds on the necks of his fallen men, a chill running down his spine, panic flooding his heart. They are dead, all dead. To kill dozens of warriors with a mere stick of incense. Is this even human? Once, Yang Yu was akin to him, a wastrel indulging in pleasure. Yet now, how had he become so formidable? Yang Yu stepped over several lifeless bodies as he advanced towards Song Xianglong. If you wish to die, I shall grant your desire. Ah! Ah! Song Xianglong was paralyzed with terror. A wave of warmth flooding his thigh-she had unmistakably wet himself. However, he soon regained his composure and retorted fiercely, You cannot harm me. The Song family is no longer what it once was. We wield immense power and have even allied with the Qinyang Marquis. If anything were to happen to me, the Song family would tear you limb from limb. Yet, Yang Yu paid no heed to his words and struck down with a single palm. This blow was delivered with unerring force, devoid of any finesse. Crack! Song Xianglong's skull shattered instantly, blood gushing from the top of his head as his body crumpled to the ground. Only then did Yang Yu stoop down to retrieve the ancestral tablet, piecing it together with some difficulty before placing it back on the altar. He then knelt, bowing his head several times. Father, mother, your unfilial son has returned. I care not who is responsible for your demise, or for rendering my elder brother a cripple. I shall ensure they pay back tenfold, 100-fold. The Song family, ungrateful and treacherous. I shall first send Song Xianglong to you for his penance, and the rest of the Song family shall follow. With that, he seized 2 jars of wine. One he spilled on the ground, the other he drank deeply from. Gulps! The liquor was potent, slicing through Yang Ye's throat like 1,000 tiny blades. Second brother, Yang Zifei's eyes turned red as he could not help but weep. These past years, he had borne an overwhelming burden of pressure and suffering with no one to share it with. And now, finally reunited with his younger brother, his emotions ran wild. What filled him with even greater astonishment was the sheer power his younger brother wielded, dispatching the Song family's warriors as easily as one would swat a fly. After paying his respects to their parents, Yang Yu inquired, Elder brother, when our family was annihilated, only CC was captured alive. Have you heard any news of her since? Yang Zhifei sighed softly and replied, I attempted to investigate after she was taken, but regrettably, I found no leads. I do not know whether she is alive or dead. The Song family may hold the answers, but they will never divulge them. Yang Yu understood that after 5 long years, locating Fan Cece would be no easy task. He could only proceed step by step. His expression turned serious as he pressed. And what of your legs, elder brother? How did they come to be in such a state? Surely, you can reveal it now. I'm not the same person I once was. Even if the King of Heaven himself were to appear, he would not dare bully my brother. Yang Zhifei sighed heavily, stating, after our parents' death, the Song family seemed to have anticipated the situation and made their preparations. They swiftly seized control of the Yang family's assets and rose to power. They knew I was still alive, yet instead of killing me, they found a way to sever the tendons in my hands and feet, rendering me a laughingstock, a mere shell of a man. Initially, Yang Zhifei had been reluctant to share this, fearing that his younger brother might act impulsively in vengeance and lose his life. But after witnessing Yang Ye's prowess, he felt no fear. With such strength, what need had his brother to fear the Song family? Yang Yes' anger surged upon hearing this. The Song family had once been mere lackeys to the Yang family, subservient dogs. There are always mad dogs in the world. Once they turn the tables, they will be the first to bite their masters. With only Yang Zhifei remaining of the Yang family, it would be easy for the Song family to eliminate him. Yet the Song family did not kill him instead. They crippled him, forcing him to live a life of humiliation, stripping away the last vestiges of the Yang family's honor and dignity. How vile, how perverse! For those once favored by heaven, this was a fate far worse than death. For a once mighty family, it was a tremendous disgrace. Yang Zifei's choice not to take his own life only spoke to the strength of his will, far surpassing that of ordinary men. Fortunately, my martial foundation runs deep. Even after my injuries, I can still manage to walk. Otherwise, I would be condemned to a lifetime in bed, Yang Zhifei said, trying to maintain an optimistic facade. Seeing his elder brother's limping form filled Yang Yu with sorrow and rage. Elder brother, you have suffered greatly these past years. The Song family's days of prosperity are coming to an end. Yang Zhifei replied, I have endured little. What matters is that you have returned. As for the Song family, 5 years ago, they were weak and could not contend with the Yang family. Thus, I suspect that the crimson-clad warrior from that night was not merely a member of the Song family, but part of an even stronger force. Yang Yu remarked, not just the Song family? It matters not. I shall pay a visit to the Song family, and the answers will reveal themselves. But before that, I must tend to your injuries. Healing? My tendons have long since been severed. There is nothing to be done. Yang Zhifei waved his hand dismissively, then spoke urgently. The priority now is to rescue our sister. Yang Yes' heart jolted at this. Hesitating sister? She is still alive? 5 years ago, he had a younger sister, Yang Weiner, who was merely 13 at the time. But during the family's calamity, even the servants had perished. Could it be that Weiner had survived? Yang Zifei's expression turned nostalgic. 5 years ago, upon returning from the county city, I was met with a scene of utter despair, bodies strewn everywhere. While collecting the remains of our kin, I discovered our sister hiding amidst the corpses, surviving in secret. She had not moved for an entire day and night until I arrived. Her little face was ashen, resembling a ghost. Even now, the thought pains me. She is still alive. Yang Yu felt a mix of sorrow and joy. His elder brother had miraculously escaped the massacre by not being home. That alone was a stroke of luck. To learn that his sister had survived as well was beyond his expectations. After 5 years apart, the little girl he once knew must have blossomed into a graceful young lady. But after the initial joy, Yang Yes' expression darkened. Elder brother, you mentioned needing to rescue Weiner. What has happened to her? Yang Zhifei explained. When our family was destroyed, I intended to investigate the reasons and would never leave my homeland. However, fearing for Weiner's safety, I sent her to Yinzhou at once to study and train with a close friend of mine. Yang Yu nodded silently. His elder brother's actions had been prudent. Had he not discreetly sent Weiner away, she too might have suffered a similar fate. Yang Zhifei continued, his voice filled with bitterness. As the anniversary of our parents' death approached, Weiner returned home yesterday. Unfortunately, she was spotted by Song Xianglong, that wretched scoundrel. Seeing her beauty, he forcibly took her, coercing her to become his concubine. When I opposed him, he had his men beat me, seeking to seize the last remnants of the Yang family's estate, leaving me without a place to reside. Now, Weiner is likely imprisoned within the Song family. I cannot even see her. It is my failure that I could not protect her. I should have made him suffer a far worse fate. Yang Yu seethed, planting his foot upon Song Xianglong's corpse. Bang! With a sickening crunch, Song Xianglong's ribs shattered beneath the weight, his chest cavity collapsing, a grotesque sight to behold. Then, with a swift stroke, he severed Song Xianglong's head from his body, declaring, Elder brother, you rest at home. I shall pay a visit to the Song family to deliver a proper greeting. Chapter 3. 1 against 100. Upon his arrival at the illustrious Song residence, Yang Yu's gaze was immediately drawn to the grand plaque emblazoned with the resplendent characters Song Fu, which were, upon closer inspection, crafted from pure gold. Flanking the entrance stood 2 imposing stone lions, exuding an aura of majesty. Who dares to intrude? Begone. the Song residence is no place for lowly commoners. The guards at the gate barked sharply upon spotting Yang Yu. Having devoted his time to cultivation in the abyssal forbidden land, Yang Yu was clad in simple, unadorned attire. Though these guards, he appeared to be nothing more than a mere commoner unworthy of approaching the Song estate. Previously, there had been commoners who attempted to draw near, hoping to pilfer the golden plaque, only to be met with a gruesome fate at the hands of the Song family. Consequently, the common folk had learned to steer clear of the Song residence, preferring to take a wide berth. Even the watchdogs of the Song family are so ferocious, Yang Yu scoffed. Impudent fool. The guards roared in fury, drawing their blades with menacing intent. Yang Yu, however, paid them no heed and strode boldly into the estate. Vile wretch, those who trespass upon the Song residence shall die. Advance any further, and we shall show no mercy. The guards threatened, their eyes blazing with murderous intent. Yet, Yang Yu continued forward with unwavering resolve. Seeking death, are we? The guards showed no hesitation, simultaneously raising their weapons to strike at Yang Yu. The blatant tyranny of the guards was a testament to the Song family's immense power. However, Yang Yu did not even flinch. He raised his hand and struck outward twice. Clang, clang. The guards' blades were shattered in an instant, the broken fragments flying back towards them. With a sickening thud, the blade tips pierced deeply into the guards' throats. Blood gushing forth. The once arrogant duo collapsed lifelessly to the ground. Inside the Song residence, a lively banquet was underway, as guests were being welcomed with lavish feasts. 5 years ago, the Song family had risen to prominence, and the head of the family had established a tradition. On this very day each year, a grand gathering would be held to celebrate the family's achievements. Gradually, other influential families sought to curry favor with the Songs. Seizing the opportunity to present gifts during the annual festivities, as Yang Yu entered the estate, he called out loudly, "Song Zhen, a guest has arrived. Why do you not come to greet me?" A passing servant shot him a disdainful glance, retorting, "Who are you? You seem unfamiliar. Here to ingratiate yourself with the Song family? Every year, there are countless guests who come uninvited. Why should the master bother to see you? And look at you, arriving empty-handed without a gift." With a swift motion, Yang Yu delivered a resounding slap and tossed a bundled package at the servant, declaring, "Is this gift sufficient? Tell Song Zhen to come out." Inside the package was the severed head of Song Xianglong. The servant, dazed and bloodied from the slap, was horrified to find himself holding the bloody head. In a panic, he dropped it, and upon closer inspection, recognized it as belonging to the young master. Overwhelmed with terror, he dashed towards the banquet hall in a frenzy. Moments later, a middle-aged man emerged, flanked by a crowd, his face ashen with fury. Yang Yu immediately recognized him as Song Zhen, the patriarch of the Song family. Years ago, Song Zhen had been subservient to the Yang family, but now he strode with an air of authority, exuding a commanding presence that spoke of his long-held power. Yet, his expression twisted in horror as he caught sight of Song Xianglong's head. His eyes widening in disbelief, "My son, my boy." The onlookers gasped collectively, their faces pale. Is this Song Xiao? Dead? Dead. They exclaimed in shock. Song Zhen collapsed to the ground, trembling as he reached for the head. Torn between grief and fear, Yang Yu remarked with a smirk, "Truly a poignant display of paternal affection. I have delivered Song Xiao back home, just as I promised." Fixating his glare on Yang Yu, Song Zhen demanded, You killed him?" Yang Yu countered, "What? Do you not recognize me, Song Zhen?" After a moment's hesitation, Song Zhen replied uncertainly, You are Yang Yu?" Yang Yu sneered, "Since you still remember me, you ought to know the purpose of my visit." Enraged, Song Zhen laughed derisively. "Ha! You do not mean to seek revenge for your parents, do you? You brainless fool. Guards, seize him and dispose of him like the dog he is." As his voice fell, a throng of attendants surged forward to subdue Yang Yu. These were the elite warriors of the Song family, fiercely loyal and skilled, tasked with protecting their master. Yet, bang, bang, bang. Yang Yu swept his fist through the air, sending the guards sprawling, some left with broken bones, others lifeless on the ground. Song Zhen narrowed his eyes. "No wonder you are so brazen. You have learned a few tricks, but do you really think you can shake the Song family with just yourself? Lao Zhao, handle this. He has killed my son. Do not let him die too comfortably." With that, he cast a glance at a burly man beside him. Zhao Feng, the head of the Bafang escort agency, was a notorious figure renowned for his strength and ruthlessness. Seizing the opportunity presented by the banquet, Zhao Feng stepped forward, coldly declaring, "You, young man, may be bold, but you have chosen the wrong place to flaunt your arrogance." Yang Yu met his gaze with indifference. "You are not of the Song family, are you? Leave now, and I will spare your life." "Ha ha ha, such bravado." Zhao Feng laughed heartily. "I am as close as a brother to the Song patriarch. You have slain Song Shao, akin to slaying my own son. Even if you kneel before me, there is no way you leave here alive. Then die." Yang Yu retorted, uninterested in hearing Zhao Feng's monologue, and struck with a palm towards him. Zhao Feng's eyes widened in shock. "What? So fast?" Though he sensed danger, his body was too slow to respond, and Yang Yu's palm struck him squarely on the head. Bang! Zhao Feng's eyes bulged as he fell to the ground, his skull shattered, blood and brain matter spilling forth. The guests gasped in horror. "This is Yang Yu, the second young master of the Yang family?" Back then, he was only a frivolous youth, barely a Huang-level warrior. How has he become so powerful? Song Zhan's expression shifted dramatically. Though he held a high status, he was no match for Zhao Feng's combat prowess. The fact that Yang Yu could kill Zhao Feng with a single strike meant he could do the same to him. Instinctively, Song Zhan took a step back. At that moment, figures began to appear from all directions. In an instant, hundreds of warriors gathered, all of them skilled fighters. Song Zhan regained his confidence. "Yang Yu, I did not expect you to grow so strong, easily dispatching my personal guards and even killing Zhao Feng. But what does it matter? Ha ha ha, against such overwhelming numbers, you are destined to die." After years of development, the Song family boasted a multitude of warriors. During this banquet, there were even hundreds of martial artists on standby, ready to eliminate any threat, and no matter how strong Yang Yu was, how could he contend with so many warriors? Many had reached the Xin level, and even at the cost of their lives, they could easily overwhelm him. Yang Yu surveyed the crowd of warriors, a smirk playing on his lips. The current demeanor of the Song patriarch carries a certain beauty in its confidence. "Kill him. Whoever beheads him first shall be rewarded with 1,000 taels of silver." Song Zhan gritted his teeth and commanded. The Song family's warriors surged forward as if fueled by an elixir of courage. Charging at Yang Yu, the guests scattered in a panic, fearing the impending carnage. They knew Yang Yu was about to be reduced to mere pulp, yet suddenly, Yang Yu leaped into the air, soaring above the throng. The warriors below had yet to react when he drew a long sword from thin air. Swish, 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 from his elevated position, Yang Yu unleashed a flurry of strikes. The invisible sword energy cascaded down upon the Song warriors like a tidal wave. Pft, pft, blood erupted in torrents as the stench of death filled the air. Where the sword energy passed, some were decapitated, others cleaved in half, while others were split vertically from head to toe. When Yang Yu landed, the Song warriors lay motionless in pools of blood, utterly defeated. With just a few strokes, he had vanquished the entire contingent of Song warriors. Chapter 4. A celestial-level warrior? What a splendid sword! Yang Yu marveled, inspecting the blade in his hand. This sword had been gifted to him by one of the guardians upon his departure from the Forbidden Land, its hilt inscribed with the characters Qiyan, signifying its name. The opportunity to test the sword had arisen with the arrival of the warriors, and Yang Yu was thoroughly satisfied with its feel and power after the brief skirmish. Gag, gag. Meanwhile, Song Zhan's face turned pale, his body trembling as he collapsed to the ground. Retching violently, he was no stranger to grand spectacles, but the horror of the scene before him was unprecedented. Hundreds of family warriors lay slain, reduced to mere corpses, no, mere fragments of flesh. This man is a devil. The acrid scent of blood drove Song Zhan to the brink of despair, leaving his mind a blank slate in the Zixiao continent. Martial prowess reigns supreme. Warriors are the bedrock of their clans. The sudden annihilation of the Song family's warriors was tantamount to the obliteration of their lineage. Meanwhile, the guests who had come to pay their respects had long since fled in terror. Gifts were one thing, but offering one's life was another matter entirely. Take care, Master Song. Yang Yu, indifferent to the presence of irrelevant parties, strode directly to Song Zhan and crushed his left ankle beneath his foot. Crack! The sound of shattering bone echoed, and the excruciating pain jolted Song Zhan back to reality. In that moment, He comprehended that Yang Yu could effortlessly take his life at any moment. Even with Zhao Feng and a multitude of Song family warriors at his disposal, it would bear no significance. His continued existence hinged solely on Yang Yu's desire to unveil the truth of the past. Terrified of death, Song Zhan hastily spoke. The annihilation of the Yang family was not orchestrated by the Song family. "Do you expect me to believe that?" Yang Yu retorted, irritation lacing his voice. Before stomping down on Song Zhan's right foot, Song Zhan grimaced in agony, exclaiming, I speak the truth. The Song family was at most an accomplice. Just an accomplice? Then who orchestrated it from the shadows?" Yang Yu's voice turned icy. Straining against the pain, Song Zhan stammered, I do not know. Without a second thought, Yang Yu drove his sword into Song Zhan's right hand. A blood-curdling scream erupted as Song Zhan's wrist was severed at the root. He gritted his teeth against the searing pain, beads of sweat dotting his forehead as he continued. "I truly do not know. 5 years ago, a group of red-clad warriors arrived in Anjiang City. Seeking information on Fan Sisi, I was mingling with your father back then and had extensive knowledge about Fan Sisi and the Yang family. I connected with the red-clad warriors, divulging information about the Yang family and Fan Sisi's whereabouts, and guided them slightly. However, I never anticipated they would abduct Fan Sisi and slaughter the entire Yang family. Had I known of their cruelty, I would never have betrayed the Yang family or acted as their guide." Yang Yu's brow furrowed. 5 years prior, that faction of red-clad warriors was numerous and formidable. The Song family certainly lacked the capability to orchestrate such a grand scheme. Thus, it was undeniable that the Song family played the role of an accomplice. Yet, Song Zhen's claim of unintentional betrayal was laughable. If he had not intended to betray, why had he laid the groundwork and seized the Yang family's assets at the first opportunity? He was well aware of the red-clad warrior's intentions, and rather than warning his master, he had sold him out, eager for the Yang family's demise so that he could take their place. "You truly have no knowledge of the identities of those red-clad warriors?" Yang Yu inquired once more. "I genuinely do not know. At the time, I merely probed them for information, but they remained tight-lipped and nearly killed me." Song Zhan's face was a mask of despair. "Is that so? Are you certain you do not know?" Yang Yu struck again, severing Song Zhan's other hand. With a sickening squelch, Song Zhan let out a wail akin to that of a slaughtered pig, pleading, "I swear, I do not know." The backgrounds of those red-clad warriors must be terrifying. A person of my insignificance has no right to know. If it weren't for my chance involvement in relaying information about the Yang family, I would have never crossed paths with them. Though rendered incapacitated, he still provided such responses. Yang Yu, feeling that further torment would yield no fruit, shifted the conversation. "Let us discuss another matter. Where's my sister?" "Your sister? You mean Yang Waner?" "Xiang Long brought her home yesterday, intending to take her as a concubine. However, my daughter-in-law seemed quite displeased and secretly detained Yang Waner. How it was ultimately resolved, I do not know." Song Zhan replied cautiously, "Do you not know? Then prepare to meet your end." Yang Yu raised his sword, ready to strike. A resounding shout echoed from a distance. "How audacious, young man, to lay hands on a member of the family." Seizing the opportunity, Song Zhan cried out, "Zheng Dai, save me." Yang Yu instinctively glanced at the newcomer. The speaker was a robust man clad in black attire, exuding a palpable aura of explosive power. Accompanying him was a woman of regal bearing. The man pointed an accusatory finger at Yang Yu, coldly stating, "You, boy, possess quite an audacious gaze. Though you know who I am, release him at once, or you shall find no rest in death." Before he could finish, Yang Yu's sword descended. Crack! The head of the Song family, Song Zhan, rolled to the ground. You dare slay my father-in-law? Do you hold the Chen Yang Marquis in disdain?" The woman gasped in shock upon seeing the body, her voice rising in fury. In that moment, Yang Yu discerned her identity. Not long prior, Song Xianglong had boasted of the Chen Yang Marquis' support behind the Song family. The woman before him, from her tone, was likely Song Xianglong's wife and the daughter of the Chen Yang Marquis. In the Daxia Empire, holding the title of Marquis signified immense honor and power. The Chen Yang Marquis was one of the most prominent nobles in Chuzhou, wielding tremendous influence, second only to the Chuwang. Though the Song family was wealthy and strong, in comparison to the Chen Yang Marquis, they were mere trifles. It was unclear how the Song family had forged such an alliance with the Marquis. Yet, Yang Yu was indifferent to such matters. His sole concern was that this woman had detained young Wanner. "Where is the woman Song Xianglong brought home yesterday?" Yang Yu demanded directly. "Are you addressing me? Have you lost your mind? You killed the head of the Song family and still dare to speak to me in such a tone?" Yu Qian glared, incredulous at his audacity. Asked the daughter of the Qianyang Marquis. Her status was exalted. She had never encountered such an arrogant individual. To have her father-in-law slain before her eyes while he acted as though nothing had transpired was beyond her comprehension. However, since he inquired, she saw no harm in responding. "Ha ha ha, are you referring to young Wanner?" Yu Qian laughed heartily. "Yesterday, Song Xianglong brought her home, intending to bed her, but I caught wind of it and was absolutely furious. I gave him a good thrashing and sent that little vixen away. Care to guess where I sent her?" Yang Yu's brow furrowed. Why Yu Qian laughed even louder. "I sold her to a brothel." "Ha ha ha! That wretched Song Xianglong wished to collect a young bride. I had that little harlot working as a courtesan, subjected to the advances of countless men. Let us see if he still wishes to marry her. Speaking of which, your sister is quite the temptress, adept at ensnaring men. She truly belongs in a brothel. Ha ha ha! You shall pay for this." Yang Yu roared, his body radiating murderous intent. At that moment, the young man beside her, expressionless, interjected, "The one deserving of death is you." He was Zhang Dai, Yu Qian's personal guard. The Qianyang Marquis cherished his daughter, assigning a trusted aide to protect her within the Song family, the pinnacle of Earth-tier martial prowess. He was nearly invincible within Anjiang City. This boy had already slain the head of the Song family, and now he dared to display hostility toward the young lady, an unforgivable offense. As soon as Zhang Dai's words left his mouth, he sprang forth, delivering a powerful punch aimed squarely at Yang Yu's face. "Ha! This one is a tad more formidable than the previous rabble." Yang Yu remained unhurried, raising his palm to meet Zhang Dai's fist head-on. Seeing this, Zhang Dai's fury intensified, thinking to himself, "This brat, encountering a top-tier powerhouse like me, not only chooses not to evade but dares to confront me directly, if it comes to a clash. Prepare to be obliterated." Zhang Dai envisioned the scene of Yang Yu's arm being shattered in the blink of an eye. Their fists collided. Crack! A cacophony of splintering bones resounded. However, it was not Yang Yu's arm that broke. The once self-satisfied Zhang Dai now wore a grimace, stumbling backward, his right fist utterly crushed, the bones of his arm reduced to a mangled mess, drooping limply like wet noodles. Gasping, Zhang Dai stared at Yang Yu in disbelief. Heavens! A heaven-tier warrior? Only a heaven-tier warrior could so easily inflict such a grievous injury upon him. Yet, how could a warrior of such youth possess heaven-tier prowess? Chapter 5. The daughter of the Qianyang Marquis perishes. What? Zhang Dai, what did you say? He is a heaven-tier warrior. Yu Qian, too, was struck with fear, her legs turning to jelly as she collapsed onto the ground. That was her father's carefully chosen guard. And he had been vanquished in a single move. What was to become of her? Yang Yu prodded Yu Qian's chin with his sword, his voice icy. Where was Wanner sold to? With countless brothels in Chuzhou. It was imperative to ascertain the exact location. Otherwise, he would be forced to search them one by one, and I? Yu Qian stammered, hesitant to respond. With a flick of his sword, a deep gash appeared on her chin. Zhang Dai's eyes widened in horror as he threatened. You dare harm the young lady. If a single hair on her head is harmed, the Qianyang Marquis will surely exterminate your entire family. While I may not be your match, you cannot withstand the wrath of the Qianyang Marquis. Exterminate my family? Yang Yu found the phrase distasteful, slashing the air with his sword. The sword energy surged forth, slicing through Zhang Dai's throat. Thwack! His carotid artery was severed, blood gushing forth as Zhang Dai fell, lifeless. His eyes remained wide open, as if he wished to utter a final warning. I am a man of the Qianyang Marquis. You dare? Yang Yu had intended to keep him alive for further inquiries, but since he was so eager to meet his demise, there was no need to spare him. After all, Yu Qian remained. He could just as easily question her. Upon witnessing Zhang Dai's gruesome end, Yu Qian let out another blood-curdling scream, then hastily blurted out, I will tell you. I will tell you. Young Wanner was sold to Chuanyi Lu. The owner of Chuanyi Lu intends to profit from her. She is certainly not in any danger, so do not worry. Do not worry? Spare me your hollow reassurances. Yang Yu, enraged, uttered a string of curses, delivering several swift strikes that left Yu Qian's lips lacerated. Why Yu Qian, overwhelmed by pain, was drenched in blood and tears. Yang Yu momentarily suppressed his murderous intent and inquired, "Allow me to pose another question. 5 years ago, were the red-clad warriors that invaded the Yang household sent by the Qin Yang Marquis?" Despite Song Zhen's assertion before his demise that he was unaware of the true identities of the red-clad warriors, it was not beyond reason that he might have been lying to conceal the Marquis' disgraceful deeds. With the Song family now extinguished, Yang Yu's only avenue to uncover the identities of the red-clad warriors and locate Fan Sisi was through the Marquis. Perhaps this woman's words could yield some insight. The red-clad warriors? What red-clad warriors? Yu Qian responded, seeming somewhat bewildered. Yang Yu pressed, "You do not know?" Yu Qian replied, "My father indeed has many warriors at his disposal, but he has never permitted them to don red garments. Moreover, he never divulges his actions to me." "Then you possess no value in living," Yang Yu remarked indifferently. Why Yu Qian cried out, "Wait, let me think carefully. Ah, yes, I seem to recall a time when a guest clad in red visited our home, a rather dark shade of red, a robust man dressed entirely in red. Even his shoes and belt were crimson. Quite conspicuous." Yang Yu inquired, "What do you know of this man?" Yu Qian shook her head. "I am unaware. He accompanied my father to a secret chamber. I do not know what they discussed before he departed." "Truly unaware?" Yang Yu scrutinized Yu Qian's eyes, probing. Yu Qian took a deep breath, biting her lip in silence. "I do not know. You may inquire with my father or the Marquis himself." Although her words were calm, they carried an undercurrent of threat. The phrase "inquire with the Marquis himself" emphasized the notion. "Do you dare to bully me and confront the Marquis? If you are wise, you should release me at once." Yang Yu taunted, "Are you attempting to intimidate me?" Realizing that submission would yield no results, Yu Qian tore off her facade. "Your sister Yang Wanner has merely been sold. She will not perish. Is it worth incurring the Marquis' wrath over such a matter? Zheng De was merely my bodyguard. Now that he is dead, you may yet have a chance at survival. But if I were to die, do you believe my father would allow you to live? Think carefully. Merely sold, is it? You too shall merely die." Yang Yu's gaze turned icy as he pointed the tip of his sword forward. With a swift thrust, Yu Qian's throat was pierced, blood gushing forth. She could scarcely believe until her last breath that someone within Chuzhou would dare take her life. After departing from the Song residence, Yang Yu hastened to Chuani Pavilion. He was determined to meet the Chan Yang Marquis, for he was the sole lead regarding the red-clad warriors. Yet, the most pressing matter remained: rescuing his sister. The thought of a young maiden being sold to a brothel filled him with dread. Were it not for the urgency of time, he would never permit Yu Qian to meet such a swift demise. Upon arriving at the entrance of Chuani Pavilion, several extravagantly adorned women greeted him with smiles. "Esteemed sir, do come in and enjoy." One of them remarked, "You are quite handsome but appear unfamiliar. Is this your first visit?" "Oh, please, do come inside." Yang Yu inquired, "Ladies, is there a girl named Yang Wanner in your establishment?" One of the women replied cheerfully, "Are you also here for Wanner? She is the new courtesan of Chuani Pavilion, and many guests have come today specifically for her. However, Wanner is in high demand. If you wish to have her, it may not be an easy feat." Before she could finish, Yang Yu stepped inside. The welcoming women exchanged glances, muttering, "How impatient! Truly, men are all the same. Upon hearing of a beauty, they can hardly wait to strip bare." Inside the main hall of Chuani Pavilion, it was crowded with patrons. Numerous men were embracing the courtesans, drinking and reveling. In the center of the hall stood a stage where several alluring women danced merrily. At that moment, a somewhat portly middle-aged man approached, dismissing the dancers before stepping onto the stage, proclaiming loudly, "Esteemed guests, thank you for your patience." The crowd turned their attention to the middle-aged man, urging, "Boss son, hurry and let Yang Wanner appear. We can hardly wait." This middle-aged man was Sun Xingbong, the owner of Chuani Pavilion. He had fought his entire life, stained with the blood of many, and now owned numerous illicit enterprises. However, he was gradually stepping back from the front lines of violence. Typically, Boss Sun would not frequent Chuani Pavilion, but today was an exception as an important auction was set to take place, one that promised to yield substantial profits, necessitating his presence. "Since everyone is here for Yang Wanner, I shall not keep you in suspense," Sun Xingbong declared with a hearty laugh. A servant next to him unfurled a banner that read, Courtesan Yang Wanner. First client rights auction. Sun Xingbang continued, not long ago, Chuani Pavilion acquired a top-tier beauty, Yang Wanner. Every man who gazes upon her considers her a celestial being descended from the heavens, as the saying goes. Such a woman should only exist in the skies. How rare it is to encounter her in the mortal realm. Her title as courtesan is truly well-deserved. Within Chuzhou, many esteemed guests wish to experience her charms. Yet alas, there is but one Yang Wanner, and it is impossible to satisfy all. Therefore, I have not allowed her to take clients, intending to auction off her first client rights. The one who offers the highest bid shall enjoy a night with her. As it is a matter of fairness, Boss Sun certainly knows how to profit, the crowd scoffed. They had learned of the auctioning of women prior to their arrival. Though they cursed Sun Xingbang for his greed, they nonetheless arrived with money in hand. Sun Xingbang confidently stated, ha ha ha, it is all about making money. No shame in that. To compel her to sell herself, I have invested a considerable amount. I cannot afford to incur losses. Moreover, I must remind you all that Yang Wanner is still untouched, a maiden. To secure a good price, I have yet to indulge in her myself, and I now slightly regret it. Upon hearing this, many in the crowd brightened with excitement. Still untouched? It seems the bidding will become even more fierce. This is exhilarating. At this rate, the price will skyrocket. I doubt I can afford it. I refuse to believe that I brought several thousand taels and it won't suffice. Sun Xingbang was pleased with the crowd's reactions, declaring, furthermore, she was once a lady of a prominent family. With that status, the experience will be even more gratifying. You'll have a lady of high birth beneath you. Is that not a delight? Boss Sun, do not inflate the price further. Let us begin, one impatient patron shouted. Sun Xingbang finally cleared his throat and announced, without further ado, let us commence the auction. The starting bid for Yang Wanner's first client rights is 100 taels, with each subsequent bid to be no less than 100 taels. Such an opportunity comes but once. Treasure it, esteemed guests. I bid 1,000, 2,000, 5,000, 10,000. Though the base price was merely 100, it swiftly climbed to over 10,000. Everyone understood that given Yang Wanner's allure, the final price would certainly be in the tens of thousands. The bids continued to soar, and Sun Xingbang's smile widened. A maiden with such beauty and the status of a lady from a noble family was indeed an irresistible attraction. This venture would yield tremendous profit. I bid 100,000, asked the crowd engaged in fervent bidding. A young man in white abruptly called out an exorbitant price, causing the room to fall silent. 100,000. Are you out of your mind? Even for the most exquisite beauty, that price for a single night is outrageous. The young man in white smiled faintly. It appears I am the final victor. However, before he could finish, another voice interrupted. I bid 110,000. Gasps of shock echoed through the crowd as they turned to the source of the voice. The speaker was a young man in a wheelchair, appearing around 25 years of age, with a decent appearance, but his seated position diminished his imposing presence. Sure Zifeng? You, a mere cripple, have the audacity to interfere? The young man in white's expression darkened as he glanced at the wheelchair-bound youth. The latter replied nonchalantly, since the highest bidder wins, if you wish to claim her, continue bidding. If you cannot match it, do not play. You? The young man in white seethed, gritting his teeth. 12,000, 13,000. The wheelchair youth continued to raise the stakes. 14,000, 20,000. In just a few breaths, the wheelchair youth had escalated the price to an astonishing 20,000. As if money held no value to him, the young man in white's face turned ashen, and he ceased his bidding. Sun Xingbang was elated, exclaiming, 20,000. Is there no higher bid? I shall count down now. This exquisite gem is one of a kind. At that moment, a cold voice interjected, I bid 1 million. The speaker was none other than Yang Yu. Upon entering, he had grasped the situation, his expression icy with resolve. What? 1 million? Upon hearing this price, the crowd was utterly incredulous. Sun Xingbang initially felt elated, but then sensed something amiss. 20,000 might have been the folly of a wealthy fool, but 1 million was undoubtedly a ridiculous figure. Thus, he gazed toward the source of the voice, expressing mild displeasure. What do you mean, sir? Surely you are not here to cause trouble. This auction shall not proceed, Yang Yu declared, striding forth from the crowd. What? Sun Xingbang was taken aback, initially believing he had misheard. a local tyrant known for his ruthless demeanor and infamous reputation. His name alone could terrify local children into tears. Yet, this audacious fellow dared to prohibit him from holding an auction on his own turf? After a brief moment of shock, Sun Xingbong erupted in fury. Who is this wild dog? Does he think I, Sun Xingbong, have turned over a new leaf and forsaken my violent ways? His already fierce visage grew even more menacing. As he spoke, he suddenly seized the steel pole used by the dancer moments ago, yanking it free and lunging it towards Yang Yu's chest. The guest shivered in fear, though Sun Xingbong had refrained from violence in recent years. He remained the cold-blooded butcher he had always been. This young man was doomed. With a whoosh, the steel pole shot forward. Sun Xingbong grinned wickedly, eager for the taste of blood after such a long hiatus, intent on piercing this young man's heart and re-establishing his dominance. However, Yang Yu's expression remained calm as he simply raised his hand towards Sun Xingbong's neck. Sun Xingbong noticed Yang Yu's movement. It appeared slow, lacking in technique or strength, merely an unremarkable reach. Yet, no matter how he tried, he could not evade or block it. Before he comprehended the situation, his feet left the ground involuntarily. Yang Yu grasped Sun Xingbong's neck as if he were a mere chick, lifting him effortlessly. The steel pole he wielded never even grazed Yang Yu before it clattered to the ground. Chapter 6. A sibling reunion. Sun Xingbong was a formidable figure. Otherwise, he could not have maintained such a large brothel. Yet at this moment, he felt utterly powerless, as though his neck were ensnared in a vice. With a slight increase in pressure, his head would surely be twisted off. Who on earth was this person? An enemy of Sun Xingbong? What did he just say? Here to kill him? How audacious! This was Sun Xingbong's territory. He recalled Sun Xingbong's considerable strength. Could it be an exaggeration? No, this young man was far stronger. Overwhelmingly so. The attendees were left in utter shock. The young man in the wheelchair stared at Yang Yu, his gaze trembling, hands quaking, murmuring, "Is it really him? P.S. alive, P.S. back, bold lunatic, let go of our boss." At that moment, a group of martial artists clad in tight-fitting attire surged into the brothel, encircling Yang Yu. Sun Xingbong's business was vast, drawing many enemies over the years, and he had recruited numerous henchmen to form his own gang. These martial artists were loyal members, having fought alongside Sun Xingbong for years, each with blood on their hands. Now that their leader was in peril, they sprang into action. However, with their boss's neck in a chokehold, they dared not act recklessly, merely watching Yang Yu with hawkish eyes, poised to strike at the opportune moment. Yet Yang Yu paid no heed to these thugs, his gaze coldly fixed on Sun Xingbong as he inquired, "Where is Yang Wanner?" Sun Xingbong's face reddened with suppressed rage as he forced out the words, "You think you can have your way without paying for women? You must be tired of living. Not just in Anjiang City, but throughout the region, no one dares disrupt my business. Now that you're surrounded, do you truly believe you can escape?" He surmised that Yang Yu intended to snatch Yang Wanner away. For obtaining her through auction would require a fortune. If he could simply abduct her instead, it would be free. However, Sun Xingbong was not someone to be trifled with. Daring to steal from him meant risking one's life. "Oh?" Yang Yu disregarded Sun Xingbong's threats, tightening his grip. Crack! Sun Xingbong's eyes filled with blood as he gritted his teeth. "You dare? Who are you? Really?" Yang Yu replied with indifference. "Yang Yu. Yang Yu? Ah, I remember now, the pathetic wretch who never touched his bride." "Ha ha ha!" Sun Xingbong laughed heartily. The Yang family had once been prosperous, but on the night of his wedding, they were slaughtered, and Fan Sisi was abducted. This shocking event echoed through the ages. Who would have thought this Yang Yu was still alive? His existence was a mere burden of shame. On that fateful night, intruders had stormed his home, seizing his bride right before his eyes, and he had never even laid a hand on her. It was nothing short of a monumental joke. As Sun Xingbong reveled in this malicious delight, he taunted, "Have you returned to visit the wild graves of the Yang family? To see your sister toyed with by other men? Oh, perhaps the wife you never touched is now reveling beneath another man's embrace." Ha ha ha! Yang Yu's pupils constricted as he suddenly twisted his hand. Crack! Sun Xingbong's neck contorted at an unnatural angle, his head drooping limply to one side as he gasped his last breath. Thud! Yang Yu discarded Sun Xingbong's lifeless body as if it were refuse, then raised his foot and stomped down upon his head. Bang! Sun Xingbong's skull shattered. The guests collectively inhaled sharply. the notorious gang leader, who had dominated these streets for years, had just been killed so effortlessly by Yang Yu, as if he were merely snapping a chopstick. Gag. Some witnesses, horrified by the gruesome sight, turned pale and couldn't help but retch. Meanwhile, Sun Xingbang's brothers exploded in outrage. Their leader was dead. This young man had slain him right before their eyes. What an egregious humiliation. They had to avenge their boss. A bald-headed, middle-aged martial artist bellowed. And the crowd surged forward. Moments ago, they had hesitated out of concern for their leader's safety, but now that he was dead, they felt no qualms about launching a counterattack. However, Yang Yu moved first, and with unparalleled speed. Whoosh! Yang Yu leaped into action, unleashing a ferocious kick that swept through the ranks of the gang members. They barely had time to register his movements before their comrades fell. Lifeless, to the ground, bang! In the blink of an eye, dozens of martial artists who had seemed so fierce just moments ago lay sprawled on the floor. The remaining fighters, once brimming with murderous intent, now stood frozen in shock. Upon closer inspection, they realized that their fallen comrades were all dead. They could accept being knocked down, but to be killed with such ease? The surviving warriors' mental state shattered instantly. Their faces contorted in terror, legs turning to jelly as they collapsed to their knees. Even the previously boisterous bald man trembled, pleading, Please spare us. We're merely dogs trained by Sun Xingbang. We won't dare to offend you again." He was Shun Gang, the gang's second in command. With Sun Xingbang's demise, he had become the brothers' anchor. Yang Yu glanced at him coldly. "Where's my sister?" Since Sun Xingbang had refused to divulge, he wouldn't follow suit. Would he? Shin Gang nodded vigorously. I know. She is imprisoned in the underground chamber of Chuani building. I'll take you there." Yang Yu commanded icily. "Lead the way." Yes, of course," Shin Gang replied, his demeanor now subservient as he guided Yang Yu through several concealed passages into a dimly lit chamber. Inside, a single candle flickered, casting shadows over a petite girl. Her features were exquisitely delicate. Though not tall, her figure was gracefully proportioned, exuding a youthful charm. Yet, her eyes were dull and lifeless, akin to a mere shell of a being. Though 5 years had passed, she was no longer the little girl she once was, yet Yang Yu recognized her instantly. "Warner!" Yang Warner initially turned her head stiffly, then suddenly sprang to her feet. Her voice trembling as she exclaimed, "Be brother?" She thought she was dreaming, fearfully approaching Yang Yu, reaching out to grasp his hand. The tangible sensation reminded her that this was no illusion. "I'm sorry, Warner, that I'm late." Yang Yu expressed both guilt and joy. "Brother, it's really you? You're alive." "Oh, how wonderful!" Yang Warner cried, throwing herself into Yang Yu's embrace, weeping uncontrollably. So much had transpired in recent days. She understood the gravity of her situation and had even contemplated ending her own life. Yet, the calamity that befell their family had forged her resilient spirit, compelling her to choose life. Thankfully, she had persevered, allowing her to reunite with her brother once more. Yang Yu gently patted Yang Warner. "We'll talk about everything that has happened over the years later. For now, we must leave. There are matters to attend to outside." "Okay." Yang Warner nodded in agreement. But suddenly, a resounding crash echoed through the chamber. Bang! The heavy stone door behind Yang Yu crashed down, shaking the ground beneath them. The impenetrable door had sealed shut. Ha! You two siblings seem so close. Why not starve together in there?" Before the door closed, Shun Gang had slipped outside, reveling in his triumph. Chapter 7. I am a eunuch. Shun Gang felt an immense sense of satisfaction. Seizing the moment while the siblings were lost in their emotional reunion, he had quietly retreated and sealed the chamber. What use was Yang Yu's strength now? Unable to activate the mechanism, he would forever remain trapped. Ultimately, he was nothing more than a brute, possessing only raw strength devoid of intellect. Daring enough to expose his back to the enemy, "I may not be able to defeat you, but I can certainly starve you to death. It is merely unfortunate for that young lady. Before she could be fully utilized, she is destined to accompany him to the grave." Shun Gang let out a cold laugh, eagerly preparing to depart. There was yet another matter that thrilled him even more. Sun Xingbang was dead. With the death of the boss, he, the second in command, could ascend to power seamlessly. However, just as Shun Gang turned and took a couple of steps, he was met with a deafening explosion. Bang! The stone door behind him had exploded into pieces. What? Shingang turned back, gazing at the debris scattered across the ground, his mind buzzing in disbelief. This stone door was over 3 feet thick and weighed more than several thousand pounds. How could it shatter so easily? Yang Yu, meanwhile, was leisurely emerging from the wreckage, holding young Wanner by the hand. Shun Gang's breath quickened, his body trembling involuntarily. Yang. But Yang Yu had no intention of listening. He flicked his palm outward. Slap. Shin Gang collapsed lifelessly, his body flung into the rubble. Throughout the entire process, Yang Yu did not pause his stride, as if he had merely swatted a fly. Young Wanner felt a chill run down her spine. This manner and speed of killing were unprecedented to her. However, having experienced much, her disposition was mature enough not to harbor excessive sympathy. She blinked and fixed her gaze on Yang Yu, saying, "Second brother. You have become so formidable." Yang Yu replied seriously, "The second brother has returned. No one will bully you henceforth." Young Wanner nodded earnestly, adding, "But I will also become very strong, so I can protect you." Second brother. "All right, I await that day," Yang Yu said with a smile. As they conversed, the pair returned to the main hall. The commotion from earlier had frightened most guests away, yet a few audacious individuals remained, eager to witness the unfolding drama. The moment Yang Yu and Yang Wanner appeared, all eyes turned towards them. Since Sun Xingbang intended to sell Yang Wanner for a handsome price, she had been meticulously adorned, enhancing her charm. Yet now, none dared to entertain any improper thoughts towards her. A mere glance was all they dared muster before quickly averting their gazes. Yang Yu surveyed the crowd, his attention landing on the wheelchair-bound youth named Shi Zifeng. Earlier, when he arrived, Shi Zifeng and another young man in white were fiercely bidding, both determined to acquire the auctioned item. Yang Yu felt a surge of indignation. Compared to Sun Xingbang, he could not tolerate Shi Zifeng at all. After all, Sun Xingbang was inherently a vile individual, and Yang Yu was not familiar with him, so killing him was inconsequential. But Shi Zifeng had been Yang Yu's close ally in the past. 5 years ago, among the many dubious friends surrounding him, he had regarded Shi Zifeng as a true friend. Little did he expect that when his sister fell into hardship, Shi Zifeng would also be there. Bidding so frantically, I regarded you as a brother, and yet you seek to toy with my sister? Yang Yu could not help but wonder what had caused this fellow's legs to be broken. Yang Yu, is that really you? I am not mistaken, am I? Shi Zifeng stared at Yang Yu in disbelief. The appearance of the person before him was indeed Yang Yu. Yet his strength was so formidable that it was difficult to reconcile with the second young master of the Yang family from years past. Yang Yu chuckled. What? You do not wish to see me? Over the past 5 years, he had encountered countless dangers, met numerous hypocrites, and witnessed the depths of human depravity, leading him to suspect Shi Zifeng's intentions during the auction. Shi Zifeng, overwhelmed with emotion, nearly shed tears, exclaiming, "How could I not wish to see you? After the Yang family fell, I searched for your body in vain, always looking for you in the shadows, but to no avail. I never imagined you would return. It is truly wonderful, truly wonderful." Seeing that Shi Zifeng's expression seemed genuine, Yang Yu's tone softened slightly as he asked, "Tell me, why did you participate in this auction?" Shi Zifeng quickly explained, Please do not misunderstand. I came to the auction not to possess Wanner, but to rescue her. I know she is your sister, and after learning she was captured, I wanted to rescue her secretly. But lacking the means, I had no choice but to participate in the auction. If I succeed in winning her, I would never do anything to harm her." Upon hearing this explanation, Yang Yu's heart felt as if a heavy cloud had lifted. He truly did not wish for his former ally to become an enemy. If Shi Zifeng was genuinely trying to save someone, it indicated that he had not chosen the wrong friends. He was willing to believe in Shi Zifeng. Shi Zifeng, what are you pretending to be a good person for? You are bidding such a high price for a woman. Could it be you are doing this purely out of goodwill? Without a hint of selfish desire? We are all men. Do you truly believe that? At that moment, a cold laugh rang out in the hall. The speaker was none other than the young man in white who had been bidding against Shi Zifeng. Shi Zifeng, infuriated, retorted, "Tang Hong, do not project your own vile nature onto others. Yang Yu and I share a bond of life and death. When his sister is in trouble, I must lend my utmost support, even at the cost of my fortune." Who cannot speak sweet words? When you were bidding just now, your tone was unmistakably filled with eagerness, your eyes brimming with desire. You merely wish to possess her. It is only because Yang Yu appeared unexpectedly that you were forced to concoct a grandiloquent excuse, Tang Hong scoffed. He held a grudge against Shi Zifeng for daring to compete with him in the auction. In Anjiang City, no one had ever dared to disrespect him in such a manner. Had it not been for Shi Zifeng's interference, he might have already secured Yang Wan'er to annoy and retaliate against Shi Zifeng. He needed to ensure that Yang Yu held a grudge against him. You. Shi Zifeng seethed with indignation. Tang Hong continued, what about you? You claim you have no sordid intentions towards Yang Wan'er, but how can you prove that? Shi Zifeng's face flushed with anger. Prove? How can one prove such a thing? Shall I rip open my chest? Tang Hong sneered. Indeed, there is no way to prove it. It all relies on your mere words. You say you are a good person, so that is it, right? Heh. Tang Hong felt a surge of pride. Once these words were spoken, even if Yang Yu did not kill Shi Zifeng, he would undoubtedly harbor some suspicion towards him. Once the seed of doubt was planted, it would be difficult to eradicate. Shi Zifeng looked at Yang Yu, his eyes reddening as if he were about to cry, Yang Yu, I am not lying to you. I genuinely only wish to rescue your sister. I have no ulterior motives, I believe you. Yang Yu nodded. Heh, cut it out, Tang Hong mockingly laughed. Shi Zifeng gritted his teeth. Fine. You want proof, do you? I will show you all. As soon as he finished speaking, he reached for his waist and suddenly pulled down his pants. Hiss. This seems a bit lacking, doesn't it? The crowd gasped in shock. I am now a eunuch. What kind of thoughts could I possibly have regarding Yang Yu's sister? Is this proof enough? Shi Zifeng howled in anguish, tears of rage and humiliation streaming down his face. He would rather lose face than allow his brother to have any doubts. Suddenly, Yang Yu's expression changed. He quickly waved his hand, and an invisible force lifted Shi Zifeng's pants back up. Chapter 8. Healing. What was the need for that? I said I trust you. Yang Yu sighed lightly. Shi Zifeng wiped away his tears, saying, I do not wish to be slandered by scoundrels. Oh, so you are a bit of a yin-yang person, huh? It truly is unexpected that the young master of the Shi family is a flawed man. Oh no, no longer a man, a dead eunuch still wandering around brothels. Ha 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 ha. Tang Hong burst into laughter, finding this unforeseen revelation utterly amusing. Slap. Suddenly, Yang Yu's palm struck Tang Hong's face, the sound echoing loudly as Tang Hong's face immediately swelled, a few of his teeth shattering. Tang Hong screamed, spitting out a mouthful of blood, his eyes wide with fury. You dare to hit me? You little brat have not been back for 5 years. You probably do not recognize me, do you? Yang Yu frowned. What are you trying to convey? Tang Hong growled menacingly. Kid, it seems you do not comprehend the significance of the city lord's iron guards. Upon hearing these words, the remaining individuals in the hall gasped in shock. By this point, those who dared to linger and watch the spectacle often held some status and capability. However, simply hearing the name Iron Guards instilled a sense of dread in them. Yang Yu, do not act rashly. He is the son of the city lord. This new city lord was only appointed last year, and his methods are terrifying, Shi Zifeng whispered. Tang Hong smugly replied, as long as you understand the power of the city lord. Humph. Yang Yu, I will give you a chance to live. I came for Yang Wan'er, but since the auction is over, as long as you hand her over to me and let her serve me well, I will spare you. Otherwise, once I summon the city lord's iron guards, I will surely ruin her right before your eyes and then chop you up to feed the dogs who... Yang Yu uttered not a single word. And once again his palm struck out, but this time with even greater force, as his hand descended. Tang Hong's head tilted grotesquely, startling those present. They beheld the transformation of Tang Hong's visage, his skull evidently shattered. Blood gushing from his mouth, ears, and nose. He was unmistakably and utterly lifeless. Dead? He has killed Tang Hong? Good heavens, we must flee. The few remaining spectators, already scant in number, hastily retreated from the scene. Observing a spectacle was one thing, but the nature of this particular drama was entirely different. Killing Sun Xingbang was one matter. Slaying Tang Hong was an entirely different realm of consequence. Sun Xingbang was merely a gang leader. His demise would scarcely provoke further repercussions. Yet Tang Hong was the sole son of the city lord. How could the lord tolerate Yang Yu's brazen act of murder? Once the iron guards were summoned, not a single member of the Yang family would be spared. This was a grave predicament. Yang Yu, You must swiftly take Wanner and leave Anjiang City. Nay, you cannot remain in the entire Chuzhou region. I have some savings here. Take them and use them for now. Shi Zifeng, aghast, quickly regained his composure and retrieved several silver bills from his pocket, extending them towards Yang Yu. Yang Yu pushed the bills back, saying, "There is no need. It is but a trivial matter." Shi Zifeng was flabbergasted. "Brother, you have slain the son of the city lord. How can this be considered trivial?" Yang Yu continued, "This city lord, does he sound formidable?" Shi Zifeng nodded vigorously, "Yes, indeed. Not only is the city lord exceptionally powerful, but he also commands a top-notch private army known as the Iron Guards. They are not to be compared with the likes of Sun Xingbang. When the Iron Guards are unleashed, blood will flow like rivers." Yang Yu then inquired, "And how does the city lord compare to Marquis Qinyang?" Shi Zifeng, puzzled, responded, "Why do you ask this? Though the city lord is strong, he is not on the same level as the Marquis. However, I have heard that they share a very close friendship." Yang Yu asserted, "The Marquis does not possess the authority to compel me to flee. What is the city lord in comparison? Come, let us return to the Yang residence." Shi Zifeng tentatively remarked, "From your words, does this imply you have also offended the Marquis?" Yang Yu waved his hand dismissively. "It is not I who has offended him. Rather, he has wronged me. Before I met you, I casually took the life of his daughter." Shi Zifeng was rendered speechless. This fellow has only just returned and has already stirred such a tempest? Observing Yang Yu's nonchalance, Shi Zifeng gradually began to believe in the sincerity of Yang Yu's confidence. Yang Yu urged, "Let us go. We must first return to the Yang residence. I need to examine your leg. Our immediate priority is to tend to your injuries. Also, my elder brother's tendons have been severed and require urgent treatment." Very well. Shi Zifeng felt as though he were living in a dream as he followed Yang Yu and Yang Wanner away. Upon returning to the residence, Yang Yu instructed Yang Zhifei and Shi Zifeng to lie down as he commenced treatment. After assessing the condition of both men, he declared, "Let us begin with my elder brother. As your situation is relatively straightforward." Despite Yang Yu's calm demeanor, Yang Zhifei dared not believe it, exclaiming, "Second brother, my tendons are severed. Is there truly a chance for healing? As long as you are alive." "Healing is possible," Yang Yu replied with a smile. On Xinyuan Island, not only had his master compelled him to engage in martial arts training, but he had also insisted that he learn a unique form of medical technique known as Qinci Divine Needle. Qinci Divine Needle bears some resemblance to acupuncture but is far more intricate and profound, yielding results that transcend conventional expectations. Mending broken bones and reconnecting tendons is merely a minor feat. Yang Yu promptly retrieved a pouch of silver needles, extracting several and deftly inserting them into the sites of previous injuries. Concurrently, streams of genuine energy coursed through his fingertips and into the needles. Yang Zhifei felt a wave of warmth radiating through his hands and feet, the long agonizing areas of pain gradually easing. His stiff limbs appeared to be returning to their former vitality. After half an hour, Yang Yu retracted the needles, inquiring, "How does my elder brother feel? Why not take a few steps to test it?" Yang Zhifei's heart raced as he cautiously lifted his foot and took a step forward. After just a few steps, he exclaimed in excitement, "It's healed. I am truly healed." Previously, moving even a single limb was an arduous task accompanied by excruciating pain. Now, not only was there no pain, but his movements were also remarkably agile. He flexed his wrist, finding it nearly indistinguishable from its condition before the injury. Overcome with emotion, Yang Zhifei shed tears. Who among us was not once a gifted youth? Since the severing of his tendons, he had lost all hope of a comeback. Forced to live like a dog, he had yearned for vengeance against his parents' killers, yet the opportunity had eluded him. Now, with his hands and feet restored, he had finally reverted to that spirited young man. And all of this was thanks to his second brother. "Father and mother, do you see? My second brother has returned. Not only is he extraordinarily powerful, but his medical skills are also astonishing. Ha ha ha. My second brother is invincible." Shi Zifeng, witnessing the scene, felt a surge of excitement as well. If Yang Zhifei's tendons could be healed, then surely my injuries could be addressed as well. Yang Yu approached Shi Zifeng, his expression serious. "Shi Zifeng, your situation is different from my elder brother's. Complete restoration may not be possible." Shi Zifeng replied, "That is of no concern. Even if I can move my legs a little, I will be satisfied." Yang Yu chuckled lightly. "Your leg injury is quite manageable, as it is merely a fractured bone, which can fully heal. The main issue lies with your, well, that is a more challenging problem to resolve. Chapter 9. The arrival of the Iron Guard. Shi Zifeng's predicament was entirely distinct from Yang Zhifei's. Yang Zhifei had merely suffered severed tendons, and with proper reconnection and some time to recuperate, he would return to his former state. However, Shi Zifeng had irrevocably lost certain aspects of himself. His legs were broken, which was straightforward enough. Yang Yu could easily facilitate the healing of fractured bones. Yet there were some things that merely medical skill could not regenerate. Despite Yang Yu's formidable medical expertise, he could not conjure something from nothing. Nevertheless, upon hearing Yang Yu's words, Shi Zifeng felt no disappointment, declaring, "If my legs can be healed, I will be content without needing to rely on a wheelchair. As for that other matter, I have come to accept it." "What is lost." Yang Yu inquired. "I noticed your legs were injured only recently. Who was responsible?" Shi Zifeng's expression grew awkward as he replied, "This is a personal matter of mine, and I cannot blame anyone else." Yang Yu reassured him, "You need not hold back. Tell me, no one can bully my brother." Shi Zifeng's face revealed a struggle, and he said, "Yang Yu, please do not pry. This is truly my private affair, and I have my own dignity that I will resolve it myself." "Very well, if you encounter any difficulties, do not hesitate to inform me." Yang Yu recognized Shi Zifeng's resolute stance and chose not to press further. He then focused on treating Shi Zifeng's leg injury. The process of mending the fracture was swiftly accomplished. Shi Zifeng finally stood from the wheelchair, exhilarated as he walked a few steps, exclaiming, "This is miraculous. I can hardly feel the remnants of my fracture. Your medical skills are truly unparalleled." Yang Yu remarked, "In truth, the loss you experienced is not entirely beyond the realm of recovery. However, it would require several exceedingly rare herbs to facilitate regeneration. If I am able to procure these materials in the future, I will assist you in your treatment then." Shi Zifeng replied, "That is of no concern. I do not wish to be overly ambitious. Today is the day of your return, and with both Yang Deji and myself healed, and Wanner no longer in danger, we must celebrate this occasion. I shall fetch the wine my father has hidden for 30 years, and we shall indulge until we are inebriated." Just then, an inopportune voice interrupted from outside. "Celebrate? You certainly have a refined taste." "Emph." As the voice fell, a middle-aged man clad in armor strode in, flanked by a squadron of meticulously organized soldiers, each adorned in metallic armor and brandishing long spears, exuding an imposing aura. Upon seeing this, Shi Zifeng's countenance shifted dramatically, and he hastily forced a smile, saying, "City Lord, what brings you here?" The man before them was none other than the City Lord of Anjiang, Tang Long Han, accompanied by the fearsome Iron Guards. Shi Zifeng had anticipated that word of Yang Yu's killing of Tang Hong would reach the City Lord, but he had not expected such a swift response, nor the immediate mobilization of the Iron Guards. Even if Yang Yu were formidable, he could not possibly withstand this ironclad private army. "Are you inquiring about my intentions?" Tang Longhan's expression was grim. "Yang Yu has slain my son. What do you think I mean?" Just as he finished speaking, he suddenly paused, surveying Shi Zifeng and then Yang Zhifei with keen eyes. As the City Lord, he was acutely aware of many happenings within the city. He distinctly remembered that Yang Zhifei's tendons had been severed. How was it that he now appeared whole? The same applied to Shi Zifeng, who had recently been confined to a wheelchair, yet now stood upright. What had transpired? Could it be related to Yang Yu? It must be. Yang Yu had just returned, and both Shi Zifeng and Yang Zhifei had miraculously recovered. This was no mere coincidence. Thus, Tang Longhan suppressed his murderous intent and inquired, "Shi Zifeng, was your leg not broken? How is it that you were healed?" Shi Zifeng replied, "I am grateful for the City Lord's concern. It was my brother Yang Yu who treated me just now." Yang Zhifei's old injuries were also healed by Yang Yu? Tang Longhan pressed further. Shi Zifeng nodded. Tang Longhan's gaze fell upon Yang Yu. Although he had never seen Yang Yu before, he could piece together the situation. Never would he have imagined that young Master Yang possessed such extraordinary medical skills, capable of healing even his elder brother's stubborn injuries. Tang Longhan's demeanor underwent a sudden transformation. He unexpectedly smiled faintly at Yang Yu, revealing a look of admiration. Shi Zifeng was puzzled, wondering to himself, wasn't he here to avenge his son? Why the sudden display of courtesy? Yang Yu responded nonchalantly, "He, if I am not mistaken, you have a request of me, do you not?" Yang Yu surmised that this man, who had come with great fanfare to kill, could not possibly be acting irrationally. The only explanation for his abrupt shift in attitude was that he sought to exploit Yang Yu's remarkable medical skills. With his thoughts laid bare, Tang Longhan felt somewhat embarrassed and chuckled awkwardly, saying, "Indeed, Yang Sheni is no ordinary person. Since you've stated it so plainly, I shall not conceal my intentions. I wish to ask you to save someone." The manner in which he addressed Yang Yu had shifted entirely. "What? I killed your son, and you are not seeking revenge?" Yang Yu teased. Tang Longhan waved his hand dismissively, instructing withdraw. With a flurry of movements, all the iron guards retreated. Then, with a serious expression, he continued, "Young Master Yang, does this not convey my sincerity? If you could assist me with this matter, I would be honored to count you as a friend. As for the death of Tang Hong, let us consider it as if it never occurred." Both Shi Zifeng and Yang Zhifei were secretly alarmed. What kind of person could warrant such significance from Tang Longhan, to the extent that he would disregard his son's death? Tang Longhan elaborated, "In truth, Tang Hong was not my biological son. My quest for revenge was largely for the sake of the Lord's dignity. While I do feel a tinge of sorrow over his death, it is not a matter of great consequence. I have raised him for many years and have grown increasingly disillusioned with his character. Arrogant and domineering, he was bound to pay the price eventually. If Yang Shini is willing to assist me, our minor grievances are hardly worth mentioning. I am not interested." Yang Yu replied without a moment's hesitation. He had no need to heal anyone merely to befriend Tang Longhan. Tang Longhan persisted, "As the lord of the city, I possess certain connections and means. By befriending me, Yang Shini, you will reap only benefits. And do you not wish to uncover the truth from 5 years ago?" Yang Yu furrowed his brow and inquired, "5 years ago? What do you know?" Tang Longhan replied earnestly, "5 years ago, the Yang family was slaughtered, a matter entwined with a colossal secret. If you aid me in saving this person, I shall divulge all that I know." "Deal." Yang Yu acquiesced. Who was the person to be saved? Tang Longhan was overjoyed, exclaiming, "Excellent! Let us turn the page on past grievances. Yang Sheni, would you be willing to accompany me to the Lord's manor? The patient is in my residence and cannot be brought out." "Certainly," Yang Yu nodded. Yang Zhifei and Shi Zifeng expressed their concerns, saying, "Yang Yu, might this be somewhat perilous?" Chapter 10. The sacred body of crimson flame. Yang Zhifei and Shi Zifeng were greatly worried that the Lord might scheme against Yang Yu. However, Yang Yu remained unconcerned, stating, "It matters not. Even if it were the royal palace of the great Xia, it could not contain me." Tang Longhan chuckled, saying, "What, are you still worried I might harm Yang Shini? As the Lord, I still possess a modicum of credibility. Furthermore, cultivating a relationship with such a distinguished physician can only benefit me. I have no reason to burn bridges." With that, he and Yang Yu proceeded to the Lord's manor. Upon their arrival, Tang Longhan dismissed those around them and led Yang Yu into a dimly lit chamber. Outside, the weather was fair, yet this room was sealed tight, creating an oppressive atmosphere. A young woman clad in a light cyan gown faced the closed window. Playing the guqin alone, she appeared to be in her early 20s, with delicate features, fair skin, and an air of vulnerability. However, her pallor seemed excessively pronounced. Tang Longhan wasted no time, stating, "Yang Shuni, this is my daughter, Tang Ying. She has suffered from a peculiar illness since childhood, experiencing a persistent sensation of heat in her body. While she can endure it most days, exposure to sunlight amplifies her suffering, as if she were engulfed in flames, rendering her existence unbearable. This has confined her to this room for 20 years, akin to imprisonment. I have sought out countless physicians, yet none have been able to cure her." As he spoke, anguish marred his features, and his eyes glistened with unshed tears. Tang Ying stood and remarked, "Father, have you invited yet another physician? Alas, over the years, I have lost count of the number of doctors you have summoned, none of whom proved useful. Please, spare yourself the trouble. I have grown accustomed to my condition. I can occupy my time with music and literature. Life can be quite agreeable." Hearing his daughter's understanding nature only deepened Tang Longhan's sorrow. "Ying, this physician is different. He can reattach tendons and restore health instantly. Allow me to introduce you. This is Yang Shuni, Yang Yu." Tang Ying's gaze turned toward Yang Yu, and she couldn't help but be momentarily taken aback. Most of the physicians her father had previously sought were elderly men with white beards, exuding an air of experience and expertise. Yet this physician was so youthful, appearing nothing like a healer. but rather a cold, handsome young man. Suddenly, Tang Ying felt her cheeks flush. What am I thinking? Why am I concerned with his looks? To mask her embarrassment, she quickly bowed her head slightly and said, I have the pleasure of meeting you, Yang Shini. I have formed a preliminary assessment of Miss Tang's condition, Yang Yu stated. Tang Longhan exclaimed with delight. Yang Shini can discern her ailment with just a glance? Is there hope for a cure? Tang Ying, however, remained unresponsive, maintaining her calm demeanor. After so many doctors had come and gone, she had long since abandoned any expectations of a cure. Her compliance with the examination was merely to honor her father's efforts. I require a pulse diagnosis to ascertain the specifics, Yang Yu continued. Tang Ying willingly sat down, extending her wrist onto the table. Yang Yu placed his fingers gently upon it.as. Tang Ying felt the touch of Yang Yu's fingers. She involuntarily shivered, her face flushing without her realizing it. The physicians who had previously taken her pulse were mostly uncles and grandfathers. This was a first for her. Setting aside the identity of the physician, Yang Yu was of similar age to her, and his striking appearance made her somewhat nervous. Since her birth, she had never ventured into the outside world and had virtually no contact with others. This was her first experience of closeness with a young man. Tang Ying discreetly studied Yang Yu, noticing his profound gaze and focused expression, devoid of any extraneous emotions. Before long, Yang Yu withdrew his fingers and declared, As I suspected, Miss Tang's condition is not a mere illness. Not an illness? Tang Longhan questioned, perplexed, as he had never encountered such a notion before. Yang Yu explained, this is a congenital special constitution known as the sacred body of crimson flame. In simple terms, this body possesses a fiery attribute, akin to harboring a flame within. The sensation of heat she experiences is a natural consequence of this constitution, which is bearable under normal circumstances. However, exposure to sunlight exacerbates the condition, causing the flame to intensify within her, subjecting her to excruciating pain, far beyond what an ordinary person could endure. During his time in the abyssal depths, Yang Yu had encountered someone with the sacred body of crimson flame. Possessing such a constitution is not inherently detrimental, but rather a tremendous opportunity. The sacred body of crimson flame allows for accelerated cultivation and offers greater strength compared to practitioners of the same level. The issue of sunlight aggravating the condition is not insurmountable in essence. While the flame itself does not diminish, the body serves as its vessel. By continuously strengthening the vessel, the damage inflicted by the flame can be mitigated. Individuals with the sacred body of crimson flame may suffer immensely early in their cultivation journey, but as their realm advances, their physical resilience will also improve, and the pain will gradually dissipate. Tang Longhan listened, still somewhat bewildered, and asked, What is this sacred body, and can it be cured? Yang Yu continued, In truth, this is not an illness and does not require treatment. Have you never allowed her to cultivate? Tang Longhan nodded, replying, She has always been frail. I dared not let her pursue cultivation, so she has only engaged in music, chess, and literature. Yang Yu admonished, It is precisely your indulgence that has exacerbated her symptoms. Without cultivation, her body remains weak, and she will forever be unable to counteract the negative effects of the sacred body of crimson flame. Have I inadvertently harmed Ying? Tang Longhan's face reflected deep remorse. Tang Ying, filled with curiosity, asked, Yang Shini, do you mean to say that I should cultivate martial arts more diligently? Yang Yu nodded, indeed. While the pain from sunlight exposure can be immense, once you become sufficiently strong, you will be able to disregard such suffering. To illustrate, if you strike a yellow tier martial artist, they may feel a slight discomfort, but if you strike a heavenly tier martial artist, it would barely register as a tickle. Strengthening your physique is the true path. Tang Ying's eyes lit up with realization. I understand now. I should strive to grow stronger and rely on my own body to combat the negative effects of the sacred body of crimson flame. Rather than seeking external remedies, Tang Longhan, however, stamped his foot in regret, lamenting, So it was all my fault. When she was young, she clearly wished to cultivate. Had I supported her, perhaps she would have been well by now. Father, how can you blame yourself? You had no knowledge of the sacred body of crimson flame. Now that Yang Shuni has enlightened us, it is not too late. Tang Ying comforted him, and Yang Yu continued. In the past, I had a friend who was born with the sacred body of red flames. He created a prescription that, during its usage, could reduce the negative effects of the sacred body by 90%. effectively separating the flames and sunlight within one's body. After taking this medicine, when exposed to sunlight, the pain would be diminished by 90%. Although it wouldn't completely vanish, it would hardly affect normal activities. Once you cultivate to the Earth Stage Warrior level, your body will be strong enough to endure sunlight without the need for medicine. Really? Tang Longhan exclaimed with joy. Thank you, Divine Dr. Yang. If this medicine proves useful, I owe you a tremendous favor in this Lord's mansion. Take whatever you desire. If you need money, my entire fortune is at your disposal. Yang Yu replied, I do not seek material possessions. Merely remember our initial agreement. I want the truth from 5 years ago. Of course, but first, please prescribe the medicine. I wish to see its effects, Tang Longhan said politely, requesting paper and pen. Yang Yu was unperturbed by the possibility of a change of heart and promptly wrote down the prescription. Chapter 11. Gratitude turned to betrayal after receiving the prescription. Tang Longhan, filled with urgency, personally went to procure the medicinal ingredients. Before he left, he said to Yang Yu, Divine Dr. Yang, please wait here for a moment. I will return once I have gathered the medicine. Yang Yu nodded. After Tang Longhan departed, the room was left with only Yang Yu and Tang Ying. Yang Yu silently closed his eyes to rest, while Tang Ying's emotions were complex, tinged with both anxiety and awkwardness. Finally, she took the initiative to speak. Divine Dr. Yang, would you like me to play the piano for you? That would be delightful. Yang Yu replied. Tang Ying then sat by the piano and said, I shall perform the landscape is like a painting. As her fingers danced across the strings, melodious notes filled the air. Yang Yu listened intently, astonished by her skill. Despite her youth and limited exposure to the world, she played the piece with a unique charm. An impressive feat. As the performance concluded, Yang Yu couldn't help but praise her. Excellent, that was beautifully played. Thank you, Divine Dr. Yang, Tang Ying responded, her heart brimming with joy. After a brief exchange, the room fell into silence once more. An hour later, Tang Longhan returned with a bowl of concocted medicine. It was no easy task for an ordinary person to gather such ingredients. Fortunately, as the city lord, his extensive connections and efficiency allowed him to prepare the medicine swiftly. Ying, try this, Tang Longhan said, his heart anxious yet hopeful as he handed the medicinal soup to Tang Ying. Though good medicine is often bitter, Tang Ying swallowed it in one go without even wrinkling her brow. After a moment, Tang Longhan tentatively asked, How do you feel? Tang Ying's face lit up with disbelief as she replied, There is indeed an improvement. The burning sensation within me has eased considerably, although it has not completely disappeared. It is hardly noticeable unless I concentrate. Really? That's wonderful news, Tang Longhan exclaimed, overwhelmed with joy. You should test it under the sunlight, Yang Yu suggested. Initially hesitant, Tang Ying resolutely approached the sunlit window and forcefully opened it. Creak! As the window swung open, the blinding sunlight made it difficult for her to keep her eyes open. Bathed in the light, she felt an unprecedented sense of ease. Just as Yang Yu said, the medicine acted as a barrier against the searing flames, preventing the excruciating agony she had previously endured. Although there remained a slight discomfort, it was entirely bearable, more akin to mild unease than actual pain. Unlike before, when exposure to the sun felt like being plunged into boiling oil, now she felt immense satisfaction and happiness. Adjusting to the brightness, she couldn't help but widen her eyes, eager to take in the beauty of the world around her. Wonderful, truly wonderful, Tang Longhan observed, tears of joy streaming down his face. Yang Yu reminded her, this medicine should be taken once every 7 days to avoid fear of sunlight. However, for a permanent solution, you should cultivate diligently and strive to reach the Earth stage as soon as possible. Thank you so much, Divine Dr. Yang. Tang Ying nodded repeatedly, her heart filled with happiness and anticipation for the future. Although the Earth stage warrior was a daunting goal, it was the first time she felt a sense of direction in her life. Yang Yu then turned his gaze toward Tang Longhan. Understanding the unspoken message, Tang Longhan whispered, Divine Dr. Yang, let us discuss matters in the reception hall. I do not wish for Ying to overhear these secrets. Yang Yu acknowledged with a hum and followed Tang Longhan. Young Master Yang, Tang Ying called out as she watched the two depart. Yang Yu turned back and asked, What is it? Tang Ying hesitated for a moment before saying, It's nothing, thank you. Before long, Yang Yu and Tang Longhan arrived in a spacious hall. Tang Longhan was exceedingly courteous, personally preparing tea for Yang Yu, saying, Divine Dr. Yang, You have rescued my daughter from peril and shown her the way. I thank you once again. This tea was bestowed upon me by the first emperor of the Great Xia. I only serve it to my most esteemed guests. You're too kind, Yang Yu replied after sipping the tea. Now, let us speak of business. Who is behind those red-clad warriors? However, Tang Longhan narrowed his eyes, violently smashing the teacup to the ground before swiftly retreating to the outside. Crash! The teacup shattered, and a cacophony of hurried. Heavy footsteps approached, followed by a swarm of ironclad guards sealing off the entire hall. Yang Yu cast a glance at the guards outside, disappointment flickering in his eyes. The smile on Tang Longhan's face vanished, replaced by a fierce intent to kill. Yang Yu, did you truly believe you could leave the Lord's mansion alive? Yang Yu chuckled lightly and retorted, Is this how you treat your benefactor? Indeed, Tang Longhan replied coldly. You cured Ying, and I should be grateful to you. But you also killed my son. Tang Hong. One thing must be accounted for. If I do not kill you, my heart will never find peace. Tang Hong was not truly your adopted son, was he? Yang Yu remained seated, speaking indifferently. Tang Longhan gritted his teeth and admitted, Indeed, Tang Hong is my biological son. I lied to you merely to lower your guard. Even if my son were the worst of men, you cannot take his life. Furthermore, even if you had not killed my son, I could never allow you to escape. I am aware of the situation with the Song family. You even killed Yu Qian, the daughter of the Marquis of Qianyang, who died on my territory. I must bring your head to the Marquis as an apology. Originally, I intended to spare you, given your fatherly love for Tang Ying. Yang Yu sighed, expressing regret. Tang Longhan threw his head back and laughed, saying, What nonsense are you speaking? What do you plan to do? Do you think you can kill me? You have no grasp of the situation. It is you who is about to lose your life. My 1,000 iron guards are all here. You cannot escape. And the tea I just served you was poison. I know your strength is extraordinary. But I took precautions. Yang Yu toyed with the teacup, a mocking smile spreading across his face. This level of poison was something he could use as seasoning even in the abyssal forbidden lands. He had already expelled it with his true energy. Considering you saved Ying, I can grant you a more dignified death. You may take your own life, Tang Longhan proclaimed, feigning nobility. At that moment, outside the encirclement of iron guards, Tang Ying's voice rang out, Father, what are you doing? What do you intend to do to young Master Yang? With urgency etched across her face, she rushed to stand before Tang Longhan. Tang Longhan snapped irritably. Why aren't you resting? What are you doing here? Father, why? Tang Ying's face was filled with disbelief, feeling as though she no longer recognized her father, and why affairs are none of your concern. What are you doing here? Tang Longhan's expression darkened. Though he had decided to kill Yang Yu, he did not wish to appear despicable in front of his daughter. Tang Ying protested. I came to give young Master Yang a gift as a token of my gratitude. Is that so wrong? If I hadn't come, would your iron guards have slain him? In her hand, she held a beautifully crafted purse, a heartfelt gift she meticulously selected. Chapter 12. The hidden painting of King Chu. Tang Longhan glared at the object in his daughter's hand. His anger boiling over, he distinctly remembered that this purse was hand-stitched by her, the embroidery done with great care. The fact that his daughter chose to present it to an outsider instead of him infuriated him. Get back! He roared, I will not. He is my savior. How could I allow him to be killed? If you kill him, I will die before your eyes. The once obedient Tang Ying now stood her ground resolutely. Tang Longhan's heart seethed with rage, but he feigned submission, saying, Very well, I promise you, I will not harm him. Really? Tang Ying's expression softened slightly. Indeed, Tang Longhan replied earnestly, but suddenly, he took advantage of her moment of vulnerability and struck her down with a palm, rendering her unconscious. With events escalating to this point, he could no longer afford to let Yang Yu live. It was not only for revenge for his son, but also because he had severed ties with Yang Yu. If he allowed him to go free, it would lead to endless troubles. Yang Yu observed this scene with disdain, saying, What a failure of a father you are, revealing such a disgraceful side before your daughter. Silence! Tang Longhan barked, then waved his hand, commanding, Kill him. Do it swiftly, before Ying awakens. Upon the sound of a command, he carried Tang Ying and walked towards the perimeter of the blockade. He was acutely aware of Yang Yu's formidable strength. After all, It was Yang Yu who had leveled the Song family and even managed to slay Yu Qian under the protection of Xingde. Yet, what of it? Even if Yang Yu were a celestial tier martial artist, he could scarcely withstand 1,000 iron guards. Moreover, he was already poisoned. Tang Longhan had already deemed Yang Yu a dead man. His foremost concern now was how to explain and comfort his daughter upon her awakening. Kill! The first wave of iron guards surged towards Yang Yu, their long spears aimed directly at his vitals. However, Yang Yu remained seated, unperturbed, merely tightening his grip. Crack! The teacup he had just used shattered into several fragments. Whoosh! The shards flew from his hand, leaving only fleeting shadows in their wake. Each piece resembled a most lethal dagger, slicing through the air with a long arc. Instantly, torrents of crimson gushed forth from the guards' necks. Thud! In the blink of an eye, dozens of iron guards in the forefront lay lifeless in a pool of blood, each bearing deep gashes upon their throats, blood spurting forth and soaking the entire assembly hall. The remaining guards were momentarily stunned. They could not fathom what had transpired. They merely witnessed Yang Yu crush the teacup, and then dozens of their comrades were dead. Wasn't he this fellow poisoned? How could his combat prowess still be so terrifying? At this moment, Yang Yu leisurely rose from his chair and declared, I harbor no desire to kill. You have 3 breaths' time to flee. Otherwise, you shall be deemed as loyal to Tang Longhan and meet the same fate. As his words fell, the iron guards' expressions shifted dramatically. Yet, none of them fled. Instead, their faces hardened as they charged at Yang Yu. As the city lord's iron guards, their loyalty, execution, courage, and strength were incomparable to the Song family's martial artists. No matter how strong you are, Yang Yu, can you truly face 1,000 foes? Humph! I have given you a chance. With a quiet sigh, Yang Yu unsheathed the Qian sword. His speed in drawing the sword was astonishing. Just as the guards began to display their resolve to fight to the death, Yang Yu's first strike swept forth. Whoosh! An invisible sword aura emanated from the Qian sword, tearing through the air with a crackling sound as it swept over the iron guards. Crack! Crack! A deluge of blood sprayed forth once more. This was far more lethal than mere teacup shards. A single strike had claimed the lives of over 100 guards. The iron guards finally grasped the gravity of the situation. It seemed their numerical advantage held no significance whatsoever. In that moment, fear gripped them. Despite their loyalty and courage, witnessing such a bloodbath was enough to instill terror within their hearts. They began to contemplate flight. Unfortunately, it was too late. After the first wave of sword energy swept through, Yang Yu unleashed several more strikes, each one claiming at least 100 iron guards. By the time he finished, not a single iron guard remained standing in the entire city lord's residence. Over 1,000 iron guards had been reduced to lifeless corpses in a mere matter of breaths. This so-called strongest iron guard of Anjiang City had become nothing more than a field of bodies. Swish! Yang Yu sheathed the Qian sword, which was still unstained by blood. He was not a person who reveled in slaughter, but those who survived in the abyssal forbidden grounds had long grown accustomed to such scenes. In the 5 years that had passed, he had learned the most vital lesson. One must never show mercy to enemies. Those who were merciful in the abyssal forbidden grounds often met swift ends. Yang Yu had granted the iron guards an opportunity to sever ties with the city lord, which was already the height of mercy. Regrettably, they had chosen not to take it. After the annihilation of the iron guards, Tang Longhan had scarcely taken a few steps while cradling Tang Ying when he turned his head to behold a scene of blood and corpses. The overwhelming stench of blood surged into his nostrils, nearly causing him to faint. This Tang Longhan could hardly fathom how his once proud iron guard had perished so swiftly. Moreover, wasn't Yang Yu poisoned? Why did he appear unscathed? Was he truly immune to all toxins? Trembling, Tang Longhan gazed at Yang Yu, his body quaking involuntarily. In a tone devoid of emotion, Yang Yu demanded, "Answer me, who was the mastermind behind the events 5 years ago?" Tang Longhan struggled to compose himself and replied, I do not know. Do you not know? You deceived me into treating your daughter?" Yang Yu's brow furrowed. Tang Longhan's expression turned pained as he confessed, I may know certain secrets, but I dare not speak of them." "Is it that you dare not speak, or that you truly do not know?" Yang Yu's gaze turned icy as he suddenly drew his sword, leaving a shallow gash upon Tang Longhan's neck. Tang Longhan, alarmed, felt his hair stand on end as he cried out, I will tell you. I will tell you. But please do not say it was I who revealed it. The mastermind is the King of Chu. The King of Chu? Yang Yu pointed the sword's tip forward, coldly asking, Are you not toying with me? He had previously visited the Song family, where various signs indicated that Marquis Qinyang was involved with that group of red-clad warriors. Given Tang Longhan's close ties with Marquis Qinyang, Yang Yu had presumed he would name him. Yet unexpectedly, this man spoke of the King of Chu. If the incident had been orchestrated by Marquis Qinyang, it would have made sense, for the Marquis aimed to support the Song family and help them usurp the Yang family's assets. However, the King of Chu was the true sovereign of Chu Prefecture. Why would he indiscriminately slaughter the Yang family? Yang Yu could hardly dismiss the suspicion that Tang Longhan had deliberately set a trap, luring him into provoking the King of Chu and courting death. Gasp! The coldness against Tang Longhan's neck sent chills through him, causing his face to pale. He hastily explained, What I said is true. It is precisely because it concerns the King of Chu that I initially dared not speak. I was once a retainer of the King of Chu, and by chance, I discovered a portrait of a woman hidden in the king's study. The lady depicted in the portrait is none other than your wife. Fan Cece. Chapter 13. Father-in-law. Upon hearing Tang Longhan, Yang Yu's expression darkened further. You claim you were not toying with me? I wed Fan Cece 5 years ago, and you only arrived in Anjiang City last year. How could you possibly know her? Moreover, how could you have seen a private painting of the King of Chu? As he spoke, the sword's tip pressed deeper. Tang Longhan, gripped by terror, fell to his knees. Though it may sound implausible, I assure you I speak the truth. If I wish to lie, why not concoct a more believable tale? During my time as a retainer, the King of Chu trusted me greatly. On one occasion, when I went to the study to discuss matters, he happened to be intoxicated and asleep at the table. With a painting before him, I took the liberty of making a copy of the woman in the painting, thinking that perhaps the king was seeking her, and I could gain favor by finding her first. Yang Yu urged continue. Tang Longhan continued, however, the King of Chu never mentioned the painting again, and I never found the woman depicted. So the matter was left unresolved. Until last year, when I arrived in Anjiang City and gathered a few local martial artists, someone recognized the painting and immediately identified the woman as the young mistress of the Yang family. Fan Cece. Thus, I speculated that the events from 5 years ago might be related to the King of Seva. Do you have nothing else to add? Yang Yu inquired. Tang Longhan, with utmost seriousness, declared, I swear. Not a single word is false. Ift. Yang Yu pierced his sword through Tang Longhan's neck. Tang Longhan was dead. Regardless of whether he had disclosed the truth or lied, Yang Yu could not allow him to live. As for whether Fan Cece's disappearance was indeed connected to the King of Chu, Yang Yu would seek to verify that later. After Tang Longhan's demise, Yang Yu cast a glance at the unconscious Tang Ying, who lay quietly on the ground. The Qi Yin sword hovered momentarily above her. His gaze landed upon the pouch clutched in her hand. Ultimately, he retracted the Qi Yin sword. Upon leaving the city lord's residence, Yang Yu did not return to the Yang family but instead headed in another direction. The Fan Martial Arts Hall. In the past, both the Yang and Fan families were prominent clans, maintaining a cordial relationship. Yang Yu and Fan Cece had known each other since childhood, their marriage a union of mutual affection and equal standing. Alas, the emergence of the red-clad warriors had altered everything. The Fan Martial Arts Hall was the cornerstone of the Fan family, with the head of the family, Fan Ji, serving as the hall's master. Yang Yu's intent in visiting was to see his father-in-law and discuss matters concerning Fan Cece. However, upon arriving at the hall's entrance, he felt a sense of trepidation, hesitant to enter. On the night of Fan Cece's wedding, she had been abducted, and he, her husband, had vanished for 5 years. Yang Yu felt unworthy to face his father-in-law and mother-in-law. Just then, a young maid carrying several doses of medicine hurried inside. Passing by Yang Yu, she could not help but inquire, Young master, whom are you looking for? Are you here to seek apprenticeship at the martial arts hall? I wish to meet the head of the Fan family, Yang Yu replied. The maid said, Then why are you still outside? Come in quickly. I will take you there. You can call me Xiao Dao. Thank you? Yang Yu nodded, following the young maid inside. As they walked, Yang Yu observed that the hall's apprentices were few, the atmosphere rather desolate. Far from the bustling days of it seemed that the Fan family circumstances had also deteriorated over the past 5 years. Catching sight of the medicine in Xiao Dao's hands, Yang Yu inquired, Xiao Dao, what are those medicines for? With a sigh, Xiao Dao replied, These are medicines I just fetched from the medical hall. The head's health has been declining rapidly, and he must take medicine regularly. Alas, his strength is no longer what it once was, and the martial arts hall is also struggling. Many have already dispersed. As they spoke, the two entered a grand hall. Master, a young man has arrived outside. I am uncertain if he seeks to train at the martial arts school, but I have brought him to you. Shout Hao announced from within. A middle-aged man, who had been meditating with his eyes closed, opened them. Although Fanji had only just surpassed middle age, a significant portion of his hair had already turned white, and his face bore the marks of age. Upon seeing Yang Yu, he first appeared momentarily taken aback, but then erupted in fury, exclaiming, "It's you? I thought you were dead. What brings you here? Leave at once. I do not wish to see you." Shout Hao wore a perplexed expression and asked, "Master, what is the meaning of this?" Yang Yu, with a resigned smile, replied, "Shout Hao, please step out for a moment. I have some private matters to discuss with the master." Shout Hao cast a cautious glance at Fanji, and upon seeing that he said nothing further, she carefully withdrew to brew medicine. Fanji glared at Yang Yu, his face a mask of resentment and regret. "What are you still doing here? I do not want to see you. Go away. I should never have allowed CC to marry you. She could have remained by my side, living a life free of worries." As he spoke, Fanji's eyes grew red with emotion. For 5 years, the thought of this matter had caused him immense sorrow. Seeing Yang Yu inevitably reminded him of his daughter, intensifying his anguish. Yang Yu endured the torrent of accusations without retorting. Once Fanji's emotions had calmed somewhat, he bowed deeply and said, "Father-in-law, I am sorry. I failed to protect CC." Fanji wiped away a tear and replied, "Enough. I have been somewhat unhinged. Your survival is a relief. At least old Yang has gained another descendant." He understood that Yang Yu bore no blame for his daughter's disappearance 5 years prior. However, the pent-up emotions he had harbored for years found an outlet in the moment he encountered Yang Yu. Moreover, compared to the Fan family, Yang Yu's suffering was far greater, as his entire family had been nearly annihilated. "Father-in-law, CC must be alive. I will bring her back," Yang Yu declared earnestly. Fanji smiled sorrowfully and said, "Find her? How easy you make it sound. After the incident with the Yang family, I found no trace of you or CC. I even sent people to search, but to no avail. Yet here you are, alive. Why return only now?" Yang Yu replied, "The story is long. I was trapped in a certain special place and only recently managed to escape." "Well, it is good that you are back," Fanji sighed. "Even though CC is gone, you are still my son-in-law. Moreover, I have watched you grow up, considering you as one of my own. From now on, you shall remain at the Fan Martial Arts School. You possess talent but have lacked dedication to training. In the past, with old Yang's protection, you could afford to be idle. Now you must rely on yourself. I likely have few days left, and I shall endeavor to teach you as much as I can before I depart." Just as he finished speaking, a sudden commotion erupted from afar. Bang, crack, clang. The sounds emanated from the training ground, resembling the clattering of fallen objects and shattering glass. A series of anguished cries followed. "Something has happened. I must investigate. Please wait here for a moment." Fanji's expression changed as he hastily exited the hall. Chapter 14. The challenge. Meanwhile, at the training ground, a young man clad in a blue martial suit stood over a defeated apprentice of the martial arts school. Looking down at him with disdain, "Is this all? Your Fan Martial Arts School is not qualified to remain open." The apprentice, bloodied and battered, remained silent despite his suffering. "Dong Long, do not bully the weak." More than a dozen martial artists from the Fan School surrounded him, their voices sharp and commanding. The young man named Dong Long showed no fear. He merely snorted in contempt before launching himself into a flying kick, knocking down all the surrounding martial artists. "How bold, Dong Long. It seems you have not come as a guest, but rather to challenge us." At that moment, a burly man approached from the back of the training ground, his expression filled with anger. Seeing this imposing figure, the injured fighters breathed a sigh of relief. This man was Kai Quan, the most esteemed apprentice of the Fan Martial Arts School, having joined the school over a decade ago. He was highly regarded by the master and possessed formidable skills. With the master's health declining, he had intended to pass the mantle of leadership to Kai Quan. The appearance of Kai Quan reassured everyone. Dong Long shot a glance at Kai Quan and sneered, "A challenge? Of course, I am here to challenge you." What of it? Is it forbidden for martial arts schools to be challenged? Kai Quan narrowed his eyes and replied, Very well. If a challenge is what you seek, I shall accept with that. He threw a powerful punch toward Dong Long, with a cruel smile, did not evade and instead met the punch head-on with his palm. The clash resulted in Kai Quan being forced backward, his fingers contorting unnaturally. His bones had evidently shattered. Dong Long, having struck successfully, showed no intention of holding back. He leapt into the air and delivered a fierce kick to Kai Quan. Kai Quan, already off balance, took the full force of the blow to his chest, sending him flying. With a resounding crash, he collided with a stone pillar, barely managing to stop. However, his complexion had turned deathly pale. Several ribs were fractured, and he could not help but spit out a mouthful of blood. The onlookers were taken aback by the brutality of Dong Long's attack. Even Kai Quan, their strongest apprentice, had nearly been killed. If you do not wish to die, hurry and summon your master. Dong Long surveyed the crowd, exuding an air of dominance. I have long heard of the exceptional talents and prowess of the Dong family's young master. Seeing it today, it is indeed well-deserved. Just then, Fanji arrived, his face grim. Master, I am sorry. I have brought shame to the martial arts school, Kai Quan said, filled with self-reproach. Lowering his head, Fanji reassured him. You are not his match. Do not blame yourself. Dong Long feigned a friendly demeanor and addressed Fanji, Master Fan. I have heard that your Fan martial arts school possesses deep roots in Anjiang City. With exceptional martial artists, you are even heralded as the finest martial artist in the city. Thus, I took the liberty of visiting to observe. I hope I have not disturbed you. Fanji glanced at the injured apprentices on the ground. Frowning, are you certain this is merely a visit? Dong Long shrugged. I did not wish for it to be so, but some foolish individuals insisted that I was here to challenge your school and attacked me, leaving me no choice but to retaliate. Master, he speaks falsely. He came here to wreak havoc, injuring dozens of our brothers upon entry and nearly killing Kai Quan. Several nearby martial artists from the Fan family shouted in indignation. Dong Long chuckled. Enough. I shall not waste words. Master Fan, out of respect for your status as a senior, I will ask you to do me a favor. What favor? Fanji inquired. We, the Dong family, have recently opened a martial arts school directly opposite the Fan martial arts school. Given your advancing age, it may be wise to close your school, lest you lose your reputation. Dong Long's tone was domineering and self-righteous. In his view, Fanji's declining health and diminished strength meant that the Fan martial arts school could only continue to operate based on its past renown. Since the Fan school's reputation was so formidable, the Dong family's new establishment aimed to stamp it out, thereby gaining instant fame. What did you say? Close the school. Dream on. You go too far. The martial artists present were both shocked and furious. The audacity of such words was an outright affront, suggesting that the Dong family considered themselves superior to the Fan martial arts school. Even someone as composed as Fanji could not contain his anger. Retorting, how dare you, a mere youth, speak so boldly? If you wish for the Fan martial arts school to shut down, you must possess the capability to back it up. That is precisely what I was waiting for. Dong Long laughed heartily. Master Fan, I politely requested you to close your school, yet you refuse. Do not blame me for disrespecting my elders. Master Fan, do you dare to battle me? The loser must close their school and leave Anjiang City. As his words echoed, he leapt into the air and kicked down the flag of the Fan martial arts school. He did not expect Fanji to comply, but that was unimportant. His true intention was to force Fanji into a confrontation. As a senior martial artist in Anjiang City, if Fanji were to be bested by a younger opponent, how could he face the world and continue operating the school? Even if he possessed the audacity to continue, the Fan martial arts school's reputation would be tarnished, and the Dong family's establishment would rise to prominence atop the ashes of the Fan school. Dong Long's provocations were aimed at ensuring Fanji accepted the challenge. He was confident he could render Fanji incapacitated, if not worse. After all, Fanji was no longer the formidable figure he once was. A significant part of him was already in the grave. Meanwhile, Dong Long had just returned from his training, ready to make a name for himself in battle. Master, do not fall for his ploy. He must have come prepared. He certainly has ways to target you. A challenge, is it? I will take it on. Why should the master personally engage? Many martial artists expressed their willingness to step forward. Dong Long scoffed, pointing at Kai Quan. Your highly regarded Kai Quan is no match for me even after 2 moves. Do you think the rest of you are worthy opponents? Aside from Master Fan, I do not even deem the others worthy of my attention. You? The crowd was left in a state of astonishment and indignation. Fan Ji, gazing at the severed flagpole, stepped forward and declared, "If anyone believes this old body is no longer capable, then let us test it." His once cloudy eyes suddenly sparkled with sharpness. At that moment, Yang Yu appeared before Fan Ji, chuckling, "I shall take this challenge. It suffices for my esteemed father-in-law to observe." Just moments ago, Fan Ji had instructed Yang Yu to wait inside, but sensing something amiss, Yang Yu quickly followed him. Upon noticing this, Fan Ji was immediately taken aback. Having watched Yang Yu and Fan Cece grow up, he was acutely aware of Yang Yu's capabilities. 5 years prior, Yang Yu had barely managed to reach the threshold of a beginner martial artist at the yellow rank, and his potential could not have diminished further. After 5 years, even if Yang Yu had exerted himself diligently in his training, he would still be no match for Dong Long. Although Fan Ji himself was gravely ill and his strength had significantly waned, he still stood a chance against Dong Long. At least he could protect himself. However, if Yang Yu were to confront Dong Long, his life would be in peril. "Yang Yu, do not act rashly." Fan Ji urgently grasped Yang Yu's arm. "Father-in-law, I speak sincerely. Why wield a sledgehammer to kill a mosquito? What is he to warrant your intervention? If you happen to defeat him, he might accuse you of bullying the weak," Yang Yu retorted. "Who does this mongrel think he is, to speak so boldly in my presence?" Dong Long's expression darkened. Chapter 15. The crime does not merit death. Dong Long did not recognize Yang Yu. Over the years, he had been training under his master in Yinzhou and had only recently returned to Anjiang City, ready to showcase his ambitions. He was well acquainted with the various factions and experts in Anjiang City. Yet the audacity of this young man, whose identity he could not ascertain, was utterly confounding. He was clearly courting disaster. A murderous intent flashed across Dong Long's face as he hissed, "You don't truly believe that with Fan Ji by your side? You can act with impunity, do you? The dignity of a ground-tier martial artist is not something you can trample upon." What? A ground-tier martial artist? At such a young age, he had reached the ground tier. No wonder even senior brother Kai Quan was no match for him. The crowd collectively gasped, their reactions a mix of shock and fear. Satisfied with their response, Dong Long smugly declared, "To be precise, I am at the 6th level of the ground tier." The revelation of his prowess left everyone anxious. The martial artist ranks, from high to low, are classified into 4 major realms: heaven, earth, mystery, and yellow. Each subdivided into 9 levels. Reaching the ground tier is a rare accomplishment. In Anjiang City, only a handful of prestigious families boast such martial artists. The Fan family had once dominated simply because Fan Ji was a 5th-level ground-tier martial artist. Yet here was Dong Long, having achieved the 6th level at such a young age, truly terrifying guy in his prime. Fan Ji might have stood a chance, but in his current condition, he was no match for Dong Long and might struggle to survive. Would the Fan Martial Hall truly be forced to close its doors, and would the master suffer a disgraceful end? The atmosphere was palpably tense. Yet Yang Yu burst into laughter, exclaiming, "The 6th level of the ground tier? Such a low rank, and yet it is so meticulously divided. It's laughable." Fan Ji felt like weeping, internally lamenting, "Yang Yu, when did you become so reckless? This is hardly the time for bravado." Just as he was about to intervene, Dong Long bellowed, "Very well, you wish to take Fan Ji's place and fight me? I shall grant you that." He then produced a death warrant from his person, evidently well prepared. Upon seeing the death warrant, the crowd felt a fresh wave of anxiety for Yang Yu. This was clearly an attempt to end his life. Yang Yu cast a dismissive glance at the document, sneering, "You seek death." With his patience exhausted, Dong Long hurled the death warrant aside and launched a punch aimed squarely at Yang Yu's face. The sound of the punch cutting through the air was like thunder, shaking the very atmosphere. Even the distant apprentices of the martial hall began to sweat nervously. The pressure from a 6th-level ground-tier martial artist was overwhelming. What astonished everyone further was that Yang Yu did not even attempt to evade Dong Long's onslaught. Did he truly not comprehend the danger? Just as this thought crossed their minds, Dong Long's fist was nearly upon Yang Yu. In a calm and measured manner, Yang Yu raised his hand and delivered a single, unadorned slap. There were no intricate martial techniques involved, just a straightforward strike, flowing effortlessly. The resounding smack echoed through the hall as Yang Yu's palm landed squarely on Dong Long's face, before Dong Long's fist could make contact. He was sent sprawling away. the sound of the slap reverberating in the air. The assembly was left in stunned silence. What just transpired? Did he truly send Dong Long flying with a mere slap? It was astonishingly simple, devoid of any technique. That was a 6th-level ground-tier martial artist, one who had nearly bested senior brother Kai Quan. Dong Long's body soared over the heads of the crowd, finally colliding violently with a row of wooden dummies before coming to a halt. The hall fell eerily silent as everyone exchanged glances between Dong Long and Yang Yu. Even Fanji stood in a daze, finally regaining his senses after a prolonged moment. Is that truly you, Yang Yu? Father-in-law, are you jesting? Who else could I be? Yang Yu replied with a smile. Fanji inhaled deeply, unable to restrain his tears, exclaiming, "Wonderful! Old Yang, can you see this? Ha ha, a tiger father begets no dog's son. This is your son, my son-in-law." After a moment of elation, he suddenly remembered Dong Long and hurried over to check on him. Though Dong Long had come to challenge them, Fanji had no desire for a fatal outcome. After all, the Dong family wielded considerable influence. Miraculously, Dong Long was still alive, albeit slumped on the ground, dazed and bleeding, grinning foolishly at Fanji. Fanji's expression turned peculiar as Dong Long complained, "Father, my head hurts so much." Fanji thought to himself, how could it not hurt? That slap from Yang Yu must have rattled your brain. "Look, father, I've lost teeth again," Dong Long exclaimed, revealing several bloodied teeth with wide-eyed astonishment. Fanji's face twitched. "This?" Yang Yu interjected nonchalantly, "He won't die. I held back, it's just a challenge. His crime does not merit death." Fanji forced a laugh. He may not be dead, but it seems he has lost his wits. For a martial artist, that might be worse than death. The crowd exchanged glances, secretly relishing the turn of events. He had it coming. However, they quickly recalled that Dong Long was the young master of the Dong family, and now that he had been rendered a fool, the Dong family would undoubtedly seek retribution. What should they do next? "Why are you all standing there? Get him out of here. I don't want any misfortune befalling our martial hall," Yang Yu suddenly declared. "What? You can't be serious. Throw him at the Dong family's martial hall? That's tantamount to defiling them." Yang Yu chuckled. "The Dong family came to challenge us. We neither killed him nor harmed him. Surely they will thank us for returning him. Go ahead, do as Yang Yu says." Fanji instructed the apprentices, seeing Yang Yu's composed demeanor. "Excellent, an eye for an eye. This is truly gratifying." The crowd cheered as they eagerly carried Dong Long out of the hall. Yang Yu and Fanji then returned to the main hall. Fanji's excitement had somewhat subsided as he remarked, "You've undoubtedly faced many hardships over these past 5 years." Having devoted his life to martial arts, he understood well the arduous path it entailed. The transformation Yang Yu had undergone in just 5 years implied that he had endured trials beyond what ordinary people could fathom. Fortunately, it wasn't all that torturous. "I made it through," Yang Yu replied with calmness. Fanji continued, "I want to pry into your past experiences. What matters is that you have returned. Old Yang up in heaven will surely be pleased for you." Yang Yu's expression turned serious as he stated, "I have returned to avenge the Yang family and to find CC. Father-in-law, I have a question to ask." "What question?" Fanji inquired. Yang Yu asked, "Does the Fan family have any connection to the King of Chu?" Fanji looked puzzled. "The King of Chu? How could such a lofty figure have anything to do with the Fan family? None of us have even seen him. Why do you ask such a question?" Yang Yu explained, "The city lord informed me that he possesses a portrait, and the woman depicted within it is Fan Cici. Thus, he suspects that the calamity 5 years ago may be connected to the King of Chu." Fanji's confusion deepened. "That's impossible. Why would the King of Chu have a portrait of Cici? Wait, how did the city lord divulge such a significant secret to you?" Yang Yu replied matter-of-factly. With a sword at his neck, he naturally complied. Fanji was taken aback. "You took the city lord hostage? What of the Iron Guards? Didn't they stop you?" Yang Yu chuckled. "I eliminated them." Fanji felt his mind momentarily freeze. "You eliminated the Iron Guards? Wait a moment. I'm having trouble processing this. Let me gather my thoughts." Chapter 16. Why aren't you lying down? Fanji had initially thought that with Yang Yu's ability to render Dong Long into a fool with a single slap, he must have reached the heavenly tier. Heavenly tier martial artists are among the most formidable in the entire Great Xia, capable of dominating entire regions. Fanji had only ever attained the ground tier after a lifetime of training. The mere thought of Yang Yu reaching the heavenly tier was enough to make him wake up laughing in his dreams. But now, what was he hearing? Yang Yu had vanquished the Iron Guards. Those were the Iron Guards, Anjiang City's strongest private militia, comprising 1,000 elite martial artists, all well-equipped. Even a heavenly tier martial artist could not casually annihilate the Iron Guards. Yang Yu, what is your current level? Fanji asked, finally managing to catch his breath. Yang Yu chuckled awkwardly, I'm not sure. What? Unaware? Fanji believed the other was jesting. How could a martial artist be oblivious to his own realm? Yang Yu elucidated, I speak truthfully. From the very first moment I encountered my master, he'd repeatedly emphasized that cultivation should not be fixated on realms, but rather on the relentless pursuit of strength. Realms are merely for the mediocre. A true powerhouse can define their own realm. When others mention your name, they should think of you as the unparalleled champion, not merely categorize you by some realm. That is the measure of success. At that point, your name will embody uniqueness, transcending all realms. Fanji, contemplative, remarked, your name embodies such magnificent uniqueness. How awe-inspiring it is that such a divine being exists in this world. To have a master of this caliber is indeed your fortune. Yang Yu muttered, fortune it may be, yet I have endured my fair share of torment. During my time of cultivation with him, I have faced near-death experiences on hundreds of occasions. However, my master wishes for me to keep his identity a secret. As for my father-in-law, I cannot divulge more, Fanji stated. No need to elaborate. You must certainly heed your master's orders. Let us return to the matter at hand. Do you intend to seek out the King of Chu next? Though your strength is formidable, the King of Chu is, after all, the foremost noble in Chu Prefecture, with many skilled warriors under his command, reportedly including masters of the highest order. It is perilous for you to go alone. Yang Yu replied, the suspicions regarding the King of Chu are merely words from the city lord, and I suspect he may be attempting to deceive me. Thus, I do not plan to pursue the King of Chu for now, but will prioritize investigating the Marquis of Qinyang. Current intelligence suggests that the Marquis is undoubtedly linked to the events from 5 years ago. He supported the Song family in supplanting the Yang family, and the appearances of red-clad warriors are no mere coincidence. Fanji's gaze sharpened. The Marquis of Qinyang. Since the rise of the Song family and their alliance with the Marquis, I have harbored suspicions about him as well. Unfortunately, the Fan family lacks the capability to uncover any clues. Yang Yu stated, today marks the death anniversary of my parents, and I intend to guard their shrine overnight before visiting the Marquis of Qinyang's residence tomorrow. Fanji expressed concern, though the Marquis may not rival the King of Chu, he is certainly not to be trifled with. Perhaps we should proceed with caution. Yang Yu smiled, I am well aware of my limits. You need only await my news at home. Sir, trouble is brewing. The warriors of the Dong family have blocked our door. At that moment, Xiao Tao rushed in, breathless. Yang Yu furrowed his brow. I escorted their young master home. Yet it seems they lack gratitude. With that, he strode purposefully out of the hall. Fanji followed closely behind, unwittingly having come to regard Yang Yu as his pillar of support. Behind the gates of the Fan family martial arts hall, hundreds of Dong family warriors had completely sealed off the path. At the forefront stood a middle-aged man with a grim countenance, the head of the Dong family, Dong Zhendong. Beside him was a wheelchair occupied by the dazed Dong Long, whose head was bandaged, yet he continued to wear a foolish grin. The assembled Dong family warriors, however, could not muster a smile. Their martial arts hall had just opened, a time when they desperately needed to establish their reputation. Unexpectedly, their young master had been rendered a fool by the Fan family. If this grievance went unavenged, how could the Dong family martial arts hall ever hope to thrive? Brothers, charge into the Fan family martial arts hall and kill them all. Spare no one, men, women, or children. Afterward, burn it to the ground. Dong Zhendong commanded with a fierce wave of his arm, his teeth clenched in anger. As soon as the order was given, the Dong family warriors, armed and furious, surged forward. Boom! Crash! The doors of the Fan family martial arts hall were smashed open, the sign above shattered beneath their feet. My son, rest assured, the Fan family has shattered your mind. I will ensure their entire clan pays for your suffering. Dong Zhendong knelt and caressed Dong Long's head, tears streaming down his face. He had only this one son, now utterly transformed into a fool, leaving him in utter despair. Even if he annihilated the Fan family, it could hardly quell the rage in his heart. However, scarcely had his order been issued when shadows began to emerge from within. Bang, bang, bang. A dozen Dong family warriors were violently hurled outside, collapsing in a heap. Dong Jindong focused intently and realized, to his horror, that all these warriors had met their demise. Following that, several more corpses were tossed out. The first wave of intruders into the Fan family martial arts hall had perished in an instant. Those who had not yet entered were suddenly filled with trepidation. Simultaneously, a strikingly distinguished young man approached the entrance of the martial arts hall. Hiss. Though Dong Long was dazed, upon catching sight of Yang Yu, he instinctively recoiled, fear evident in his eyes. Son, did he harm you? Dong Jindong's eyes were bloodshot with rage. Yang Yu chuckled, you must be the head of the Dong family. I kindly returned your son home. Yet it seems you are ungrateful. You wretched boy. It was indeed you who harmed my son. Dong Jindong seethed, his face twisted with murderous intent. Even if you kneel and beg for mercy today, I will still sever your head and slay every member of the Fan family. What did you say? Yang Yu's expression turned cold. Dong Jindong gritted his teeth. Brothers, charge. This brat may possess some skill. But can we not handle him with our numbers? Whoever beheads him first shall be the vice-master of the Dong family martial arts hall. At his command, the Dong family warriors displayed fierce expressions, brandishing their blades and rushing toward Yang Yu. At this juncture, the warriors of the Fan family had emerged, standing resolutely behind Yang Yu. They intended to join him in the fray, but saw Yang Yu raise his hand in a sweeping gesture. Unbeknownst to them, Yang Yu had already grasped a long sword radiating a crimson hue. As the sword was drawn, a chilling glint flashed. With a single stroke, the entire front line of Dong family warriors lost their heads. Their weapons cleaved in twain. The remaining Dong family warriors stood frozen for a moment, then fled in terror as if they had encountered a ghost. Humph! Yang Yu let out a soft snort. Stamping his foot, the pile of broken swords and daggers was sent flying, embedding deeply into the fleeing warriors' backs. Thud, thud, thud. Within the span of 2 breaths, all those warriors lay sprawled on the ground, blood pouring forth. Only Dong Jindong and his son Dong Long remained, still in a state of shock. Well, Dado, brother, they are all down. Why aren't you lying down too? Dong Long continued to giggle, gazing innocently at Dong Jindong. Chapter 17. The assassin being called brother by his own son, Dong Jindong was utterly oblivious to the absurdity. The sight of the corpses strewn about nearly shattered his sanity. The entirety of the Dong family martial arts hall had been wiped out by a single person. Trembling, he turned his gaze toward Yang Yu, his face a mask of terror. Dong Jindong possessed considerable strength himself. Otherwise, he would not have been able to establish the Dong family martial arts hall and attract so many followers. Yet, as he contemplated escape, he found his legs paralyzed. Your son came to challenge me. I momentarily showed mercy and did not kill him outright. Yet you are ungrateful and wish to annihilate the Fan family? Do you think I am incapable of taking a life? Yang Yu spoke earnestly. No. Dong Jindong shook his head vehemently. Yang Yu continued, then you looked down upon me. Dong Jindong stammered. I was simply overwhelmed upon seeing my son transformed into a fool. Transformed into a fool, and you are displeased, is that it? Very well. Yang Yu chuckled, then delivered a resounding slap. Smack! The blow struck Dong Long's head, instantly shattering his skull. Dong Long collapsed, lifeless, from his wheelchair. Son? Dong Jindong screamed. His eyes filled with bloodlust. Just moments ago, his son had been a fool, but at least he was still alive, offering him a glimmer of hope. Now, with his son utterly lost, and the Dong family's warriors dead, Dong Jindong spiraled into madness, shouting, You are ruthless, you are cruel, you are doomed. Do you know who my son's master is? You have killed my son, and he will surely not remain silent. Yang Yu, uninterested in hearing Dong Jindong's threats, delivered a swift kick. His foot connected forcefully with Dong Jindong's chest, leaving him unable to utter a sound as he was propelled backward, his chest caving inward. With broken ribs, his internal organs were pierced. Dong Jindong was dead. The warriors of the Fan family felt as though they were trapped in a dream. Yang Yu turned to address them, saying, Thank you all for your hard work. Please handle the bodies outside. Huh? Yes. Only then did they snap back to reality and hurriedly comply. Yang Yu returned inside with Fan Ji, who had already grasped Yang Yu's formidable strength but still voiced concern, given your abilities. You need not fear the Dong family. If they are to be eradicated, so be it. However, I have heard that Dong Long has taken on a master of the highest order in Yinzhou, someone who holds him in great esteem. Now that Dong Long is dead, I fear what his master might do. Yang Yu dismissed the concern. If someone seeks death, I shall gladly oblige. Regardless, this matter is of little importance. I must first investigate the Marquis of Qinyang. Then I shan't say more. Just be cautious. For the sake of Cici, you must ensure your own safety at all times, Fanji admonished earnestly. Yang Yu smiled. You need not worry, my father-in-law.as for you. Take care of your health. I happen to have some knowledge of medicine. Let me prescribe a few remedies for your well-being. Upon their initial encounter, Yang Yu immediately discerned that the man's physical condition was quite poor. He appeared to be suffering from the consequences of prolonged stress and overexertion, not only looking significantly aged but also burdened with ailments. 5 years prior, on that fateful night when the Yang family faced calamity, the guests and the bride's relatives had all returned to their respective homes, allowing the in-laws to escape the disaster. Although Fanji was not directly implicated, he was left with only a single daughter, and her sudden disappearance, along with the loss of his son-in-law's family, must have dealt him a severe blow. Yet, as the head of the family, he could not afford to falter. He had to uphold the Fan family's dignity. The dual strain of physical and psychological burdens over the 5 years would have surely overwhelmed anyone. Had it not been for Yang Yu's return, Fanji would likely have had just a few years left to live. After leaving behind a prescription, Yang Yu departed. Upon returning to the Yang residence, night had already fallen. Having failed to fulfill his filial duties for 5 years, and with today marking the anniversary of his parents' passing, he intended to keep vigil in the ancestral hall overnight and set out at dawn. As the night deepened, a cool breeze rustled the fallen leaves outside the hall, while Yang Yu sat in meditation with his eyes closed. He suddenly opened them, and in an instant, his figure dissipated like a wraith within the ancestral hall. Simultaneously, outside the wall, a cloaked figure perched silently on a gnarled branch of an ancient tree, almost invisible under the cover of darkness and foliage. With piercing eyes, he surveyed everything within the Yang estate. The figure remained utterly silent, akin to a venomous serpent lying in wait. However, just as he was observing his surroundings, he felt a sudden tap on his shoulder. Startled, the cloaked figure instinctively sidestepped and turned to face the source of the touch, drawing a sharp dagger from his side. The moonlight glinted ominously off the blade. It was then that he noticed a strikingly handsome young man standing on the tree as well. A chill ran down the assassin's spine. A top-tier killer. His senses were extraordinarily acute, capable of detecting even the faintest anomalies. Yet, he had no idea when this young man had appeared. Had it not been for the shoulder tap, he might never have noticed. Who are you? The assassin brandished his dagger, yet refrained from making any rash moves, fixating his gaze on the young man. Yang Yu regarded the cloaked figure with a meaningful look and replied, "And who might you be, sneaking around my home at such an hour?" "You are Yang Yu." The assassin's face paled, and in a flash, he lunged the dagger toward Yang Yu's heart. Yang Yu wore a look of disdain. With a swift motion of his right hand, he crushed the assassin's wrist, causing the dagger to clatter to the ground. The assassin gasped in pain, doubling over as he felt the sharp pang of agony. "You are an assassin? Who sent you?" Yang Yu inquired coldly. The assassin hissed, "Who sent me? Right behind you." Yet Yang Yu did not turn around. "Do you take me for a fool? Pah!" The assassin spat defiantly and leaped down from the tree. Attempting to flee, however, before he could even touch the ground, he found Yang Yu standing directly beneath him. As he landed, Yang Yu's palm crashed down onto his shoulder, not in greeting, but with a forceful strike that sent him crashing to his knees. The sound of shattering bones echoing in the night. At last, he could no longer suppress his cry of agony. With only one hand remaining functional, he still sought to fight back in a desperate attempt. He struck at Yang Yu's abdomen with a knife hand motion. Hemph! Yang Yu's palm swept downward, its edge as sharp as a guillotine, severing the assassin's forearm cleanly. With a sickening crunch, the dismembered hand fell to the ground. Blood pooling around it, the assassin, drenched in cold sweat, felt on the verge of unconsciousness. A killer by trade, he prided himself on his ruthlessness. Yet he had not anticipated that this target would be more ferocious and formidable than himself. "Who ordered your assassination?" Yang Yu demanded, ripping off the assassin's mask to reveal an unremarkable middle-aged man. Chapter 18. The bounty. The assassin had always held confidence in his assassination skills, yet today he realized that in Yang Yu's presence, he was merely a plaything. Desperation seeped into his voice as he pleaded, "I harbor no enmity against you. I'm merely here for the money. Please, spare my life." "For money? Who offered the bounty?" Yang Yu furrowed his brow. The assassin explained, "The Marquis of Qinyang has issued a bounty on you, Yang Yu of the Yang family in Anjiang City. Whoever brings back your head will receive a reward of 100,000 taels." Yang Yu was taken aback. The Marquis of Qinyang resided in the city of Chuzhou, quite a distance from Anjiang. The news of the Song family's incident had barely reached them, yet the Marquis had already acted swiftly to issue a bounty. Yang Yu found it peculiar that the Marquis, possessing numerous capable subordinates, chose to hire assassins instead of sending a few trusted aides. Nevertheless, that concern was trivial compared to the bounty itself. Yang Yu's displeasure was evident as he remarked, "Am I truly worth only 100,000 taels? Is the Marquis so miserly, or does he hold me in such low regard?" The assassin found himself at a loss for words. A human life valued at a mere 100,000 taels. Was that too little? Throughout the history of the Dian dynasty, very few had ever been worth a bounty exceeding that amount. Yang Yu continued, "You mentioned a bounty, correct? Therefore, I assume there are other assassins targeting me, not just you?" The assassin nodded cautiously. "The allure of 100,000 taels will undoubtedly attract many assassins. However, most will need time to arrive and may not appear before you immediately. Based on my experience, there could be dozens, if not hundreds, of assassins reaching Anjiang City before dawn." Yang Yu chuckled softly. "Hundreds? I hope they're not all of your caliber. That would be rather dull." The assassin inwardly lamented. "I am a prominent figure in the assassin world. Am I truly so lacking? It is you who is abnormal." After a moment of contemplation, Yang Yu mused, "With so many assassins, if they come one by one, it would be quite troublesome." The assassin hastily interjected, "After my failure, word will spread, and many will likely retreat upon realizing the difficulty of the task. Nonetheless, we must instill some fear in them," Yang Yu murmured. Just as the assassin was about to speak further, darkness enveloped his vision. Yang Yu's palm came crashing down. Smack! The first assassin was struck dead on the spot. Yang Yu hung the corpse behind the gate of the Yang residence, then settled into a lounge chair, awaiting the next visitor. He was curious to see how many would be willing to face death for a bounty of 100,000 taels. As he sat there, exposed and unhidden, the night grew deep, eerily quiet, with no assassins appearing for quite some time. Eventually, a rustle of leaves swept across a shadowy figure. It was an elderly man with graying hair, unmasked, wielding a sword as he approached with deliberate steps. Yang Yu remained reclined in his chair, casually glancing at the elder. "Are you here to kill me as well?" The elder surveyed the corpse on the wall, exclaiming in astonishment, "No wonder I noticed some assassins retreating from the city. It seems even Yin Hong has fallen." "His name is Yin Hong?" Yang Yu indicated toward the body. The elder appeared slightly taken aback. "You do not even know his name?" Yang Yu replied nonchalantly. "I have little interest in bloodshed. If you are merely passing through, I shall pretend not to see you. Should you wish to kill me, you may join him on the wall. You are quite arrogant. Yet you have the merit to be so." The elder laughed heartily. "I have traversed the assassin world for much of my life, relying on ambush and stealth. Many presume I am unskilled in direct confrontation. Little do they know, before entering the assassin realm, I held a more illustrious title." Yang Yu rose from his chair, saying, "So, you have chosen to join him in death." A glimmer of sharp, lethal intent flashed in the elder's eyes. "Few can compel me to draw my sword. You have earned the right to be proud. Allow me to tell you, my name in my prime was the Sword of the Southern Domain." Regrettably, Yang Yu had little interest in hearing the completion of the elder's title. He had already drawn the Qiyan sword and slashed at the elder, though they were still several paces apart. The sword energy Yang Yu unleashed surged forth instantaneously. Whoosh! The elder was taken aback. Sword energy? At such a young age, he could produce sword energy? Instinctively, he tightened his grip on his treasured sword to meet Yang Yu's attack. Clang! To his astonishment, His prized sword was cleaved in two with ease by a mere swing from Yang Yu. The elder's face drained of color as he suddenly realized that the swordsmanship he had honed for decades was rendered a mere joke. Yang Yu cast a glance at him, remarking, "Your skill is indeed commendable. You do not exaggerate." The elder had managed to withstand Yang Yu's strike, demonstrating a level of swordsmanship that was quite remarkable. Yet, that was all it was. Yang Yu slashed again, the Qi-Yin sword carving a crimson arc reminiscent of autumn leaves. Still holding onto the sword's hilt, the elder suddenly howled, "Your sword is simply too exceptional. It's not fair. Do you dare to?" His voice abruptly ceased. A severed head rolled to the ground. The once white hair now stained a vivid red. Whoosh! With a sweeping gesture, Yang Yu summoned a gust of fierce wind, causing the old man's corpse to be positioned beside the figure clad in black. Simultaneously, amidst the night shadows, silhouettes that had long remained concealed silently departed from the scene, wary of making even the slightest sound for fear of alerting Yang Yu. In truth, even before Yin Hong infiltrated the area, several other assassins had already gathered near the Yang residence. Yin Hong, being the strongest among the initial batch of assassins, was the first to enter. Most of the others lurked in the shadows. However, when Yin Hong's lifeless body was displayed, the assassins hidden in the dark began to feel trepidation. After all, Yin Hong was a renowned figure in the assassin world, having successfully executed over 1,000 kills, including the poisoning of a celestial stage expert. How could he have met his demise so swiftly? Yang Yu sat at the entrance, appearing to await visitors. Witnessing the scene, many of the more timid assassins chose to withdraw. A small portion, emboldened by their confidence, remained, continuing to observe Yang Yu in hopes of finding an opportunity. Yet, when the South Domain sword Saint met his end, even the remaining confident assassins found their legs turning to jelly, their hearts racing. They could no longer afford to linger, abandoning any thoughts of luck. They all retreated. If even the South Domain sword Saint had fallen, how could they possibly succeed? The sword Saint had only managed to withstand 2 strikes. Could they endure even half a strike? They felt fortunate to have initially chosen to observe from the shadows rather than engage directly. For otherwise, they too would have ended up displayed. Disperse, disperse. There are plenty of opportunities to make money. There's no need to take this job. In the latter half of the night, several more assassins arrived one after another, only to be dealt with by Yang Yu. Dawn. No further assassins appeared. Ultimately, the number of corpses hanging on the wall was minimal, totaling only 7 or 8. Yet each was a top-tier figure in the assassin world. Those who were not at the pinnacle dared not take action. However, after so many elite assassins had perished, even the most audacious would think twice about claiming the bounty of 100,000. The reward had lost its significance, prompting Yang Yu to put away his chair and return to the ancestral hall. After offering incense to his parents, he prepared to head to the county city. Meanwhile, outside the Yang residence, 10 figures appeared stealthily. Upon seeing the corpses hanging from the walls, they were taken aback and whispered among themselves, "What's going on? How did so many die? Is that the South Domain sword Saint? Did Yang Yu kill them all?" Impressed, they mused, "It seems the bounty of 100,000 is rather low. Captain, shall we proceed with this task?" Upon seeing the bodies on the wall, their first reaction was not fear but rather a realization that the reward was insufficient. Indeed, the death of the South Domain sword Saint indicated that Yang Yu was even stronger than anticipated, making him a formidable opponent. Yet, unlike the deceased on the wall, these individuals were not lone wolves. Each of them belonged to the elite of the Tingi pavilion, accustomed to coordinated actions, having worked together for years in perfect harmony. While it was true that none of them individually could match the South Domain sword Saint, together, they could certainly bring him down. Moreover, this time their approach would be stealthy, allowing them to ambush Yang Yu, giving them an even greater advantage. They believed that even if Yang Yu were a celestial stage martial artist, he would still meet his demise. As they considered the situation, they focused their gaze on a one-eyed man among them. He pondered, "I doubt the Chanyang Marquis anticipated his strength. Yet, we've come this far. We can't return empty-handed. We must earn that 100,000. Indeed. We've come this far. It's rare to encounter a target worthy of our serious attention. It's a perfect opportunity to hone our skills." Once they had made up their minds, they exchanged glances and discreetly dispersed, for their long-standing cooperation meant that no lengthy tactical discussions were necessary. A mere look conveyed their understanding. after completing his incense offering in the ancestral hall. Yang Yu went to the courtyard to wash up as he cupped water in his hands and splashed it on his face. A sudden, urgent whistling sound pierced the air, signaling the approach of danger. 10 sharp long knives came hurtling from all directions, aimed directly at Yang Yu. Simultaneously, a thick smoke enveloped the area, completely obscuring his vision. The 10 knives formed a tight circular blockade, leaving Yang Yu with no room to evade. Ha! The 10 experts from the Tingi pavilion revealed excited and smug smiles. This is going smoothly. This kid is nothing remarkable. In the blink of an eye, the long knives were almost upon Yang Yu. Yet he remained unfazed. With a casual motion, he grabbed an iron basin and flung it outward. With a resounding clang, the basin swept through the air, colliding with all the long knives. The deafening sound of metal clashing reverberated, causing pain to the ears of the 10 assassins, nearly overwhelming them. Simultaneously, they were forcefully propelled backward by the sheer force of the impact. The 10 who had approached Yang Yu found themselves scattered across the courtyard. However, true to their prowess as experts of the Tingi pavilion, they quickly regained their composure, leaping back to their feet and simultaneously gesturing towards Yang Yu. To their astonishment, each of them produced an iron chain from their sleeves. Launching it towards Yang Yu with alarming speed, in an instant, 10 iron chains twisted and spun, ensnaring Yang Yu completely. Ha ha ha! This brat is indeed strong. Thank goodness our skills are superior. Otherwise, we would have been done for. Yang Yu, don't blame us. Blame your bad luck. Once they had successfully bound him, they felt a wave of relief wash over them, bursting into laughter. Yang Yu's earlier use of the iron basin to fend off their attack had genuinely startled them. Fortunately, their quick reactions and seamless teamwork had allowed them to bind him unexpectedly. The 10 iron chains were secure. Yang Yu merely chuckled and remarked, "Not bad, you possess some skill." What? The group found it difficult to comprehend how, in such dire circumstances, their opponent could remain so calm, even laughing. Then, to their shock, they witnessed Yang Yu stomp his foot, and the chains binding him suddenly snapped apart. With a loud crack, the chains broke into dozens of segments, clattering to the ground. Had it not been for the metallic sound they produced, they might have believed they had grabbed the wrong ropes. What? The 10 were struck with astonishment, just as they were about to launch another attack. They saw Yang Yu kick the scattered chains on the ground. With a whoosh, the severed chains shot toward them, moving at blinding speed. The air was sliced with a sharp sound, and an icy chill enveloped their hearts. They had no time to evade. The iron chains crashed into their legs. Crack, crack. All 10 experts found their knees shattered, collapsing helplessly to the ground. No, this can't be. They stared at Yang Yu, their faces contorted in terror as if they had seen a ghost. They had anticipated Yang Yu's strength, but they never imagined he would be capable of such devastation. Even with their combined efforts, they had failed to inflict even a scratch on him. In mere moments, their 20 legs lay utterly incapacitated. They regretted their decision to come, cursing silently, "Qianyang Marquis, you scoundrel, offering just 100,000 led us to misjudge this situation. We wouldn't even consider hunting this monster for 1,000,000. Yang Yu cast a casual glance at them and remarked, "I commend your bravery. Despite the many corpses hanging outside, you still dared to come. Are you truly valuing money over your lives? Defeat is defeat." There's nothing to say. The one-eyed man, overwhelmed with shame and anger, turned crimson. Yang Yu chuckled lightly and said, "Had those chains struck your heads, you would have been dead." A chill ran through the one-eyed man. Indeed, if Yang Yu could shatter their legs with a single strike, he could just as easily crush their skulls. "What do you want?" the one-eyed man asked, his voice trembling. Yang Yu replied, "Reveal your identities." From the moment the 10 had launched their attack, Yang Yu had discerned that they were not ordinary assassins. Typical assassins would not exhibit such seamless coordination. They were likely affiliated with a powerful organization. Thus, Yang Yu refrained from eliminating them outright, seeking to uncover whether he was being targeted by a formidable force. Upon hearing this question, the one-eyed man suddenly regained some composure and declared, "Are you sure you want to know? Revealing it might scare you to death, ha." Yang Yu frowned and swiftly delivered a slap. Slap! The one-eyed man's face was nearly obliterated, blood gushing from his mouth. You? The one-eyed man was left in a stunned silence. Shouldn't a normal person feel alarmed or even fearful upon hearing such words? How could this brat remain so unfazed and even dare to strike him? I ask you a question, and you answer it. Next time, it won't be just your mouth that gets smashed. It will be your head. Yang Yu warned coldly. The one-eyed man felt a chill run down his spine, desperately suppressing his pain as he stammered. We are from the Tingi Pavilion. Tingi Pavilion? Yang Yu felt an uncanny familiarity with this name. Indeed, it was the Tingi Pavilion. I am one of its leaders, Su Chun, along with several of my most trusted brothers. The one-eyed man cautiously inquired, is the Tingi Pavilion truly formidable? Yang Yu asked. Su Chun seemed taken aback by the question, pausing before responding, of course it's formidable. To put it this way, even the emperor of the Great Xia Empire must treat the pavilion master with utmost respect. One could say that the Tingi Pavilion operates independently, unbound by any imperial constraints, an organization of extraordinary stature. Then why do you seek to kill me? It appears I have no connection or enmity with the Tingi Pavilion. Yang Yu probed further. Su Chun let out a dry laugh, replying, indeed, there is no personal grudge. We are merely in pursuit of a bounty. Yang Yu raised an eyebrow. Isn't the Tingi Pavilion exceedingly powerful? Do you still require bounties? Su Chen's expression turned awkward. The Tingi Pavilion is indeed powerful, but each branch must still sustain itself, and we are required to make regular contributions. Recently, my branch has been short on funds, so we had no choice but to accept more bounties. However, we never anticipated encountering someone as formidable as you. Yes, this is an unfortunate misunderstanding. We harbor no grudges against young Master Yang. Considering the Tingi Pavilion's reputation, please spare us, they implored. Indeed, let us turn enmity into friendship. You shall be our ally. It is better to have more friends than enemies. Should you ever require our assistance in the future, do not hesitate to call upon us. The other members of the Tingi Pavilion quickly yielded, pleading for mercy. They believed that since Yang Yu had heard of the Tingi Pavilion, he would refrain from executing them. After all, no one wished to offend the pavilion. They offered conciliatory words, affording Yang Yu the opportunity to let the assassination slide. Transforming foes into friends would be mutually beneficial. Unexpectedly, Yang Yu scoffed disdainfully. You believe that merely invoking the name of the Tingi Pavilion will compel me to release you? The group remained silent, yet their eyes clearly conveyed their thoughts. Isn't that the case? If you kill us, you will be at odds with the Tingi Pavilion, and you too will meet your demise. Yang Yu replied coolly, I am a man of principle. Those who seek to take my life cannot be allowed to live. Regardless of who they are, having discerned these individuals' true nature, he resolved not to waste further time and lifted his right hand. Slap! A resounding strike fell, instantly killing one of them. The others were taken aback, their astonishment palpable. They could not have dreamed that, despite invoking the name of the Tingi Pavilion, their assailant would still dare to kill. Moreover, was it not too effortless? With just a single slap, a comrade's head was shattered? These were the elite of the Tingi Pavilion. Seizing the moment of their stupor, Yang Yu struck down another, Su Chun, filled with dread, exclaimed with wide eyes, You dare to touch me? My leader is in Anjiang City. If I perish, you shall not survive the day. While speaking, he discreetly retrieved a signal flare. Yet, under Yang Yu's watchful gaze, he had no opportunity to release it. Yang Yu cast a glance at Su Chun. Intrigued, your leader? Haha, now I am quite curious to meet this esteemed leader of yours. What do you mean? Su Chun stammered. Yang Yu replied, Do not hide it. Where's your signal flare? Release it, you. Su Chun could hardly believe it. Was this fellow insane? How could he dare suggest summoning help? Once the leader arrives, how could he possibly have a chance of survival? However, he could not afford to contemplate much longer and forcefully pulled the cord of the signal flare. Whiz! A blinding light shot skyward, bursting in the air and forming an unusual pattern. Only after successfully releasing the signal flare did Su Chun dare to believe that this individual had truly not intervened. The terror he had felt moments ago transformed into excitement and anticipation. The signal flare had been dispatched, and the leader would arrive shortly. You are finished, even if you possess great power. You are no match for our leader, Su Chun thought, though he refrained from voicing his thoughts, fearful of provoking Yang Yu. He needed to endure until the leader's arrival. Only then would Yang Yu regret his actions. After the signal flare was launched, mere moments later, a cold voice emerged from outside the Yang residence. Su Chun, come out and see me. What could compel you to send a signal flare in this small Anjiang city? "Leader, I am here. Someone seeks to kill us," Su Chen shouted, finally emboldened to speak loudly. Yang Yu was somewhat surprised. Judging by the voice, it appeared to be a woman. As Su Chen's cries subsided, a slender figure appeared in Yang Yu's line of sight. Indeed, it was a woman, clad in a light blue dress, her figure slender, and her waist delicate, resembling a fragile young lady from a distinguished family. Her features were strikingly beautiful, with red lips and white teeth, and her brows and eyes were captivating. Yet, her gaze was exceedingly cold, making her seem distant and unapproachable. "Leader." Upon seeing her, Su Chen wept even more pitifully, as if he had suffered a great injustice. The woman furrowed her brows, surveying the 8 incapacitated individuals and the 2 corpses on the ground. Her eyes growing even colder, Su Chen quickly pointed at Yang Yu, saying, "Leader, it is him. He not only shattered our legs, but also killed 2 of my brothers. If you had not arrived, we would all be dead. You must exact vengeance for my brothers. You dare to harm members of the Tingi pavilion?" The woman coldly regarded Yang Yu. Su Chen continued, "Leader, this fellow clearly knew we were from the Tingi pavilion and still ruthlessly attacked us, showing utter disregard for the pavilion. Furthermore, he deliberately allowed me to send the signal flare. He brazenly awaited your arrival, which is a grave insult." With a murderous intent flashing in her eyes, the woman declared, "Regardless of what transpired between you, I cannot forgive anyone who harms members of the Tingi pavilion." As her voice fell, her fair hand shot out towards Yang Yu with great force. Whoosh! Before her hand even arrived, Yang Yu felt a surge of overwhelming power rushing towards him. The leader of the Tingi pavilion was indeed extraordinary. Yang Yu did not evade. Instead, he raised his hand to meet hers. Only by clashing head-on could he gauge his opponent's true strength. In the blink of an eye, their hands, one large and one small, collided with perfect precision. Bang! A tremendous force erupted as their powers clashed, propelling them apart by several steps. The previously exhilarated Su Chen and the others suddenly found no joy in the situation. For despite being forced apart, Yang Yu remained steadfast, while the leader was the one who was sent staggering back. Chapter 21. Yixian, the blue-clad woman, upon being pushed back, displayed a look of shock and gravity in her eyes. She had not anticipated encountering such a powerful individual in this small Anjiang city. Yang Yu, however, smiled warmly at her, saying, "Not bad. Among those I've encountered in the past few days, you are the strongest. If you are willing to serve me, I shall spare your life." He had not exerted his full strength in that last strike, believing that to uncover the truth from 5 years ago, he would need capable subordinates. Having tested the leader's capabilities, he found himself intrigued. "Serve you? What do you mean?" The woman raised an eyebrow. Yang Yu replied indifferently, "Did you not understand? You can either serve me, or you can die. You should know that you are not my match." The woman's expression darkened, her voice icy as she retorted, "Then let us see if you possess the ability to kill me." She was poised to retaliate fiercely when she suddenly noticed her opponent vanish from her sight. His speed was astonishing, in the next instant, a cold gleam flashed, and a chilling sword was already poised at her heart. Yang Yu coldly stated, "I will count to 5. You may either serve me or die. 5, 4, 3. The leader, however, remained defiant. Not waiting for Yang Yu to finish counting, she suddenly produced a silver dagger that resembled a serpent and lunged towards Yang Yu's vital points. Unfortunately for her, her movements were far too slow. Before she could strike, Yang Yu's sword had already pierced her chest. Blood flowed from the wound, staining the ground a deep crimson. "Leader!" Su Chen and the others were struck with extreme terror. Was the leader truly dead? What were they to do? "Withdraw from the Tingi pavilion now, and if you serve me faithfully, I can still guarantee your life," Yang Yu said with earnestness in his voice as he gazed at her. "Pa!" The woman spat, her legs suddenly springing into action with tremendous force, aiming directly at Yang Yu. He swiftly retreated, evading her strike, and exclaimed, "Good, good. I like this spirit. This is precisely the kind of person I want." The woman felt both embarrassed and enraged. Clearly, her opponent could have killed her without hesitation, yet he chose to leave her with a sliver of life, uttering words of praise. Such blatant mockery. Yet, Yang Yu then produced a gray token, stating, "Now, do I have the authority to command you? You are?" The woman exclaimed, recognizing the token. Her expression shifted dramatically as she knelt on one knee, suddenly exhibiting utmost deference. Yang Yu mused inwardly, this token is indeed effective. When he first heard of the Tingi pavilion, he recalled this token. On the day he emerged from the abyssal forbidden land, 36 guardians had bestowed several gifts upon him in hopes of winning his favor. One had even given him this token, claiming the Tingi pavilion was run by his uncle. Possessing the token was akin to having the uncle personally present. It seemed that the guardian had not exaggerated. Even a leader would yield to the bearer of this token. Unaware of the special envoy's arrival in Chuzhou, I have inadvertently offended. Please, let the special envoy administer punishment. The woman, disregarding her injuries, trembled in trepidation as she addressed Yang Yu. What is your name? My name is Yixian, she replied. Yixian, I shall remember that. Please rise, and I will assist you in treating your wounds, Yang Yu commanded. Yixian was taken aback. She had believed her heart had been pierced and that her demise was imminent. To her astonishment, this esteemed envoy could heal even such grievous injuries. Yang Yu chuckled softly, saying, I was merely testing your character and fortitude. I had no intention of ending your life. Although it appeared that the blade pierced your heart, it actually missed the vital organs, resulting in mere flesh wounds. Yixian was even more astonished. Missed? That sounds far too effortless. How could anyone achieve such a feat without unfathomable strength? Yang Yu offered no further explanation and placed his palm over the awkwardly positioned wound. Yixian's face flushed instantly, yet she did not flinch. Yang Yu swiftly channeled several streams of vital energy, sealing the wound to prevent further bleeding. The strike had been meticulously controlled. It was designed to be intimidating yet not fatal. His objective was to assess Yixian. Although Yang Yu sought to recruit and nurture subordinates, he would not accept just anyone. He needed to verify their strength and character. Otherwise, he could simply produce a token. And without uttering a word, Yixian would submit. Initially, the two had exchanged blows, through which Yang Yu assessed Yixian's martial prowess, and she proved adequate. Subsequently, Yang Yu's threats, even the genuine thrust to her heart, were tests of her integrity, willpower, and loyalty. Despite facing death, Yixian did not betray the Tingi pavilion nor capitulate to Yang Yu. This was what Yang Yu valued most. Cowards or fence-sitters were not worthy of following him. Well, your injuries are temporarily stabilized, but the wound may leave a scar. I will find a way to help you eliminate it, Yang Yu stated after providing Yixian with rudimentary treatment. Yixian felt significantly better, her astonishment deepening. You can even remove scars. The envoy's medical skills are indeed profound. In the distance, Su Chun and his companions were left dumbfounded. The situation had shifted continuously, leaving them perplexed. They had eagerly awaited the arrival of their leader, believing they would be saved, only to realize that their leader was no match for Yang Yu. Just when they thought their leader was doomed, it appeared he had reconciled with Yang Yu. Suddenly, Yixian turned to Su Chun and the others, inquiring of Yang Yu, Envoy, how should I handle them? Do as you see fit, Yang Yu replied casually. Without hesitation, Yixian strode toward them. Su Chun mistakenly thought she was coming to save him. Pleading, leader, have you reconciled with Yang Yu? Whatever the case, as long as you're unharmed, that's all that matters. Leader, please save us. Yixian did not respond. In a swift and thunderous motion, she severed the necks of the 8 individuals with her silver dagger. Their eyes widened in disbelief. They could not have fathomed that they would perish at the hands of their leader rather than Yang Yu did. Yixian's rise to the position of leader was not merely due to her appearance, but rather her strength and cunning. She was astute and understood human nature well. Su Chun and his companions, regardless of their reasons, had attempted to assassinate the envoy, sealing their fate as corpses. The envoy had instructed her to act, and she would not merely stand by. Excellent, you are increasingly to my liking, Yang Yu exclaimed, applauding Yixian's actions. This woman was powerful, loyal, intelligent, and decisive. She could become an exceptional right-hand ally. Yang Yu intended to cultivate her further. Moreover, as the leader of the Tingi pavilion, she could mobilize numerous members, which would greatly aid in investigating the events of 5 years prior. Yang Yu then spoke earnestly, there are many leaders within the Tingi pavilion. Since I have chosen you, I will not treat you poorly. During our earlier exchange, I noticed some deficiencies in your foundation. I will procure some materials soon to refine a few pills to solidify your foundation. Thank you, envoy, Yixian said, overwhelmed. She thought to herself, refining pills? Such a task seems effortless in the envoy's words. After Yixian accepted the reality, Yang Yu took the initiative to ask, "Please tell me about the Tingi Pavilion. What is the origin of this organization?" Yi Xian, somewhat perplexed, replied, "Isn't the envoy aware?" Yang Yu candidly stated, "I have just emerged from the abyss of desolation. This token was gifted to me by one of its guardians, who implored me to accept it." "What?" Yi Xian exclaimed, taken aback. The shock of this revelation surpassed everything that had transpired thus far. The abyss of desolation was notorious, known as the most perilous place in the world, where survival was almost impossible and no one ever returned. Yet, the envoy had actually emerged from it. In a world filled with powerful individuals, divine healers, and alchemists, she had never heard of anyone surviving the abyss. This was the first. Yi Xian composed herself and responded with even greater respect. The Tingi Pavilion is essentially a mercenary organization. Employers pay to have tasks completed, which include but are not limited to assassination, treasure hunting, and escorting, essentially anything that can be done for the right price. Yang Yu inquired, "Anything can be done? How intriguing that be, by the way. Since my token was given to me, can I still be considered an envoy?" Yi Xian explained, "The founder of the Tingi Pavilion created 10 tokens. The bearer of a token is regarded as an envoy. The guardian you mentioned must be one of those envoys. Envoys possess considerable autonomy and can appoint successors. By giving you the token, he has conferred upon you the status of envoy. I see. It's the token that matters, not the individual," Yang Yu remarked. "But what if someone were to steal a token or forge one?" Yi Xian smiled and said, "If someone is robbed, it is merely a matter of skill. They should relinquish their position. Those capable of stealing a token undoubtedly possess greater qualifications to be an envoy. As for forgery, no one would dare attempt such a thing. The Tingi Pavilion's influence spans the world. The risks of forging an envoy's token are greater than those of forging a national seal. Spanning the world. It seems the Tingi Pavilion is even more formidable than I had anticipated." Yang Yu mused. Yi Xian continued, "In truth, the Tingi Pavilion within the Great Xia Empire is merely a vast branch. The Tingi Pavilion has branches in every major empire, and the leader of each branch is referred to as the Pavilion Master, with subordinates known as Hall Masters and Ship Masters." Yang Yu, enlightened, said, "So, there are individuals above the Pavilion Masters? The founder you mentioned earlier?" Yi Xian nodded. "Indeed. Within the organization, we typically refer to the founder as the Supreme Pavilion Master, but very few have ever seen him. I have only heard rumors. As for envoys, they report directly to the Supreme Pavilion Master and are not tied to any branch." Yang Yu understood. No wonder the envoy's title was so advantageous. Although envoys held no specific position or authority, they were effectively the shadows of the Supreme Pavilion Master, wielding influence greater than that of the Pavilion Masters. The Pavilion Masters, after all, were merely regional leaders. For example, the Pavilion Master of the Great Xia region could command only the members of the Tingi Pavilion within Great Xia and could not control those from other regions. Meanwhile, Yang Yu, as an envoy, represented the Supreme Pavilion Master and could issue orders to all branches. This token was indeed invaluable. The next time he encountered that guardian, he would need to express his gratitude. Yang Yu murmured to himself, with this token, he could mobilize numerous members of the Tingi Pavilion. Having sufficient intelligence would make investigating the events of 5 years ago considerably easier. Yi Xian, being astute, proactively stated, "Envoy, you have summoned me for a purpose, I presume?" Yang Yu squinted thoughtfully. "Indeed. The Yang residence where you were stationed encountered a great calamity 5 years ago." After Yang Yu provided a brief explanation, Yi Xian understood. "You wish for me to investigate the origins of the red-clad warrior and the whereabouts of Fan Sisi, correct?" Yang Yu nodded. "Precisely, but given the passage of time, it may prove challenging." Yi Xian replied, "My hall is located in Chuzhou City. I will return immediately to arrange personnel and initiate a thorough search of the entire Chuzhou region." Yang Yu responded, "Chuzhou City? Perfect, I need to go there as well. Let us go together. Current information suggests that Chun Young Ho is highly suspect, and I intend to confront him." "Very well." Yi Xian was efficient, quickly procuring 2 swift horses, and together, she and Yang Yu headed toward the city. By the time they arrived at Chuzhou City, night had fallen. "Envoy, I will first return to the pavilion to arrange the tasks, and then I will report to you at Chun Young Ho's residence." Yi Xian informed Yang Yu. He nodded, and they parted ways for the moment. Meanwhile, at Chun Young Ho's residence, despite the darkness, the estate was ablaze with light, festooned with decorations, exuding an atmosphere of festivity and excitement. Guests adorned in splendid attire had already arrived, carrying congratulatory gifts. In the spacious hall, over 100 banquet tables were set. "Congratulations, Lord Ho," one guest exclaimed, "and congratulations to Shi Junwei on winning the heart of a beautiful maiden. From now on, Shi Junwei and Lord Ho will be family. What a powerful alliance. Congratulations." A modest gift, but a token of respect. The guests in attendance, one after another, approached the main table in the grand hall, clasping their hands in congratulations. It was indeed a day of great joy, as the newly appointed commander of the Chuzhou garrison, Shi Tao, had just wed the daughter of the Qinyang Marquis, Yulaniying. Those eligible to partake in the wedding banquet were all individuals of considerable wealth and influence. "Thank you all. Ha ha, let us drink to this." The Qinyang Marquis, Yu Gaoshan, wore a broad smile, frequently responding to the toasts of the guests. Beside him stood his newly acquired son-in-law, Shi Tao. Typically, wedding celebrations are held at the groom's residence. However, Shi Tao, having been an orphan since childhood, chose to hold the festivities directly at the Qinyang Marquis' estate. Having served in the military for many years and having survived the horrors of battle, Shi Tao, now not yet 30, had already achieved remarkable military accomplishments and was granted the title of lieutenant in the Chuzhou garrison, thus enjoying unparalleled prestige and a bright future ahead. Were it not for these merits, how could an orphan like him have aspired to marry the daughter of the Qinyang Marquis? Yu Gaoshan felt immense satisfaction in having such a capable son-in-law. Yet, another matter loomed over him like a shadow, casting a pall on his heart. Chapter 23. Are heavenly tier warriors also subject to strength variations? Yu Gaoshan had 2 daughters. Today, it was his eldest, Yulaniying, who was marrying. Yulaniying was born of his legitimate wife, bestowing upon her a noble status befitting a marriage to a lieutenant. The younger daughter, Yu Qian, was a result of an extramarital affair. Excluded from the family register, and thus unable to stand on equal footing. Due to her status as a concubine's daughter and various vested interests, she had been married off to the Song family in Anjiang City. Even as a son-in-law, the likes of Song Xianglong were unworthy to serve Shi Tao's shoes. The fates of the 2 daughters were starkly different, leading Yu Gaoshan to feel a sense of indebtedness towards Yu Qian, resulting in a deeper affection for her. However, just yesterday, he received the news that the Song family had been slaughtered by a young man named Yang Yu, and Yu Qian had also been killed. Numerous guests at the Song residence had witnessed the incident firsthand, leaving no room for doubt. Yu Gaoshan was consumed by grief and rage, wishing he could personally rend Yang Yu to pieces. Yet, with his eldest daughter's wedding imminent, he could not afford to leave for Anjiang City. After all, Yu Qian was merely a concubine's daughter. He could not allow her fate to interfere with this crucial union. Unable to act personally, he issued a substantial bounty. Yet, an entire day had passed with no results. Yu Gaoshan felt a surge of impatience. A bounty of 100,000 for a life. And yet no one had succeeded? Could it be that the reward was insufficient? My lord, something has gone awry. Suddenly, a disheveled guard burst into the hall. Yu Gaoshan frowned, rebuking, "What a disarray! What manners are these, with so many guests present? Did you not announce your entrance?" The guard quickly knelt, trembling as he spoke. "Forgive me, my lord, it was unforeseen. An individual is attempting to force his way in and has already injured dozens of our brothers." "What? Such audacity!" Yu Gaoshan's fury ignited. Today was his eldest daughter's joyous occasion. Who had the audacity to intrude upon the Marquis' estate? The guests present were equally incredulous. Who would dare to breach such a stronghold in Chuzhou? Surely, he must be a madman. Yet, to have injured dozens of guards, he must possess considerable strength. What of it? Let us not forget the nature of this place. Fuming, Yu Gaoshan rose, kicking the guard aside and scolding. "A bunch of useless fools, unable to fend off a mere troublemaker. What is the background of this intruder?" The guard cautiously replied. "He claims to be Yang Yu, seeking an audience with the Qinyang Marquis regarding the massacre from 5 years ago." "What?" Yu Gaoshan's eyes widened, his rage only intensifying. "Yang Yu, you took my daughter's life, and while I lacked the time to personally claim your head, you have the audacity to present yourself? Very well. Very well. Please, esteemed guests, indulge yourselves. I shall step out to handle a personal matter and return shortly." With that, Yu Gaoshan made his way toward the hall's exit. That moment, a hearty laughter resonated from outside. "You needn't trouble yourself." Yang Yu stepped over the threshold, entirely unperturbed. You are Yang Yu. Yu Gaoshan's gaze was rife with murderous intent. Yang Yu replied nonchalantly, What is this? By your expression, it seems I am not warmly welcomed. Ah, but today is your family's joyous celebration, is it not? Alas, I regret to inform you that this banquet shall not proceed. What? Shall not? The guests gasped in shock, having never encountered such audacity in a youth. At this juncture, Shi Tao stood up, enunciating each word. Who are you to wreak havoc at my wedding? As the protagonist of the day, he could not tolerate such insolence. Yang Yu cast him a fleeting glance, replying, I am addressing you, Gaoshan. Your input is unwarranted. You seek death. Shi Tao, enraged, leapt from his seat, striking out at Yang Yu. With a swift motion, Yang Yu seized Shi Tao's palm mid-attack, pinning it to the table. In the blink of an eye, he grasped two chopsticks and forcefully stabbed downward. Crack! The chopsticks, as if forged from steel, pierced Shi Tao's palm, driving through the table. Shi Tao screamed in agony, attempting to withdraw his hand, but only eliciting further torment. The crowd collectively gasped in shock. This Yang Yu was formidable. Shi Tao, having attained the position of lieutenant, was undeniably strong, with few young warriors in all of Chuzhou able to rival him. Yet, at this moment, Shi Tao was utterly outmatched. Yet, injuring Shi Tao would only lead to a more severe fate for Yang Yu. The Chuzhou garrison lieutenant held military power. Even if Yang Yu were strong, how could he withstand the onslaught of thousands under Shi Tao's command? Oh, but it mattered not. The Qinyang Marquis was present. The skilled fighters in his residence could easily dispatch him. A bold lad, with impressive abilities. No wonder you dared to intrude upon my estate, Yu Gaoshan remarked. Shedding his outer garment with a grand flourish, the onlookers felt a shiver of dread. It appeared the Marquis was about to take matters into his own hands, and it seemed he was truly enraged. This boy was doomed. Yang Yu remained unfazed, locking eyes with Yu Gaoshan. Were you the one who dispatched that group of red-clad warriors 5 years ago? Yu Gaoshan laughed heartily. So what if I did? Yang Yu's gaze turned icy. What if Fan Sisi? A dead woman. What significance does such an inquiry hold? Yu Gaoshan clenched his fists, radiating an aura of murderous intent, akin to a beast awakening from slumber. Yang Yu's expression bore a hint of disdain. Why, Yu Gaoshan continued, given your ability to flatten the Song family and Slazing Day, you must be a heavenly tier warrior. Achieving such a level at your age is indeed impressive. However, today I shall demonstrate that even heavenly tier warriors have their strengths and weaknesses. As he spoke, his presence surged, instilling a palpable pressure among the guests. They all knew the Qinyang Marquis was a 9th-tier heavenly warrior, standing at the pinnacle of his level, just a half-step away from entering the coveted realm of martial masters, a stage that represented the apex of martial cultivation, where one could stand against thousands. Though Yu Gaoshan had not formally entered the master realm, he was invincible among heavenly tier warriors. Thus, many referred to him as a half-step master. Yang Yu was assuredly doomed. With his proclamation, Yu Gaoshan propelled himself forward like a cannonball. A heavy punch thundered toward Yang Yu's forehead. This was the extreme domineering fist. The crowd gasped in astonishment. The extreme domineering fist was the hallmark martial technique of the Qinyang Marquis, maximizing destructive power to its utmost. The force of the punch was terrifying. A mere touch could prove fatal. Should this strike land, Yang Yu's head would surely explode. Some guests, fearful of witnessing the gruesome spectacle, quickly turned away. Yet, Yang Yu maintained a placid demeanor, lifting his hand with effortless grace as the extreme domineering fist approached. With an outward push of his palm, seemingly unremarkable, he met the fist in that instant. A cataclysmic force erupted, sending Yu Gaoshan hurtling backward. His expression shifted dramatically. The sound of cracking bones echoed as he was flung through the air. When he crashed to the ground, he was pallid, blood spilling from his lips, his arm hanging limply at his side. Not only had his fist been broken, but the bones of his arm lay shattered. Yang Yu chuckled, Heavenly tier warriors, are there strengths and weaknesses? Who told you I am a heavenly tier warrior? Chapter 24. Grant me a favor. The hall fell eerily silent. Heavenly tier warrior. So, Yang Yu was not a heavenly tier warrior at all. Even the half-step master Yu Gaoshan was no match for him. The only possibility remained. He was a true master of martial arts. Yu Gaoshan's heart raced uncontrollably. Having lived for half a lifetime, He had seen his fair share of master-level warriors. Yet, a master of such youth was a first for him. You just admitted it. You sent that group of red-clad warriors, did you not? Yang Yu gazed down at Yu Gaoshan. Speaking with earnest gravity, lying on the ground, Yu Gaoshan trembled violently. I was merely speaking in anger. I know nothing of any red-clad warriors, is that so? Suddenly, Yang Yu seized a chopstick and flung it toward Yu Gaoshan. Whoosh! The chopstick whirred through the air, grazing Yu Gaoshan's scalp before embedding itself deep into a stone pillar. A chill ran down Yu Gaoshan's spine. Had the chopstick descended just half an inch further, his skull would have been cleaved open. My lord, at that moment, a flurry of dark figures appeared in the hall, encircling Yu Gaoshan while keeping a vigilant eye on Yang Yu. 18 in total. Yu Gaoshan's 18 elite guards. Upon witnessing the scene, the esteemed guests could not help but feel a sense of trepidation, instinctively retracting their heads slightly, while Yu Gaoshan also exhaled a gentle sigh of relief, although his estate was well guarded. The fact that Yang Yu had forcefully intruded suggested that ordinary guards would be no match for him. Moreover, even he, a peak celestial-level warrior, had nearly met his demise. The only ones capable of confronting Yang Yu were the 18 Death Warriors. These 18 Death Warriors were Yu Gaoshan's hidden trump card, only to be deployed in dire circumstances. Each of them was unequivocally loyal to him and possessed formidable strength, of course, in a one-on-one confrontation. Any of the 18 Death Warriors would not stand a chance against Yang Yu. The combat prowess of a master-level expert was simply too overwhelming. However, when these 18 Death Warriors joined forces, they could slay a master-level warrior. This was a testament to their past achievements. 3 years prior, a master-level assassin had sought to eliminate the Marquis of Qinyang but was ultimately slain by the 18 Death Warriors within the Marquis' estate. Furthermore, the 18 Death Warriors were unafraid of death and possessed absolute loyalty. Those who fear not death can unleash even greater combat potential. Why Yu Gaoshan believed that Yang Yu, being so young and already a master, would pose an insurmountable challenge if he continued to cultivate in obscurity for a few more years. Unfortunately, the youth was far too reckless. A master-level warrior, despite their might, could still perish. The mere fact that he had compelled Yu Gaoshan to unleash his 18 Death Warriors was a source of pride in itself. Taking a deep breath, Yu Gaoshan commanded, "Eliminate him before the night grows long with dreams." Before his words had fully escaped his lips, the 18 Death Warriors revealed fierce expressions and charged towards Yang Yu like a tempest. Rather than being 18 individuals, they resembled the 18 manifestations of a single entity. Each warrior's assault targeted Yang Yu's vital points, executed flawlessly without a hint of vulnerability. How bothersome! Yang Yu furrowed his brow. Having lost his patience, the Marquis of Qinyang could certainly have handled the situation with more grace, but insisted on struggling to the bitter end, wasting precious time. With a swift motion, he slid his foot and vanished like a wraith, reappearing behind 2 of the Death Warriors. Simultaneously, Yang Yu pressed his hands against the back of their heads with a resounding crash. The 2 heads collided together. Crack! Instantly, both skulls caved in, their lifeless bodies collapsing to the ground. It was only after the 2 warriors had perished that the remaining 16 Death Warriors realized what had transpired. Their years of training and coordination had rendered them emotionless, death-defying machines. Yet, at this moment, they could not suppress the chill coursing through their bodies, an overwhelming sense of dread washing over them. They had fought as one cohesive unit, never having been breached before. Yet, in the briefest of encounters, Yang Yu had slain 2 of their comrades. The reputation of the 18 Death Warriors now seemed a mere jest. What? Yu Gaoshan was taken aback at the sight of the fallen bodies. The 18 Death Warriors were said to be on par with master-level warriors. How could 2 of them have perished in an instant? Was it a failure of coordination? Regardless, losing any one of the 18 warriors meant they could no longer act as a unified force. It was akin to a giant having 2 of its arms severed, rendering it powerless. Indeed, following the sudden deaths of the 2 warriors, Yang Yu drew his sword. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. In but a heartbeat, the Qiyan sword danced with deadly precision, slicing through the air 16 times. With each flourish, a head toppled to the ground. Heads rolled to the feet of the Marquis of Qinyang. The remaining 16 Death Warriors met a tragic end. Blood pooled on the floor, the acrid scent of iron pervading the entire hall. The guests present were rendered speechless with shock. Some collapsed weak-kneed, while others fainted outright, gasping. The Marquis of Qinyang felt his face drain of color, turning as pale as a corpse. "This is my final inquiry," Yang Yu coldly stated. "The identity of the red-clad warrior and the whereabouts of Fan Sisi. If you remain silent, I shall seek answers from others." Trembling, the Marquis stammered, I truly... Ah, young man. One ought to resolve enmities rather than deepen them." That moment, a slightly aged voice emerged from a nearby table. An elderly man with graying hair approached, drinking leisurely as he walked. While many guests were paralyzed by fear at the sight of the carnage, this elder maintained an air of calm, his complexion radiant as he sipped his drink. He strode directly to Yang Yu, slightly cupping his fists in greeting. "Young friend Yang Yu, I am Chen Zhi. Is wise to resolve disputes amicably. I ask you to allow me some measure of face, and let today's events cease here." Seeing the elder, the crowd could not help but express their awe. They understood that his presence signified an attempt to bring this farce to a close. However, Yu Gaoshan, his face a mask of despair, exclaimed in indignation, "Elder Chen, today is a joyous occasion for my family, yet he has intruded upon my estate, incapacitated my son-in-law, nearly killed me, and annihilated my most crucial 18 death warriors. How can such chaos simply be brushed aside?" Chunji hesitated momentarily before addressing Yang Yu. "How about this? You apologize to the Marquis of Qinyang, and I shall take it upon myself to mediate a reconciliation. And who are you to demand such?" Yang Yu retorted, irked. Chen Ji was momentarily taken aback, seemingly unprepared for the audacity of being unrecognized, let alone insulted. The other guests exchanged glances, their hearts racing. Did this fellow truly not recognize Elder Chen? Or was he merely displaying arrogance? No one dared to slight Chen Ji's reputation. After regaining his composure, Chen Ji's expression darkened. "Young man, are you refusing to grant me face? Your face is of little worth to me." Yang Yu countered. Taking a deep breath, Chen Ji spoke with an air of significance. "Very well. It appears you genuinely do not comprehend my standing. Surely you know of the King of Chu. By refusing to acknowledge me, you are also disrespecting the King of Chu." "The King of Chu?" At the mention of this name, Yang Yu perked up slightly. Chen Ji, believing Yang Yu to be intimidated, declared proudly, "Indeed, I am an envoy of the King of Chu. Today, as the Marquis of Qinyang celebrates, the king cannot attend in person, so I am here to convey his congratulations. By acting against the Marquis, you position yourself as an enemy of the King of Chu." Hearing the King of Chu's name, the guests displayed expressions of reverence. The King of Chu was undeniably the most powerful noble in Chuzhou, wielding immense influence. Moreover, he himself was a top-tier master, having reached the realm of the master level many years ago. It would not be an exaggeration to say that the King of Chu was akin to the heavens of Chuzhou. As for Chen Ji, he was the king's right-hand man. His presence at this banquet signified the king's endorsement. At this juncture, even Yang Yu, no matter how audacious, had to temper his defiance. "Oh, thank you, Elder Chun. Thank you, King of Chu," Yu Gaoshan exclaimed, tears streaming down his cheeks in gratitude. With Chen Ji's intervention, it was as if the protection of the King of Chu enveloped him, alleviating his crisis. Chen Ji continued to regard Yang Yu, stating, "The King of Chu is a man who values talent. If you can reconcile with the Marquis of Qinyang and willingly pledge your allegiance to the king, then everything that has transpired today can be forgotten. Surely, you would not refuse the king's courtesy?" "The king's courtesy? I would not even recognize the face of the heavenly sovereign." Yang Yu scoffed. "You insolent whelp. You dare insult me?" Chen Ji's face flushed with anger as he raised his hand to strike. Bang! A terrifying surge of inner strength surged towards Yang Yu. With a swift movement, Yang Yu evaded the invisible palm strike, which ultimately collided with a stone statue at the entrance. Boom! The statue, towering over 3 men, shattered into a cascade of rubble. Gasp! The guests inhaled sharply, hastily retreating in fear. From such a distance, the mere palm wind unleashed by Elder Qian had obliterated a statue weighing over 10,000 pounds. Truly terrifying, Elder Chen was indeed the most trusted aide of the King of Chu, a master in his own right. The King of Chu himself was a master-level warrior, and his faction boasted 4 other masters, with Chen Ji being one of them. However, due to the king's exalted status, no one dared to provoke him. resulting in the four masters rarely having the opportunity to showcase their might. Consequently, many had nearly forgotten that Changji was a genuine master-level warrior. "It seems you are intent on meddling in affairs that do not concern you," Yang Yu remarked, glancing at the shattered debris with a hint of resignation. Changji coldly retorted, "That last strike was your final warning. Since you refuse to take the path of righteousness, do not blame me for using overwhelming force against you. You will not be able to evade my next strike. You are quite confident?" Yang Yu chuckled softly. Changji, exuding an air of dominance and pride, proclaimed, "Humph. I am aware that you too are a master, but what of it? I have devoted the better part of my life to cultivation. My foundation is profound, and my combat experience is extensive, far beyond what a novice like you can compare to. Master-level warriors have their strengths and weaknesses." His words, though brash, resonated with an undeniable truth that commanded respect. After all, Changji was indeed entitled to make such assertions. The four masters under the King of Chu were immensely superior to average master warriors. As Changji's words fell, a glimmer of determination ignited in his aged eyes, and his right hand shot forth once more. The surging wave's palm? A few discerning guests immediately recognized this as Changji's signature technique. This particular palm strike bore a stark contrast to the previous one. There was no way Yang Yu could evade it, and he would either face death or severe injury. Changji's slightly aged physique seemed to expand in that moment, as the inner strength characteristic of seasoned masters surged through his entire arm. This force, palpable as if materialized, erupted from his palm. The intangible imprint of a palm swept through with overwhelming force. In an instant, the tables and chairs on either side were upturned and shattered. Even the stone slabs beneath were violently cracked apart. The few guests who had not fled far were even jolted to the point of spitting blood. Such was the power of the residual waves from the palm imprint. The raging waves breaking the sky palm was indeed deserving of its reputation. As the imprint erupted, a rare seriousness flickered in Yang Yu's eyes. Although the imprint, formed from inner energy, was formless and shadowless, he seemed to perceive its trajectory with clarity. In the next moment, Yang Yu's palm shot forward with forceful intent. He had no intention of evading. With a resounding smack, Changji's palm imprint was forcibly dispersed, and the overwhelming sense of pressure vanished into thin air. Yang Yu marveled inwardly. Indeed, a master-level powerhouse. I must now pay closer attention to his martial arts trajectory. But that was all. After dispersing Changji's palm imprint, Yang Yu moved like lightning, directly flashing before Changji. His movements were so elusive that even Changji had no time to react. Just as Changji was still in shock over how the opponent had broken through the raging waves breaking the sky palm, a shadow loomed over him. Yang Yu's palm, unwavering in its might, descended straight down. With a crack, his broad hand landed upon Changji's crown, causing Changji's eyes to bulge in shock, his orifices bleeding profusely, and blood gushing from his head. He then collapsed, lifeless on the ground. The hall fell into an eerie silence once more. Many gazed at Changji's corpse, increasingly convinced they were ensnared in a dream. How could anyone possibly slay a master with a single palm? It was not a narrow victory after a fierce battle, but a swift and effortless execution. This was Elder Chun, after all. How many masters could there possibly be in the entire Chuzhou? How could one simply die at a whim? It had to be a fabrication. Even Yu Gaoshan was panting heavily, struggling to believe the reality before him. After a moment's hesitation, he mustered the courage to check Changji's nose, feeling it still warm, yet devoid of breath. Upon seeing the shattered crown, he was suddenly jolted awake, his hair standing on end, and he fell to his knees before Yang Yu. Thud, thud, thud. Yu Gaoshan prostrated deeply on the ground, fervently knocking his head, causing it to bleed. As a warrior of the heavenly class and the pride of the Qinyang Marquis, all that he was had disintegrated in that moment. Killing a master-level powerhouse was akin to slaughtering a chicken. Such strength surpassed his comprehension. The fear he felt was primal and utterly uncontrollable. Stop bowing. You know what you ought to say, Yang Yu said, kicking Yu Gaoshan aside. Why Yu Gaoshan fell onto his back, but paid no heed to the pain, scrambling like a dog to return to kneeling position, saying, You mentioned the Yang family in Anjiang City 5 years ago. That batch of red-clad warriors from 5 years ago was indeed arranged by me. But I was merely following the orders of the King of Chu. Fan Sisi was the target of His Majesty. The King of Chu? Yang Yu's brow furrowed. Why would a mere Fan Sisi involve the King of Chu? What was the king's true motive? Chapter 26. 50,000 troops. Yang Yu felt the situation growing increasingly convoluted. Back in Anjiang City, the city lord, Tang Longhan, had mentioned that the King of Chu possessed a portrait of Fan Sisi, possibly linked to the massacre. However, that was merely Tang Longhan's conjecture, and at that time, Yang Yu had held a skeptical attitude. After all, the Yang family dwelled in the shadows while the King of Chu soared high. There was no reason for the king to deliberately target the Yang family. But now, with Qinyang Marquis also mentioning the King of Chu, Yang Yu could not afford to dismiss it. If any of your words are false, I will ensure you die in the most excruciating manner, Yang Yu said meaningfully. Why, Yu Gaoshan trembled. I assure you, it was indeed the King of Chu who commanded me. At this juncture, do I still have any need to deceive you? Just now, Elder Chen was present, and I dared not speak for fear he would inform the king. Now that he is dead, I have no reason to conceal anything. Why did the King of Chu instruct you to undertake this matter? Yang Yu fixed his gaze on Yu Gaoshan's eyes, seemingly able to pierce through his thoughts. Why, Yu Gaoshan stammered, to seize a woman? Such a dishonorable act, how could the king personally engage? If even a whisper of it were to leak, it would be a tremendous blow to his reputation and prestige. Yang Yu pondered for a moment. This explanation seemed plausible. Those in power could not involve themselves in every detail, as a confidant of the King of Chu. It was prudent for Yu Gaoshan to handle the dirty work. Even if word did get out, the blame would fall solely on Yu Gaoshan. Yang Yu continued, the intruders who stormed the Yang residence were a group of red-clad warriors. Yet there were none among your ranks. What was the identity of those red-clad warriors? Yu Gaoshan cautiously replied, such a task was so disgraceful that I did not dare to send my own men. Instead, I hired those from the Tianhong Society. The Tianhong Society? Yang Yu had never heard that name before. Why, Yu Gaoshan explained, a mercenary organization that operates for pay, somewhat akin to the mode of the Tingi pavilion. Yang Yu remarked, you just mentioned seizing a woman. So the king's target was solely Fan Sisi, and the destruction of the Yang family was merely incidental? Yu Gaoshan, drenched in cold sweat, meekly replied, I instructed the Tianhong Society to capture Fan Sisi alive and never ordered them to kill anyone, let alone annihilate the Yang family. The calamity that befell the Yang family is entirely the fault of the Tianhong Society. There are clear leads to seek. Please spare my life, Master Yang, Yang Yu scoffed. The Tianhong Society indeed acted as the final executors, but they were merely mercenaries. Their mission was to abduct Fan Sisi, the young lady of the Yang family. How could the Yang family not resist? If the Yang family fought back, the Tianhong Society, in order to fulfill their task, would have no choice but to resort to violence. Seizing a person and killing were actions the Tianhong Society would undertake. But without Yu Gaoshan's directive, the Tianhong Society would not have acted. Now, Yu Gaoshan presented himself as innocent, which only repulsed Yang Yu further. Suddenly, Yang Yu drew his sword and slashed towards Yu Gaoshan. Ah! Yu Gaoshan screamed, only to realize he was not dead, but his mouth was cut open, blood streaming. Yang Yu stated, it is not yet your time to die. Take me to see the King of Chu. The Tianhong Society was certainly on Yang Yu's agenda, but the King of Chu was the true mastermind, and Yang Yu sought to confront him directly. With his mouth torn open, Yu Gaoshan could not articulate. Nodding vigorously instead, leading the way ahead. Terrified of the King of Chu, he was even more afraid of Yang Yu, and dared not resist as Yu Gaoshan led the way. He inwardly cursed. His ire was not directed at Yang Yu but rather at the Tianhong Society. Damn it. Tianhong Society. I instructed you to capture Fan Sisi, and you actually did just that. Couldn't you handle the other tasks more meticulously? You've already wreaked havoc at the Yang residence. Why didn't you eliminate all traces? Why is Yang Yu left alive? In truth, after the Tianhong Society captured Fan Sisi, Yu Gaoshan had not given the Yang family a second thought. As a high-ranking Marquis, why would he concern himself with a small family? Even if the Tianhong Society had massacred them, it would have been of no consequence. Later, when the illegitimate daughter married into Anjiang City, Yu Gaoshan accidentally learned that the eldest of the Yang family, Yang Zhifei, had survived a calamity while the others had perished. However, Yang Zhifei had become a cripple, and Yu Gaoshan had paid it no mind. But little did Yu Gaoshan expect that the second son, Yang Yu, was also alive. The most inconspicuous fish that had escaped the net had transformed into something so terrifying. Upon exiting the hall, Yu Gaoshan led 2 horses, mounting one for himself and offering the other to Yang Yu. He felt utterly pitiful. The esteemed Qinyang Marquis was reduced to leading another on horseback. With one arm rendered useless, his mouth lacerated, and his body battered, he was still obliged to ride and guide. Once they reached the King of Chu's residence, he would ensure that this brat met a fate worse than death. Yu Gaoshan's face bore a humble demeanor, while his heart seethed with malice. The King of Chu was the sovereign of Chuzhou. If Yang Yu dared to approach, it would surely be a one-way trip. The two mounted their horses, swiftly charging out of the Marquis' residence. However, as soon as they exited the grand doors, they came to an abrupt halt. A vast, dark army blocked their path. Why? Yu Gaoshan's eyes brightened at the sight, thinking, "The garrison? My good son-in-law acts swiftly. It seems there will be no need to reach the King of Chu, for Yang Yu shall perish here." The army surged layer upon layer, enveloping the Marquis' residence impenetrably in the midst of the encirclement. A temporary high platform had been erected, upon which stood a young general clad in armor. Though distant, Yang Yu recognized him at once as the main protagonist of today's wedding banquet. Shi Tao. When Yang Yu had first entered the hall, he had pierced Shi Tao's palm with chopsticks. He had believed Shi Tao to be unrelated to the events of 5 years prior, which was why he had not dealt with him directly. Little did he expect that Shi Tao had slipped away amidst the chaos with a portion of the guests, bringing along an army. Yang Yu. At that moment, Shi Tao stood atop the platform, roaring with a voice that echoed. He raised his bandaged hand, his face twisted with resentment. "I am a general of Chuzhou. You have injured my arm, committing an unspeakable crime, though you think you can leave the Marquis' residence alive." Yang Yu sighed inwardly, reflecting, "Another mistake today. I should have driven those chopsticks directly into his skull." Beside him, Yu Gaoshan suddenly threw back his head in laughter, saying, "Yang Yu, now is the time for you to kneel and kowtow in apology. Perhaps then you might die with some semblance of dignity." His mouth was undeniably marred by a deep wound. Yet in his current state of exhilaration and triumph, he seemed to forget the pain and was able to speak. On the high platform, Shi Tao bellowed, "Yang Yu, release my father-in-law at once, or I shall ensure your demise is not a swift one. I will annihilate your entire lineage. I know you are a formidable master, capable of slaying Elder Chen, but what of it? Today, the 50,000 garrison troops of the county city stand before us. Even if you had 3 heads and 6 arms, you could not escape death." Yang Yu chuckled softly and replied, "Your commanding presence is indeed impressive. Yet, the sight of you hiding behind your army is rather laughable." Upon hearing Yang Yu's words, Shi Tao's face flushed with anger. At the banquet, he had witnessed Yang Yu's prowess and harbored a deep-seated fear of him. Despite rallying 50,000 troops, he dared not approach Yang Yu too closely, lest he become a casualty of Yang Yu's desperation. Thus, he had deliberately constructed a high platform behind his forces, allowing him to survey the situation while ensuring his safety from Yang Yu's reach. However, as a leading figure of the younger generation in Chuzhou and the commander of the garrison, it was indeed dishonorable for him to cower behind. Shi Tao, now frantic, barked, "You rustic fool, what do you know of commanding troops? Even at death's door, you dare to speak defiantly. Release my father-in-law immediately." Yu Gaoshan, emboldened, shouted at Yang Yu, "Yang Yu, do you still intend to strike a rock with an egg? If you release me now, I may persuade Shi Tao to spare your life. You are a talent. I can even introduce you to the King of Chu. With Elder Chen's demise, you could take his place." Ouch, it hurts. Having spoken so much, his wound throbbed painfully, and he wished he could tear Yang Yu apart. Nevertheless, in a bid to extricate himself swiftly, he continued to weave his enticing tale. Unfortunately, Yang Yu showed no interest, scoffing, "Heh, you two are quite confident, believing I am as helpless as a fish in a barrel." Yu Gaoshan was at a loss for words, thinking to himself, "Isn't that the case? My son-in-law commands an army of 50,000. A mere spit from each soldier could drown you. Do you have a choice?" From a distance, Shi Tao's voice rang out once more, "Yang Yu, I shall give you half a tea time, if you do not release my father-in-law. I will have your head." However, before he could finish, Yang Yu propelled himself from his horse, executing a sweeping kick that struck Yu Gaoshan squarely in the chest. Bang! Yu Gaoshan's chest caved in completely, and his body was sent flying into the ranks of the army. Why Yu Gaoshan was dead? He could never have imagined that Yang Yu would dare to kill the only hostage amidst the siege of 50,000 troops. I detest being threatened, Yang Yu said coldly. Father-in-law. Upon witnessing this, Shi Tao's eyes filled with bloodshot fury. To him, the Qinyang Marquis was of utmost importance, not out of filial piety, but because of his humble beginnings. Lacking family background or connections in the bureaucratic system of the Great Xia Empire, one's origins and connections were paramount. He had clawed his way up to the rank of regional officer but found it exceedingly difficult to ascend further. If he became the son-in-law of the Qinyang Marquis, he would be considered a member of the gentry, a noble. This was crucial for his career. But now, the Qinyang Marquis was dead. Yang Yu had destroyed his future. And that was unforgivable. Archers, fire! Shi Tao roared in a rage, raising his arm. Within the ranks, thousands of archers were already poised and ready. As his arm fell, a rain of arrows was unleashed. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. A torrent of arrows soared through the air, descending upon Yang Yu. Yet Yang Yu merely smiled disdainfully, brandishing the Qiyin sword and sweeping it through the it appeared to be a singular strike, but in reality, he had executed dozens in an instant, severing every arrow that threatened him. To the soldiers, the area around the Qiyin sword seemed an impenetrable fortress. The sky of arrows could not even graze him. What sword technique is this? Shi Tao exclaimed in astonishment, urgently shouting, "Continue firing, do not stop." The archers had already readied their bows for a second volley, unleashing another wave of arrows. Yang Yu leaped into the air, surrounded by flickering sword shadows, effortlessly dismantling the barrage. Simultaneously, he charged into the ranks of soldiers, with one foot planted on the head of a soldier in the front line. Crack! The unfortunate fellow was crushed to death on the spot. Yang Yu's momentum did not wane. In an instant, he vaulted over the throngs of soldiers, stepping onto another head. Crack, crack, crack! In the blink of an eye, he traversed through the tightly packed formation, stepping on heads, moving unimpeded through the vast army as if they were invisible. This is impossible. Shi Tao's eyes bulged in disbelief, desperately tracking Yang Yu's movements until he spotted a figure descending from the sky. Landing on the high platform, without a word, Yang Yu seized Shi Tao by the throat and lifted him aloft. Panic erupted among the troops. What is happening? How did he get over here? Wait, the general has been captured. Sure to run. The tens of thousands of soldiers were thrown into disarray. Shi Tao's legs trembled, and he gazed at Yang Yu as if he were a specter. He had mobilized all the garrison troops to confront Yang Yu. Yet it had proven utterly ineffectual. To extract the enemy general's head amid a sea of troops was not merely a metaphor. It was a stark reality. Yang Yu, do not act impulsively. I am a martial general of the Great Xia. If you kill me, you shall be at odds with the court. Shi Tao struggled to speak, his breath constricted. Crack! Yang Yu paid him no mind, twisting his hand to snap Shi Tao's neck. He tossed Shi Tao's lifeless body into the ranks and spat a single word: scram. Even the soldiers at the farthest reaches could clearly hear his voice, resonating in their minds like a thunderclap. Every soldier was so terrified they fled in panic, scrambling to escape. With their leader dead, who would they serve? Thousands of troops became a chaotic torrent, fleeing in a frenzy, trampling thousands underfoot. Once the dust settled, a faint blue figure appeared. Riding swiftly towards them, it was Yixian. Upon seeing the ground littered with corpses, she was taken aback and bewildered. Special envoy. What transpired here? Yang Yu replied nonchalantly, nothing much, just killed 2 people. Yixian probed cautiously, who were they? Yang Yu stated matter-of-factly, Yu Gaoshan and Shi Tao. Why Yixian was momentarily speechless. These two were significant figures in Chuzhou, and they had perished so easily while the special envoy appeared unfazed. Looking at the bodies strewn across the ground, it was evident that Shi Tao had summoned the garrison troops. Truly, he is a terrifying special envoy. Wai Yixian quickly regained her composure and said, Special envoy, I have already dispatched the search for Fan Cece. The Tingi pavilion is actively seeking her out. Good. Well done. Yang Yu acknowledged. However, I have new leads. Do you know the location of the Chu King's residence? Take me there. The Chu King's residence? Yixian gasped. Could it be that the tragedy of the Yang family 5 years ago was orchestrated by the Chu king? Yang Yu's expression turned cold. What the Qinyang Marquis said before his death must hold truth. Why Yixian regarded him with suspicion? What manner of person is the Chu king, and why would he commit such acts? He has no ties to the Yang family or Fan Sisi. A murderous glint flickered in Yang Yu's eyes. Reasons? They are irrelevant. Whoever is the mastermind shall face the annihilation of their entire clan. Yixian involuntarily gasped, her voice trembling. Special envoy, that is the Chu king, a member of the imperial Lu family. Should we not gather the experts of the Tingi sect for further deliberation? Further deliberation? No need, Yang Yu dismissed. We must not allow the Chu king to receive word of our intentions and flee ahead of time. Wai Yixian internally broke into a cold sweat, thinking, the Chu king would run? Surely not. He would be eager to avenge the Qinyang Marquis. The special envoy's tone suggested he intended to surround the Chu king's residence alone. She was momentarily taken aback, but soon followed Yang Yu. As a subordinate, even if she believed her superior's decision was imprudent, she was bound to comply unconditionally. For safety's sake, as they set off, she ignited a signal flare, summoning all the martial artists of the Tingi pavilion in the county city. The Chu king's influence was vast. She could not confront him with just Yang Yu. Bringing along more comrades would surely not be a bad idea. Yang Yu observed her actions and, though he deemed them unnecessary, said nothing. The Chu king's residence was also located in Chuzhou County, not far from the Qinyang Marquis estate. Wai Yixian personally guided Yang Yu, and within 2 hours, they arrived at their destination. The expansive Chu king's residence stretched as far as the eye could see. An imposing sight. Surrounding the Chu king's residence, for miles there were no other inhabitants. Ordinary citizens dared not even approach. The king's residence was eerily quiet at night, with only patrols of guards making their rounds. Yang Yu, accompanied by Yixian and several hundred martial artists from the Tingi pavilion, made quite a commotion, immediately drawing the attention of the guards. Who dares approach the Chu king's residence? A group of guards blocked their path. Exuding a menacing aura. Approach? Heh, Yang Yu sneered, drawing his sword and striking the grand gate of the residence from a distance. Boom. The gate of the Chu king's residence, the tallest in Chuzhou, was shattered by his blow. I have come to resolve personal matters with Lu Chun. All irrelevant parties, begone. Yang Yu's expression was indifferent as he regarded the guards. Bold thief, how dare you utter the name of the Chu king so casually? The guards were incensed, charging forth in unison, declaring, those who obstruct me shall die. Yang Yu swung his sword through the crowd, severing several foes, leaving a multitude of guards lifeless in pools of blood. The warriors from the Tingi pavilion behind him were left in a state of shock. They had intended to engage in a grand battle with the guards, yet the envoy had dispatched them with remarkable ease. Lu Chun, come forth, Lu Chun, the name of the Prince of Chu, echoed in the air. However, after the guards had been vanquished, not a soul emerged from the vast royal residence. Without further ado, Yang Yu mounted his horse and charged inside. No sooner had he entered than a cacophony of whistling air pierced the night, as dozens of concealed weapons flew toward him from all directions, nearly imperceptible under the cover of darkness. With a disdainful smile, Yang Yu waved his hand, and all the projectiles, astonishingly, reversed course at an even greater speed. Swish, 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 dozens of royal guards were struck down, their throats pierced, collapsing in pools of blood. These guards were evidently far superior to those outside. Each one a warrior of the earth ranked in a small city. Such warriors could establish a formidable force, yet within the Chu prince's residence, even the gatekeepers were of the earth rank. After this hidden cadre of warriors fell, an aged voice resonated from within the grand hall. You are the first to invade the Chu prince's residence at night. Shortly thereafter, an elder clad in a gray robe walked forward, accompanied by a slightly younger man and woman, both exuding a calm demeanor. Yang Yu furrowed his brow and inquired, Are you Lu Chun? The gray-robed elder chuckled. The Prince of Chu is in seclusion. While I am uncertain why you dare to invade the royal residence at night, since you have come, you may as well leave your life behind. You are unworthy to be my opponent. Summon Lu Chun, and tell him that Yang Yu of the Yang family has arrived. Yang Yu replied coldly. The gray-robed elder's expression darkened. Unworthy? Yang Yu? I have never even heard of such a name. Having served the prince for many years, none dared to speak to him in such a manner. At that moment, Yixian and the warriors of the Tingi pavilion surged into the royal residence. Upon seeing the three, Yixin quietly informed Yang Yu. Envoy, the Chu prince's residence is home to 4 grandmasters. You have slain Shanji, and the other 3 are here. The strongest among them is the gray-robed elder, Zhou Shilang, who is a 5th-layer grandmaster. The other 2, Luo Yang and Pan Hui, are slightly weaker, but as siblings from the same sect, they excel in combined martial techniques and can unleash power that rivals their rank. Thus should not be underestimated. Indeed, Yang Yu acknowledged her intelligence with appreciation. Upon noticing Yixin, the gray-robed elder's demeanor shifted slightly, revealing a hint of trepidation. Yi Hall Master? No wonder this young man is so audacious. He has the support of Hall Master Yixin. Are you certain you wish to oppose the Chu prince? Yixin, how much has this young man offered you? You dare to invade the royal residence? The woman behind him appeared discontented. They paid little heed to the so-called Yang Yu, but Yixin, as the Hall Master of Tingi Pavilion, commanded significant respect. Even the Chu prince had to afford her some measure of regard. The 3 grandmasters instinctively perceived Yang Yu as someone who had paid a hefty sum to enlist Yixin's support, given that the Tingi Pavilion was known for its mercenary nature. Willing to undertake any task for the right price, the Tingi Pavilion has no need to explain its actions to you. Yixin maintained her icy demeanor, softening only in Yang Yu's presence. Very well, Yi Hall Master is indeed quite arrogant. Zhou Shilang's eyes narrowed, revealing a murderous intent. Even if you are the Hall Master of the Tingi Pavilion, the Chu Prince's residence is not a place you may enter or exit at will. The 3 grandmasters fixed their gazes intently upon Yixin, perceiving her as the greatest threat. Yang Yu could not help but chuckle. It seems you have misunderstood. Yixin will not intervene. What? The 3 grandmasters exchanged bewildered glances. If Yixin does not intervene, what is she here for? Moreover, if she does not act, who do you think you are? The young man scoffed, suspecting Yang Yu was merely putting on a show. She is merely guiding me, Yang Yu replied matter-of-factly. Now, summon Lu Chun immediately, or I shall use you as offerings to the heavens. The 3 grandmasters were incensed. It seems we have not fought in a long time, and we may soon be forgotten. Arrogant wretch, prepare to die. Before they could finish, all 3 transformed into shadows, launching a simultaneous attack on Yang Yu in a triangular formation. In that instant, they realized that Yixin had indeed no intention of intervening, which relieved their concerns. Whoosh! The trio's palm winds surged forward like 3 heavy iron plates, pressing down upon Yang Yu. Calm and collected, he twisted his body in place, deftly parrying with 3 swift slashes of his sword. Swish, swish, swish! The sound of the crimson flame sword echoed in rapid succession. Yang Yu's strikes were astonishingly swift. Zhou Shilang, Luo Yang, and Pan Hui, being masters of their craft, managed to perceive the trajectory of Yang Yu's sword. But alas, it was merely a momentary realization. In the blink of an eye, 3 bloody hands fell to the ground. The 3 were struck with horror, retreating frantically several steps, their arms severed cleanly, causing their hair to stand on end. Who exactly is this young man? How could he be so powerful? The 4 grandmasters had proven to be mere waste in comparison. Yang Yu scoffed. The trio, filled with indignation, found themselves unable to refute his words. Suddenly, they realized something. There were 3 of them, yet he referred to them as 4 worthless beings. Have you fought Chunji as well? Zhou Shilang inhaled deeply. Chunji? He perished alongside the Marquis of Qinyang. Yang Yu stated as if discussing a mundane matter. If I do not see the Prince of Chu within 3 breaths, you shall die. The 3 were instantly covered in goosebumps. The incident at the Marquis of Qinyang's estate had just occurred, and they were unaware of it. However, they believed that if Yang Yu dared to kill the Marquis and Chanji, he would certainly not hesitate to kill them as well. Even grandmasters fear death. As they felt the pain from their severed limbs, their will to fight dissipated, and they trembled as they spoke. The Prince of Chu is in seclusion. You will likely not see him. Time's up. Yang Yu's expression shifted, and he leaped into the air, sword in hand. With a thrust, the tip of the crimson flame sword glimmered in the moonlight, sinking deeply into Zhou Shilang's heart. Chapter 29. Prince of Chu Lu Chun. With a single thrust, Zhou Shilang fell lifeless. The remaining Luo Yang and Pan Hui turned pale with fright. Among the 4 grandmasters, Zhou Shilang, the strongest, had perished so swiftly and decisively. Yang Yu was not merely intimidating. If the prince did not appear, they would indeed face death. With a thud, Yang Yu withdrew his sword and kicked Zhou Shilong's corpse aside, casting a contemplative glance at the remaining two, as if pondering whom to slay next. He was somewhat surprised. Even in the face of death, these three did not dare to disturb Lu Chun in his seclusion. Lu Chun's aura of intimidation was indeed formidable. Luo Yang and Pan Hui were engulfed in unprecedented terror. Trembling internally, Luo Yang took a deep breath and said to Pan Hui, "Junior sister, it seems we are destined to perish here. Let us be siblings once more in our next lives, Pan Hui." "However," screamed Yang Yu, "you cannot kill me. If you must kill, spare Luo Yang." Yang Yu raised an eyebrow. Pan Hui, in a frenzy, declared, "I am a woman. A master of your caliber would not dare to strike a woman down. Would you? If you must kill, then let it be Luo Yang." "Luo Yang?" Yang Yu sneered derisively and swept his sword toward Pan Hui, the face of a grandmaster-level opponent. He would show no mercy. With that stroke, he severed Pan Hui's neck, blood gushing forth. Even in death, she seemed to attempt to utter a final word, her mouth agape. Luo Yang, gazing at the lifeless body on the ground, felt his heart plummet. And he weakly uttered, "You seek to meet the Prince of Chu, do you not? I shall take you to him." His junior sister had been the most important person to him, and witnessing her desperate plea, he suddenly felt indifferent to everything else. "Lead the way." Yang Yu followed Luo Yang deeper into the royal residence. The members of the Tingi pavilion, having finally regained their senses, hurried after them. Initially, they had anticipated a fierce battle upon entering the Chu prince's residence, fearing they might never return. Yet, unexpectedly, the envoy had single-handedly dispatched 3 grandmasters, rendering the hundreds of them little more than bystanders. The royal residence was vast, and after a considerable time following Luo Yang, they finally arrived at the rear courtyard. To call it a courtyard was an understatement. It was an entire mountain. The royal residence backed onto a towering peak, encompassing the entire mountain within its grounds. Such grandeur and scale were unmatched throughout the entirety of Chuzhou. The Prince of Chu resided atop the mountain, striving to break through to the 9th layer of Grandmaster rank, a critical juncture where he forbade any disturbances. Luo Yang pointed towards the mountain peak and remarked, speaking of the 9th level of the Grandmaster realm. A look of reverence inevitably appeared on his face. The martial artist's 4 major realms, heaven, earth, mysterious, and yellow, are each further divided into 9 levels. Culminating in the Grandmaster stage, as one ascends through these grand realms, each subsequent breakthrough becomes increasingly arduous, with the disparities between each level widening significantly. The difference between the 1st and 2nd levels of the yellow rank is nearly negligible. Yet the chasm between the 8th and 9th levels of the Grandmaster realm signifies an insurmountable gulf. Once a martial artist reaches the Grandmaster level, each small breakthrough heralds a substantial enhancement in strength. This is precisely why Luo Yang, despite being merely 1 level below Zhou Shilang, can never rival Zhou Shilong's status. And now, King Chu is in seclusion, striving to achieve the 9th level of Grandmaster. Should he succeed, he will ascend to the pinnacle of martial prowess, his strength unimaginable. Upon hearing Luo Yang's words, Yang Yu chuckled softly. "I truly wonder who decreed these realms. Why not divide each realm into 99 levels instead?" Luo Yang felt somewhat bewildered. "Enough chatter. Continue leading the way. I shall release you once I have met Lu Chun in person," Yang Yu urged. Luo Yang dared not speak further and resumed his lead. Before long, the group arrived at the mountaintop. A vast platform had been carved out at the summit, upon which a serene wooden house stood. King Chu was inside, and Luo Yang felt a sense of trepidation and did not dare to call out. He recalled how someone had once interrupted King Chu during his seclusion to report an urgent matter, only to meet a grim fate. "Is there only Lu Chun here on the mountain?" Yang Yu inquired. "Just him," Luo Yang replied. "Is that so?" Yang Yu chuckled. Luo Yang broke into a cold sweat, stating, "When King Chu is in seclusion, no one dares to ascend the mountain." Yang Yu ignored him and called out loudly, "Lu Chun, you old dog, come out and face your doom." Even atop the towering peak, his voice resonated clear and powerful, causing Luo Yang's ears to ring painfully. In the forest, countless birds were startled, taking flight into the night sky. However, no one emerged from the wooden house. Yang Yu unleashed a palm strike. Bang! A tremendous force shattered the wooden structure completely. Luo Yang couldn't help but gasp in awe, thinking to himself, "This is the first time I've seen someone dare to confront King Chu like this." This fellow is truly insane. Although he managed to kill Pan Hui and Zhou Shilang, those were merely ordinary grandmasters. How could they be compared to King Chu? Moreover, there are undoubtedly more than just King Chu lurking in the back mountain of the royal estate. Yang Yu is doomed as the wooden house crumbled. A figure slowly emerged from the ruins. He was an imposing middle-aged man, with deep-set eyes and a steady gait. He brushed off the debris from his clothing and coldly regarded Luoyang. Without uttering a word, Luoyang immediately knelt and said, "King Chu, please forgive me. Yang Yu insists on meeting you. The guards at the estate could not deter him, and I am the only remaining grandmaster. I truly had no other choice." Lu Chun's expression remained indifferent as he stated, "I warned you before my seclusion that even if the heavens were to collapse, you were not to disturb me." Luoyang trembled, stammering, Lu Chun continued, "Fortunately, I have just successfully broken through. Congratulations, King Chu. Celebrations for the first person of Chu province, as it is well-deserved." Luoyang hastily offered his congratulations. Suddenly, Lu Chun's expression turned frigid, but a mistake is still a mistake. As he spoke, he abruptly flicked a flying needle from his hand. Whoosh! A flash of silver pierced through the air, striking Luoyang's throat. Cough! Luoyang immediately lost his voice, his face turning ashen. With a kick of his legs, he collapsed to the ground. The martial artists from the Tingi pavilion behind him were chilled to their cores. This King Chu is far too ruthless, even towards his own subordinates. However, more than that, they felt fear and concern. Yang Yu is undeniably formidable, yet King Chu is evidently no less powerful and even more merciless. Just now, Luoyang mentioned your name is Yang Yu? After killing Luoyang, Lu Chun, as if nothing had transpired, smiled amiably at Yang Yu. The architect of the calamity that befell the Yang family stood before him, and Yang Yu's eyes betrayed no concealment of his murderous intent. However, he needed to ascertain the whereabouts of Fan Sisi first. Lu Chun leisurely scrutinized Yang Yu, saying, Yang Yu, what an intriguing name. It's the first time I've heard it. Do I know you?" Yang Yu replied solemnly. 5 years ago, in Anjiang City, the Yang family, do you remember?" Lu Chun's face flickered with recognition. "Anjiang City Yang family? What is that? What grievance do you hold against me? Never mind, it is of no consequence." Lu Chun's expression did not appear feigned. He genuinely seemed unaware of the Yang family. Yang Yu temporarily suppressed his murderous intent and inquired, "You don't recall the woman you abducted 5 years ago?" Fan Sisi? Fan Sisi, Lu Chun murmured, his expression shifting. "Is it her? Who are you to her?" Yang Yu's countenance grew colder. "Where is she now?" Lu Chun chuckled, "You are quite astute. She is indeed alive. But do you truly believe I would divulge her whereabouts to you? 5 years ago, he had instructed Yu Gaoshan to capture her, and Yu Gaoshan had indeed brought her back. As for the details, Lu Chun had not concerned himself with them. As the exalted King Chu, he had little time for such trivialities. Securing Fan Sisi was sufficient for him. He was even unaware of what the Yang family was and had never heard any names associated with it. The lives of a bunch of ants meant nothing to him. Only when Yang Yu mentioned Fan Sisi did Lu Chun begin to deduce that Yu Gaoshan had likely annihilated the entire Yang family in his pursuit of her. Having realized this, Lu Chun couldn't help but curse, "Yu Gaoshan is such a useless fool. His incompetence has left me to clean up the mess." "Kid, you must have encountered him, haven't you?" Yang Yu replied. "He is dead." Lu Chun narrowed his eyes, his tone turning grim. "No wonder you possess such audacity. It turns out it was Chun Yongho who gave you confidence. Too bad he is merely my dog. Killing him is no feat at all. Yet even my dog is not one you can slay. Here's the deal. I see you as a rare martial arts prodigy. If you submit to me now, you can take the place of the 4 grandmasters and become the second strongest in Chu province. I can overlook today's events." Yang Yu threw back his head and laughed, his eyes reddening. "Ha ha ha, you can overlook it. My family members were nearly exterminated. My wife was abducted. Do you truly believe I can just let go of everything that transpired 5 years ago?" Lu Chun sighed regretfully. "Those who recognize the times are wise, but alas, you are not. You, a stray dog with nowhere to go, have barely managed to survive, yet you do not cherish your life. This back mountain of the King Chu's estate will be your burial ground." Suddenly, as he spoke, figures began to emerge from the forest, swiftly encircling Yang Yu and his companions. Yi Xian's expression grew grave. "How is this possible? How could there be so many experts in the King Chu's estate? She estimated the number at a glance. The black-clad figures numbered at least 500. This was no ordinary guard or soldier. Judging by their movements, each was at the level of Earth-rank martial artists. When did so many Earth-rank martial artists come to be? Even a king of a province would struggle to gather 500 Earth-rank warriors to serve him at once. 1 or 10 Earth-rank warriors were inconsequential. Yixian could easily deal with them herself. But 500? That was a different story. Such numbers could not be ignored, even by the most powerful grandmaster. Moreover, Lu Chun was recognized as the strongest in Chu province, and now he had broken through to the 9th level, an even greater threat. Although Yixian had brought some subordinates with her, their overall strength was vastly inferior and could not be relied upon. Now, do you still dare to be arrogant? Lu Chun mocked as he gazed at Yang Yu. Yang Yu surveyed the black-clad figures, unable to suppress a note of admiration. Impressive. Not long ago, he had witnessed Shi Tao rallying an army of 50,000 and had not been astonished. The Great Xia Empire had undergone multiple rounds of centralization, and any military force within its territories essentially belonged to the empire. The provincial generals and feudal lords could mobilize troops under specific circumstances, but the ownership of the military would forever lie with the central authority. Yet these 500 Earth-rank warriors were Lu Chun's personal force. Personal was the key term. It was hard to fathom how he had come to command such a top-tier team. Lu Chun harbored many secrets. Ha ha ha, it's too late to be afraid now. Lu Chun, mistaking Yang Yu's astonishment for fear, burst into hearty laughter. Today, having successfully broken through to the 9th level of Grandmaster, you shall offer your life in celebration. Having spoken, he unleashed a fist towards Yang Yu. At the moment of his strike, an echoing sound reminiscent of a tiger's roar reverberated through the air. The members of the Tingi pavilion standing behind Yang Yu felt a profound sense of dread. Even Yixian sensed an overwhelming threat. She had heard tales of Lu Chun's formidable martial technique, known as the tiger's roar punch, unparalleled in the world. Whenever Lu Chun executed this move, it signified the end of battle. For no one had ever survived beneath the onslaught of the tiger's roar punch. The instant Lu Chun threw his punch, the cloaked figures around him did not hesitate, rushing forth to assist, leaving Yang Yu with no opportunity to evade a master at the 9th level of cultivation, accompanied by 500 Earth-level warriors, had only Yang Yu in their sights. Yet, Yang Yu remained unfazed, his left hand poised as a palm while his right gripped his sword. Amidst the roaring sound, he abruptly struck out with his left palm, directly meeting Lu Chun's tiger's roar punch. As their fists and palms collided, the swarm of black-clad figures surged forward. Yang Yu's right hand executed a sweeping motion through the air. Yixian stood agape, astonished that the envoy could launch simultaneous attacks with both hands, each employing entirely different techniques, one a palm strike and the other a sword maneuver. Bang! Lu Chun felt as though his punch had collided with an abyss. All the force behind it dissipated in an instant. Strangely, the palm that seemed like a chasm, intended to absorb the impact, unleashed a ferocious power instead. In an instant, Lu Chun's arm was numbed, nearly losing all sensation, and his body was propelled backward by the overwhelming force of the palm. Simultaneously, Yang Yu's sword energy had already cleaved through the ranks of Earth-level warriors beside him, severing them at the waist. Thud, thud, thud. Lu Chun crashed heavily to the ground, surrounded by the fallen bodies. What? Lu Chun was utterly shocked, feeling a chill run through him as if he were plunged into an icy abyss. He could not comprehend how. From a mere exchange, the opponent's single palm and sword strike had gravely injured him and slaughtered so many Earth-level warriors. These were all Earth-level warriors. It was conceivable to kill 1 or 2, even a dozen, but Yang Yu's single sword energy had produced nearly 100 corpses, all severed cleanly at the same height. The remaining black-clad figures were equally horrified, instinctively recoiling. They had previously believed their numerical advantage was substantial. Even if each struck, Yang Yu could not possibly withstand them all. If he could dodge 1 strike, could he evade 500? You may kill 1, but we still have 499. Yet now they realized how ludicrous their assumptions had been. What good was sheer numbers? What did it matter if they were Earth-level warriors? The opponent had effortlessly bisected 100 with a single sword strike, finishing them off in mere moments. Why are you all standing there like fools? Attack! He has been struck by my tiger's roar punch and is gravely injured. Do not be deceived by his calm demeanor. It must be an act, Lu Chun yelled, desperate to regain control. This shout was earnest. He sincerely believed Yang Yu could not have emerged unscathed from the tiger's roar punch. Now was the perfect moment to counterattack, and he could not afford to miss it. The remaining 400 Earth-level warriors, roused by Lu Chun's roar, reignited their fighting spirit. Indeed, seized the opportunity while he is weak. The 400 warriors surged forward once more. Yang Yu, displaying an expression of resignation, drew his sword again. However, this time, his draw appeared slightly slower than before. Though merely a fraction slower, it solidified Lu Chun's conviction. This brat was indeed injured. Even his reactions were delayed. Almost immediately, the weapons of the 400 warriors were poised to strike Yang Yu. Swish! In that fleeting moment, Yang Yu's sword was finally unsheathed. The crimson flame sword emerged not with the previously unremarkable horizontal sweep, but radiated a blazing light. It was unclear whether the illumination was cast by the moonlight or the sword itself. This brilliance suddenly erupted from the blade, transforming into 4 massive arcs of light that cascaded outward. The entire scene resembled a colossal stone plummeting into a tranquil pool, sending ripples that spread without restraint. Yet, the expansion of the arc of sword energy was infinitely swifter than the water's waves. In an instant, the arcs of sword energy pierced through all the warriors. The 400 warriors stood frozen in place. Then the sounds of their weapons clattering and bodies collapsing filled the air. Both their forms and their weapons were cleaved in twain by the arc of sword energy. All 400 Earth-level warriors met their demise. Everyone present was rendered speechless by shock. Even the members of the tingi pavilion were drenched in sweat, gasping for breath. When the envoy unsheathed his sword, the arc of sword energy, though directed at the enemy, instilled terror in their hearts, leaving them paralyzed with fear. Lu Chun was even more astonished, standing in a daze. He had thought Yang Yu's slower draw indicated injury. Little did he know, it was merely the prelude to a far more potent killing move. One sword strike that dispatched 100 Earth-level warriors had merely served as a warm-up. Lu Chun's mind buzzed, replaying the earlier scene. The fiery sword energy, the almost tangible killing intent. Sword intent? Suddenly, Lu Chun realized something, murmuring in disbelief. Yet, his revelation was met with excruciating pain. Just as he was lost in thought, Yang Yu had already arrived before him, delivering 2 powerful kicks. Lu Chun's knee shattered, and he collapsed to the ground. Sword intent? Sword intent? You have grasped the sword intent? Lu Chun seemed to wrestle with his own thoughts. Sword intent, a concept reserved for legends, had manifested in reality before him. This revelation shook him to his core. Yang Yu merely shot him a glance, saying, "Sword intent? I merely utilized a slightly refined sword technique." What? Lu Chun could hardly comprehend. You mean to say that the first sword that killed 100 was not even a perfected sword technique? Just a casual flick? And the second sword, which decimated 400, was not bolstered by sword intent? It derived its terrifying power solely from the sword technique itself. Lu Chun felt as if his entire understanding of the world had been overturned. Regrettably, no one was there to clarify his confusion. Yang Yu prodded Lu Chun's chin with the sword's tip, asking, 5 years ago, you were the one who had Fan Cece captured by Yu Gaoshan. Correct? Lu Chun trembled as he nodded. Why did you capture her? Where is she now? Yang Yu fixed his gaze on Lu Chun, meticulously watching for any deceit. Lu Chun took a deep breath, stating, I admit, she was the target I sought, and the calamity of the Yang family arose from this. However, I cannot disclose the reasons, nor will I reveal her whereabouts. I am commanding you to answer, not seeking your consent. Yang Yu lifted his palm. Whoosh! The sword tip traced upward along Lu Chun's chin, leaving a deep gash across his face, nearly splitting it apart. Lu Chun grimaced in agony, yet he gritted his teeth. Refusing to respond, I shall see just how steadfast your resolve is. Yang Yu thrust the sword down, piercing through Lu Chun's thigh. Lu Chun's veins bulged, and he roared in pain. Suddenly, the only functioning limb, his arm, lashed out towards Yang Yu. Whoosh! Several slender flying needles shot towards Yang Yu's eyes. This was the very method he had previously used to kill Luo Yang. Unfortunately, as soon as the needles were launched, Yang Yu's hand flicked before him. All the flying needles were effortlessly caught between his fingers. Lu Chun's heart sank into despair. This was his last-ditch effort, yet it had barely grazed the opponent. Playing with needles in front of me? Yang Yu chuckled, snapping his fingers. Whoosh of the 10 flying needles, 5 were flicked back with precision, striking Lu Chun's 5 fingertips. It was this very hand that had attempted the sneak attack. The 5 needles buried themselves deep from the fingertips to the base, piercing straight through to the bone. The excruciating pain drove Lu Chun nearly to madness, in swift succession. The remaining 5 needles in Yang Yu's hand flew forth silently, piercing 5 locations on Lu Chun's body. Yang Yu, well-versed in medicine, possessed an intimate knowledge of the body's acupoints and meridians. The simultaneous strikes on these 5 acupoints would not endanger his life, but would amplify his suffering immensely. Lu Chun writhed on the ground, convulsing, his skin turning a deep red, bloodshot in his eyes. The members of the Tingi pavilion shuddered at the sound of his cries, unable to fathom the torment a 9th-level master was enduring to elicit such desperate wails. "Where is Fan Sisi?" Yang Yu inquired once more. You monster, you devil." Lu Chun screamed incessantly but still refused to provide a direct answer. Yang Yu frowned and struck Lu Chun's chest with his palm. Bang! The long needles embedded in the 5 acupoints twisted and churned within him. The agony Lu Chun experienced surged to new heights. He felt that the legendary tortures of boiling oil and the knife mountain could not compare to his current suffering. "If you refuse to speak, I can guarantee you will experience even greater torment." Yang Yu's countenance was cold as he observed Lu Chun's skin, which was even seeping with traces of blood. After a struggle, his body seemed drained of life, collapsing to the ground like a pile of mud, unable to stop the convulsions. With a sudden thrust, Yang Yu jabbed at his thigh, attempting to rouse him. Lu Chun's body jolted violently, his eyes bulging as his head tilted to one side. Then, he became utterly motionless, devoid of any sign of vitality. Yang Yu furrowed his brows, pondering the reason behind Lu Chun's refusal to divulge the whereabouts of Fan Sisi even in the face of torment. "Even unto death. Envoy, has the king of Chu perished?" Yixian ventured cautiously. Yang Yu nodded, stating, "He severed his own meridians and died." Chapter 32. The Empress? Lu Chun is dead. Yang Yu's tone was calm, as though recounting the demise of an ordinary individual rather than that of the foremost power and nobility of Chu Prefecture. However, he had moderated his strength. The death was not by his own hand, but rather a self-inflicted termination. "Dead?" Yixian exclaimed in astonishment, cautiously checking Lu Chun's breath to confirm his demise. A master of the 9th tier, a once proud monarch, had met his end in such a manner. Yang Yu's brow knitted together. A figure of Lu Chun's caliber could surely succeed in suicide if he truly wished for it. Perhaps Yang Yu could thwart him once, but not every time. Lu Chun's choice to end his life could not be attributed to an inability to endure suffering. The only explanation was his refusal to disclose why Fan Sisi had been captured and her current location, choosing death to sever Yang Yu's hopes. Take your brothers and search his estate for clues, particularly noting any connections he had with others and whether he possessed any portraits of women. Yang Yu instructed Yixian, regaining his composure swiftly. Lu Chun may be dead, but remnants of his estate would undoubtedly yield something. Understood, Yixian acknowledged, leading the members of Tingi Pavilion into action, while Yang Yu awaited outside the estate. An hour later, Yixian emerged with her team, their weapons stained with blood. Soon after, flames erupted within the royal residence, rapidly escalating. Before long, the entire estate was engulfed in fire. Yang Yu, witnessing this, could not help but express admiration for Yixian. Well done. Although he had merely instructed her to gather clues, Yixian had raised the king of Chu's manor, aligning perfectly with his intentions. The ordeal faced by the Yang family 5 years prior dictated that no survivors should remain from the Chu royal family. With Lu Chun and the 4 grandmasters gone, along with 500 Earth-tier warriors, Yixian could easily eliminate the remaining riffraff. With a respectful demeanor, Yixian reported, "Envoy, Lu Chun's study indeed concealed a portrait of a woman, only one." She then handed the painting to Yang Yu. Upon unfolding it, Yang Yu's gaze sharpened. The figure depicted was unmistakably Fan Sisi. Although Tang Long Han had mentioned this matter, seeing the portrait with his own eyes deepened Yang Yu's suspicions. Why would Lu Chun possess a painting of Fan Sisi? Given Lu Chun's status and position, it was unlikely to be merely for aesthetic appreciation. The true motive was something he was willing to conceal even at the cost of his life. Yi Xian then produced a small golden scroll, stating, "There is also a decree from the new emperor. It may shed some light." Yang Yu took the scroll, glancing over its contents, which indicated that the new emperor, shortly after ascending the throne, planned to visit Chu Prefecture incognito to discuss various issues regarding new policies with the king of Chu. Lu Kong is dead? The Great Xia has a new emperor? Yang Yu inquired. Lu Kong was the name of the emperor from 5 years prior. Ordinary folk would not dare to speak the emperor's name so freely. Yang Yu was evidently unconcerned. Yi Xian nodded, explaining, "It was just 3 months ago that the late Emperor Lu Kong passed away, posthumously titled one Emperor of Xia." Yang Yu sighed. "Being an emperor is no easy task. I recall he was relatively young. Such a swift demise is shocking. By the way, did one emperor have many sons? Which son ultimately ascended to the throne?" Yi Xian chuckled nervously. "That matter is rather incredible. The new emperor is Princess Lingwei." "What? A princess?" Yang Yu was taken aback. Traditionally, the throne passed to the emperor's sons. This was an unspoken rule that favored the long-term stability of the royal lineage and governance. While there had been instances of female emperors, they were exceedingly rare. Lu Kong had fathered a pair of sons, some of whom were certainly capable, and had even established a crown prince early on. Yet the throne was granted to a princess? This marked the first occurrence of a female emperor since the establishment of the Great Exile. Why, Yi Xian lamented, during one emperor's reign, both internal and external affairs of the Great Xia were quite stable. However, after Empress Lingwei's ascension, various factions within the country have begun to stir, with several of the late emperor's sons seeking to usurp her position. Neighboring nations are also probing the stability of Empress Lingwei's rule. It remains uncertain how long she can maintain her seat. Power struggles and dynastic changes are commonplace, yet Yang Yu paid little heed to such matters. Who ascended to the throne and who sought to usurp it bore no relevance to him. Yi Xian continued, "Earlier, in the royal residence's back mountain, did you not eliminate 500 Earth-tier warriors? I suspect those warriors were intended to assassinate Empress Lingwei. Lu Chun, lacking the qualifications to contend for the throne himself, could instead assist a certain prince in usurping this." Yang Yu felt a stir within him. This theory held substantial merit. If the empress were to conduct an inspection, Lu Chun would have to conceal his assassins within the royal residence. 500 Earth-tier warriors could hide without revealing their presence, making a sudden strike against the empress upon her arrival a plausible opportunity for successful assassination. If that were the case, whose ascension was Lu Chun aiding? This was indeed a crucial point. Lu Chun's refusal to answer Yang Yu's inquiries could very well be to protect the identity of this prince. Thus, it was highly likely that Fan Sisi had been delivered into the hands of this prince. Of course, this remained mere speculation. The whereabouts of Fan Sisi were still uncertain. For now, it was the only lead available. Yang Yu instructed Yi Xian, "Return and utilize your connections to investigate which Prince Lu Chun was closest to." Additionally, how did Lu Chun manage to gather so many Earth-tier warriors? Understood, Yi Xian nodded. However, she suddenly knelt on one knee, expressing regret. "Today, I acted disrespectfully toward the envoy. Please punish me." Yang Yu was bewildered, asking, "What are you doing?" In a serious tone, Yi Xian replied, "Before coming to the king of Chu's residence, I deemed this mission perilous and questioned the envoy's capabilities, even going to great lengths to bring so many brothers from Tingi pavilion, showing a lack of trust and respect for the envoy." Yang Yu laughed heartily. "Is an apology necessary for such matters? There is no need at all. Your approach was entirely appropriate. You did not comprehend the limits of my strength, and naturally, you sought to ensure safety. Seeking stability in your actions is not a flaw." "Thank you, envoy," Yi Xian said, visibly moved. Yang Yu added, "Moreover, although the brothers you brought did not assist me in combat, their contributions to the subsequent tasks were immensely valuable. Otherwise, how long would it have taken me to conduct the search alone in the king of Chu's estate?" Upon hearing this, the members of Tingi pavilion were equally touched. It appeared the envoy was ruthless only toward enemies while being so benevolent to his own. "We merely came to fill numbers. Yet he still praises us. Sob, sob, sob. We, the warriors of Tingi pavilion, are willing to march through fire and water for the envoy." It was uncertain who led the charge, but soon, hundreds of warriors knelt on one knee, collectively exclaiming their loyalty. "All right, return now and assist your hall master in investigating the matters I've assigned." Yang Yu commanded with a wave of his hand. The crowd rose, and Yi Xian asked, "What are the envoy's plans next?" Yang Yu narrowed his eyes slightly, declaring, I shall pay a visit to the Tianhong Association. Chapter 33. The Tianhong Association. Yang Yu swiftly parted ways with Yi Xian. According to the Duke of Qinyang, the Tianhong Association was the final executor of the abduction of Fan Sisi. Some actions, once taken, must bear consequences. The Tianhong Association had no need to exist any longer. Furthermore, with the connection to Lu Chun severed, it was possible that some leads could be uncovered within the Tianhong Association. Similar to Tingi Pavilion, the Tianhong Association was also a martial organization that operated for payment. However, in terms of scale, the Tianhong Association paled in comparison to Tingi Pavilion. Tingi Pavilion had branches spread throughout the world, with divisions in various countries and states, including the Great Xia Empire, the North Lai Kingdom, and the Western Rhone Kingdom, boasting over 100 branches. In contrast, the Tianhong Association was solely an organization within the Great Xia, currently limited to a few states. The individuals employed by the Duke of Qinyang were from the Tianhong Association's Chu Prefecture branch, which was also based in the county city. Yang Yu rode swiftly, arriving at his destination just as dawn broke. South Main Street, the most bustling thoroughfare of the county city. However, it was still early, and the streets were mostly deserted, with many shops yet to open. Only a few brothels remained brightly lit. Before Yang Yu stood a small building with its doors wide open, displaying 3 bold characters: Tianhong Association. The Tianhong Association operated around the clock, dealing with affairs that were better suited for the cover of night. Behind the small building lay a vast courtyard. Overall, the Tianhong Association's branch resembled a supersized martial arts school. Yang Yu strode in with purpose. A young man quickly approached, greeting him warmly. Esteemed guest, how may we assist you? At the Tianhong Association, we can handle any task: astrology, assassination, theft, locating people or items. Whatever you require, we shall undertake. Yang Yu cast a glance at the figure before him, clad in crimson attire. Memories from 5 years prior surged into his mind, as he recalled the martial artists who had donned similar garb. They had intruded upon the Yang family without any forewarning. Crimson silhouettes darted through the air, and clan members fell one after another. The bright red lanterns adorned with the character became even more vivid, stained as they were with blood, a sight so glaring it was almost unbearable upon encountering this red-clad figure once more. A fierce killing intent emanated from Yang Yu. Without uttering a word, he launched a kick. Bang! The young man had yet to grasp the situation, only to be sent flying, crashing hard onto the ground, nearly dislodging his internal organs. Bring out your leader to face me, Yang Yu stated coldly. The young man, both astonished and enraged, exclaimed, in all these years, no one has dared to disrupt our Tianhong society like this. Bloodied and furious, he pointed at Yang Yu, declaring, Do you have any idea where you are? Do you wish to court death? Within 3 breaths, let your leader come before me, or face death, Yang Yu retorted. Offering no further words, the young man, now fuming with rage, bellowed, Brothers, someone is here to cause trouble. Come out and kill. As his voice echoed, hurried footsteps emerged from behind the small building, and a throng of red-clad martial artists rushed in. With a sinister expression, the young man declared, To dare strike against me in Tianhong society, you shall pay with your life. Time's up. Yang Yu's demeanor was icy as he unleashed a palm strike from a distance. Bang! The gust of energy swept through, and the young man's head exploded in a gruesome spectacle, blood and flesh scattering in all directions. The newly arrived Tianhong society martial artists were left utterly dumbfounded. Who was this person to brazenly commit murder on their territory? Was he truly tired of living? Kid, who are you? Are you sent by the Tingi Pavilion to cause chaos? Someone shouted from afar, brandishing a blade at Yang Yu. The Tianhong Society and Tingi Pavilion both held strongholds in the county town, and their rivalry was well known, leading them to suspect the latter. However, Yang Yu remained silent, merely surveying the scene, his expression growing ever more frigid. The mere sight of these crimson garments was enough to ignite his murderous intent. Bring your leader out, Yang Yu demanded, enunciating each word. Who the hell do you think you are? Demanding to see our leader? The crowd, incensed, surged toward Yang Yu. With a flick of his wrist, Yang Yu drew his sword. The Qian sword emerged momentarily before being sheathed again, yet in that fleeting instant, the sword's aura swept across the entire hall. Among the red-clad martial artists, Only a young man remained standing. The others lay dead. The sword's energy had carved a path, sparing this one due to his notably lower strength. The young man, likely in his early 20s, was evidently younger than the rest. Yang Yu could immediately discern that this individual was considerably weaker than his companions, suggesting that he was likely a favored son of some influential figure. Thus allowed to remain within the ranks, the young man surveyed the scene of carnage. Fear washed over him, his face paling as he cried out, "Father! Father! Help me! Don't kill me!" Blood pooled around his feet. The acrid scent overwhelming him. His legs buckled beneath him, and he collapsed to the ground, his trousers dampening as he involuntarily urinated, the sight disturbingly surreal. "Aw, father!" His cries were heart-wrenching. Last, a figure clad in red appeared behind him, a middle-aged man whose attire was of a noticeably darker hue, implying a higher status within the organization. Upon witnessing the slaughter, the middle-aged man was initially taken aback, but his gaze quickly hardened as he fixed his eyes on Yang Yu. "Did you do this, father? Look at me. I'm going to die. I'm going to die." The young man sobbed, clinging to the man's leg. The middle-aged man snapped, "You wretch! You're unharmed, yet you quake in fear. How could I, Li Donghu, have sired such a coward?" Wiping his tears, the young man protested, "Father, you didn't see. This kid stood there, unmoving, and all my brothers just died. I don't know how he did it." Li Donghu's fury intensified. "Fool, you couldn't even discern his moves? I've told you repeatedly to train diligently, yet you refuse. If only you had a fraction of my prowess." Before he could finish, a chilling sensation gripped his throat. Unbeknownst to him, a long sword had found its way to his neck. Li Donghu was rendered speechless, a shiver coursing through him. He hadn't even seen the opponent's move. In the blink of an eye, the sword was upon him. Should it advance but an inch further, his throat would be severed. As the leader of the Tianhong Society, he had taken countless lives and faced many formidable situations, yet never had he felt such terror and helplessness. His esteemed martial prowess and status as a leader meant nothing in the presence of this unfamiliar youth. "Father, I told you. I couldn't even see him. I wasn't lying," the son cried, wiping away his tears. Chapter 34. The eunuch. The young man's words shattered Li Donghu's composure further. "Do you not know how to gauge the situation? My illustrious name, how did I end up with such a worthless offspring? Who are you, really?" Li Donghu stammered, paralyzed by fear. Yang Yu cut to the chase. 5 years ago, your organization massacred the Yang family in Anjiang City. Where was the woman you captured taken?" Li Donghu fell into contemplation. He had facilitated many dealings over the years. When had he offended such a formidable figure? After a brief moment of astonishment, he incredulously asked, "You are from the Yang family? Impossible. The Yang family was weak. How could there be someone of your caliber? Or is there another Yang family?" Yang Yu's fury ignited at the mention of weakness, and he swiftly severed Li Donghu's arms with 2 precise strikes of his sword. Li Donghu screamed in agony, veins bulging at his temples. His son, terrified into silence, cowered nearby, afraid to make a sound. "Answer my question, or I will kill your son," Yang Yu stated coldly to Li Donghu, face pale with fear, suddenly knelt before Yang Yu, pleading, "Our Tianhong Society has always operated for profit. If you seek vengeance, you should pursue the mastermind behind the scenes. Why target us?" Yang Yu's incredulous laughter rang out. "Are you feigning ignorance? You profited from this, thus you must bear the risks and consequences." Li Donghu found himself speechless, regret washing over him. How had they failed to ensure there were no survivors when they slaughtered the Yang family? Had he known, he would have meticulously checked every body and burned them all, but alas, it was too late for regrets. He knelt deeply, speaking with a tone of contrition. "I acknowledge my shortcomings. I am willing to apologize for what occurred to the Yang family. I can offer my life as atonement. However, my son had no part in those events. I implore you to spare him." Faced with such a formidable adversary, Li Donghu knew he stood no chance. His final hope rested on preserving his son's life. Yang Yu frowned, his patience waning. "I am asking you a question. Do you understand?" Li Donghu hastily replied. "After we captured that woman, at the behest of Lord Qinyang, we delivered her to the Prince of Chu's estate. If you seek her, you must go to the Prince of Chu's estate." Yang Yu responded, "Lu Chun is dead. She is not there." Li Donghu gasped. "The Prince of Chu is dead?" This man even went to the Prince of Chu's estate and killed him? How could the survivor from 5 years ago have grown so powerful? Li Donghu's mind went blank. Unable to articulate a response until Yang Yu prodded his thigh, he snapped back to reality, his voice trembling. After we delivered her to the Prince of Chu, we parted ways. I believed the prince had taken a liking to Fan Sisi and wanted her as a concubine. I genuinely do not know where she is now. Yang Yu inquired further, when you delivered her to the prince's estate, did you notice anything unusual? Any notable individuals? Li Donghu racked his brain. An unusual individual. You say? I did see an old eunuch when the prince emerged from the reception hall. An old eunuch? What were his distinguishing features? Yang Yu asked. Li Donghu replied, that eunuch was exceptionally powerful, at least a master-level expert. Also, he had a few strands of white hair extending from his right eyebrow. Yang Yu pressed, how did you determine he was powerful? Li Donghu responded earnestly, having traversed the martial world for many years. I possess a certain intuition. The aura and demeanor of a master are often extraordinary. Yang Yu continued, do you know which Prince Lu Chun was closest to? Li Donghu replied, the Prince of Chu is a collateral royal. To avoid suspicion, he maintains little interaction with any of the princes, at least publicly. Yang Yu fell into deep contemplation. Did the old eunuch appear in the reception hall, or was he personally received by King Chu? He must be an important guest. Only the emperor's direct lineage could be treated as such by King Chu. Previously, Yi Xian had speculated that King Chu might be colluding with a certain prince, attempting to usurp the throne. Therefore, the old eunuch could very well be that prince's confidant. Coincidentally, the old eunuch arrived at the residence of King Chu on the very day Fan Sisi was captured. Perhaps Fan Sisi was brought to that prince by the old eunuch? The crux of the matter still lies in identifying that prince. Lu Chuming outwardly does not ally himself with any prince. To find that prince, one must approach the lead from the old eunuch's clue, a master-level eunuch, with a few strands of white hair extending from his right eyebrow, should not be difficult to locate given these two characteristics. I have said all I can. I beseech you. Li Donghu knelt on the ground, summoning his courage to speak once more. Without a moment's hesitation, Yang Yu drew his sword and severed his throat. With a splatter, blood gushed forth, and Li Donghu collapsed to the ground, his eyes nearly popping from their sockets. His son, utterly terrified, lost control of his bowels, screaming, "Father! Father!" After calling out twice, he suddenly realized something and turned to Yang Yu, saying, you promised my father you would spare me. Your family's misfortune has nothing to do with me. When did I ever promise that? Yang Yu chuckled lightly and struck again with his sword. The cries abruptly ceased. Which member of the Yang family was not innocent? In this world, there has never been absolute fairness. After Yang Yu resolved the matter, he turned to leave. At that moment, a loud voice called from outside. Li Tangzhu, my master requires the Tianhong Society's assistance to seize the Ingyue rare fruit. Name your price. Then, a young man of about 17 or 18 rushed in, exuding a strong scent of medicinal herbs. From his appearance, it was evident he sought to engage the Tianhong Society services. Upon entering, he was met with the sight of corpses and blood scattered across the floor, sending chills down his spine. As he looked up, he saw only Yang Yu standing alive. Apologies for the intrusion. I didn't see anything. Please continue, the young man stammered, his face pale as he turned to leave. Yang Yu promptly followed, patting the young man's shoulder and inquiring, young brother, what did you just say? Ah? The young man trembled, speaking pitifully, I have no connection with the Tianhong Society. I am merely a passerby. Please don't kill me. Yang Yu found the situation amusing. In an effort to alleviate the young man's fear, he fabricated a lie, saying, you've misunderstood. I am also a guest. I was startled to see all these dead bodies upon entering. The young man breathed a sigh of relief, responding, you're a guest too? I thought so. You look too delicate to be a killer. Yang Yu nodded repeatedly, affirming, indeed, I am usually afraid to even kill a chicken. I was so frightened just now that my legs went weak. It was your shout that brought me back to my senses. The young man, somewhat smug, replied, so your courage is even less than mine. At least I knew to run. Yang Yu chuckled, saying, the stench of blood here is overpowering. Let us converse as we walk. I heard you mentioning you a rare fruit. Is that correct? The young man retorted, you know of Ingyue rare fruit? Yang Yu nodded, to my knowledge, Ingyue rare fruit is a rare alchemical material. Could it be that you are an alchemist? The young man instinctively puffed out his chest, proudly declaring, "Indeed, I am a disciple of Master Chun. You should know him. He is one of the top 3 alchemists in Chuzhou, so you are a master's disciple. You may call me Yang Yu." Yang Yu replied courteously, clasping his fists. Xiao Xing asked, "Brother Yang understands Ingyue rare fruit. Could it be that you are also an alchemist? Whom did you study under?" Yang Yu stated, "I have some understanding of alchemy, but I must confess I have no master. I have been self-studying." Xiao Xing scoffed internally, thinking, alchemy is far more difficult than martial arts. What can one achieve through self-study? Yang Yu was too lazy to elaborate further, as his master had forbidden him from revealing his lineage. He was merely interested in the Ingyue rare fruit. Recently, he intended to concoct a few foundational stabilizing pills for Yixian, his elder brother, younger sister, and Shizifeng, each receiving one. The most crucial ingredient was indeed the Ingyue rare fruit. While there were alternative materials, their effects were nowhere near as potent. The Ingyue rare fruit is an exceedingly precious celestial treasure, incredibly difficult to obtain, and is a fortuitous encounter. Now that he had a lead, he was determined to seize the opportunity. From your tone, it seems you are quite curious about the Ingyue rare fruit. Perhaps you wish to observe its harvesting? Unfortunately, my master recently discovered the location of the fruit's growth, but it is surrounded by great danger, making it impossible to harvest. Hence, I was tasked with seeking assistance from the Tianhong Society, Xiao Xing candidly explained, lacking any ulterior motives. Yang Yu's eyes brightened. Danger? That posed no problem. As long as the Ingyue rare fruit existed, he was confident in his ability to acquire it. After the deed was done, he could simply share a portion of the fruit with Master Chun. Thus, he proactively suggested, "Young brother, I happen to have some experience with harvesting Ingyue rare fruit. Why not let me meet your master? I am willing to go and harvest it, assuming all risks myself, and we can split the fruits of our labor." Xiao Xing scrutinized Yang Yu, saying, "You, with your delicate appearance, can you handle it? Even my master said the area is perilous and not to be trifled with." Xiao Xing spoke frankly, not harboring ill intentions. While offering half the fruits was indeed generous, he did not wish for Yang Yu to endanger himself. Yang Yu's expression turned serious as he replied, "Rest assured, I am confident in my abilities. Moreover, I have some influence at the tingi pavilion. If I cannot manage alone, I can bring along my brothers." Xiao Xing's expression brightened. "You are from the tingi pavilion? That is excellent. The tingi pavilion is far more formidable than the Tianhong Society. It's a pity their fees are exorbitant. Otherwise, I would have sought their aid instead." Yang Yu chuckled, "I charge no fees. We simply share the bounty equally." "Very well, I shall take you to meet my master." Xiao Xing exclaimed joyfully. He had come to find the Tianhong Society, only to find them absent. If he returned without someone, it would be difficult to explain himself. Having Yang Yu, a member of the tingi pavilion, who also required no payment, was simply splendid. Having made the arrangement, the two swiftly arrived at a tranquil courtyard. By now, the sun had risen, and the courtyard was quite lively, with wafts of heat rising intermittently. A dozen young apprentices stood in a row, their expressions respectful as they gazed at an elderly man with white hair. The old man surveyed the crowd, stating, "The plans for the day are made in the morning. The success rate of alchemy is highest during this time, so we must make good use of it. I will demonstrate the crafting of injury relief pills once more. Pay close attention." With that, he methodically controlled the fire in the alchemy furnace, adding various ingredients. After arriving, Xiao Xing quietly reminded Yang Yu, "My master is currently refining pills. Let us wait a moment." Yang Yu nodded that he too could refine pills and understood that interrupting the process was highly undesirable. Alchemical pills often possess effects that surpass ordinary herbal remedies, making them highly sought after. For instance, healing a broken bone through natural recovery and herbal medicine may take 2 to 3 months, while some pills can shorten that time to mere days. There are even legendary healing potions said to instantly heal all injuries. However, such high-level pills have never been seen in reality. The injury relief pill being crafted by Master Chun at this moment is already considered a superior healing pill. With a whoosh, flames roared within the alchemy furnace, and the precise amounts, timing, and heat endured by each ingredient were of utmost importance. Master Chun remained calm and collected, his movements exceptionally skilled. Before long, the medicinal properties began to coalesce, gradually forming the pill. Yang Yu was not in a rush. The alchemists he had encountered previously were all enigmatic figures from the abyssal depths. This time, he was keen to observe the level of alchemy practiced within the secular kingdoms. 2 hours later, with a thud, the alchemy furnace lid was lifted, accompanied by a muffled sound as a smooth gray pill flew out. Master Chen raised his hand to catch it, the pill perfectly nestled between his index and thumb. A faint medicinal aroma wafted out. The apprentices present erupted in applause, exclaiming, "Excellent, truly remarkable. No wonder he is our master. So refined, such an exquisite injury relief pill with such ease is inspiring. If only we could reach even 1/10 of our master's level someday." Xiaoxing, too, looked on with envy, remarking, "The success rate of Master Chen's injury relief pill crafting is already flawless. He is incredibly skilled." Master Chen's gaze fell upon Xiaoxing, revealing a hint of displeasure. He had noticed when Xiaoxing entered with a stranger. That young man had observed the entire alchemical process with an impassive expression, even appearing somewhat indifferent. What a rare fortune to witness the Master's alchemical process. How could this young man display such indifference? Given that everyone else was praising and marveling, he remained silent, unwilling to offer even a token compliment. Had it been anyone else, they would have surely exclaimed, "Today, I am fortunate to witness Master Chen's alchemy. It is truly breathtaking." Humph. Master Chen snorted softly and said, "Xiaoxing, who is this person beside you?" Xiaoxing hastily explained, "Master, there was an unexpected incident with Tianhonghui. I happened to meet this friend from Tianjai, named Yangyu. He is willing to take on the task of harvesting the Yingyue, and he does not seek any payment, only wishes to share the fruits equally." Master Chen scrutinized Yangyu and remarked, "No payment, just the fruit? Are you also an alchemist?" Yangyu replied, "I know a little." Master Chen chuckled, "A little? How modest of you. Since we are all alchemists, what do you think of the healing elixir I have concocted? How is its quality?" With that, he proudly handed Yangyu the warm elixir, a hint of boastfulness on his face. Yangyu, somewhat helpless, responded, "Do you really want me to evaluate it?" Master Chen replied heartily, "I have confidence in my alchemical skills. Feel free to critique it as you wish." "Then I shall speak frankly," Yangyu said candidly. "This healing elixir cannot be deemed garbage, but its utility is rather limited." Chapter 36. Wow, it's golden. As soon as Yang Yu's words fell, the crowd erupted in an uproar. What? He claims Master S healing elixir is garbage. He didn't say it was garbage. He said its utility is limited. Is there a difference? Isn't that still garbage? Who is this arrogant brat to dare question Master Chen's alchemical prowess? Show some respect. Do you know our master's status? Numerous disciples were incensed, pointing fingers at Yang Yu. Even Master Chen's face flushed with rage, his beard trembling in fury. In the vast region of Chuzhou, his alchemical skills were second only to that individual. Even that esteemed figure would only remark on the elixir's imperfections and would never dare label it as garbage. Yang Yu, you have truly brought ruin upon me. Xiaoxing stamped his foot in exasperation. I brought you here not to insult my master. How am I to explain this to him? Yang Yu shrugged. He asked for my evaluation. Xiaoxing, on the verge of tears, said, Was that even an evaluation? If even Master Chen's elixir is garbage, what can be said of others? If you don't understand alchemy, just say so. Why make such grandiose statements to seek attention? Hurry and apologize to Master. Yang Yu replied nonchalantly, I merely spoke the truth. If he cannot bear the truth, he is unworthy of the title Master, Master Chen. However, was both enraged and amused, saying, Very well. Since you have spoken so boldly, I, Chen Haoda, am not a narrow-minded person. If you claim my healing elixir is garbage, then enlighten me. What exactly is garbage about it? As long as your reasoning holds merit, I shall accept it. I will even bring all my disciples to apologize to you. Yang Yu chuckled. What is garbage? To my eyes, from your utilization of raw materials to your control of the flames and the condensation of medicinal power. There are flaws at every turn. The final product is mediocre at best, hardly useful. I sincerely pointed out your shortcomings, yet you became flustered. Such a temperament will surely hinder your achievements in the realm of alchemy. You? Insolence. What nonsense are you spouting? The disciples grew even angrier. They initially thought Yang Yu would nitpick for flaws, but to their astonishment, he outright dismissed Master's work, nearly implying that Master was incapable of alchemy. If Master cannot even concoct elixirs, how could you? They scoffed. The final remark about not achieving anything sounded almost preachy. Master is a titan in the alchemical world. Who do you think you are to evaluate him? They laughed. Ah, how amusing. After years of dedication to alchemy,
I have never faced such humiliation. Since you are so confident, why not showcase your alchemical skills before us? I will not set high demands. If you can produce a single properly crafted healing elixir, I will apologize and even bow to you. Master Chen laughed heartily. Very well, I shall indulge you. Yang Yu calmly responded, and then made his way to the alchemical furnace. The disciples looked on with disdain. Master's furnace was custom-made and not something an average person could use. Would he not burn his own clothes? Let us hope he doesn't bring misfortune upon us in the alchemical chamber. Xiao Xing lowered his head, repeatedly apologizing. Master, forgive my rashness. I did not anticipate he would be such a person. He claimed to be from Tianjai and was willing to gather herbs, so I brought him along. Had I known, I would have ignored him. Master Chen sneered. Forget it. He is merely a clown, a source of amusement for us. Xiao Xing remarked, your magnanimity is indeed beyond that of ordinary men. Master Chen then inquired, do you know where he learned such arrogance? Xiao Xing chuckled awkwardly. I asked him. He claimed he had no alchemical master, that he was self-taught. Master Chen and the other disciples were left speechless. What nonsense is this? Self-taught? Alchemy is profoundly intricate. Every detail is challenging. Without a renowned master to guide you, how could one possibly learn? Truly a reckless fool. Self-learning can hardly even recognize various alchemical materials, let alone concoct elixirs. As the crowd silently scoffed, they watched Yang Yu grab a handful of materials and toss them into the furnace. Pfft! How hilarious he truly came to entertain us. Many disciples could not help but laugh aloud. This guy clearly knows nothing about alchemy. The timing, weight, and proportions for adding materials require exquisite control, along with the precise manipulation of flames. Just throwing everything in like that? Ridiculous and pitiable. Master Chen shook his head in disbelief. At this rate, he will not only fail to concoct an elixir, but may very well blow himself up. Yang Yu, completely unfazed by the crowd's disdain, abruptly slapped the furnace. Smack! The flames within surged wildly, and the mingled raw materials began to separate and dance within the fire under the impact of his true energy. Simultaneously, the medicinal power within the materials was swiftly extracted. However, all of this transpired within the furnace, leaving the onlookers blind to what was occurring. They could only see Yang Yu's chaotic manipulation, clearly displaying his ignorance while putting on airs. At this point, admitting he cannot concoct elixirs and apologizing would not be too late. Indeed, it would not be embarrassing before Master. I cannot bear to watch any longer. You all keep your eyes on him. I only wish to see how long he can maintain this facade. After hearing his grandiose claims, I expected him to possess some skill, but it appears he is even less capable than I. Amidst the murmurs of disapproval, Yang Yu continued to cultivate calmly. Before long, he took a deep breath and declared, it's done. What nonsense, done? Does that mean he has finished concocting it? At this point, is he still going to stubbornly insist? With such a chaotic method, it would be a miracle if he could produce anything at all. I would consider it a victory if there is even a single pill in that furnace. The disciples roared with laughter, finding the jester's performance utterly remarkable. Master Chen, too, was left with a long face, exclaiming, you are not truly here to mock me, are you? Though my temperament is placid, I will not tolerate such provocations and humiliation. Yang Yu said nothing further, flicking his fingers at the furnace. Clang! The furnace shivered slightly, and with a resounding pop, the lid flew open in an instant. A resplendent golden elixir soared forth. The moment the golden elixir flew out, laughter ceased abruptly. All eyes were riveted upon the elixir, disbelief etched upon their faces. Even Master Chen's eyes widened in astonishment, as if he had seen a ghost. What? A golden healing elixir? A 7th grade elixir? Chapter 37. Leaping 5 grades, upon witnessing the glimmer of gold, Master Chen was utterly astounded. As a seasoned alchemist, he understood the implications of this moment. Medicinal pills are classified into 9 grades based on their quality and efficacy, ranging from 1st to 9th. The grading of elixirs is not analogous to official ranks. In both the alchemical and martial worlds, it is customary to associate higher numbers with greater realms. Consequently, an elixir of 1st grade is the lowest, while 9th grade is the highest. Those capable of producing elixirs of a certain grade are recognized as alchemists of that grade. For instance, Master Chen, being capable of creating 4th grade elixirs, is classified as a 4th grade alchemist. In all of Chuzhou, There are only 3 4th-grade alchemists.as for 5th and 6th grade alchemists. They are rare gems even in the vast realm of Daxia and the entire Zhixiao continent. Higher grades, such as 7th, 8th, and 9th, exist only in theory. No one has ever truly encountered them. Healing elixirs are generally categorized as 2nd grade, standard healing potions that every alchemist must master. However, the healing elixir Yang Yu produced was extraordinary. The disciples present were utterly baffled. Wait, is a healing elixir usually gray? Why is his golden? Could it be he concocted it incorrectly? Yet, this sheen and aroma, even if he did, it cannot be an ordinary product. Despite their reluctance to admit it, the quality and fragrance of Yang Yu's elixir were undeniably exceptional. Even those unfamiliar with alchemy could discern the remarkable quality of this product. The elixir soared forth, gently descending, as Chen Haoda, unable to contain his emotions, extended his palm to catch the golden healing elixir, treating it as a precious treasure. After scrutinizing it for a few moments, he suddenly found himself overwhelmed with emotion. Tears streaming down his face as he exclaimed, "Indeed, a 7th grade elixir, a 7th grade healing elixir. I, Chun, have devoted my entire life to alchemy, and it is my fortune to witness a 7th grade healing elixir. Ha ha ha, wur. He alternated between laughter and tears, turning his head aside in fear of sullying the elixir with his tears. The other disciples were increasingly perplexed. Why is the master crying? Does this elixir have a tear-inducing effect? Is he truly happy or sorrowful? Wait, what did the master just say? 7th grade? Indeed, isn't the healing elixir typically a 2nd grade one? What does 7th grade imply? 7th grade elixirs have only appeared in ancient texts, but where could one find such a thing in reality? The disciples' gazes converged upon their master. Taking a deep breath, Chen Haoda explained, the grade of an elixir is merely a conventional definition. For instance, healing elixirs are generally categorized within the 2nd grade range. However, the quality of elixirs is not absolutely fixed. Different alchemists, crafting the same elixir, will inevitably produce varying qualities of the final product. The crowd nodded in agreement. Indeed, even among healing elixirs, there exists a distinction in quality. The healing elixirs crafted by our master far surpass those we concoct. Ours are of the inferior 2nd grade, while the master's can achieve the highest tier of 2nd grade. Chen Haoda continued, however, when the quality of a particular elixir reaches an extraordinary level, exceeding common expectations, it can achieve a higher grade. For example, a healing elixir, in rare instances, can attain 3rd grade status. Is that truly possible? The crowd gasped in astonishment. Regardless of the quality, whether superior, intermediate, or inferior, healing elixirs ultimately belong to the 2nd grade category. There is no qualitative differentiation. To elevate a 2nd grade elixir to 3rd grade status, what kind of formidable alchemist would that require? 2nd grade and 3rd grade are entirely different entities. Chen Haoda added, once, in a moment of exceptional clarity, I fortuitously acquired top-tier materials, enabling me to successfully elevate a healing elixir to 3rd grade status. Such occurrences are extremely rare, representing the pinnacle of an alchemist's honor. It was after that event that my standing in the realm of alchemy became firmly established, earning me the title of Master Chen. Go elevate grades. How astonishing! The disciples marveled at the revelation. It seems there is indeed such a past. And no wonder the master is so esteemed. The title of master is truly well-deserved. A few disciples offered flattering remarks, but before they could finish, some began to sense something amiss. An elixir can indeed elevate grades. When the master earlier observed Yang Yu's elixir, he seemed to have mentioned 7th grade. Could it be? Chen Haoda sighed deeply and said, indeed, this golden healing elixir is a product of grade elevation, reaching the legendary 7th grade. I have encountered references to it in ancient texts. Even the most commonplace elixirs can yield top-tier effects. When a healing elixir attains 7th grade status, it manifests as golden. What? 7th grade? To leap 5 grades in one go? The disciples felt as though struck by lightning, their understanding of alchemy utterly shattered. Grade elevation. Our master has encountered it only once in his lifetime. And it was merely a single grade leap. Yet Yang Yu, with such ease, has managed to leap 5 grades. The mere existence of a 7th grade elixir is enough to leave one astounded. He has transformed the materials of a 2nd grade elixir into a 7th grade one. It is akin to crafting a national banquet from a bowl of plain rice. Is he not a deity of elixirs descended from the heavens? What is most terrifying is that he appeared to have casually tossed the materials in, seemingly without any diligence. All eyes turned toward Yang Yu, their gazes filled with reverence, as if beholding a divine being. Chun Haoda carefully handed the elixir to Yang Yu, saying, "Master Yang, I apologized in my moment of excitement. I received your elixir without permission. Furthermore, I was rude in my previous remarks about your elixir, not realizing its true worth at this moment. I comprehend that my alchemy skills are far inferior to yours, and the elixirs I produce are akin to refuse. Ignorance breeds audacity. Whatever punishment you deem fit, Master Yang, I shall accept." As he spoke, he deeply bowed, his demeanor exceedingly respectful, even humble. He wished he could slap himself for having looked down upon this divine alchemist, for having mocked him as a mere jester. How disgraceful, truly disgraceful. The more he thought about it, the more he felt a profound sense of shame, leading him to impulsively charge toward the alchemy furnace. The disciples gasped in shock at Chin Haoda's sudden act, unable to comprehend his intentions. Just as his head was about to collide with the furnace, Yang Yu yanked him back, saying, "Is your pride so fragile that you would resort to such extremes?" Overwhelmed with shame, Chun Haoda could not bear to meet Yang Yu's gaze. "Next time, don't act rashly," Yang Yu admonished seriously. "It's so difficult for you to accept that you are inferior to me and that you have embarrassed yourself in my presence?" Chin Haoda reconsidered and realized, indeed, in the presence of such an extraordinary individual, what was there to be ashamed of? Yang Yu continued, "If you were to perish, where would I find the Ingyue Zhuge?" Chen Haoda replied, The other disciples, relieved that their master was unharmed, hastily knelt on the ground, speaking in unison, "We, the juniors, have spoken without thought, insulting Master Yang without knowing that he is a deity of elixirs. We deeply repent and are willing to accept any punishment, only hoping that Master Yang will not hold it against us, lest it ruin his mood." Chapter 38. The Abyss of Ghosts. These kneeling disciples were not motivated by fear, but rather by genuine admiration for Yang Yu's alchemical prowess. Kyo Leap 5 grades was nothing short of divine. Their own skills in alchemy paled in comparison to Master Yang's. How audacious they had been to criticize him, to mock him as he concocted elixirs. They were utterly deserving of condemnation. Xiao Xing knelt the deepest, repeatedly knocking his head against the ground, apologizing. "I am sorry, Master Yang. I am truly unworthy." From the moment Master Yang claimed he could practice alchemy, Xiao Xing had openly expressed his disdain and superiority. Now, inhaling the aromatic scent of the 7th grade elixir, he was filled with profound regret and humiliation, wishing only that he had been cast against the wall 20 years ago. "Enough, rise," Yang Yu said gently, waving his hand dismissively. He could not be bothered to hold grudges against such insignificant figures. Huh? The crowd found it hard to believe that it had ended so abruptly. Having committed such egregious acts, Master Yang had not even scolded them, but then they reconsidered. Who were they to warrant his ire? Chin Haoda, with utmost sincerity, declared, "I had previously promised that should Master Yang successfully concoct a healing elixir, I would not only apologize but also bow and take him as my master. I shall now fulfill that promise, pledging myself to Master Yang, serving him loyally and without regret." His words were delivered with such gravity, as if he were truly offering himself in servitude. The other disciples quietly marveled, never anticipating that the renowned Master Chen of Chuzhou would one day find himself in such a humble position. No, in the presence of Master Yang, who could still rightfully be called a master. Only Master Yang could inspire such reverence in their master. Unexpectedly, Yang Yu, with a peculiar expression, remarked, "Bow and take me as your master? Are you quite all right?" Chin Haoda froze momentarily. Yang Yu, appearing somewhat helpless, continued, "I might be a bit too blunt. Please do not take it to heart. If you wish to take me as your master and serve me, that is your own decision. But is there a chance that I do not wish to accept you?" Chin Haoda's face flushed with embarrassment. My apologies, Master Yang. I was presumptuous." Yang Yu followed up, "Firstly, I have no intention of accepting disciples. Secondly, even if I were to take on disciples, you would not meet the requirements." Chun Haoda smacked his thigh, exclaiming, "I am truly foolish, overestimating myself at my age, having only reached the rank of a 4th grade alchemist. How could I possibly be worthy of following you? To witness Master Yang crafting a 7th grade elixir is already an immense honor. I am not interested in taking disciples. However, Should you occasionally have questions regarding alchemy? You may approach me, Yang Yu added. Chen Haoda, overwhelmed with excitement, replied, Thank you, Master Yang. Yang Yu then inquired, Now, tell me about the Inguechigua. Chen Haoda responded, How could I forget? The Inguechigua can be found in the Abyss of Ghosts. The Abyss of Ghosts? Upon hearing this phrase, the disciples shuddered in fear. The Abyss of Ghosts was notorious for being one of the most perilous locations within the Daxia realm. Between Chuzhou and Yinzhou lies a mountain range known as the Falling Jiao Mountain. Although the mountain range itself is unremarkable, there exists a peculiar valley within it. For reasons unknown, the valley is shrouded in a heavy aura of yin energy, causing ordinary individuals to feel an overwhelming chill merely by approaching it. Thus, it has been aptly named the Abyss of Ghosts. The environment within the Abyss of Ghosts is exceedingly treacherous, teeming with numerous ferocious beasts, deterring anyone from stepping foot within on the Zixiao continent. Certain exceptionally gifted creatures possess immense power, even surpassing human warriors. Such creatures are referred to as ferocious beasts. Ferocious beasts are extremely rare, especially within human-inhabited nations, where they seldom appear. However, the Abyss of Ghosts is an exception, harboring countless ferocious beasts, resembling a forbidden zone within the Daxia Empire. Indeed, within the Abyss of Ghosts? No wonder the master mentioned that the Inguechigua is difficult to obtain. Even if we offer the Tianhong Society a reward, they might not be inclined to assist, Qiao Xing murmured. Chen Haoda looked at Yang Yu and advised, Master Yang, as a precious alchemist such as yourself, it would be unwise to venture into the Abyss of Ghosts. Should any misfortune arise, it would be a grave loss for the entire alchemy realm. Indeed, Master Yang is quite prudent. Entering the Abyssal Valley is a perilous endeavor, akin to facing a near-certain death. I have heard that it is infested with a multitude of 3rd and 4th tier ferocious beasts, and even 5th and 6th tier creatures may dwell within. Even masters of the martial arts dare not tread lightly in such treacherous territory. Qiao Xing continued, to differentiate the general strength of these beasts, they have been classified into 6 tiers. 1st, 2nd, 3rd, and 4th tier beasts correspond to the yellow, profound, earth, and heaven tier martial artists respectively. 5th tier beasts possess power comparable to that of martial arts masters, while those stronger than 5th tier are collectively referred to as 6th tier, which is considered the limit of understanding for ordinary individuals. Moreover, it is generally recognized that beasts of the same tier are stronger than humans. As the physical qualities of ferocious beasts and humans do not reside on the same level, in summary, these beasts are exceedingly dangerous, and all individuals tend to steer clear of them, in response to the crowd's counsel. Yang Yu merely smiled faintly and said, It is of no concern. I am well aware of my own limits. The dangers of the Abyssal Valley pale in comparison to the depths of the sunken abyss. The primary threat in the valley arises from the ferocious beasts, yet their intelligence is limited and far inferior to that of humans. Chen Haoda, with a hint of resignation, remarked, Since Master Yang is resolute in his decision, I shall personally seek the assistance of the Tianhong Society to aid you. Qiao Xing chuckled awkwardly, Master, the members of the Tianhong Society are all deceased. What? Chen Haoda exclaimed in surprise. How could the entire Tianhong Society be wiped out? Yang Yu replied nonchalantly, I was the one who did it. Qiao Xing's eyes widened in shock. Huh. Did you not say you were merely passing through? Yang Yu chuckled. I was merely concerned that it might frighten you. Qiao Xing's face flushed, and he couldn't help but recall his previous words. You look so delicate. It doesn't seem like you could kill anyone. Your courage is even less than mine. At least I know how to run. Feeling even more embarrassed, Qiao Xing slapped himself several times. Slap, slap, slap. After reddening his face, he nervously added, Master Yang not only possesses divine alchemy skills, but his martial prowess is also unfathomable. We are fortunate that, despite our audacious remarks, we have not been eliminated. Yang Yu lightly tapped his head and said, Do I seem like a bloodthirsty demon to you? The Tianhong Society has a blood feud with me, which is why I eradicated them. You were merely ignorant. Can you be compared? Qiao Xing repeatedly insisted, then they deserve to be killed. They absolutely did. Realizing Yang Yu's formidable strength, Chen Haoda breathed a sigh of relief. With Master Yang's capabilities, you should be able to protect yourself in the Abyssal Valley. I shall not insist further. Just take care. He then produced a map from his pocket. This map details the location of the Shadow Moon Fruit. Please take it. Yang Yu accepted the map and said, Thank you. As per our agreement, Once the shadow moon fruit is in hand, we shall divide it equally. Jinhaoda shook his head vigorously. No, no, no. You may keep it all. I insist. According to the nature of the shadow moon fruit, it will bear fruit on the night of the full moon, which is tonight. Very well, I shall set out at once. Yang Yu offered a slight bow and took his leave. Before heading to the Abyssal Valley, he made a stop at the Tingi pavilion. Prior to the annihilation of the Tianhong society, they had left behind a crucial piece of intelligence. When Fan Sisi was captured, an elderly eunuch appeared in the Wang residence, who had several white hairs on his right eyebrow. With this clue, he should be able to locate the eunuch and, in turn, the prince colluding with Lu Chun. After briefing Yixian about the lead, Yang Yu said, I will be venturing into the Abyssal Valley soon. I hope you can identify the eunuch before my return. Why Yixian nodded. The characteristic of having white hairs is quite rare. It should not be too difficult to find. However, why would the envoy risk going to the Abyssal Valley? It is a place fraught with peril. Yang Yu replied, Did I not mention that I was concocting elixirs for you? A vital ingredient has surfaced in the Abyssal Valley, and I cannot afford to miss it. Wai Yixian was momentarily taken aback, warmth blossoming in her heart. She had not anticipated that the envoy would take such a sincere interest in a casual promise made in passing. As the hall master, even if she gained nothing from the envoy, she was still obliged to heed his commands. However, through her interactions with Yang Yu, she had gradually come to realize that the envoy was only ruthless toward his enemies. In private, he was gentle and kind, exuding an indescribable charm. Even without the hierarchy of their relationship, she found herself willing to follow this man. What is it? Yang Yu asked, noticing Yixian lost in thought. With a serious expression, Yixian replied, Given the envoy's stature, how could you take such risks for this matter? I no longer desire the elixir you mentioned. Yang Yu chuckled, The foundational elixir is not only for you but also for my elder brother, younger sister, and close friends. Wai Yixian's face turned slightly red, feeling as though she had misinterpreted his intentions. Yet, upon reflection, the fact that the envoy wished to provide elixirs for his family, friends, and even herself implied that he did not regard her as an outsider. It became clear to her just how much the envoy valued her. With this realization, her sense of belonging intensified. She then said, I would like to accompany the envoy to the Abyssal Valley. Yang Yu waved his hand. There is no need for that. You should remain here and devote your efforts to investigating the identity of the eunuch. That is of greater importance to me. Moreover, I have never been to the Abyssal Valley, and I am not entirely familiar with its intricacies. It may not be safe for you, understood? Wai Yixian complied readily. Mount Luoqiao lies at the junction of Chuzhou and Yanzhou, with the southern side leading to Chuzhou's capital city. Yang Yu spurred his horse onward, reaching the foot of the mountain by afternoon. Mount Luoqiao is vast, and the Abyssal Valley is merely one of its many regions. For countless centuries, the ferocious beasts in the Abyssal Valley have never strayed from its confines. Therefore, the area surrounding Mount Luoqiao remains relatively safe, as long as one does not foolishly venture into the Abyssal Valley. There are generally no significant issues. Nevertheless, even so, passing merchant caravans dare not traverse near the Abyssal Valley, preferring to take lengthy detours. Yang Yu, with clear determination, would not take the longer route but headed straight for the Abyssal Valley. As horses are ill-suited for the mountainous terrain, he pressed on swiftly, navigating the treacherous paths as if treading on level ground. As he drew nearer to the Abyssal Valley, Yang Yu gradually sensed an unusual atmosphere. The wildlife in the forest had noticeably diminished. The ambience within the Abyssal Valley was foreboding, filled with ferocious beasts that even ordinary animals dared not approach. This instinctual avoidance of danger heightened the eerie atmosphere. At last, as the sun dipped below the horizon, Yang Yu arrived at the valley's outer edge. From an elevated position, he gazed upon an expansive depression, densely carpeted with vegetation, where even the grass and trees towered higher than those outside. Surrounding the valley, though seemingly desolate, appeared to be shrouded by an invisible barrier, isolating the interior from the exterior. Yang Yu leaped boldly, officially entering the realm of the Abyssal Valley. Inside and outside were entirely different worlds. A wave of chill enveloped him, not the biting cold, but a chilling sensation that sent shivers down his spine. Yang Yu silently circulated his energy, swiftly dispelling this discomfort. At that moment, a tremor resonated from the ground, reaching his ears from several miles away. Within the dim forest, massive ancient trees were being shattered, and underbrush was flattened into the earth. leaving a scene of devastation with scattered, mangled corpses strewn about. Many of these remains were incomplete, as if they had just been torn apart. Protect the young master. Kill, brothers, hold your ground. Ah, ah. A series of anguished cries erupted once more. A gigantic snake, its body a deep, ominous hue, darted swiftly through the woods, occasionally whipping its massive form. The thick tail of the serpent sent a group of martial artists into disarray, leaving a trail of death and injury in its wake, with a moment's inattention. Another individual was caught in the serpent's gaping maw and was torn asunder on the spot. A young man clad in white was sprinting for his life, sweat pouring down his face. Beside him was a girl, around 17 or 18, who wore an expression of sheer terror as they fled. Dozens of martial artists dressed in agile attire were striving to protect the two. Yet within a mere moment, half of these protectors had perished. The enormous serpent claimed many lives but showed no interest in consuming them. It relentlessly pursued the fleeing duo, demonstrating no intention of relenting. The distance between them grew ever smaller. The white-clad youth cried out, "You useless fools, stop it! If anything happens to me, you won't survive either. Leave a few behind to hold it off and buy me some time." The youth's voice rang out, filled with desperation. "We're already holding it off. So many have died. We can't hold it for long," someone replied. Tears brimmed in the white-clad youth's eyes as he lamented, "What sin have I committed? I just arrived and encountered this monster. I did not provoke it. Why does it relentlessly pursue me? So many have died. That should be enough for it to feast upon." An older man, glancing at the serpent out of the corner of his eye, said, "Young master, I seem to recall that this serpent is the shadow devourer python, a fourth-tier beast." The white-clad youth cursed vehemently. "What tier it is matters not. All I know is that it can wipe us out. What terrible luck to encounter a fourth-tier beast right upon arrival. Huh, steward's son, do you know of any weaknesses this shadow devourer python possesses?" Faced with such dire adversity, he understood the necessity of remaining calm. Under ordinary circumstances, the raw strength of ferocious beasts surpassed that of humans, yet humans often compensated for this disparity through their intellect. The steward's son appeared to be hesitant, as if struggling to articulate his thoughts. The young man in white, visibly irritated, exclaimed, "Just spit it out. Have you forgotten, or are you simply unaware?" "Son," treading carefully, replied, "the vicious beast known as the eating python possesses a peculiar quirk. It preys solely on women and spares men. Therefore, it is not in pursuit of us, but rather fixated on the attention of the crowd, which has now converged upon that girl. With only one woman present, if we were to sacrifice her to the serpent, would we all be safe?" The girl's expression shifted dramatically, and she questioned, "What do you mean by that?" The young man retorted angrily, "Son, what nonsense are you spouting? Linger is my betrothed, my beloved. Do you expect me to witness her being torn apart by that monstrous serpent?" "What do you take me, Han Xiong, for?" Son replied. No, I was merely describing the habits of the eating python. I did not suggest sacrificing Miss Huangling." Han Xiong scoffed. "Let us leave her behind. We'll run faster. As long as I don't look back, I won't see anything. Linger, rest assured. I won't witness your disfigurement when the serpent devours you. In my heart, you shall always remain whole and beautiful." Sun privately marveled. Indeed, it is merely his unwillingness to witness Huangling's demise that drives him. Chapter 39. The outcome. The assembled warriors were also taken aback by the young master's decision to ignore what one does not see. Such a strategy. Truly, he is the young master, capable of ruthless decisions when necessary. What is a fiancée worth when one's life is at stake? What are you standing there for? No need to protect her any longer. Let us charge forward at full speed. She will inevitably fall behind. If she lags and is consumed by the serpent, it is not our fault. Han Xiong shouted once more. With the young master's words, the others ceased their hesitations, abandoning Huangling as they fled for their lives. Moments earlier, they had been under immense pressure to protect both Han Xiong and Huangling. But now, with the focus solely on Han Xiong, their burden was significantly lessened, allowing them to increase their speed. Poor Huangling found herself left behind, and some even intentionally tripped her. She stumbled and fell. Her face flushed with anger as she exclaimed, "Han Xiong, you are inhuman. You are worse than a beast. My father must have been blind to have betrothed me to the Han family," as she attempted to rise. She discovered her ankle was sprained, restricting her movements. At that moment, a chilling sound of friction echoed in her ears. She turned to see the massive serpent looming perilously close, its gaping maw ready to strike. She could even smell the foul stench emanating from its mouth. In the nick of time, a beam of sword light descended from above. In her despair, Huang Ling beheld a handsome young man landing gracefully. And as the sword light swept through the air, the serpent crashed to the ground. Its enormous body cleaved in two, thrashing violently, sending tremors through Huang Ling's heart. She gazed at this descending young man, feeling as though she had encountered a deity, lost in a daze. Yang Yu pointed his sword at the serpent's head, creating a massive gaping wound, rendering it motionless. Blood splattered onto Huang Ling, snapping her back to reality as she exclaimed, "Thank you, noble hero, for saving my life." Yang Yu replied nonchalantly, "I merely happened to witness the event." Huang Ling continued, "I am from the Huang family in Yinzhou. Upon my return, I shall be sure to express my gratitude to my savior." Yang Yu glanced at her injured leg and remarked, "You are hurt." This girl was of a similar age to his sister Wanner, stirring feelings of compassion within him. Huang Ling struggled to stand. Limping as she said, "I was accidentally tripped. My vile fiancé is worse than a beast." Yang Yu sent a pulse of true energy towards her ankle, clearing the bruising. Huang Ling gasped in astonishment. "My foot, it's healed. Noble hero, what did you just do?" Just then, Han Xiong returned with the others. Although they had initially fled, the serpent's massive form could be seen from a distance. Han Xiong, unable to bear the sight, averted his gaze, but some of his subordinates had looked back upon witnessing the serpent severed in two. Han Xiong led his companions back. After all, Huang Ling was the daughter of a prominent family. Her survival was paramount. "Linger, are you unharmed?" Han Xiong approached hastily, concern etched on his face. Huang Ling retorted, "Who are you? Do I know you? Linger, don't be difficult." That was merely a strategy. Han Xiong attempted to grasp her hand, but she shoved him away, declaring, "How dare you return? You abandoned me to feed the serpent for your own survival. If not for this noble hero, I would have perished." Han Xiong's eyes widened in disbelief. "You scold me for another man? You are my fiancé. Do you dare to defy me?" Huang Ling replied, "The moment you left me behind, we were no longer connected." Han Xiong glared fiercely at Yang Yu, ready to speak, but paused as he witnessed Yang Yu slicing his sword across the serpent's body. The serpent's belly was cleaved open, revealing a multitude of entrails. Yang Yu extracted a small, pale blue orb from within, which landed in his palm. The object was slightly larger than a peanut, but smaller than a walnut, unassuming yet remarkably smooth and round, clearly not an ordinary item. "Beast core," Han Xiong exclaimed, and the accompanying warrior's eyes lit up. The greatest distinction between ferocious beasts and ordinary animals is that ferocious beasts cultivate beast cores as they grow stronger. The beast core is the essence of a beast's power, invaluable for alchemy and artifact forging. Given the formidable nature of this serpent, its beast core would undoubtedly be a premium specimen. Han Xiong was elated. "Kid, well done. We discovered this giant serpent first. Return the beast core to me." Huang Ling interjected incredulously, "Han Xiong, what are you talking about?" Han Xiong insisted, "Is there a problem? I was the one who discovered the serpent and fought bravely alongside my companions until it was weakened, allowing it to be slain. Shouldn't the beast core belong to me? As for the kid, he merely delivered the final blow and dissected the corpse. In light of his contribution, I will reward him with the remaining parts of the serpent's body." Huang Ling scolded, "Shameless. It was clearly this noble hero who killed the serpent. You were fleeing like a frightened dog. What merit is there in that?" Han Xiong, unashamed, retorted, "You're talking nonsense, you wretched girl, turning your elbow outward. This kid is clearly pursuing you with ulterior motives. I have yet to settle the score with him. What did you say?" Huang Ling's chest heaved with anger. Han Xiong coldly pointed at Yang Yu. "Kid, hand over the beast core, and I want to hold your transgressions against my fiancé against you. Otherwise," as his words fell, dozens of warriors glared menacingly at Yang Yu. Yang Yu chuckled, "Oh? Or else what?" "Or else, this nether valley shall become your grave," Han Xiong threatened ominously. "Han Xiong, are you even human?" Huang Ling gasped in horror, positioning herself protectively in front of Yang Yu. Unbeknownst to her, Yang Yu's expression had turned cold. "I detest being threatened. Your disdain is of no consequence. Brothers, seize him, Han Xiong bellowed. But before he could finish, Yang Yu unleashed a swift sword strike. Crack! Han Xiong's head flew off, landing amidst the serpent's carcass, his face frozen in a snarl. Forever silenced. Young master. The warriors present were utterly shocked, with their master dead. How could they return to report to their family leader without the culprit's head? After a brief hesitation, they charged forth. Yang Yu cast a dispassionate glance at the approaching warriors and swiftly dispatched several with his sword. The sword energy howled as warriors and trees alike fell before him, and not a single one of the dozens of warriors survived, leaving the scene in eerie silence. Huang Ling watched in horror, trembling uncontrollably. She had not anticipated that her savior would be as merciless towards humans as he was towards ferocious beasts. Yet, she understood well that Han Xiong's fate was a consequence of his own actions. This nether valley is fraught with peril. It is not a place for a mere girl like you. You should leave at once, Yang Yu said, sheathing his crimson flame sword. Huang Ling, still shaken, replied, had I known it would come to this, I would never have come. The Han family mobilized so many warriors. I thought there would be no danger and merely wanted to join in the adventure. I never imagined encountering such dire circumstances. However, I have also gained clarity regarding Han Xiong's true nature, so perhaps it is a blessing in disguise. Yang Yu inquired, what were they doing here? Huang Ling pondered, they seemed to be searching for some rare treasure. Something called a fruit. Yang Yu interjected, the Shadow Moon rare fruit? Huang Ling nodded vigorously, yes, that's its name. The Shadow Moon rare fruit has leaked out in Yinzhou, and several factions are competing for it. Yang Yu understood. He had already noticed signs of human activity in the Nether Valley, albeit not for long. Clearly, the information regarding the Shadow Moon rare fruit was not limited to Chunhaoda. Despite the dangers of the Nether Valley, there would always be those willing to risk their lives for treasures. By the way, noble hero, please accept this as a token of my gratitude. You saved my life, and I have nothing else to offer. But this may be of use to you. Huang Ling retrieved a small jade vial from her possession and handed it to Yang Yu. Upon opening it, Yang Yu discovered 2 healing pills nestled within. These are 2 healing elixirs. I am about to depart from the Nether Valley and have no further use for them. Please keep them, benefactor, for any unforeseen circumstances, Huang Ling generously offered. While she merely referred to them as healing medicine, she did not specify their grade. However, Yang Yu immediately recognized them as 5th-grade pills, known as Hua Chundan for him. Concocting such pills was a simple task. Yet, from the perspective of ordinary individuals, they were considered exceedingly rare treasures. After all, the 2nd-ranked alchemist in Chuzhou was only capable of producing 4th-grade pills. 5th-grade elixirs were immensely valuable, even to powerful clans. The young girl was quite magnanimous, giving them away without a hint of reluctance. Yang Yu intended to return the pills to her, but upon seeing her earnest and hopeful gaze, he accepted them instead, assuring her, I shall make good use of them. Huang Ling's face lit up with joy, and she tentatively inquired, benefactor, may I know your name? I hope to see you again someday. Yang Yu, he replied. Yang Yu, I shall remember that my name is Huang Ling, with Ling as in exquisite, she said with a bright smile. I shall take my leave now, young Master Yang, until we meet again in the martial world. As night fell, she knew it would be too late to return home, but she at least needed to exit the confines of the Nether Valley. The other areas of Luo Jiao Mountain were relatively safe, and she could manage those. After parting from Huang Ling, Yang Yu followed Chen Haoda's map, swiftly approaching his target. Along the way, he encountered several ferocious beasts, all of which he dispatched with ease, collecting their cores as they were also essential materials for his alchemy plans. True to the rumors, the Nether Valley was teeming with ferocious beasts, almost to the point of overpopulation. The marked location on the map indicated the center of the Nether Valley. Upon his arrival, he beheld an exceedingly deep chasm in the night. Nothing could be discerned at the bottom of the chasm, but signs of several groups of people had already emerged around its perimeter. Some were in small clusters of 3 to 5, while others were in groups of dozens, all temporarily stationed on the elevated grounds flanking the chasm. Clearly, they had come in pursuit of the Shadow Moon fruit. Various factions were competing, yet they remained still, silently observing the movements below the chasm. The plant bearing the Shadow Moon fruit lay just beneath the chasm, with its fruit expected to soon ripen. This rare entity only bloomed once every 50 years and could only bear fruit on a full moon night. At this moment, the night was deepening. The sky adorned with a full moon, and the fruit could appear at any moment. All factions held their breath, attentively watching the activity at the chasm's bottom while also keeping an eye on other competitors. Everyone understood the immense difficulty in obtaining the shadow moon fruit. On one hand, the fruit was situated below the chasm, and the dangers nearby remained unknown. Such a level of divine treasure, once revealed, would surely attract powerful, ferocious beasts. To snatch the shadow moon fruit from the jaws of such beasts was no trivial task. More importantly, numerous formidable contenders had gathered today to vie for the shadow moon fruit. Securing the fruit would also mean fending off others from seizing it. 1, 2, 3, 4, he observed. At least 10 factions have come in pursuit of the fruit, including members of the Shangwan family. Even the Seven Blades sect from Jiangzhou has arrived. How peculiar. Jiangzhou is over 1,000 miles away. How did they manage to come so quickly? I wonder which fool leaked the news, attracting so many competitors. Indeed, if the news hadn't been leaked, we would have remained unaware. Someone else agreed. Let us devise a careful plan, suggested a voice from one of the makeshift tents, where hushed discussions were faintly audible. Some aimed to act first, while others sought to benefit from the ensuing chaos. Yet Yang Yu appeared out of place. Alone and without companions, he stood atop the chasm, gazing down into the darkness below. As various factions strategized to obtain the shadow moon fruit, everyone aimed to remain low-key and avoid drawing attention. In contrast, Yang Yu stood prominently on the cliff, exposed to the view of all. Many began to wonder, who is this young man? Did he come alone? In a place teeming with ferocious beasts, to reach here alone is no small feat. Yet, he seems like a reckless fool, likely just fortunate to have made it here. Indeed, who would be so brazen as to stand out like that? I see he just inviting trouble. Let him be. Our primary focus should be on the Shangwan family and the Seven Blade sect. Other competitors are not worth our concern. None believed Yang Yu to be a serious contender for the treasure. A young man in his 20s alone could hardly stir up any storm. Yang Yu possessed keen perception, faintly catching snippets of the discussions. However, he paid little heed. As long as no one provoked him, he cared not for their opinions. Time passed slowly. The clouds obscuring the full moon dissipated quietly. Suddenly, a soft yellow glow erupted from the depths of the dark chasm, reminiscent of moonlight but even purer and more dazzling. It has appeared. The fruit has ripened. The hidden observer's eyes gleamed, fixated on that beam of light. The shadow moon fruit, at the moment of ripening, radiated auspicious light, resembling a small moon. The scene before them signified that the treasure had officially matured and was ready for harvest. Most present were well versed in such matters, yet they beheld the auspicious light of the shadow moon fruit for the first time, their excitement palpable, only to be swiftly extinguished. Chapter 40. Can you afford it? As the auspicious light emerged, the chasm trembled violently, a sensation even those atop could distinctly feel. From the depths of the previously silent chasm came a series of eerie roars, some deep, others shrill. The personnel from various factions broke into a cold sweat. Although they had anticipated the ferocious beasts would be attracted once the shadow moon fruit appeared, they had not expected such a multitude. The tremors and sounds indicated that at least 100 ferocious beasts were present. It seemed as if all the beasts in the chasm had awakened, converging around the vicinity of the shadow moon fruit. Everyone focused intently, yet no one dared to leap into the chasm first. The first to do so would surely meet their demise. Even if they managed to snatch the shadow moon fruit, it would likely be seized by other competitors, leaving them to labor for another's gain. All remained calm, biding their time. Yet, they could never have predicted that a figure would suddenly leap into the chasm. Huh? Who jumped down? How bold! It seems to be that reckless young man. Is he insane? Did he just go down alone? I suspect he is seeking death. Seeking death? Why venture into the Nether Valley for that? Perhaps he enjoys the sensation of being devoured by ferocious beasts. I see him as a fool, impulsively rushing for the treasure without regard for his life. If he is going to die, he can at least clear the way for us. The crowd gathered closer, craning their necks to peer down. The chasm was deep, over 100 meters. The radiant light of the shadow moon fruit had already faded, leaving only darkness below. They could merely rely on the moonlight, unable to discern anything in the depths. All they could hear was the increasingly loud and chaotic roars of the ferocious beasts. So many ferocious beasts are fighting. How terrifying! That reckless young man must have met a gruesome fate by now. Why do I feel the roars of the beasts sound somewhat mournful? Of course. When a horde of beasts fights, there will inevitably be injuries and chaos. In this situation, we cannot descend to harvest the fruit. Everyone was at a loss. The beasts below would likely not ascend, meaning they were indeed safe above. However, if they did not descend, how could they obtain the Shadow Moon fruit? They could not simply wait idly. Before long, the Shadow Moon fruit may be ruined by the beasts. One voice lamented. At that moment, an elder bearing a long sword spoke up with a commanding voice. The speaker was Lu Sanchuan, an elder of the Seven-Blade sect. His strength and prestige were significant, and he had brought several disciples along, making him one of the most likely candidates to secure the treasure. Lu Sanchuan's words immediately drew the attention of all factions. Today, we have attendees from Yenzhou, Chuzhou, and Jiangzhou, all seeking the Shadow Moon fruit, and thus, we are in a competitive relationship, inevitably wary of one another. Lu Sanchuan continued, however, given the current situation, the number of ferocious beasts below is overwhelming. No single faction can confidently secure the Shadow Moon fruit. Not even my Seven-Blade sect. Elder Lu speaks the truth. The number of beasts exceeds our expectations, someone echoed. Therefore, our only course of action is to unite, for together we can confront the multitude of beasts and obtain the Shadow Moon fruit. Some nodded in agreement, while others questioned, but who will receive the Shadow Moon fruit after we obtain it? Lu Sanchuan's expression turned serious as he replied, distribution of the spoils will be based on each party's contribution. Those who have performed well will certainly be rewarded. The specifics can be discussed further, but regardless, we must first secure the Shadow Moon fruit. Otherwise, all our discussions are in vain. Since Elder Lu has spoken, I fully support this. To share the spoils, we must first obtain them, came the consensus. Yes, let us cooperate. We cannot allow the ferocious beasts to ruin the Shadow Moon fruit. I concur with your sentiments. Time is of the essence, and thus we must proceed accordingly. Let it be clearly stated that during our collaboration, treachery shall not be tolerated. Should any betrayals occur, we shall unite in retribution. Before long, a consensus was reached among the various parties. Lu Sanchuan, feeling a sense of relief, proclaimed, "Very well. From this moment forth, regardless of our backgrounds, we stand as one united front, as trustworthy allies. Our common adversary lies in the ferocious beasts surrounding the Chigua. Gentlemen, join me as we descend into the rift." With that, he unsheathed his treasured blade. As the sword was drawn, the spirits of the other participants ignited with fervor, preparing to venture into the depths of the rift. Just then, the sound of hurried footsteps echoed from below. A familiar figure burst forth from the darkness beneath, coming into view. What is happening? Is that the daft young man? He survived? The crowd gasped in astonishment. Although the walls of the rift were not entirely vertical, they were indeed steep. Yet at this moment, Yang Yu stood upon the cliffside as if traversing level ground. Thud, thud, thud. As the others heard his footsteps, he leaped gracefully back to solid ground. Was he human or specter? Did the beasts not perceive him? Many warriors rubbed their eyes in disbelief. How could he possibly be alive after jumping into a chasm filled with fearsome beasts? Not only was he alive, but his clothing remained unscathed, and he had even ascended. The only plausible explanation was that he possessed some extraordinary ability to evade the beast's detection. Suddenly, someone exclaimed, "Look!" All eyes turned to Yang Yu's hands, where he held a smooth, greenish-blue branch, measuring over 3 inches in length. Above the branch hung 5 pale yellow fruits. These fruits, resembling small grapes, were adorned with intricate patterns, exuding an aura of mystery. This was the Inuit Chigua. Remarkably, he had harvested 5 at once. Everyone's eyes sparkled, revealing excitement or avarice. Such treasures usually bore 1 or 2 fruits at a time, with a maximum of 3. Who would have thought that beneath the rift, a plant would yield 5? Unbeknownst to him, a crowd had gathered around Yang Yu. He cast a casual glance and remarked, "What is this? Am I not allowed to leave?" The onlookers exchanged glances, momentarily at a loss for words. Each of them desired the Inuit Chigua but felt a sense of shame in openly admitting it. After all, they had just mocked him for descending to his demise. It would be rather disgraceful to now mob a young man for his prize. Finally, a middle-aged man clad in fine garments spoke first, chuckling amiably. "Ah, young brother, you are indeed fortunate. A single descent has granted you 5 Ingwechigwa. Congratulations! I am Shangguan Han from the Shangguan clan. Coincidentally, we have an interest in those fruits." "And what business is it of yours if I am interested?" Yang Yu replied playfully. Shangguan Han's expression soured slightly, yet he maintained his smile. "Would you be willing to part with one of those fruits? I am prepared to offer a handsome price. With so many Ingwechigwa, you likely cannot consume them all." Yang Yu chuckled softly. "I shall not sell them. As for whether I can consume them, that is no concern of yours." Shangguan Han's demeanor darkened immediately. "From your tone, it seems you are dismissing the Shangguan clan's face. If you refuse my offer, then we shall have no choice but to take them by force." With the Shangguan clan leading the charge, the other factions joined in, abandoning their pretenses. "Boy, do you think you can hoard all 5 Ingwechigwa? These are heavenly treasures, belonging to all. 10 factions have come today to gather fruits. How can you claim them all for yourself? One must not be too greedy. Be wary of overreaching. If you are wise, you will present the Ingwechigwa for all to share, and we shall acknowledge you as a friend in the future." The leaders of several factions expressed their threats openly. Yang Yu, however, laughed heartily. "You believe I gathered them all. If I hadn't, would you rabble have been able to obtain them? It seems you are forcing us to take action. Blades are merciless. Should you lose your life in the process, do not lament in the afterlife." The crowd erupted in anger. Yang Yu raised the fruits in his hand, grinning. "Take them. Those with life can come and try. You seek death." Shangguan Han's eyes glinted with malice as he commanded his family's warriors to assume a murderous stance. At that moment, an elder from the Kadaemin stepped forward. "Shangguan, are you not being a bit excessive?" Shangguan Han raised an eyebrow. "Elder Lu, what do you mean? Does the Kadaemin not desire the Ingwechigwa?" Elder Lu retorted. "Of course I covet the treasure, but as warriors, we must uphold our integrity and chivalry. This young brother obtained the Ingwechigwa solely through his own efforts. No one else assisted him. If he chooses not to sell, why do you wish to take them by force? What of it?" "The Shangguan clan gets what it desires," Shangguan Han interrupted. "No longer bothering to maintain a facade. I will seize them." "What will you do about it?" Elder Lu looked at him with disdain. "Well then, go ahead and seize them. But you, with so many from the Shangguan clan, and allying with other factions to rob a young man, do you not feel ashamed?" Shangguan Han shot him a glare. "Elder Lu, I have little respect for self-righteousness. If you disapprove, you may leave, but do not hinder my affairs." Elder Lu's anger flared. "It is precisely because I am discontent that I will intervene. Should you insist on taking from him, then you shall first contend with my blade." With that, he swung his large sword down, creating a deep gouge in the ground, causing the atmosphere to grow tense. Shangguan Han furrowed his brows. If it were merely to seize Yang Yu, he would not be afraid. Despite everyone witnessing Yang Yu's descent into the rift and his subsequent survival, they did not believe he had obtained the Ingwechigwa through brute strength. After all, no one could possibly defeat hundreds of ferocious beasts in such a short span of time. They speculated that Yang Yu must possess some extraordinary method to evade the beast's pursuit, thus securing his fortunate harvest. No one, however, considered that Yang Yu had nearly exterminated the beasts below. Yet, they also did not regard him as weak. The way he scaled the near-vertical cliff was not something an ordinary person could achieve. This young man was formidable. Shangguan Han understood that Yang Yu was powerful. Hence, he had rallied everyone to jointly seize the Ingwechigwa. Even if this young man were exceptionally strong, even a master could not contend against so many adversaries. But now, with Lu Sanchuan intervening, matters grew more complicated. The name Kadaemin carried significant weight. Even the Shangguan clan was hesitant to offend them. Shangguan Han could only endure, saying, "Elder Lu, are you truly willing to oppose us all for an unfamiliar young man? He seeks to hoard 5 fruits and must pay the price. Indeed, Elder Lu, shall we allow our efforts to be in vain?" Someone added. Elder Lu snorted, "Enough of this nonsense. I will not stand idly by." Shangguan Han, unable to contain his irritation, retorted, "Then you shall die here alongside him." Elder Lu gripped his sword tightly, prepared for battle, when a calm voice interjected, "I appreciate the old elder's goodwill, but their objective lies with me. There is no need for you to meddle." Elder Lu turned to Yang Yu, incredulous. "What did you say?" Yang Yu replied playfully, This minor affair I shall resolve on my own. Elder Lu's face twitched, thinking, this young man truly prioritizes pride over life. They are intent on surrounding you. Why persist? Shangguan Han, however, burst into laughter. Ha ha ha, Elder Lu, you wish to uphold justice, yet he is not interested. I advise you not to press against a cold shoulder. Brothers, kill this lad, but take care not to damage the fruits. As the words left his mouth, all the warriors surged towards Yangyu. Excluding the Kadaemen, the 9 factions present numbered over 200. All skilled fighters. Though Yangyu had declared he needed no assistance, Elder Lu still raised his sword to meet the oncoming foes. Just then, Yangyu stamped his foot, leaping into the air as if flying. What extraordinary agility! Shangguan Han was taken aback, however. Jumping merely allowed him to evade the first wave of attacks. Once he landed, he would surely be torn to shreds. At the highest point, Yangyu wielded his red flame sword, executing a flurry of movements at lightning speed. Swish, swish, swish. The dance of the sword seemed to shatter the very moonlight. The sword tip moved hundreds of times in an instant, unleashing a torrent of sword energy that rained down like arrows. Enveloping the battlefield, sword energy transformed into a deluge. This was one of Yangyu's signature techniques. Among the enemies were many adept warriors and even masters. Merely sweeping a few strikes would be a waste of time. The sword energy deluge would suffice. The rain of sword energy fell like countless raindrops, formless and shadowless. Go the onlookers. Nothing was visible, save for the fleeting afterimage of the crimson flame sword. Nonetheless, everyone below felt an innate sense of dread. They could distinctly sense the air quaking violently, as if it had been shredded by innumerable blades. Before they could comprehend the situation, an overwhelming torrent of sword energy descended upon the martial artists. Whoosh whoosh. The sword energy was unstoppable. Some severed the arms of the warriors, while others pierced directly through their skulls. Ah, what is happening? This is my fourth uncle? Ah. In an instant, the air was filled with anguished cries. Those who had their heads pierced were, by sheer fortune, the lucky ones. Many warriors, struck by several blades of sword energy, had their arms, torsos, and thighs hewn, yet did not perish outright, instead groaning in agony upon the ground. Chapter 42. A dual coincidence? In the wake of the sword energy's deluge, corpses lay scattered. Yet, the members of the 7-Knife sect remained unscathed. Elder, what has transpired? The disciples asked, their hearts pounding. Lu Sanchuan took a deep breath and remarked, We are truly fortunate. The disciples, though puzzled, could see that the young man had unleashed an innumerable array of sword energies in an instant, nearly wiping out everyone present. Such power was nothing short of terrifying. Feeling a twinge of shame, Lu Sanchuan reflected on his earlier impulse to intervene. What assistance could he offer against such formidable strength? After Yangyu had cleared the field, he leisurely approached Shangguan Han. Although the widespread sword technique had considerable area effect, its singular lethality proved somewhat lacking against Shangguan Han's strength. Yet, he had merely survived, bearing 2 gaping wounds, with one shoulder completely severed. Shangguan Han, on the brink of death, appeared pallid and gasped, Why you? You? The Shangguan family had dominated Yenzhou for numerous years, and he had encountered all manner of experts. Who would dare enter the Nether Valley if they were weak? Yet, over 200 formidable warriors had been nearly annihilated by a single strike, leaving only a handful, gravely injured and on the verge of death. Do not come any closer, Shangguan Han implored, propping himself up on one hand and retreating frantically. Yangyu, with a hint of mockery, replied, You seek the Shadow Moon Wonderfruit? It appears that your lives, numbering over 200, may not suffice. Filled with dread, Shangguan Han, desperate to survive, resorted to invoking his family. You must understand, I am of the Shangguan family. The head of the family is my elder brother. Killing others is inconsequential, but should you take my life, the Shangguan family will ensure you pay dearly. The Shangguan family? What is that to me? Yangyu chuckled. Shangguan Han attempted to continue, but the crimson flame sword had already descended. Crack, the head fell. The remaining warriors who had not perished gasped in horror. You've lost your mind. You've killed Shangguan Han. The Shangguan family will surely. Without a moment's hesitation, Yangyu struck again, claiming their lives as well. Thus, all but the 7-Knife sect among the 9 factions met a tragic end. Once his enemies harbored murderous intent. Yang Yu never showed mercy. Gasp! The disciples of the Seven-Knife sect drew in sharp breaths, their legs trembling. They were grateful that Elder Lu had not conspired with Shangguan Han. Otherwise, they too would have been among the fallen. Lu Sanchuan, regaining his composure, slightly cupped his fists in gratitude towards Yang Yu, saying, "I appreciate your mercy, young friend, in sparing the members of the Seven-Knife sect." Yang Yu smiled and replied, "You are too kind. Elder, good deeds beget good fortune. You not only refrained from joining the others in their attempt to seize from me, but also offered assistance, for which I am grateful. In truth, I did not contribute much." Lu Sanchuan admitted, somewhat embarrassed. Yang Yu's expression turned serious as he proclaimed, "A martial artist must not only pursue strength, but also strive for a profound state of mind and a clear conscience. In today's martial world, where heroes are defined solely by their might, it is those pure-hearted individuals like you, Elder, who command my utmost respect. Even if Shangguan Han were invincible, I would hold him in disdain." Lu Sanchuan responded, "You flatter me, young friend, and I am yet unaware of your esteemed name. I am Yang Yu, second son of the Yang family in Chuzhou. You may simply call me by my name." Yang replied, then plucked a Shadow Moon Wonder Fruit and handed it to Lu Sanchuan, stating, "Since the Seven-Knife sect was willing to assist, allow me to gift you this Shadow Moon Wonder Fruit as thanks." Lu Sanchuan quickly protested, "To call you by name feels presumptuous. I shall refer to you as Second Young Master. As for the Shadow Moon Wonder Fruit, I cannot accept it. Firstly, I truly did not provide any substantial help. Secondly, as you mentioned, one should seek a clear conscience. Given Shangguan Han's despicable behavior, I found myself unable to refrain from criticizing him." Yang Yu chuckled, "This Shadow Moon Wonder Fruit serves not only as a token of gratitude. In truth, I have a small request. Feel free to speak without reservation." Lu Sanchuan replied cordially. Yang Yu stated directly, "I have a close friend named Shitsi Feng. He has always had a penchant for blades. I would like him to join the Seven-Knife sect." Within Anjiang City, few occupied Yang Yu's thoughts, but Shitsi Feng was one of them. Though they were not blood brothers, after the calamity that befell the Yang family, Shitsi Feng had been secretly searching for Yang Yu and the true culprit. During the previous incident when Wana was captured, Shitsi Feng had also prepared to exhaust his family's resources to rescue her. Yang Yu wished to secure a promising future for Shitsi Feng. This lad had indeed loved blades since childhood, but lacking a master's guidance and systematic training, he had achieved little. If he could join the Seven-Knife sect, it would be a tremendous opportunity for his growth. Lu Sanchuan readily agreed. "What sort of request is this? It is merely a matter of my words. As for the Shadow Moon Wonder Fruit, it is truly unnecessary. It would merely serve as a frivolous addition to our sect. In that case, I thank you," Yang Yu replied, once more clasping his fists in appreciation. He then forcefully placed a Shadow Moon Wonder Fruit into Lu Sanchuan's hand, declaring, "If you do not accept it, I will not allow Shitsi Feng to join the Seven-Knife sect." After a moment of hesitation, Lu Sanchuan finally accepted it. "Very well. Rest assured, your brother will receive the best training resources at the Seven-Knife sect." Yang Yu nodded in satisfaction. In truth, the Seven-Knife sect had public channels for recruiting disciples each year. But why waste time when there was an opportunity to secure a place through connections? As for gifting the Shadow Moon Wonder Fruit, it would leave the Seven-Knife sect feeling indebted, which would greatly benefit Shitsi Feng's future in the sect. The most vital connections between individuals are often those forged by mutual interests. Yang Yu glanced at the sky and remarked, "After this excursion, I shall take you to meet him. The Nether Valley is fraught with peril. We should depart at once." Subsequently, he and the members of the Seven-Knife sect exited the confines of the Nether Valley. As dawn broke, they successfully left the falling Jiao Mountain. Lu Sanchuan instructed the disciples to return to the sect while he accompanied Yang Yu to retrieve Shitsi Feng. However, before returning to Anjiang City, Yang Yu made a stop at the Chuzhou prefecture to inquire if Yixin had uncovered any information regarding the Tingi pavilion branch. Upon arriving at the entrance, Lu Sanchuan expressed some confusion. "What brings you two to this place? Are you perhaps seeking to conduct business with the Tingi pavilion?" Just then, Yixin spotted Yang Yu and hurried out, her face filled with respect as she greeted. "Greetings, envoy." Lu Sanchuan was taken aback. "Isn't this the Chuzhou Hall master of the Tingi pavilion? How could she show such deference to the second young master? Truly unfathomable." Yixin cast a glance at Lu Sanchuan. Surprised as well, "Is this Elder Lu from the Seven-Knife sect? I believe we have crossed paths before." "Envoy, what is your relation to him?" Lu Sanchuan replied earnestly. I now consider myself an admirer and follower of the second young master. His performance in the Nether Valley was nothing short of that of a war god. Yixian murmured, I see. Second young master? That's an intriguing title, envoy. May I also call you that from now on? Feel free, as you wish, Yang Yu replied. However, given your temperament, it seems unlikely that you would be one to concern yourself with titles. Yang Yu was indifferent to such matters. They were merely names. Why Yixian hesitated for a moment before quietly saying, I just feel that the envoy seems a bit distant. Initially, when she met Yang Yu, she regarded him merely as a superior, believing he saw her as a mere tool. However, as they grew acquainted, she realized that was not the case, and her attitude had shifted. Nonetheless, Yang Yu remained oblivious to the woman's sentiments and cut straight to the point. Yixian, I have been here and back for about 2 days now. Have you found any information regarding the identity of that white-browed eunuch? Yixian shook her head. I inquired about the eunuchs in the palace, but regrettably, none fit the description of having white hairs among their brows. Yang Yu frowned slightly. None? Could it be that Tianhong's information provided by Li Donghu is false? Yixian replied, It is unlikely that Li Donghu would deceive you on his deathbed. He had nothing to gain from such a deception. It is possible he may have misidentified the individual, or perhaps the white brow was merely an illusion. It is also feasible that the person was not a eunuch at all. After all, it is only his conjecture that they were a eunuch, and a normal person dressed in eunuch attire is not out of the realm of possibility. Yang Yu felt a hint of frustration. Considering these possibilities only heightened the difficulty of finding the individual. At that moment, Lu Sanchuan could not help but interject. You two were just speaking of the white-browed individual? Could you provide more specifics? Yixian explained, the second young master is searching for an elder whose right brow has several white hairs. It is highly probable that he is a eunuch. Is it possible, old Lu, that you have encountered such a person? Yang Yu inquired, to which Lu Sanchuan nodded and replied, Indeed, I have seen such eyebrows, but they do not belong to a eunuch. Yang Yu's eyes brightened as he responded, It may not necessarily be a eunuch. Then, who is this person? Where can he be found? Lu Sanchuan continued, Coincidentally, he is an elder from our Seven-Blade sect, named Chao Wushuang. His right eyebrow features a mix of black and white, and he generally has a kind and benevolent appearance, earning the affection of many disciples. An elder of the Seven-Blade sect? Yang Yu was taken aback. An elderly man with entirely white eyebrows is not particularly rare, but it is exceedingly uncommon for someone to have only a few white hairs on the outer edge of one eyebrow. The likelihood of two such individuals appearing simultaneously is almost impossible. However, considering that Chao Wushuang is an elder of the Seven-Blade sect, it is difficult to associate him with the prince. By the way, Elder Chao is quite formidable, Lu Sanchuan added. He joined the Seven-Blade sect 5 years ago, at which point he was already quite advanced in age, and the sect was not particularly keen on accepting him. Yet, he is a true enthusiast of blades, possessing exceptional strength, having already reached the realm of a master. Thus, the sect leader made an exception and allowed him to join in just 2 or 3 years. He has made significant contributions to the sect and has amassed considerable prestige, culminating in his appointment as an elder last year. Joining the sect 5 years ago. Yang Yu's gaze sharpened. This information is crucial. If it's merely a coincidence regarding the eyebrows, it can be somewhat dismissed. But could it be a coincidence that Chao Wushuang joined the Seven-Blade sect at that time? An abundance of coincidences suggests that it cannot merely be chance. Lu Sanchuan and Yixian suddenly felt an icy aura emanating from Yang Yu. Second young master, do you have some enmity with this white-browed eunuch? Lu Sanchuan tentatively inquired. Yang Yu replied in a low voice. 5 years ago, my family was exterminated and my wife, Fan Sisi, was captured. The white-browed eunuch is likely someone who knows the truth. Now, if I wish to find Fan Sisi, I can only start from him. Lu Sanchuan was taken aback. So it is a vendetta against your family? Yang Yu's expression turned serious as he said, Old Lu, let me be clear. If Chao Wushuang truly is that white-browed eunuch, I hope your Seven-Blade sect does not intervene. Lu Sanchuan couldn't help but break into a cold sweat. Rest assured, second young master, if Chao Wushuang is indeed your enemy, the Seven-Blade sect will not shield him. That is for the best. This time, I will accompany you to the Seven-Blade sect along with Shizifeng, as I need to ascertain Chao Wushuang's identity without leaking any information, Yang Yu stated. Understood, Lu Sanchuan nodded. He was well aware of what should and should not be done. If Chao Wushuang were truly Yang Yu's family's enemy, then he deserved to face consequences. Should the Seven-Blade sect protect Chao Wushuang? It would likely lead to dire repercussions for them as well. You all rest here for a while. We will set off in the afternoon. I will meet with Chen Haoda first to borrow his alchemy chamber to concoct a few pills. Yang Yu added as he stood up. Lu Sanchuan exclaimed in disbelief, "Second young master, you can also refine pills?" Yang Yu smiled. "I sought the Shadow Moon Wonder Fruit precisely for that purpose." Lu Sanchuan's understanding was profoundly shaken. He could hardly fathom how a person so young could possess both extraordinary strength and alchemical skills. How fortunate it is to encounter such a remarkable individual. It is indeed a blessing for the Seven-Blade sect. Before long, Yang Yu arrived at Chen Haoda's alchemy chamber. The pill he intended to refine was called the stabilizing pill, used to solidify one's foundation and cleanse the essence. The Shadow Moon Wonder Fruit is the most crucial ingredient for the stabilizing pill. Without it, the best stabilizing pill cannot be produced. However, alchemy cannot rely solely on one ingredient. Most of the auxiliary materials can be directly purchased on the market. Yet, Yang Yu found it a waste of time to buy each item individually. So he decided to seek Chun Haoda, one of the top 3 alchemists in the county. His inventory was quite comprehensive. Master Yang has returned. Upon Yang Yu's arrival at the alchemy chamber, Qiao Xing exclaimed excitedly, "Master Yang, you've finally returned." Chen Haoda rushed out, clearly relieved to see Yang Yu back, despite his confidence regarding Yang Yu's safety during his venture into the underworld valley. Yang Yu glanced at Chen Haoda and couldn't help but chuckle. "What happened to you?" Chen Haoda, covered in soot, with singed hair and beard, looked quite disheveled. Ahem, he chuckled awkwardly. "I just attempted to refine a 5th-grade pill, and, unsurprisingly, it failed and nearly exploded the furnace." Having been a 4th-grade alchemist for many years, he had attempted to break into the 5th grade countless times, but to no avail. Today was no exception. Yang Yu remarked, "Come, let us see what kind of pill you were attempting to refine that caused such a disaster." In Yang Yu's presence, Chen Haoda felt no shame and directly led him into a spacious and empty hall, as a renowned alchemist in Chuzhou County. This private alchemy area was quite impressive. Unfortunately, the central alchemy furnace lay toppled on the ground, its lid blown off, with charred remnants of various materials scattered about, rendering them unrecognizable. Yang Yu surveyed the scene and inquired, "Were you refining a concentration pill?" Chen Haoda nodded. "I apologize for the embarrassment, Master Yang." Yang Yu replied, "Although this pill is merely 5th grade, it demands a high level of skill in merging the medicinal properties. Allow me to demonstrate the process." "That's wonderful, thank you, Master Yang," Chen Haoda exclaimed, overjoyed. Yang Yu added, "During this time, I would like you to assist me in gathering some alchemical materials to pair with the Shadow Moon Wonder Fruit, of course." "It is my utmost honor to assist Master Yang," Chen Haoda replied with great respect. This was not mere flattery but a sincere sentiment. The ability of Yang Yu to effortlessly concoct 7th-grade pills indicated he was at least a 7th-grade alchemist. Such a level of alchemist could command the loyalty of countless individuals with just a word. Being able to help Yang Yu in any capacity would be an immense stroke of fortune for Chen Haoda. Moreover, he had the opportunity to observe Yang Yu's alchemical process. Even acquiring a fraction of knowledge would benefit him for a lifetime. "The required materials are all listed here," Yang Yu said, taking out paper and pen to write a list. Chen Haoda glanced at it and instructed his disciples to begin gathering the items. The rare Shadow Moon Wonder Fruit was already with Master Yang, and the remaining ingredients should not be difficult to procure. While waiting, Yang Yu offered some guidance to Chen Haoda. However, Yang Yu did not refine a complete concentration pill but instead broke down several challenging steps, slowing his pace to provide a brief demonstration. Pay attention. These 4 materials have conflicting properties. Once their medicinal essences are extracted, they cannot be forcibly combined. The fire must be. Yang Yu spoke eloquently, and Chen Haoda found himself enlightened, becoming increasingly aware of his own limitations. What Master Yang can convey in a few casual words may take me years to comprehend, he thought. Presently, Chen Haoda was still a 4th-grade alchemist, and Yang Yu did not expect him to advance to 5th grade immediately. However, with these insights, his path to advancement would be significantly shortened. After the instruction, Yang Yu remarked, "What I have taught you is merely supplementary. Alchemy requires practice and contemplation. You must integrate what I have taught you into your very being through experience." "Understood," Chen Haoda responded respectfully. After a considerable wait, several disciples finally brought the materials for the stabilizing pill. Chen Haoda, a bit irked, said, "Why did it take so long?" You made Master Yang wait. The disciples replied helplessly. Some of the materials were not in the storeroom. We had to procure them, but we couldn't gather everything. So we had to go to Mingbo to buy a few items. Humph. Upon hearing that name, Chen Haoda's expression soured. Had it not been for Master Yang's procurement, he would have preferred not to deal with Mingbo. Yang Yu asked, "Who is this Mingbo? Do you have a grudge against him?" Chen Haoda explained, "It's not so much a grudge. We just don't see eye to eye. In Chuzhou, there are 3 prominent alchemists, but none can compare to Master Yang. All 3 of us are 4th grade. But our skills vary. Mingbo ranks 1st, I am 2nd, and I wish to surpass him. He fears being overtaken, hence our strained relationship. Rivalries among peers are common, especially among alchemists, who tend to harbor a sense of pride. The relationship between the top 2 is hardly amicable, which Yang Yu understood. Simultaneously, an idea began to form in his mind. Every time he refines pills, he requires various materials. Relying solely on Chen Haoda for procurement is somewhat cumbersome. If he could unite multiple alchemists to integrate resources and share inventories, it would facilitate the search for alchemical materials in the future. This would benefit not only himself, but also others. Moreover, having several alchemists together would amplify their influence, making it easier to stockpile rare materials and enhance refining efficiency, creating a positive cycle. Thus, Yang Yu proposed, "I have an idea to unite the 3 prominent alchemists in Chuzhou to form an organization. This way, resources can be consolidated, yielding numerous advantages." Chen Haoda's eyes lit up. Uniting the 3 alchemists would undoubtedly enhance efficiency. However, the implementation would be fraught with challenges, as each would likely resist the idea of sharing a single organization. Who would lead? How would profits be distributed? The issues were plentiful. Yet if Master Yang were to take the lead, no one would dare to oppose him, and the initiative could succeed. Just then, a hearty laugh echoed from outside the hall. "Ha ha ha, what did I just hear? Uniting the 3 prominent alchemists? Who dares to boast so grandly? Mingbo." Upon hearing the voice, Chen Haoda instantly recognized the identity of the visitor. Shortly thereafter, a resplendent, elderly gentleman strode confidently into the grand hall. Exhibiting no signs of hesitation, Chen Haoda's expression darkened as he inquired, "Mingbo, what brings you here?" Mingbo, taken aback, replied, "I came to check on Master Chen. Am I unwelcome? I heard you attempted to refine a 5th-grade elixir again. Judging by your disheveled appearance, it seems you have encountered yet another failure. What a pity." Chen Haoda let out a disgruntled grunt. With a serious demeanor, Mingbo remarked, "Haste makes waste. The more eager you are to ascend, the more you stumble. I understand your desire to surpass me, but there exists an inherent disparity in talent among individuals that cannot be bridged." Chen Haoda's face flushed with embarrassment, leaving him at a loss for words. Those who could become alchemists were already rare geniuses, each possessing a degree of pride. Who would aspire to be a perennial second? He indeed wished to surpass Mingbo, yet had never succeeded. "Your excessive competitiveness is your downfall," Mingbo sighed. "Even I have yet to reach the 5th-grade level, and you wish to challenge it? The Ning Shindan, I fear you shall never be able to create it." Unable to contain himself, Chen Haoda declared loudly, "Rest assured, I have just received guidance from a master. I will surely succeed." "Guidance from a master?" Mingbo exclaimed in disbelief, casting a glance at Yang Yu. "There is no one else here. You cannot possibly mean him, can you? The one who just claimed he would integrate the 3 great alchemists of Chuzhou? Mind your tone," Chen Haoda admonished. Yet Mingbo burst into laughter, saying, "Chen Haoda, have you lost your senses? This young man appears to be barely in his 20s. How could he possibly instruct you? In all of Chuzhou, aside from me, the foremost alchemist, who else possesses the authority to guide you?" Chen Haoda retorted sharply, "How dare you call yourself the foremost alchemist in the presence of Master Yang?" Upon hearing Chen Haoda's words, Mingbo's expression turned peculiar. "Are you jesting? A mere youth dares to challenge my status as Chuzhou's premier alchemist?" Chen Haoda scoffed. "Challenge? Is that a term you can even comprehend? You are not worthy to even carry Master Yang's shoes." Fuming, Mingbo replied, "Chen, are you intentionally trying to provoke me?" Chen Haoda shrugged dismissively. "Ignorance breeds boldness. I can hardly be bothered. You are unwelcome here. Begone, lest you disrupt Master Yang's alchemical work." Grinding his teeth, Mingbo retorted, "Fine, fine. Still putting on airs, are we? Since your Master Yang is so formidable, I am quite curious as to what elixir he intends to concoct." Chen Haoda, with a hint of pride, proclaimed, You will be astounded. It is the Pangu Dan. What on earth? Meng Bo thought he had misheard. The Pangu Dan was a 7th-grade elixir. He had only heard of it in tales, never having seen it himself. In fact, no one within the entire Great Xia Empire had succeeded in crafting the Pangu Dan. Why should this young Master Yang be any different? Indeed, it is the Pangu Dan with your limited understanding. It is no wonder you cannot grasp its significance, Chen Haoda asserted, having already witnessed Yang Yu's extraordinary prowess in leaping 5 grades. He had come to believe that Yang Yu was capable of anything. Meng Bo burst into laughter once more. Is it truly so entertaining to boast to such an extent? Very well, I shall remain to observe how he concocts the Pangu Dan. Chen Haoda, unyielding, interjected. Is it your prerogative to watch Master Yang's alchemical process? Meng Bo smirked, glancing at Yang Yu. Do you dare to let me observe? If you can truly produce it, I will retire from alchemy and never return, leaving the title of Chuzhou's foremost alchemist to you. Yang Yu said nothing, as if tacitly agreeing. After all, if he intended to unite the 3 great alchemists, a demonstration of his abilities was in order. Consider yourself fortunate, Chen Haoda huffed. With arms crossed, Meng Bo adopted a posture of awaiting a spectacle. He held no belief that anyone could successfully create the Pangu Dan when the alchemical process inevitably failed. He would relish the opportunity to ridicule both Chen Haoda and Yang Yu. Are you not the great boastful ones? Does it not embarrass you to slap yourselves in the face? Soon, Yang Yu began the alchemical process. With a series of fluid and graceful motions, various ingredients were added to the furnace. In a hushed tone, Chen Haoda remarked, You, my friend, have stumbled upon a tremendous fortune, for you now have the opportunity to witness Master Yang's alchemical mastery. Meng Bo rolled his eyes. Fortune? You mean watching him toss the ingredients in haphazardly? Is this alchemy? Such ignorance breeds audacity. Pay close attention, Chen Haoda replied, unwilling to elaborate further. Meng Bo felt a flicker of doubt. If the other party were merely posturing, it would not warrant such elaborate theatrics. Before long, the flames within the cauldron surged to a brilliant intensity, extracting the essence of each ingredient. Crafting a 7th-grade elixir was significantly more challenging than producing a 2nd-grade healing potion. Moreover, since the Pangu Dan was intended for personal use, Yang Yu was particularly focused, meticulously controlling every detail. At last, the foundational materials were successfully refined, and he placed a shadow moon fruit into the alchemical furnace. This was the most precious ingredient, and the subsequent steps would be critical. As that truly a shadow moon fruit? Meng Bo gasped, his eyes widening as he gradually realized something was amiss. Theo engage in mere theatrics. One would not waste such a rare treasure. Moreover, when he added the fruit moments ago, Yang Yu had briefly opened the furnace. Though it was but a fleeting moment, Meng Bo sensed the explosive power of the flames within, along with the potent medicinal essence. Such a remarkable effect could not be achieved through mere charlatanism. Taking a deep breath, Meng Bo fell silent, intently observing the alchemical furnace. Although he could not discern the precise happenings within, the sheer magnitude of power emanating from the furnace, combined with its stability, indicated that the entire alchemical process was proceeding smoothly. Otherwise, the furnace would have exploded long ago. Yang Yu, undistracted, infused the furnace with streams of true energy, compelling the flames to repeatedly refine the shadow moon fruit. This rare ingredient was a treasure that could not be casually acquired. Thus he approached the task with utmost seriousness to ensure a 100% success rate. After some time had passed, the shadow moon fruit had completely dissolved, transforming into a pure medicinal liquid that merged with the other liquid ingredients. Various medicinal liquids repelled one another, necessitating the use of robust true energy to forcibly compress and amalgamate them. This was precisely why alchemists like Chen Haoda and Meng Bo remained stagnant at the 4th-grade level, finding it difficult to progress further. While alchemy may seem like an independent vocation, it fundamentally required sufficient martial prowess to support it. Refining low to mid-grade elixirs did not demand much martial skill, but crafting top-tier elixirs necessitated an abundance of powerful true energy and exceptional control. However, 99% of martial artists had no comprehension of what true energy was. Yang Yu's master had once imparted this wisdom. To refine elixirs, one must first cultivate martial skills. A top-tier alchemist must also be a top-tier warrior. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The alchemical furnace emitted a series of peculiar sounds. causing both Chen Haoda and Ming Bo to instinctively feel trepidation. They sensed that within the furnace lay a dormant volcano, ready to erupt and incinerate them all should Yang Yu falter even slightly. Fortunately, such a calamity did not occur. As time elapsed, the unusual phenomena subsided, and the medicinal liquid coalesced into a perfect unity. The flame softened, entering the final stage of solidification, the process of forming the elixir. After a short incense stick's duration, the furnace settled completely. Yang Yu gently tapped the outer wall of the cauldron. With a resounding thud, the lid flew off, and a plump, orange-yellow elixir soared from within. The overall hue of the elixir closely resembled that of the shadow moon fruit, but was deeper in color, with a surface that gleamed with smooth perfection. An intoxicating aroma filled the grand hall, invigorating both Chen Haoda and Ming Bo, making them feel as though they had regained years of vitality. This, Ming Bo was left utterly astounded, speechless. Though he had merely glimpsed the elixir and inhaled its fragrance, he held no doubt that it was genuine. The ancient texts described the Pangu Dan in such a manner, and its quality was nearly flawless, as the elixir fell into Yang Yu's hands. He retrieved a small vial and carefully placed the elixir inside. This attempt at crafting the Pangu Dan did not result in any grade-jumping phenomena. In contrast, the previous endeavor to create the healing Dan had suffered from the original quality of the ingredients being too low and their cost being cheap, which prompted Yang Yu to attempt to elevate the elixir's grade. However, since the Pangu Dan was originally a 7th grade elixir, it was already sufficiently exceptional. There was no need to force it to jump grades. Attempting to elevate a naturally 7th grade elixir could lead to failure, rendering the effort counterproductive. Moreover, the most crucial reason was that the 7th grade Pangu Dan was already adequate for his companions. Even if it were to jump to the 8th grade, their bodies might not be able to withstand it. Once the elixir was sealed in the vial, Ming Bo suddenly snapped back to reality, dropping to his knees before Yang Yu with a resounding thud. Given his age, he could easily be Yang Yu's grandfather, yet he knelt without hesitation or reluctance. Before such a divine alchemist, all he felt was admiration and submission. More importantly, he recalled his previous words and actions. Aside from kneeling, he found no other means of expressing his remorse and seeking forgiveness. Master Yang, I spoke foolishly earlier, uttering a plethora of disgraceful words. I apologize. Chen Haoda was right. What does being Chuzhou's foremost alchemist mean in comparison to Master Yang? I am but a mere speck. No, I am not even worthy of being compared to you. Humph, do you finally understand? Chen Haoda deliberately hummed softly, causing Ming Bo's face to flush with embarrassment. He suddenly found himself to be quite ridiculous, constantly vying for first place with Chen Haoda, yet in the presence of true masters. They were all mere novices, unworthy of competition. Ming Bo recalled how he had boldly pointed at Yang Yu, exclaiming, "Do you dare to let me witness your skills? If you truly succeed in crafting it, I shall close my furnace and abandon alchemy forever. You shall be the foremost alchemist of Chuzhou." Reflecting on this, he felt even more humiliated, stating, "I have devoted my life to alchemy, yet this is the first time I have encountered a 7th grade elixir, and it seems to have been crafted with such ease. I extend my sincere gratitude to Master Yang for this opportunity, allowing me to witness such a miracle and realize my own insignificance. I am no longer qualified to continue practicing alchemy, neither in character nor in skill." With that, he abruptly raised his left hand, preparing to strike his right arm, signaling his intent to cripple himself and truly abandon alchemy. At that moment, Yang Yu waved his hand, an invisible force preventing Ming Bo from harming himself. Ming Bo was momentarily taken aback. Yang Yu calmly remarked, "I have no need for your self-mutilation, nor do I require your vow to never practice alchemy again. A cripple holds no value to me." Ming Bo suddenly awakened to the reality, exclaiming, "Indeed, Master Yang seems to have mentioned the need to unite the alchemists of Chuzhou." Chen Haoda teased, "Oh, so now you are willing?" Taking a deep breath, Ming Bo replied excitedly, "As long as Master Yang does not disdain me, I am willing to follow you for life and do anything for you." Chen Haoda then proactively added, "Who would have thought that after a lifetime of rivalry, we would ultimately serve Master Yang together? There is also a 4th grade alchemist in Chuzhou named Tianlei. There is no need for Master Yang to personally recruit him. Ming Bo and I will handle that." Ming Bo concurred, believing that their joint influence would suffice to win over Tianlei. "Very well, I was just planning a trip to Jiangzhou, so I cannot remain here any longer. Yang Yu nodded. Chen Haoda inquired, what name does Master Yang intend to give the newly formed organization of alchemists? Yang Yu pondered for a moment before responding, let it be called the Daxia Alchemist Association. It is simple and comprehensible. In the future, any alchemist wishing to join will be welcomed at any time. Excellent, both Chen Haoda and Ming Bo exclaimed joyously. Through this name, they envisioned a grand future. One that would not only encompass the alchemists of Chuzhou but of the entire Daxia Empire. Should the organization flourish, alchemists across the empire would be able to exchange insights and materials, fostering mutual growth, a boon for all alchemists. The establishment of such an association had been contemplated before, yet no one had the qualification or capability to bring it to fruition, but Master Yang, without doubt, would succeed. In the time that followed, Yang Yu utilized the remaining Shadow Moon extraordinary fruits to concoct several solidifying elixirs before departing the alchemy chamber. One of these elixirs was given to Yi Xian, while the remaining 3 were taken to Anjiang City, distributed among Yang Zhifei, Yang Wanner, and Shi Zifeng. After allocating the elixirs, Yang Yu set off to Jiangzhou alongside Lu Sanchuan and Shi Zifeng. The Daxia Empire comprises over 30 provinces, with Chuzhou being classified as mid to lower tier. In contrast, Jiangzhou is truly a grand province, its population and wealth ranking among the top 3. Consequently, the martial spirit in Jiangzhou is more pronounced. With an overall high caliber of martial practitioners, numerous renowned martial sects have established their presence in Jiangzhou, with the Seven Blades sect being one of them. Nestled in the mountains outside Chunjing City, reaching it requires passing through the city itself. Upon entering, Shi Zifeng marveled, it truly lives up to its reputation. Even Chunjing City, which is not the provincial capital, is so vibrant and bustling, surpassing the county town of Chuzhou. Lu Sanchuan chuckled, indeed, Jiangzhou is significantly wealthier and overall superior to Chuzhou. However, Chunjing City is quite unique. The surrounding mountains are particularly suitable for establishing sects, attracting a multitude of martial artists, resulting in a livelier city with a greater number of experts. Upon realization, Shi Zifeng's tone grew subdued. Having lived for over 20 years, this was his first departure from Anjiang City, making him acutely aware of the existence of greater talents beyond his own. In Anjiang City, Earth-tier martial practitioners were essentially unparalleled. Yet in Chunjing City, hidden dragons and crouching tigers abounded. Although Earth-tier practitioners still qualified as experts, they dared not be overly ostentatious, for outside the city, there were often formidable figures descending from the sects to procure supplies. There would always be someone stronger, someone fiercer. You need not worry too much. Soon you shall be a disciple of the Seven Blades sect. And typically, few would dare provoke them. Lu Sanchuan reassured warmly. Yes, thank you, Master. Shi Zifeng nodded repeatedly. Before their departure, he had formally pledged himself to Lu Sanchuan as his disciple. Entering the Seven Blades sect was a long-held dream, and he was finally on the verge of realizing it. He had already resolved to diligently train, both for himself and for Yang Yu's sake. As the trio conversed merrily, they passed by a small market stall bustling with activity, showcasing a variety of items, weaponry, antiques, books, and an assortment of oddities. Yang Yu cast a casual glance over the offerings. Lu Sanchuan then explained, this is the curious goods market of Chunjing City. Most antiques and ancient texts sold here are forgeries. Many items that appear intriguing often hold little value. People frequently come to try their luck, hoping to find a treasure, but most end up with losses. Finding genuine treasures relies not on luck, but on true knowledge and skill. Those who cannot discern will inevitably suffer losses. Indeed, Yang Yu replied, his gaze returning to the path ahead. He held little interest in such places rife with counterfeit goods and swindlers. Just then, a boisterous voice from a nearby stall caught his attention. Hey, young brother, please hold on. Turning to look, Yang Yu saw a slightly portly middle-aged man, his stall brimming with a plethora of items. The man picked up a sword and, with a solemn expression, declared, this brother seems to possess an extraordinary aura. Why not take a look at this treasured sword? It is forged from celestial meteorite iron, capable of slicing through steel like mud. Most importantly, a treasured sword deserves a hero. Only someone with your charisma and presence is worthy of wielding it. I would not have stopped for anyone else. Yang Yu cast a sidelong glance at the so-called treasured sword, finding it somewhat amusing, and casually inquired, how much for this sword? The stall owner feigned a pained expression, responding, if you truly desire it, I can let it go for 1,000 taels. Previously, someone offered 2,000, but I did not sell. I simply thought you had a good eye, hence the discounted price. Yang Yu stifled a laugh. The sword's scabbard appeared exquisitely ornate, yet once drawn, its true nature would be revealed. The blade merely resembled celestial meteorite iron but was, in fact, ordinary iron altered in color through some special method. It was merely superficial and utterly useless. This item was hardly worth 10 taels, and yet this man dared to ask for 1,000. Yang Yu had no desire to engage with such a character and was about to leave when his gaze lingered on the sword's hilt. A decorative charm hung from it, intricately adorned with complex patterns, sparking a thought in Yang Yu's mind. He feigned interest, asking, "What is the name of this sword?" "This treasured sword is named the Heavenly God Sword. Even the sword saint of the southern domain has praised it. Why not give it a few swings to test it out?" the stall owner replied, his eyes gleaming with excitement. Yang Yu had no doubt that this man had concocted the name on the spot. However, he was not genuinely interested in the sword itself. Rather, he was intrigued by the decorative charm. Taking the sword, he swung it a few times and remarked, "The sword is decent, but the price is rather steep. 1,000 taels is already quite low. Is forged from celestial meteorite iron, a rarity," the stall owner insisted. Yang Yu placed the sword down, pretending to leave. The charm's value surely exceeded 800 taels. But stall owners in such places were often crafty and unscrupulous. If he agreed too quickly, the seller might backtrack on the deal. "Seeing that you truly desire it, I'll give you a discount, 800 taels. The stall owner hastily called after him, eager to clinch the sale. "Very well." Yang Yu hesitated for a moment before acquiescing. Just then, a young man with a sharp chin approached, appearing to be in his 20s. With a casual demeanor, he cast a glance at the stall owner's Heavenly God Sword and remarked with interest, "Boss, that sword looks quite impressive. How much is it?" 1,000 taels, the stall owner replied. Then gestured toward Yang Yu, adding, "However, the Heavenly God Sword is no longer for sale." The young man frowned. "Not for sale? You merchants don't play fair with money? Do you think I can't afford 1,000 taels?" The stall owner waved his hand dismissively. No. It's just that the Heavenly God Sword has already been sold. I've reached an agreement with this gentleman for 800 taels." The young man scoffed. 800 taels? I'll offer 1,500. Will you sell it?" The stall owner appeared troubled, saying, "But I have already agreed with him, and backing out now would be inappropriate. If you had come earlier, I would have surely sold it to you." The young man retorted, "Agreed? Did he give you any money?" The stall owner shook his head. The young man pressed on, "Did you hand him the sword?" The stall owner once again shook his head. The young man, with an air of entitlement, declared, "Since no payment has been made and no delivery has occurred, how can this be considered a transaction? If there is no transaction, the item belongs to you. You may dispose of it as you wish." However, the stall owner wore a conflicted expression as the young man boldly produced 2 large banknotes from his person. Exclaiming with flair, "All right, I'll offer 2,000 taels for it." The stall owner was visibly tempted. Yet he cast a glance at Yang Yu and, with a tone of hesitation, said, "Young sir, what do you think?" The young man lifted his chin, adopting an imperious demeanor as he retorted, "You, the proprietor, are being overly cautious in business. In this market of curiosities, it is always the one who offers the highest price who prevails. If you lack funds, you ought not to engage in purchasing." His bid exceeded that of Yang Yu, hence the item should rightfully be his. Yang Yu chuckled lightly and declared, "I'll bid 3,000 taels." The young man, indignant, responded, "Are you attempting to snatch what I desire?" Yang Yu replied earnestly, "You stated it yourself. The highest bid wins." Fine. You have some nerve. In this market of curiosities, there is nothing I desire that cannot be acquired." The young man seethed, raising his offer to 4,000 taels. 5,000. Yang Yu stated nonchalantly 6,000. The young man continued to raise the stakes, brimming with bravado. 7,000. Yang Yu mirrored his disregard for the monetary value. Observing this, the stall owner feigned a conciliatory tone, advising, "Young sir, there is no need for such fervor. Tang Xing is a well-known wealthy scion from this locale. You cannot possibly compete with him." While ostensibly advising Yang Yu, he was, in fact, employing a tactic to provoke him. Internally, the stall owner was ecstatic. After so many days, He had finally hooked a big fish. This young man was utterly foolish, easily falling into the trap, driving the price for a battered item up to 7,000 taels. Truly, you are a living fortune god. Ha ha ha. The profits from today's opening would suffice for indulgence for quite some time. 14,000. 15,000. The young man seemed to be locked in a contest with Yangyu, swiftly escalating the price to 15,000 taels. It appeared both were engaged in a battle of pride. The heavenly sword had long surpassed its intrinsic value. The young man, filled with delight yet feigning anger, shouted, 16,000. Yangyu gritted his teeth and declared, 20,000. The young man nearly burst into laughter. He had initially intended to conclude the bidding, but seeing Yangyu's impulsive and extravagant nature, he boldly raised the bid again, stating, 21,000 taels. However, Yangyu suddenly shrugged, saying, I can't raise my bid further. I'll pass. Congratulations, the heavenly sword is yours. The air fell silent immediately. Both the stall owner and the young man were taken aback. What is going on? Why aren't you raising your bid? Just a moment ago, you escalated it to 20,000, clearly seeming unbothered by the money. They were both left with rigid expressions as Yangyu turned to leave without any hesitation. He had recognized that the stall owner and the young man were merely putting on a show, intentionally inflating the price. If he had encountered a hot-headed, prideful young master, he could have easily fallen for their ruse, ultimately purchasing a heap of scrap metal at an exorbitant price. As for the pendant, its true value was unknown to others, thus it could not be factored into the pricing. With Yangyu's departure, the stall owner and the young man could no longer continue their charade. They could not truly finalize a transaction. What would be the point of merely shifting items back and forth? Tang Xing regretted not having seized the opportunity when the other party mentioned 20,000. His greed had led to this blunder. The stall owner's countenance turned pale, realizing that he could only muster the courage to call out to Yangyu, saying, Young sir, hold on a moment. IVE reconsidered. The heavenly sword should be sold to you. Although Tang Xing offered a high price, we had initially come to an agreement. If I sell it to Tang Xing, it would be a breach of trust. In business, integrity is worth more than money. Yangyu mockingly replied, Oh dear, how embarrassing. I'm not particularly keen on purchasing, so I shan't impede your profits. The stall owner's face grew even more rigid, and Tang Xing approached with a seemingly magnanimous demeanor, saying, Forget it. You seem to be from out of town. I shan't compete with you, lest you think we people of Chuanwu City are inhospitable. The heavenly sword is yours. His tone suggested that Yangyu had gained a significant advantage. The stall owner seized the opportunity to add, Since young Master Tang has said so, perhaps this young sir truly has a special connection with the sword. There's no need for further modesty. Yangyu cast a glance at the pendant, feeling disinclined to play their game any longer, and inquired, Are you certain you wish to sell? No changes? Absolutely, absolutely, the stall owner replied with great generosity. And at the initially agreed price of 800 taels. Your bidding war with Tang Xing 1T count. I pride myself on integrity in business. Too expensive, I shan't buy. Yangyu turned to leave. The stall owner panicked, saying, Wait, then what price would you suggest? Yangyu replied, 100 taels, You're bargaining way too harshly. The stall owner's face twitched. Yet, seeing Yangyu was about to walk away, he could only sorrowfully concede. Fine, fine. For the sake of our fortuitous meeting, you may have it for 100 taels. Yangyu then produced a 100 tael banknote, completing the transaction hand in hand. The deal concluded. The stall owner felt as if his heart was bleeding. He could have sold it for 800 taels, but due to his and his partner's greed, he ended up with merely 100. He could only console himself internally. At least it was sold, and there was still a gain of sorts. At that moment, Tang Xing leaned in and whispered, Brother, don't you think this kid is toying with us? He probably figured out our scheme long ago and is deliberately raising the price with me. The stall owner was furious and called out to Yangyu again, Hey, are you messing with us? Yangyu displayed an expression of disdain, silently conveying his thoughts on their foolishness. The stall owner burst into laughter, exclaiming, You think you're clever, don't you? You believe you've struck a bargain? That so-called heavenly sword is nothing more than a piece of scrap iron. I invented the name on the spot, worth at most 10 taels. You spent 100 taels on it, and you still suffered a loss. Tang Xing chimed in with pride, You're still boasting, you big fool. In this market of curiosities, there are only two types of buyers, the fool and the self-deceived fool. Who told you that I was buying a sword? Yang Yu replied earnestly, as he yanked the pendant from the sword's hilt and carelessly tossed the sword aside. The stall owner was left in disbelief, thinking to himself, "This kid is even more foolish than I imagined." Though the sword is trash, it still holds a value of 10 taels, as for the pendant. It is neither exquisite jade nor an antique, merely a common stone polished into shape, utterly worthless. Having worked in this field for many years, he was confident in his judgment. "Brother, is that pendant truly something valuable?" Tang Xing queried quietly. The stall owner scoffed, "I've been in this business for years. I trust my judgment. If that trinket were valuable, I would have noticed it long ago." Tang Xing sneered, "I see now. He is just too proud to admit he has been duped, pretending he scored a bargain to play with our minds. Humph, I've seen many like him. They refuse to acknowledge their losses, and they are destined to suffer even greater ones in the future." The stall owner wore a look of disdain. Just then, an elderly man clad in a long robe passed by, his gaze inadvertently landing on Yang Yu as he inquired, "Young friend, where did you acquire that pendant?" "I just bought it at the Market of Curiosities." Yang Yu replied casually. The elderly man appeared somewhat astonished, saying, "I did not expect such a treasure to surface in this market. Young friend, may I examine it?" Of course, Yang Yu handed the pendant over. The elderly man carefully cradled the pendant, scrutinizing it with growing astonishment and excitement. Tang Xing, witnessing this, could not help but deride. "What is so remarkable about a broken pendant from a scrap sword?" "You're just putting on airs." "Silence. He is Fu Yuan, the owner of Wanbao Tower," the stall owner said, his expression suddenly shifting. "Wanbao Tower houses all manner of treasures, each a masterpiece in the realm of appraising treasures. Fu Yuan is a true authority, far beyond the capabilities of these second-rate vendors in the Market of Curiosities." As they observed Fu Yuan's expression, both the stall owner and Tang Xing began to feel uneasy. Could it be that this pendant is indeed a valuable item? Otherwise, why would Fu Yuan be interested? How infuriating. Has this kid truly struck gold? Finally, after examining the pendant, Fu Yuan was effusive in his praise. The stall owner's face turned ashen, cursing inwardly, "Damn it. I really misjudged it and let him take advantage." Tang Xing consoled, "Brother, everyone has their off days. Losing 1,000 or 800 isn't a true loss." The stall owner mentally reassured himself, "That's right. A small loss is not a loss if I profit 100 times. Can I not afford to lose once?" Yet, what Fu Yuan said next shattered the stall owner's composure. "Young friend, I am quite fond of this pendant. Would you be willing to part with it? I am prepared to offer 30,000 taels." "What? 30,000 taels?" Tang Xing exclaimed, astonished. "Is this thing truly that valuable?" The stall owner's breath quickened. How many fools would he need to deceive to earn that much? Such a precious item was sold for a mere 100 taels? Yang Yu replied, "Old sir, I have my own uses for this pendant. No amount you offer will suffice." Fu Yuan repeatedly apologized, saying, "It turns out you wish to keep it for yourself. I was indeed presumptuous. In the field of treasure appraisal, when one encounters something remarkable, the first thought is to acquire it. I hope you can forgive me." Yang Yu waved his hand and replied, "Old sir, your discerning eye for the pendant suggests that you possess considerable knowledge in treasure appraisal, do you not?" Fu Yuan explained, "I suppose so. I almost forgot to introduce myself. I am Fu Yuan, the steward of Wanbao Tower. Henceforth, should you wish to consign or purchase treasures, you may seek me out. Our establishment deals in antiques, weapons, elixirs, martial arts techniques, and more." "Very well. I shall remember that. My name is Yang Yu." He nodded in acknowledgement. Fu Yuan then produced a palm-sized letter and handed it to Yang Yu, saying, "As it happens, there will be an important auction in Yinzhou next month. If you're interested, you may wish to attend. Consider this invitation as a token of friendship." The invitation was bordered in gold, with the words VIP inscribed above and the seal of Wanbao Tower below. It appeared that such an item was not accessible to everyone. "I shall make time to attend," Yang Yu responded politely. Fu Yuan lowered his voice and added, "I can discreetly inform you that 3 rare treasures will be featured in this auction, including a legendary artifact." "Oh? That piques my interest," Yang Yu replied, now intrigued. "Then I shall take my leave," Fu Yuan said, slightly cupping his fists in farewell before departing. Just as Yang Yu was about to leave, he was once again halted by the stall owner. "Young man, are you leaving just like that?" "It hardly seems appropriate," the owner remarked. "And what do you propose?" Yang Yu replied nonchalantly. The stall owner snorted coldly and declared, I shall no longer sell the item. With that, he tossed the previous silver note of 100 taels back at Yang Yu. What's this? Can't afford to play? Yang Yu quipped, casting a mocking glance at the silver note. The stall owner then produced another note, saying, Very well, I shall add another 100 taels. Consider it a courtesy, as you are fortunate to have gained 100 taels for nothing. During their exchange, Tang Xing quietly approached Yang Yu from behind. And what if I refuse? Yang Yu countered. The stall owner narrowed his eyes and replied, If you refuse my hospitality, then you shall learn the rules of the curios market. Before he could finish, he launched a punch at Yang Yu. Simultaneously, Tang Xing attempted a sneak attack from behind, aiming a vicious blow at Yang Yu's skull. Both of their strikes were swift and brutal, clearly intending to leave no room for mercy. Yang Yu, however, merely scoffed, swiftly sidestepping and seizing both of their wrists, forcefully slamming them together. Bang! Their fists collided with a sharp crack. Their screams echoed like that of slaughtered pigs as their hands were crushed together, flesh and blood mingling beyond recognition. Furthermore, the impact shattered their arms, leaving them in excruciating agony that no ordinary person could endure. The cacophony of their cries reverberated throughout the curios market, drawing the attention of onlookers, who were astonished. Isn't that Tang Xing and Old Ho? How could they be reduced to such a state? These two had a notorious reputation in the curios market, having swindled countless individuals. The crowd, witnessing their downfall, felt a sense of vindication, yet simultaneously, they harbored concern for Yang Yu, knowing that confronting these two would come with dire repercussions. Old Ho, being merely an old con man in the appraisal industry, posed little threat. However, Tang Xing's background was far more significant. He hailed from Zhunshan sect and was the son of the sect's master. Although he had little interest in cultivation, preferring leisure and antiquities, he had partnered with Old Ho for their deceptive endeavors. Now, with Tang Xing's right hand utterly ruined, his prospects for cultivation were bleak, and his father's wrath was inevitable. While my son may not enjoy cultivation, he certainly cannot be rendered incapable. Many around them distanced themselves, fearing collateral damage. Yet Yang Yu remained unfazed, casually delivering 2 slaps that sent both men flying before mounting his horse and departing. Ah, 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 Old Ho screamed, gazing at Yang Yu with wide eyes. You audacious brat. Do you know who I am? Do you know who Tang Xing is? I know your name. You are Yang Yu, aren't you? You are doomed. Tang Xing, clutching his mangled hand, glared with venom. You are finished. Once my father intervenes, you will find no refuge, and your entire family shall pay for your actions. Doomed? Yang Yu furrowed his brow, having no intention of taking lives. He lightly pushed off from his horse and landed before the 2 men once more. Tang Xing and Old Ho were suddenly engulfed in a chill, instinctively frightened. What did you say? Yang Yu's gaze turned icy as he regarded Tang Xing, as though observing a corpse. Tang Xing, paralyzed by fear, found himself unable to utter the harsh words he had prepared, even forgetting to resist. However, Old Ho, being a seasoned player in this game, quickly seized the moment, drawing a large knife from his stall and swinging it towards the back of Yang Yu's neck. Though many items on the stall were worthless, this knife was genuine quality. If it struck true, it would surely sever life from body. Old Ho's face lit up with exhilaration as he let out a frenzied shout. Swish! The blade fell straight down but halted midair. Old Ho exerted every ounce of strength, yet could not push the knife further. His gaze fixated on a finger that rested beneath the blade, and cold sweat cascaded down his brow. Yang Yu had not even turned around. He merely lifted his forearm and extended it backward. The sharp blade was halted by nothing more than his index finger. Hiss! Old Ho gasped in shock, his mind buzzing as he lost the ability to think rationally. This knife, though not a legendary weapon, was capable of slicing through steel with ease. Yet it could not sever a single finger of Yang Yu's. Was the blade defective, or was his own strength lacking? Old Ho would never have the opportunity to discover the answer. In an instant, Yang Yu flicked his finger. Crash! The sound of metal shattering echoed as the blade snapped in two, flying towards Old Ho's neck. Whoosh! Blood gushed forth, and Old Ho collapsed into a pool of crimson. Lifeless on the spot, Tang Xing watched in horror as his partner perished, letting out a terrified scream. It dawned upon him that Yang Yu had only just crippled their hands out of mercy. This man was a demon, one who took lives without a second thought. Tang Xing, who had always regarded his underhandedness as clever, now recognized that his tricks were but a farce in the face of true danger. Thud, blood pooled at his feet as he completely broke down, kneeling in desperation. Hero, I was wrong. I should not have partnered with old Ho to deceive you, nor should I have obstructed you. Take my money. Let it serve as an apology. I have wealth, plenty of it. As he cried for mercy, he frantically pulled out a stack of silver notes from his pocket. Yang Yu, however, simply stepped on his hand. Do you believe I intend to kill you for your deceit? Crack! The remaining good hand was crushed beneath his foot, blood gushing forth. Tang Xing, writhing in agony, exclaimed with bulging veins, You madman. One must leave a way out for others. So we may meet again. My father is the master of Zhenshan sect. I have no desire to be threatened, Yang Yu interrupted coolly. With that, he kicked upward, striking Tang Xing's chin. The young man's head and body twisted at an unnatural angle, collapsing to the ground, his neck resembling a broken noodle, his death comically absurd. By the heavens, how terrifying. Tang Xing is dead? Truly dead? Who is this person? Too ruthless. Earlier, they had seen Fu Yuan conversing with him, so he must be a significant figure in the treasure appraisal world. And no matter how esteemed he may be, he cannot kill the son of Zhenshan sect. Yang Yu, as if crushing two ants, exhibited little emotional fluctuation as he mounted his horse and rejoined Lu Sanchuan and Shi Zifeng. The master and disciple had already moved ahead, and upon casually conversing with his apprentice, Lu Sanchuan was taken aback to learn that Yang Yu had killed 2 men. Uncertain of the exact circumstances surrounding the conflict, he nevertheless recognized Tang Xing. The fact that a second son had been killed in public could not be concealed. The death of Zhenshan sect's heir would undoubtedly provoke a relentless quest for vengeance. Although the second son was formidable, he was but one against an entire sect, one that was far more powerful and deeply rooted than the Seven-Blade sect. Is Zhenshan sect truly so formidable? A name like that certainly carries weight, Yang Yu speculated, noting Lu Sanchuan's apprehensive demeanor. Lu Sanchuan nodded earnestly, explaining, in Jiangzhou, where sects abound, the Seven-Blade sect is already quite strong, yet it ranks only within the top 5. Zhenshan sect, however, is universally acknowledged as the foremost sect in Jiangzhou. Upon hearing these words, Yang Yu harbored no doubts. After all, old Lu was a person of great loyalty. Otherwise, he would not have intervened in the affairs of the Yuming Valley. However, Yang Yu did not place any significance on the Zhenshan sect. His sole objective was to find the white-browed eunuch. Should the Zhenshan sect insist on asserting its presence, he would not hesitate to alter the ranking of the sects in Jiangzhou. After the group departed, many passers-by were left trembling in fear. Was he not alone? Was that elder not an elder of the Seven-Blades sect? Indeed, I thought he looked somewhat familiar. It is truly Lu Sanchuan. It seems he shares a deep bond with Lu Sanchuan. Could this be the intent of the Seven-Blade sect? Are they provoking the Zhenshan sect? Such matters are beyond the purview of us common folk. It seems that Chunqing is about to experience a tremor. 2 hours later, Yang Yu and his companions traversed several mountain peaks, arriving at a sect building enveloped in mist, the entrance of the sect. 2 towering stone pillars stood, inscribed with 3 prominent characters, Seven-Blades sect. Yang Yu could not help but express admiration. These characters were evidently carved directly with weapons, executed in a single breath. Flowing like water, Lu Sanchuan, filled with humility, remarked, these characters were inscribed by the founding ancestor, encapsulating his insights into swordsmanship. Alas, centuries have passed, and each generation has diminished in skill. The entire martial arts world is inevitably on a decline. Yang Yu acknowledged this. Lu Sanchuan murmured, with my current understanding, it is difficult to comprehend the tales of those who shattered the void and ascended to divinity in ancient texts. As they spoke, a few young disciples hurried out, respectfully greeting, Elder Lu, you have returned. Lu Sanchuan nodded slightly and inquired, is Elder Chao in the sect? I wish to see him. The elder has gone down the mountain to procure supplies and has yet to return. The disciples replied, you may carry on with your tasks. There is nothing pressing. I will take my friends inside for a while. Lu Sanchuan waved his hand, choosing not to elaborate further. The primary purpose of this visit was to ascertain whether Chao Wushuang was indeed the eunuch sought by the second young master. This matter was of great importance, and he refrained from mentioning it, fearing that word might leak out. Second young master, Chao Wushuang is not here. He is expected back before sunset. Perhaps you might wait inside and take the opportunity to tour the Seven Blades sect. Lu Sanchuan suggested to Yang Yu. That sounds agreeable, Yang Yu nodded. With Lu Sanchuan leading the way, they encountered no obstacles. Deep within the sect, various training facilities were arranged, and disciples were engaged in practice and sparring everywhere. The overall atmosphere was quite pleasant. Shi Feng, who was visiting such a place for the first time, was captivated, his anticipation for the future growing ever stronger. Most of the disciples you see outside are outer disciples. The resources you will receive will far exceed theirs. Lu Sanchuan smiled and explained. Is there a significant difference between outer disciples and me? Shi Feng inquired. Lu Sanchuan clarified, you are an inner disciple. Akin to my own son, I will impart all my knowledge to you and provide you with the best resources. Typically, each elder can only take on a few inner disciples. Taking on too many is unmanageable. Outer disciples, on the other hand, are akin to those sharing a communal meal, lacking dedicated mentorship, primarily relying on self-study. There also exists a category of inner disciples who are qualified to attend lectures by elders, but do not have a direct master-disciple relationship. Shi Feng felt deeply moved and discreetly glanced at Yang Yu. He realized that if he had joined the Seven Blades sect through conventional means, he would have started as merely an outer disciple, lacking even the qualification to audit elder lectures. Now, however, he entered as an inner disciple, enjoying the highest privileges. Such an opportunity was one that countless individuals could only dream of. Look over there, the young man and woman sparring, Kong Liangjun and Huang Ping, are also inner disciples. Their master is the sect leader himself, making them the two strongest among the younger generation. You will frequently interact with them. Lu Sanchuan pointed to a nearby flat area. A young man and woman were practicing swordplay, with Kong Liangjun currently at a disadvantage. Huang Ping, appearing to be in her early 20s and possessing striking beauty, wielded her sword with immense strength despite her slender frame. With a resounding clash, Kong Liangjun retreated several steps, drenched in sweat, exclaiming, "Junior sister has triumphed again. Your swordsmanship is becoming increasingly refined." Humph, Huang Ping lightly scoffed. Her gaze shifting towards Yang Yu, Lu Sanchuan, and Shi Feng. Noticing the unfamiliar faces, she immediately queried, "Elder Lu, who are these two individuals you brought?" Lu Sanchuan chuckled, "These are my friends, Yang Yu and my newly accepted inner disciple." Shi Feng. "Greetings, Sister Huang, Brother Kong," Shi Feng politely greeted. Although they were not from the same master, they belonged to the same sect and were of the same generation, hence they naturally referred to each other as siblings, with the earlier arrivals being addressed as elder brother or sister. Huang Ping, however, cast a sidelong glance without responding. Despite being inner disciples, there existed a hierarchy. The sect leader's inner disciples held a higher status than those of the elders. Furthermore, her prowess made her the foremost among the younger generation, leading her to look down upon perceived mediocrity. Shi Feng's lackluster appearance, coupled with his rustic demeanor, did not evoke any sense of strength in Huang Ping, who could not be bothered to engage further. Kong Liangjun, however, was quite courteous, returning the greeting, "Junior brother Shi, a pleasure to meet you." He then discreetly tugged at Huang Ping, seemingly reminding her to show some respect to the elder. Only then did Huang Ping reluctantly acknowledge him, feigning interest by asking, "I wonder what realm junior brother Shi currently occupies." Shi Feng, feeling somewhat awkward, replied hesitantly, "9th level of the yellow rank." Huang Ping's face twitched slightly, her expression turning peculiar. 9th level of the yellow rank? At that level, you can still be considered an inner disciple. Since when has Elder Lu been so indiscriminate in accepting disciples? In the Seven Blade sect, the least capable inner disciples must reach the 1st level of the profound rank, and they must be young and talented, at your age. Even achieving the 5th or 6th level of the profound rank would only barely qualify you. 9th level of the yellow rank? Surely, Elder Lu's illegitimate son. Shi Feng's expression darkened. Though the words were unspoken, the disdain in her gaze was unmistakable. His weak foundation, combined with being recommended by Yang Yu, had already left him feeling inferior. Now, with Huang Ping's contempt, his sense of inadequacy only deepened. Yet Yang Yu placed a reassuring hand on his shoulder, saying, "What of the 9th level of the yellow rank? The path of martial arts is long. Do not become entangled in superficial realms. Moreover, your 9th level of the yellow rank far surpasses hers." This statement was not merely a means of comfort for his brother. Indeed, Shi Feng had consumed the Pangadan. While his realm remained unchanged, his physique had undergone a profound transformation. His true strength had long exceeded that of an ordinary ninth level of the yellow rank. He simply had yet to experience practical combat and grasp the specific changes. Huh? Shi Zifeng was taken aback by Yang Yu's words. Huang Ping, however, burst into laughter, exclaiming, "Pfft, you men are so concerned with face. A mere ninth level of the yellow rank, stronger than me? Comparing him to me is an insult." Chapter 50. Are you infatuated with me? Yang Yu cast a sidelong glance at Huang Ping. Responding with a nonchalant tone, "You place too much emphasis on realms. You will not traverse far in the martial arts world." Huang Ping paused, then seemed to realize something, a look of disdain crossing her face as she retorted. "I see. You say such things to deliberately draw my attention, don't you? But I'm sorry, I have no interest in someone like you." Among the younger generation of the Seven-Blade sect, she held the highest strength and unparalleled beauty. Regarded as the sect's pride and adored by many, numerous senior brothers and junior brothers within the sect admired her. These suitors went to great lengths to attract her attention, often resorting to flashy means. Huang Ping had always scoffed at them. How could a bunch of mediocrities be worthy of her? Therefore, when Yang Yu boasted and adopted a lecturing tone, Huang Ping naturally assumed he was like those admirers, attempting to gain her notice by pretending to be profound. "You seem to have misunderstood something," Yang Yu remarked, noticing the peculiar expression on Huang Ping's face, confident that the other party was infatuated with her. Huang Ping bluntly stated, "Enough. Over the years, there have been at least 200 or 300 men who sought to pursue me. What kind of scenes have I not witnessed? Your little intentions, I see through them at a glance. While you may look decent, that is all there is to it. We are from entirely different worlds. You are not worthy of me." Whenever faced with a toad coveting a swan, she would decisively reject them and ruthlessly shatter their self-esteem, believing it to be for their own good, preventing them from living in a fantasy. "You are quite confident," Yang Yu chuckled, amused. Even Shi Zifeng could not hold back, saying, "Sister Huang, you are indeed exceptional. Perhaps there are many suitors in the Seven-Blade sect, but my brother could never be interested in you. Truly, do not overthink it." Huang Ping scoffed, "Stubborn? Is face that important? I am the pride of the Seven-Blade sect. It is nothing to be embarrassed about if any man is infatuated with me at first sight." Shi Zifeng shrugged. "You are overthinking it in terms of strength. You do not surpass my brother by a hair's breadth in terms of appearance and character. You do not even compare to my sister-in-law." Huang Ping's expression darkened. While she could understand a man's stubbornness, being belittled outright by this new junior brother regarding her strength, appearance, and character was infuriating. "Very well. Is he truly that strong? Does he dare to spar with me? I won't even use a sword," Huang Ping exclaimed angrily. "Ridiculous!" Lu Sanchuan, sensing that something was amiss, repeatedly intervened, admonishing the situation. "What kind of prowess does Yang Yu possess? Engaging in a spar with a junior would be a disgrace to his stature. Moreover, should a genuine altercation ensue, Huang Ping might not even be able to leave with her whole body intact." Yang Yu, however, merely smiled and remarked, "Engage in a spar with me? You should first defeat Shi Zifeng." Huang Ping's eyes widened in disbelief. "Are you serious? You intend to have a newcomer at the 9th level of Huang rank spar with me? Is that not an insult? Do you have any idea of my level? I am at the 3rd level of the Earth rank." As she mentioned the Earth rank, her tone brimmed with confidence and dominance. At her age, reaching the Xian rank was already remarkable, but achieving the Earth rank was exceedingly rare. In any sect, she would be afforded the highest accolades. Furthermore, she was not merely at the Earth rank but had attained the 3rd level. Shi Zifeng took a deep breath and suggested, "Since my brother has spoken, senior sister, why not give it a try?" Huang Ping felt a deep sense of humiliation that my senior brother, Kong Liangjun, is of comparable rank, and even he is no match for me. What can a 9th level Huang rank do against me? Yang Yu interjected, Kong Liangjun is far superior to you. Just now, he deliberately held back during your spar." Huang Ping's anger flared. "Are you all intent on opposing me? Kong, did you truly hold back?" Kong Liangjun chuckled awkwardly and waved his hand. "How could that be? It is only natural that I cannot surpass you, senior sister, as you are universally acknowledged as the best." Huang Ping scoffed, "Very well. If Shi Zifeng is so audacious as to provoke the first disciple of Qidao sect, then I shall indulge him. Elder Lu is here to witness. They requested this themselves, not I who bullies others." Lu Sanchuan was caught between laughter and exasperation, yet felt unable to intervene, for Yang Yu had tacitly acquiesced. "Senior sister, shall we commence?" Shi Zifeng said earnestly. Though he was unaware of the transformation he had undergone, he held unwavering trust in Yang Yu. Since Yang Yu claimed to be stronger than Huang Ping, it must indeed be the case. Huang Ping looked on with disdain. A 9th level Huang rank? How utterly insulting. Very well, I shall allow you 3 strikes, so as not to claim that I bully others. I will stand here and permit you to strike thrice without retaliating. Senior sister, isn't that a bit excessive? Shi Zifeng hesitated. Huang Ping, impatient, retorted, "If I permit you to strike, then strike. Stop being so indecisive, as if you were a man. Do not think that just because you are a 9th level Huang rank, you could make me budge even a single step, even if you were at the 9th level of Xian rank." Shi Zifeng turned to Yang Yu, who replied, it was her own request. Why be so polite? Thus, Shi Zifeng clasped his fists slightly and said, "Senior sister, I beg your pardon." Yang Yu suddenly cautioned, "Do not use your full strength. 7 or 8 parts will suffice. The offense should not be fatal. Let us not incur any unnecessary casualties." Huang Ping's face flushed with anger. "Yang Yu, are you intentionally provoking me, deliberately trying to annoy me? Why do you behave like a child? Even if he were to exert 12 parts of his strength, it would be of no consequence." No sooner had she spoken than Shi Zifeng made his move. With a whoosh, he threw a punch, the most rudimentary of techniques. After all, the opponent had allowed him to strike freely, so he felt reluctant to employ any advanced martial arts. Basic techniques sufficed. Yet, as the punch was unleashed, both Shi Zifeng and Huang Ping were taken aback. So swift. Shi Zifeng himself was astonished that his punch, delivered with merely 70% of his strength, could be so fierce, as if the air itself were tearing apart. The internal energy surging from his fist was wildly turbulent, leaving him somewhat bewildered. Huang Ping, on the other hand, sensed an instinctive danger. Though the punch came straight at her, its true power eluded her comprehension. Particularly, the residual internal energy that filled the air did not seem to be something a 9th level Huang rank could produce. No, even Earth rank warriors could not achieve such a feat. Huang Ping instinctively considered dodging. But she had clearly stated that she would allow 3 strikes. To evade now would be tantamount to conceding. Yet, if she did not dodge, this punch seemed perilously dangerous in the blink of an eye. Just as she hesitated, Shi Zifeng's fist crashed into her. Bang! Huang Ping's chest bore the imprint of a subtle indentation, and her entire body was sent flying backward. After traversing several meters in the air, she crashed down into a nearby pool. Aside from Yang Yu, everyone was left dumbfounded. Shi Zifeng looked at his fist in disbelief. Lu Sanchuan's eyes widened, astonished that the apprentice he had taken under his wing was so formidable. Such strength would have attracted the Qidao sect even without Yang Yu's introduction. Kong Liangjun, momentarily stunned, hastily rushed to the pool to rescue her. Chapter 51. I teach you how to apologize. Have I truly become this strong? Could it be due to that pill? Shi Zifeng took a while to regain his composure, staring blankly at Yang Yu. Earlier, Yang Yu had given him a pill, which he had consumed without a second thought. He had sensed some change within his body and expelled a significant amount of impurities, which had led to an unexpected bath. However, at that moment, he had not grasped the implications of it all. Now, Shi Zifeng realized that the pill was far more terrifying than he had imagined. It had nearly transformed the user entirely, its value being immeasurable. Yang Yu merely smiled faintly. The Pango pill is merely a 7th grade elixir. The reason for its remarkable effects is primarily due to your foundational weaknesses, making the enhancement exceedingly apparent. What? A 7th grade elixir? Shi Zifeng exclaimed in disbelief. He had only heard of 4th grade elixirs and had never encountered a 7th grade one. The thought of such a precious elixir being given to him was beyond his wildest dreams. Suddenly, Shi Zifeng's eyes glistened with unshed tears. Yang Yu, what virtue have I to deserve a 7th grade elixir? Enough of that nonsense. My brother is more than worthy, Yang Yu retorted sharply. Do you know why I bestowed upon you a 7th grade elixir? Why? Shi Zifeng inquired curiously. Yang Yu replied, because the maximum potency you can endure is that of the 7th grade Pango pill. Shi Zifeng's eyes widened in realization. So, the 7th grade is my limit, not yours? Yang Yu smiled faintly, not answering but clearly affirming it. Shi Zifeng suddenly burst into hearty laughter. Then I can indulge myself freely. The bonds of brotherhood are cherished in the heart. Should one express gratitude excessively, it might instead harm the relationship. As they conversed, Kong Liangjun finally managed to pull Huang Ping from the water. Senior sister? Are you all right? Cough, cough. Huang Ping expelled several mouthfuls of water, her complexion pale. Soaked to the skin, she found herself in Kong Liangjuan's embrace, feeling a mix of shame and anger. Do not touch me. Put me down! Kong Liangjun, feeling awkward, quickly set her down. Huang Ping stepped back, her expression displeased. Senior brother, you are not trying to take advantage of me, are you? Kong Liangjun felt helpless. You were just knocked into the water. I was worried for your safety. Huang Ping's displeasure deepened. Knocked into the water? Must you emphasize my defeat so humiliatingly? Kong Liangjun, flustered, insisted. I did not mean that. Do not misunderstand. Watching this scene unfold, Shi Zifeng couldn't help but exclaim. Kong Liangjun clearly has feelings for her. He is quite the romantic. Yang Yu remarked coolly. A romantic? More like a sycophant. Shi Zifeng murmured. Sycophant? That description is quite apartment. I have a friend in the forbidden area who often uses that term. After repeating sycophant a couple of times, Shi Zifeng's expression shifted slightly, revealing a hint of melancholy. Yang Yu playfully teased. What? Are you also someone's sycophant? Shi Zifeng stiffened, then burst into laughter. How could that be? Yang Yu smiled in silence. When Shi Zifeng had broken his leg, he had stubbornly refused to disclose the reason to AT that time. Yang Yu had speculated that it might be related to a woman. After all, Shi Zifeng came from a stable family, having never faced significant hardships, so only a woman could inflict such profound suffering without him revealing it. Now, seeing his expression, it seemed likely. 30 years in the East. 30 years in the West. When you have honed your skills and stand at a higher vantage point, you may discover just how unremarkable those women you once longed for truly are. Yang Yu said, patting Shi Zifeng on the shoulder with a serious tone. Shi Zifeng grinned mischievously and asked, What? Are you implying that aside from my sister-in-law, Fan Sisi, you have other women? Yang Yu countered. What do you think? With that, he suddenly turned his gaze toward Huang Ping in the distance, his tone becoming discontented. Are you simply going to leave like this? After being rescued, Huang Ping cursed her senior brother a couple of times, but made no effort to return and apologize to Shi Zifeng. Instead, she turned to storm away. With a sullen expression, Huang Ping said, What do you want? Lu Sanchuan could no longer stand by and interjected, Huang Ping, while I may not be your direct master, I must still speak to you. You have finished sparring with Shi Zifeng, yet you walk away without a word. Is that not exceedingly rude? I lost. What is there to say? Huang Ping sulked. Lu Sanchuan retorted angrily, You have belittled and disdained Shi Zifeng repeatedly. He has proven himself through strength. Should you not apologize? Huang Ping was left speechless. Lu Sanchuan continued, When Shi Zifeng struck, he deliberately controlled his strength. You merely fell into the water. If he had used his full strength, do you think you could have stood upright? Should you not express your gratitude? Huang Ping's complexion turned ashen, yet she found herself unable to refute the truth. Indeed, she held no qualification to look down upon Shi Zifeng. It was true that Shi Zifeng had been reminded to exert only 70% of her strength. However, as a senior sister and the illustrious daughter of the Seven-Blade sect, when had she ever endured such indignity and humiliation? She could not bring herself to lower her pride. Master, it's unnecessary. I still need to apologize to my senior sister. I accidentally struck too hard, causing her to end up like this. Shi Zifeng intervened to mediate. Her words spoken with good intentions, yet they struck Huang Ping's ears as particularly jarring, akin to mockery. No need for you to play the good Samaritan. Huang Ping stomped her foot and returned. Then, with great reluctance, she said, I concede. I should not have belittled you. I acknowledge your strength now. Also, thank you for not using excessive force. Senior sister, that's unnecessary. Shi Zifeng replied, somewhat helplessly. Is that enough? Are you satisfied now? Huang Ping's expression was ungracious, as if someone owed her a debt. Lu Sanchuan shook his head discreetly, lamenting, Is this your attitude towards an apology? This girl will inevitably suffer greatly because of her temperament. I have already apologized. What more do you want? Huang Ping continued to wear a sour expression. Yang Yu chuckled lightly and said, It seems your master has not taught you how to apologize properly. Allow me to teach you. What do you mean? Huang Ping's tone was brash as she spoke. However, before she could finish, a hand struck her sharply. Smack! The sound of the slap echoed. Huang Ping felt dazed, her head spinning and her mind buzzing. Everything before her turned dark. Yang Yu's slap had completely bewildered her, and it took a while for her to regain her senses. Shi Feng was taken aback. Silently pondering, my brother truly shows no mercy. I must learn from him to avoid being deceived by women in the future. Kong Liangjun was equally astonished, for Huang Ping's face had turned swollen. Blood gushing from her nose, and her lips were laced with blood, a few teeth having been knocked loose. Huang Ping, cherished by the sect leader and adored by numerous male disciples, had always maintained a glamorous image. When had she ever faced such a grim fate? The sect leader rarely chastised her, and the other elders were reluctant to reprimand her, at most offering a few verbal admonitions, let alone striking her. Yet this time, her face had been thoroughly battered, an unimaginable sight. You dare to strike me? Huang Ping, regaining her composure, glared at Yang Yu with shock and resentment. Yang Yu coldly replied, apologize again, until I am satisfied. Huang Ping, her face contorted with rage, yelled, what did you say? I have already apologized. But before she could finish, another slap resounded. Smack! Huang Ping's entire face flushed red, blood spilling from her mouth, a mixture of saliva and blood, along with fallen teeth, sprayed forth. The once radiant Huang Ping now appeared grotesque and terrifying. If the previous slap had ignited her anger and humiliation, this one left her with nothing but fear. The intense pain made her acutely aware that if Yang Yu applied any more force, he could easily shatter her skull. Despite his youth, his strength was truly unfathomable, both fierce and merciless. Just the act of disfiguring her face was already an act of restraint. More importantly, having endured 2 consecutive slaps, Lu Sanchuan had not uttered a single word of protest, nor did he show any inclination to intervene. Huang Ping, though obstinate, was not foolish. This friend of Elder Lu was no ordinary acquaintance. Finally, trembling, she took a deep breath and bowed deeply to Yang Yu, her tone laden with submission. I apologize. I was wrong. Yang Yu frowned slightly and said, you ought to apologize to Shi Feng. This has nothing to do with me. Huang Ping bit her lip, then turned to Shi Feng, saying, Shi, I was wronged. I should not have belittled you. Nor should I have been ungrateful. You clearly showed mercy. Yet I failed to appreciate it. I am ashamed to be your senior sister. I hope you will not hold it against me. This time, her tone was utterly humble, devoid of arrogance. It's all right. I didn't take it to heart. Shi Feng replied repeatedly. Besides, you are my senior sister, my elder. There is much I have to learn from you. Huang Ping forced a laugh. Learn? What can I learn when I was sent flying by a single punch? If all goes as expected, I shall no longer hold the title of first disciple. It was evident that Shi Feng would become the new prodigy. Huang Ping, disheartened, left the scene like a soulless being. Elder Lu, I will check on her injuries, Kong Liangjun said to Lu Sanchuan before following Huang Ping. He intended to support her, but she shrugged off his hand, insisting, I am fine. Kong Liangjun. Huang Ping suddenly turned to him and asked, Senior brother, did that person say you went easy on me during our match? Is that true? Kong Liangjun hesitated. Huang Ping threw her head back and laughed. Ha ha ha, you need not say anything. I already know the answer. Ha ha ha, I am truly ridiculous and pitiful. Even without Shi Feng, I am not the first. Ha ha ha, I am nothing but a joke. Second young master. I apologize for the embarrassment, Lu Sanchuan said to Yang Yu. Yang Yu dismissed it nonchalantly. Youth can be impetuous. A few slaps will suffice. Lu Sanchuan nodded. Your lesson for Huang Ping may ultimately benefit her. At that moment, a loud shout erupted from the distance. Elder Lu, trouble is brewing. You must come outside immediately. A young disciple rushed in, breathless. Lu Sanchuan, puzzled, inquired, what has happened? The young disciple's face was filled with terror. The main gate is blocked. It's a sea of black. Blocked? Who dares to obstruct the Seven-Blade sect? Lu Sanchuan responded, displeased. The Zhenshan sect has arrived. Even their leader, Tang Zhengyuan, is here, proclaiming that no one from the Seven Blades sect may exit. Those who attempt to do so will be executed. What? This is an affront. Lu Sanchuan's anger flared. Though the Zhenshan sect was formidable, to besiege the Seven Blades sect at their doorstep was an utter disregard for their dignity. While the Seven Blades sect was indeed inferior to the Zhenshan sect, they were not to be treated as mere playthings. Elder Lu, I must go inside to inform the others. the young disciple said before hastily departing toward another hill. Yang Yu remarked, the Zhenshan sect must be here for me. He had killed the Zhenshan sect's young master, Tang Xing, in the city and anticipated retaliation from them. However, he did not expect such a swift and brazen response, directly confronting him at the Seven-Blade sect. Having caused this trouble himself, Yang Yu did not wish to implicate the Seven-Blade sect, so he continued, I will handle the situation outside. Elder Lu, please wait here. Lu Sanchuan stamped his foot, saying, the second young master is my friend and a guest of the Seven-Blade sect. I cannot stand by idly. If the Zhenshan sect seeks to target you, they are declaring war on the Seven-Blade sect. With that, he stormed outside with great intensity. Although he understood that Yang Yu was quite strong, having more people would provide additional support. The Seven-Blade sect had to assist Yang Yu. Ultimately, personal abilities were limited. No matter how formidable Yang Yu was, he could not single-handedly confront the entire Zhenshan sect. Now that Yang Yu was in peril, if the Seven-Blade sect remained neutral, it would be akin to watching him perish. In such a case, they would be even less commendable than a turtle hiding its head. Seeing Lu Sanchuan's determination, Yang Yu chose not to argue further. The two arrived at the entrance of the sect, where they were met with a cacophony of noise. Dozens of disciples from the Seven-Blade sect, each wielding large swords, formed two lines, standing guard at the entrance. They had been the closest to the entrance and had rushed to prevent the impending attack. Facing them were the warriors of the Zhenshan sect, who had nearly emptied their ranks to confront the Seven-Blade sect, from outer disciples to the sect leader, all present. The crowd was a sea of black, exuding a formidable aura, if the Zhenshan sect were to launch a direct assault. These few disciples at the entrance would stand no chance. Tang sect leader, what is your intention in bringing so many people to the Seven-Blade sect? One of the disciples, an elderly man with white hair, trembled as he spoke. He was the grand elder of the sect, Wan Ming, who held considerable influence within the sect. Seeing the Zhenshan sect's aggressive approach, Wan Ming felt overwhelmed. The two sects had no significant grievances prior. What was the Zhenshan sect seeking today? If a large-scale conflict were to erupt, it would benefit no one, especially not the Seven-Blade sect. Tang Jingyuan's expression was grim as he replied, enough with the pleasantries. Yang Yu killed my son. What do you think I am here for? Who dares to kill your son? Who is Yang Yu? Wan Ming questioned, astonished and bewildered. Tang Jingyuan retorted impatiently, countless witnesses in the city saw Yang Yu accompanying Lu Sanchuan to the Seven-Blade sect. Do not feign ignorance, Wan Ming replied. I truly am unaware. Allow me to inquire with Lu Sanchuan. Perhaps there is some misunderstanding. Tang Jingyuan, losing patience, insisted, stop with the excuses. All I know is that my son is dead. Today, I shall not make things difficult for the Seven-Blade sect. As long as you hand over Yang Yu, I will spare the Seven-Blade sect from any repercussions. Wan Ming was also somewhat displeased, stating that it is likely not feasible that in truth. Wan Ming was unsure of the specifics, but his reasoning was straightforward. If anything were to happen to Tang Jingyuan, he should consult the Seven-Blade sect first. Rather than storming to their doorstep and threatening to kill anyone who dared to step out, by blocking the entrance, it was tantamount to trampling on the dignity of the Seven-Blade sect. If you desire our assistance, we shall oblige, akin to being slapped in the face yet refraining from retaliation, akin to the Kadaemin kneeling before the Zhenshenzong. Thus, it is not the identity of Yang Yu that bears significance, but rather the reputation and face of the Kueidiomen. Do you not concur? Ha! Tang Jingyuan scoffed, for he was solely intent on avenging his son, indifferent to the Kadaemen's pride. With a swift motion, he signaled the elders and disciples of the Zhenshenzong, who displayed fierce expressions as they advanced a few steps, ready for a confrontation. I shall wait, but the time it takes to brew a cup of tea, should I not behold Yang Yu's corpse? All of you from the Kadaemen shall perish alongside him. Tang Jingyuan's voice was chillingly cold as he spoke. More disciples and elders from the Kadaemen gathered, their numbers slightly bolstered, yet they still paled in comparison to the Zhenshenzong, which boasted a numerical advantage of nearly 50%, not to mention superior overall strength. The disciples of the Kadaemen stood at the entrance, caught in a dilemma. At last, Lu Sanchuan and Yang Yu emerged from the throng. Reaching the forefront, Wan Ming, somewhat perplexed, whispered, Old Lu, Tang Jingyuan has gone mad, fixated on finding Yang Yu. Is this young man beside you truly Yang Yu? Lu Sanchuan nodded affirmatively, replying, Indeed, he is a friend I met in Chuzhou. I must tell you, The second young master is anything but ordinary. Wan Ming stamped his foot, exclaiming, "You still have the presence of mind to engage in idle chatter? Are you foolish? Tang Zhengyuan seeks to kill Yang Yu. And yet you bring him out. Why not escape through the back mountain? Escape. At this juncture, it may be too late." Tang Zhengyuan's visage twisted with malice, though he had not previously encountered Yang Yu. The circumstances had now drawn his gaze directly to the unfamiliar youth. Yang Yu cast a nonchalant glance at the Zhenshenzong's formation and inquired, "Zhenshenzong? Is everyone present?" Tang Zhengyuan retorted with a huff. "Humph, are you afraid? This is the depth of Jiangzhou's foremost sect. When you took my son's life in the streets, you ought to have anticipated the consequences. Afraid?" Yang Yu chuckled lightly. "I merely did not expect that the esteemed Jiangzhou's leading sect would be comprised of such a rabble. The martial world of the Daxia truly declines with each passing generation." Chapter 53. Am I obligated to assist him? As Yang Yu's words echoed, uproar ensued. The entirety of the Zhenshenzong was instantly incensed. Who was this wild dog daring to utter such words? The disciples of the Kadaemin were likewise taken aback. Yang Yu, in front of Tang Zhengyuan, had insulted the Zhenshenzong, which could only serve to exacerbate hostilities and eliminate any potential escape routes. Initially stunned, Tang Zhengyuan was then overcome with fury-induced laughter as he exclaimed, "My Zhenshenzong is a rabble. I finally comprehend why you dared to slay my Soen. It appears your intellect is lacking. Anyone with even a modicum of sense would refrain from provoking the Zhenshenzong. Today, I shall educate you thoroughly, lest you arrive in the underworld still bereft of wits." The disciples of the Kadaemin braced for battle. Witnessing the escalating tensions, Lu Sanchuan no longer hesitated and issued commands. The other elders present quickly aligned with Lu Sanchuan, for this battle was not solely to protect their guest Yang Yu, but also to uphold the Kadaemin's dignity. If the Zhenshenzong were to kill Yang Yu in public, the Kadaemin would have no recourse. However, permitting them to invade and take a life was unacceptable. Just then, a thunderous voice boomed, "Halt! All of you, cease your actions." Accompanying the command was an elderly man, over 50 years of age, who moved with remarkable agility and swiftly arrived at the forefront of the Kadaemin. "Zhengzhu," the disciples respectfully acknowledged. The newcomer was none other than Sibling, the sect leader of the Kadaemin. Given the gravity of the situation, the sect leader was indeed required to intervene, albeit his arrival seemed slightly delayed. The elder Wan Ming, face contorted with concern, remarked, "Zhengzhu, why did you arrive so late?" Sibling replied coolly, "I was attending to Huang Ping's injuries and was delayed." As he spoke, his gaze shifted to Lu Sanchuan and Yang Yu. Upon receiving news of the attack, he had rushed over, yet encountered Huang Ping along the way, discovering her face to be grievously injured. After inquiring about the events, he had lost precious time. "What happened to Huang Ping?" Wan Ming queried, perplexed. Shirbong's expression darkened as he turned to Lu Sanchuan, reprimanding, "Lu Sanchuan, is your friend lacking in decorum?" Huang Ping was his most cherished disciple, and he could hardly bear to strike her himself. Yet an outsider had left her bloodied and battered, a sight most distressing. How could he not feel wrath and hatred? Lu Sanchuan hastily clarified, "Zhengzhu, Huang Ping was at fault as well, and furthermore," before he could finish, Sibling interrupted, "Silence. Regardless of the reasons, he lacks the right to strike my disciple. Is it not my duty to educate her? Moreover, his actions were excessively brutal, clearly intentional. He had already shown restraint." Lu Sanchuan chuckled nervously. Sibong's strength was unfathomable, and had he not controlled his power, Huang Ping's head would have surely been obliterated. Sibong's fury intensified as he countered, "Why do you turn your elbow outward? No matter how strong he may be, can he outmatch the entirety of the Kadaemin? Can he rival the Zhenshenzong?" Lu Sanchuan found himself at a loss for words. Comparing an individual to an entire sect was surely nonsensical. "Ha ha ha, it seems Yang Yu's relationship with the Kadaemin is not particularly strong." Tang Zhengyuan chuckled on the opposite side, prompting his warriors to momentarily stand down. After all, his ultimate aim was Yang Yu. The earlier aggressive approach was merely due to Lu Sanchuan and Wan Ming's protection of Yang Yu. Should the Kadaemin abandon him, the Zhenshenzong would have no reason to persist in conflict. Sibling then slightly clasped his hands towards Tang Zhengyuan, stating, "I surmise the purpose of your visit, Zhengzhu Tang. Since you seek Yang Yu, feel free to take him away. The Kadaemin shall not interfere." "Ha ha ha, Zhengzhu Sibling is truly reasonable." Tang Zhengyuan exclaimed with delight, for avoiding mutual destruction was indeed the preferable course of action. As the situation shifted, unrest began to ripple through the Kadaeman ranks. Just moments ago, the elders had proclaimed their intent to protect Yangyu and confront the Zhenxianzong. Now, they suddenly reversed their stance. Lu Sanchuan voiced his alarm. Zhengzhu, this is hardly appropriate. How can the Kadaeman forsake a friend? Wan Ming and the other elders echoed their doubts. Zhengzhu, if we hand Yangyu over to them, it equates to the Kadaeman's submission. Henceforth, all will mock the Kadaeman for fearing the Zhenxianzong. What remains of our sect's dignity? Unfamiliar with Yangyu, their primary concern revolved around the sect's honor. Yet Sibling dismissed their worries, stating, dignity? It is Yangyu who has trampled upon the Kadaeman's pride. His assault on my beloved disciple is akin to an affront upon my face, a blow to the entire sect. Upon hearing this, the unrest and dissent diminished significantly, as his reasoning seemed sound. According to the sect leader's logic, the Kadaeman had no obligation to shield Yangyu. Yangyu's actions against the sect leader's prized disciple warranted punishment, and to protect him would be unwarranted. Surrendering Yangyu was not a matter of fear towards the Zhenxianzong, but rather a question of the Kadaeman's dignity. Even if the Zhenxianzong did not come, they could not harbor Yangyu. Thus, concern for their reputation dissipated. Yet, since Huang Ping had been at fault initially, Lu Sanchuan was left agitated. Sibling, now incensed, retorted, Lu Sanchuan, enough. I reiterate, he lacks the right to strike my beloved disciple. Your persistent defense of Yangyu can only suggest ulterior motives. For he is your friend, not the friend of the Kadaeman's other members. My forbearance in not taking action against him is already a manifestation of mercy. He then surveyed all members of the Kadaeman, sternly declaring, the Zhenxianzong has come to apprehend an individual. No one is to meddle, or they shall face the sect's regulations. With the sect leader's resolute stance, his arguments were well-founded, and Wan Ming and the others found it difficult to refute. At last, Lu Sanchuan too was incensed, stating, Zhengzhu, is Huang Ping truly so significant? For her sake, would you willingly forsake the second young master? Huang Ping cannot possibly be your illegitimate daughter. Sibling, his temper flaring, retorted, Lu Sanchuan, you are truly a relic of the past. From this moment forth, the Kadaeman expels you. Expel me if you must. I have no desire to remain under a leader as unreasonable as you. Lu Sanchuan shouted, his face flushed with anger. Zhengzhu, this is excessive. Elder Lu has always been straightforward. Some attempted to mediate with Sibling. Sibling softened slightly, asking, Lu Sanchuan, tell me, does the Kadaeman have an obligation to assist an outsider in need? Lu Sanchuan. Sibling continued, furthermore, he is not merely an outsider but an enemy. He has assaulted my beloved disciple, struck the Kadaeman's face, and thus he becomes our adversary. If our enemy finds themselves in peril, and the Kadaeman do not lend a hand, we are merely aiding him by doing nothing. Enough. No need for further discourse. I am no longer a member of the Kadaeman, Lu Sanchuan replied impatiently. Though straightforward, he was not foolish. Shibling's unwavering demand for Yangyu's surrender stemmed from two reasons: revenge for his disciple's assault and trepidation towards the Zhenxianzong, not wishing to engage in conflict. All this talk was merely to maintain the facade of the sect leader, truly a stubborn stone in a latrine, foul and unyielding. If you wish to perish alongside Yangyu, then so be it. Sibling, weary of further discourse, waved his hand dismissively, commanding, retreat. At the sect leader's command, all members of the Kadaeman withdrew into the inner sanctum. Chapter 54. Slaying 10 men. Tang Zhengyuan, witnessing the Kadaeman's genuine retreat, felt quite satisfied, remarking, Zhengzhu, Sibling is a man of clarity. Consider it a favor owed to you. This discourse was, indeed, a generous display of respect towards Sibling. He then pointed at Lu Sanchuan and declared loudly, Lu Sanchuan, I hold you in high esteem, and I do not wish for you to accompany Yangyu to his demise. Withdraw now, and I shall not press you. My only desire is Yangyu. Lu Sanchuan retorted with fury, spare me the rhetoric. In this life, one ought to live with a clear conscience. If that is the case, then you shall perish alongside him. Tang Zhengyuan's gaze turned icy as he addressed those around him. Elders, seize Yangyu directly. Remember, we require him alive. With his command echoing, he and the 4 elders seamlessly divided into 2 groups. 5 against 2. Overkill. Indeed. 2 of the elders were tasked with confronting Lu Sanchuan. Their objective was simple: to restrain Lu Sanchuan, ensuring he could not assist Yang Yu. Meanwhile, Tang Zhengyuan and two other elders would capture Yang Yu alive. With a 3-to-1 advantage, Yang Yu would likely struggle to last even 3 breaths. In truth, they had greatly overestimated Yang Yu's capabilities. Anyone who could befriend Lu Sanchuan was not to be trifled with. Yet, even if Yang Yu were a master at the 9th level, he would still find it difficult to withstand the 3 of them. Tang Zhengyuan was, after all, the leader of the foremost sect in Jiangzhou and had attained the 9th level of mastery years ago, accompanied by 2 elders of substantial strength, sufficient to annihilate any other master. The 5 formidable members of Zhongshan's sect moved with the swiftness of lightning, swiftly approaching Yang Yu and Lu Sanchuan. In an instant, their martial techniques erupted in a simultaneous onslaught. 3 of their strikes, fists, palms, and fingers, formed a triangular formation, closing in on Yang Yu. The targeted areas of their assault were meticulously chosen, designed not to kill Yang Yu outright, but to inflict grievous injury and incapacitate him. Tang Xingyuan's intention was not merely to see Yang Yu dead, but to force him to kneel before his son's corpse, enduring a torturous demise. However, almost simultaneously with the launch of their attack, Yang Yu drew his sword. With a swift motion, the Qi-Yin sword was unsheathed in the blink of an eye. Yang Yu's blade was astonishingly swift. In the moment of drawing, it glimmered like a streak of light. Tang Zhengyuan was executing a powerful finger technique, yet before it could even graze Yang Yu, he found himself frozen in place. Yang Yu's sword had precisely traced the line of Tang Zhengyuan's neck, creating a thin line of blood that soon gushed forth like a fountain. Tang Zhengyuan's eyes widened in shock, and his body collapsed to the ground. The 2 other elders, who had been attacking Yang Yu alongside him, were immediately struck with fear at the sight of their leader's demise. Their master had been slain with a single stroke. In a state of bewilderment, the 2 elders instinctively attempted to retreat, but their movements were too slow. Yang Yu leaped into the air, his sword descending with lethal intent. The blade pierced through one elder's back with a sickening sound. Without pausing, he stepped onto the fallen body, directing his attack toward the other elder. The sword's energy manifested as solid as reality, cleaving the elder in twain. What? The entire sequence unfolded with such suddenness and speed that the remaining members of Zhongshan's sect could scarcely comprehend the gravity of the situation. Their master lay dead alongside 2 elders, and it took a moment for the onlookers to process the carnage before them. Meanwhile, on another battlefield, Lu Sanchuan had just hoisted his great sword, barely managing to fend off the attacks of 2 adversaries. Tang Zhengyuan had deployed 4 elders, 2 of whom faced Lu Sanchuan. These 2 were reveling in their numerical advantage when the sound of a body hitting the ground reached their ears. Turning to witness their master's fate, they were gripped by a mix of dread and shock. Yet, before they could react, a fleeting shadow passed before them. Yang Yu, akin to a specter, swept past them. In an instant, both combatants fell, their heads severed from their bodies, lying lifeless in a pool of blood. The 4 elders of Zhongshan's sect, alongside their master, lay dead. The atmosphere turned to one of eerie silence, leaving all present in a state of shock. Even Lu Sanchuan, aware of Yang Yu's prowess, found it hard to believe. During their previous encounter in the Underworld Valley, while Yang Yu had dispatched many foes, they had been but a fraction of the Shangguan clan and a handful of scattered warriors. Compared to Zhongshan's sect, those had been mere rabble. Zhongshan's sect was a martial arts faction, built upon the strength of its practitioners, boasting a significant advantage in combat capability. Not to mention, they had 10 masters within their ranks, 9 elders of varying levels of mastery, and 1 pinnacle leader at the 9th level. No other sect could muster such a formidable assembly. Yet, Yang Yu had effortlessly slain half of Zhongshan's sect's masters in but a few breaths. What kind of monster have I come to know? Lu Sanchuan's mind reeled with disbelief. Meanwhile, the remaining elders and disciples of Zhongshan's sect, witnessing their leader's slaughter, were engulfed in a mix of shock and fury. What are you waiting for? Kill him, avenge our master. The remaining 5 masters immediately issued a death warrant, with their leader slain. How could Zhongshan's sect hope to stand firm without avenging him? Despite Yang Yu's terrifying display of strength, Zhongshan's sect held a significant numerical advantage, with over 1,000 disciples and mid-tier leaders. Not to mention the remaining 5 elders. Even if it meant exchanging lives, they could certainly bring down Yang Yu. The strength of one individual is ultimately limited. Kill? The crowd surged toward Yang Yu. Yet, just as they began to move, they witnessed Yang Yu charging into their ranks. Alone, he faced 1,000 warriors, boldly penetrating their formation. His gaze had already fixed upon 5 individuals, weaving through the throng as the Qiyin sword danced with deadly speed. Every soul that drew near met a gruesome end. Crack, 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 crack. In rapid succession, 5 heads rolled to the ground, the remaining 5 masters of Zhenshan's sect perishing on the spot. The rest stood frozen in disbelief. Moments ago, they had shouted for blood, clamoring for vengeance for their master. Yet now they found themselves paralyzed, unable to draw breath. Armed with blades, they stood motionless, not daring to meet Yang Yu's gaze. Kneel. Yang Yu's tone was calm, as if uttering the most mundane of phrases. The moment his words fell, every surviving member of Zhenshan's sect, without hesitation, knelt upon the ground, not daring to lift their heads. Even the 10 most elite individuals of the sect fell lifeless in an instant. The remaining disciples and mid-level leaders were unwilling to court death. The disciples of Kadaemin gazed at the kneeling masses, feeling a sense of unreality wash over them. Lu Sanchuan's friend had, single-handedly, compelled the entire Zhenshan sect to submit. Could such a feat truly be accomplished by a mere mortal? Sibling, the leader of Kadaemin, trembled visibly. He pinched himself to confirm he was not dreaming, then forced a smile, exclaiming, "Truly, heroes emerge from youth. Young friend Yang Yu, though still so young, possesses such formidable strength. It is truly admirable." Chapter 55. The new sect leader Sibling was now consumed by regret. He had initially believed that Yang Yu would be mercilessly slain by Zhenshan's sect and had thus deliberately surrendered him, eager to observe the unfolding drama. The spectacle he anticipated had indeed materialized, albeit in a completely opposite manner. Had he known of Yang Yu's tremendous strength, he would have steadfastly allied himself with Yang Yu, facing Zhenshan's sect together. In doing so, he would have risked nothing while garnering Yang Yu's favor. Now, he had gained neither favor nor goodwill, and instead had sown discord. With this in mind, Sibling disregarded his station and bowed deeply to Yang Yu, saying, "There has been a misunderstanding. I sincerely apologize." Yang Yu merely cast a dismissive glance in his direction, accompanied by a mocking scoff. Sibling felt a surge of embarrassment and turned to Lu Sanchuan. "Elder Lu, perhaps you could mediate?" "I acted thoughtlessly in my moment of confusion and disrespected young friend Yang Yu." Lu Sanchuan replied impassively, "I warned you of his exceptional strength, yet you dismissed my words. Your only desire was to avenge your disciple, yet you lacked the courage to confront Zhenshan's sect." Sibling's lips quivered, rendered speechless. Lu Sanchuan continued, "Moreover, I did not anticipate that the second young master would possess such extraordinary power, able to slay 10 masters as if they were mere vegetables. Yet, even if he were an ordinary person, it was still exceedingly dishonorable of you to sell him out. Yes, I was in the wrong. I shall host a grand feast to properly entertain the second young master and express my sincere apologies." Sibling turned to Yang Yu, his tone obsequious. "I hope the second young master will grant me the honor of your presence." "What are you to me, that I should grant you such honor?" Yang Yu scoffed coldly. The disciples of Kadaemin exchanged glances, astonished. Their once seemingly untouchable leader was publicly humiliated for the first time. Sibling's face flushed crimson with indignation. "I am still the leader of a sect. Such insults are most unbecoming. Just because you are strong does not grant you the right to be unreasonable." Before he could finish, a large hand abruptly struck him. With a resounding slap, Sibling was sent flying into the air before crashing to the ground. The onlookers were left dumbfounded. Although Sibling was not as formidable as Tang Zhanyuan, he was still an 8th-level master. Yet he had been so easily cast aside. Upon closer inspection, they saw Sibling sprawled on the ground, his complexion pale, spewing blood. Yang Yu had shown no mercy with that blow, nearly delivering a fatal strike. Coughing violently, Sibling attempted to rise but was beset by dizziness, his ears ringing and his mind reeling, rendering him unable to stand. He had never expected that after offering his apologies, Yang Yu would still unleash such brutality. You, with an unwavering gaze, fixed your eyes on Yang Yu, filled with resentment as you questioned, "What deep-seated enmity exists between us that warrants such treatment? Such a powerful individual, yet with such a narrow mind. Are you attempting to teach me how to conduct myself?" Yang Yu frowned slightly and strode towards Sibling. then brought his foot down upon Sherbang's calf. Crack! Sherbang's leg shattered instantly, nearly ground into the earth, causing him to scream in agony. Moments earlier, he had witnessed Yang Yu take a life. Now, he was acutely aware of the looming specter of death himself. I am a disciple of Lu Sanchuan, with whom I share a brotherly bond. Even if you disregard our friendship, you should at least show me some mercy in light of Lu Sanchuan's reputation. Sherbang stammered in terror. Now you remember Lu Sanchuan? Alas, he has been expelled by you. I am not acquainted with the Seven-Blade sect, Yang Yu replied with a sardonic smile. Sherbang's composure began to crumble as he cried out, I am the sect master of the Seven-Blade sect. Should I perish, the disciples of the sect will surely seek vengeance upon you. Yang Yu's gaze turned icy as he declared, You are no longer the sect master. Sherbang laughed maniacally. I merely refrained from assisting you against the Zhenshan sect. I acted out of a personal interest and made a minor error. Do you truly intend to kill me? What gives you the right? The mere desire to kill you is reason enough. Yang Yu replied nonchalantly before raising his Qi-Yin sword and plunging it downward. Sherbang was paralyzed with terror, unable to move as he watched the sword pierce his chest. Blood spread forth, and the sect master of the Seven Blades sect met his demise. The disciples and elders present were rendered speechless. Yang Yu treated a master warrior's life as if it were that of a mere chicken, and they dared not utter a word. Moreover, they understood that Sherbang's actions had been unscrupulous. Had he not taken pleasure in pushing others into peril, he would not have met such an end. Yang Yu surveyed the members of the Seven Blades sect and announced, The former sect master has been removed for his lack of virtue. Do any of you have objections? No, none at all, the crowd replied in unison. Yang Yu continued, In the wake of the former sect master's demise, the Seven Blades sect stands leaderless. We should elect a new sect master. And I believe Lu Sanchuan would be an excellent choice. What do you all think? Lu Changlao is indeed suitable, came the response. Lu Changlao possesses integrity and formidable strength. We all respect him. Indeed, old Lu is the best candidate. Let Lu Sanchuan be the new sect master. From the elders to the outer disciples, not a single voice of dissent was heard. Firstly, Lu Sanchuan's character and strength were commendable, making him an admirable leader. Secondly, he was recommended by Yang Yu. Who would dare oppose that, even as an outsider? Lu Sanchuan, upon hearing the call for his election, felt overwhelmed and said, I am deeply honored by your kindness, but my nature is too straightforward for the role of sect master. Moreover, I have already been expelled from the sect. Elder Wan Ming took the lead, asserting, You were expelled by Sherbang. His death renders that null and void. Lu Changlao, the Seven Blade sect requires a leader. And only you can bear this heavy responsibility. Yang Yu smiled and added, Old Lu, you have nothing to worry about. Lu Sanchuan drew a deep breath and said, Very well, I shall reluctantly accept the position of sect master. But if any more suitable candidates arise, we may re-elect at any time. Congratulations, sect master Lu, the disciples and elders exclaimed in unison. Yang Yu observed the outcome with great satisfaction. He harbored no prejudice against the Seven Blade sect. The disciples and elders had initially intended to confront the Zhenshan sect to the death, only to be forced to heed Sherbang's commands. Ultimately, he held Sherbang in disdain. Yang Yu had never sought assistance from anyone. Had Sherbang merely chosen to remain silent, Yang Yu might not have felt compelled to kill him. Yet, he insisted on throwing others into danger, betraying his friends, all while priding himself on being a righteous sect master. Such a hypocrite did not deserve to live. A change in leadership was, indeed, a boon for the Seven Blade sect. Young master, how shall we deal with the Zhenshan sect? Lu Sanchuan gestured towards the thousands of warriors from the Zhenshan sect, who were kneeling in fear, trembling as they awaited Yang Yu's judgment. Perhaps some had considered escaping, but upon witnessing Sherbang's gruesome fate, their terror of Yang Yu escalated to new heights. They not only refrained from fleeing but were afraid to breathe too forcefully. The Zhenshan sect will no longer exist, Yang Yu declared nonchalantly, as if announcing a trivial matter. Chapter 56, Tough Bones? With Yang Yu's words, the Zhenshan sect was officially obliterated. The disciples of the Zhenshan sect remained utterly silent, with no protests to be heard. Yang Yu continued, The instigator of today's events was Tang Zhangyuan. He is already deceased, and I will not trouble you further. A collective sigh of relief escaped the crowd, with some even moved to tears. They had witnessed Yang Yu's ruthlessness and had been fearful of becoming collateral damage. Now, they could finally feel at ease as long as they could preserve their lives. All else was negotiable. The Seven-Blade sect has just been restructured. If you wish, you may join us directly. Those who do not wish to do so may leave the mountain at their discretion. Yang Yu proclaimed. The Zhenshan sect members exchanged glances before unanimously declaring, "We are willing. We wish to join the Seven-Blade sect." Not a single one chose to descend the mountain. To them, it mattered little which sect they affiliated with. After all, the Zhenshan sect had ceased to exist, and they preferred to find a new home. With Yang Yu's protection, the Seven-Blade sect was destined to become the foremost sect in Jiangzhou. Perhaps even the greatest in the Daxia Empire. This was undoubtedly the best opportunity for them, and there was no reason not to join. Goodness. The Seven-Blade sect is about to rise. Lu Sanchuan and Wan Ming expressed their profound sentiments. For any sect, the most vital asset is its people. Finding exceptional disciples is a rarity. Now, with just a few words from Yang Yu, all the surviving members of the Zhenshan sect were willingly joining the Seven-Blade sect. This was tantamount to the Seven-Blade sect assimilating the Zhenshan sect without a single battle, inheriting all its resources. The strength of the Seven-Blade sect had nearly doubled. Absorbing over 1,000 new members in one fell swoop was no small feat. Lu Sanchuan promptly organized the elders and officials of the sect to manage the registration and evaluation of the newcomers. Everything proceeded in an orderly fashion. As the registration neared completion, twilight was approaching. At that moment, a figure burdened with a package drew near the sect's entrance. Yang Yu's expression shifted, and he remarked, "They have arrived." Lu Sanchuan also turned his gaze towards the individual, saying, "It must be Elder Chao." Although they were still some distance away, the distinctive patch of white hair on the person's brow was quite conspicuous. Elder Chao Wushuang of the Seven-Blade sect, before he could reach the mountain gate. Yang Yu swiftly flickered and appeared before Chao Wushuang. "Who goes there?" Chao Wushuang exclaimed, startled. The unfamiliar youth before him moved with such speed that he had barely registered the trajectory of his movement. Unable to discern whether the newcomer was friend or foe, he instinctively took a few steps back. Lu Sanchuan hurried over, saying, "Elder Chao, you have returned. My friend has some questions for you." Chao Wushuang somewhat relaxed, jokingly responding, "Ah, so he is a friend of Elder Lu. I thought he appeared unfriendly and was here to cause trouble for the Seven-Blade sect." Lu Sanchuan chuckled, saying, "Young master has inquiries. You need only answer truthfully." "Since he is your friend, I shall extend that courtesy," Chao Wushuang replied. Yang Yu got straight to the point, asking, "Are you acquainted with Prince Chu, Lu Chun?" Chao Wushuang's expression shifted, and he feigned confusion. "Prince Chu? Lu Chun of Chuzhou? I am but a humble warrior. How could I possibly know a member of the royal family? Even if he is from a collateral line, he is still of royal blood. Unaware, are we?" "Very well," Yang Yu continued. 5 years ago, Lu Chun captured a woman named Fan Sisi. Were you present at that time?" Chao Wushuang grew impatient, replying, "I do not know." Yang Yu's tone turned icy as he said, "Yet you share the same distinctive feature as that old eunuch and coincidentally joined the Zhenshan sect 5 years ago. Is that merely a coincidence? Is this the attitude you adopt while questioning me?" "I do not know what you are speaking of, nor am I obliged to answer," Chao Wushuang retorted, attempting to walk past Yang Yu. However, Yang Yu firmly grasped his wrist, stating, "If I have mistaken you, I shall apologize and compensate you with 9th-grade elixirs or celestial-level martial techniques, whatever you desire. Yet, if you truly are that eunuch, Elder Lu, is this your friend? Such rudeness!" Chao Wushuang bellowed, raising his hand to strike Yang Yu. Yang Yu, however, simply waved his hand and struck Chao Wushuang's palm. Crack! Chao Wushuang's hand bones shattered into several pieces. He gasped in shock, staring at Yang Yu in terror. As a 6th-tier master, he had not expected to be a match for this youth. Panic surged within him as he turned to Lu Sanchuan, exclaiming, "Old Lu, isn't this a slap in the face to the Zhenshan sect? Are you just going to watch?" Lu Sanchuan sighed. "If you are not the person young master seeks, why not just answer him properly? Given young master's character, if he has wronged you, he would certainly not treat you unfairly. I know nothing of any Prince Chu, nor do I know of any eunuch." Chao Wushuang shrieked. Yang Yu tightened his grip on Chao Wushuang's wrist, his tone growing increasingly frigid. "Let's verify, shall we?" Initially, he had considered that perhaps it was a mere coincidence that Chao Wushuang also had white eyebrows. Although the likelihood is exceedingly slim, there remains a possibility of misunderstanding a good person. However, Chao Wushuang's recent behavior was decidedly peculiar. Most crucially, when Yang Yu grasped Chao Wushuang's wrist, he discerned vital information through the pulse. The pulse of a rootless person differs markedly from that of a healthy individual. As soon as Yang Yu's words fell, he executed a downward slice with the edge of his hand. Whoosh! The air whistled, and a significant tear appeared in the middle of Chao Wushuang's trousers, yet his flesh remained unscathed. Lu Sanchuan cast a glance at the damaged clothing, his expression tinged with unusual surprise. Who would have thought that Chao Wushuang, who had joined the Seven Blade sect 5 years ago and ascended to the rank of elder, was, in fact, a eunuch? Chao Wushuang, feeling the chill below, could not help but emit a cry of anguish and fury. His voice piercingly sharp and utterly transformed from before. What else do you have to say? Could it be that even this is merely a coincidence? Yang Yu asked with profound significance, with the greatest humiliation unveiled. Chao Wushuang howled like a madman. Get away from me. You are not human. Yang Yu struck him across the face, blood gushing forth, and he fell silent immediately. He then inquired, First, I need to know the whereabouts of Fan Cece. Second, I demand to know the mastermind behind this, the individual who stands behind King Chu. Chao Wushuang gritted his teeth and replied, I know nothing. I will say nothing. I possess numerous methods to compel you to speak. Yang Yu stated calmly, expertly shattering Chao Wushuang's kneecap with a kick. Crack, crack. Chao Wushuang collapsed to the ground, agony causing his veins to throb, yet he remained mute. Yang Yu then thrust a sword into his thigh. Hiss! Chao Wushuang inhaled sharply, still refusing to speak. I am most curious whether your bones are truly resilient, or if you simply fear betraying your benefactor. Yang Yu chuckled. You may as well kill me. Chao Wushuang responded, adopting an attitude of indifference to death. Yang Yu continued to stab him multiple times in the thigh, creating several holes, yet Chao Wushuang clenched his jaw, resolute in his silence. I am even more curious about who that person is. Yang Yu remarked contemplatively. Chao Wushuang grinned. You are unworthy to know, and cannot know. Ha ha ha, to have lived until today is enough. Torture me as you will. Excellent, quite resilient, Yang Yu remarked, then struck the ground with his palm. Bang! The earth flew, creating a pit 6 or 7 feet deep. Subsequently, Yang Yu seized Chao Wushuang and unceremoniously tossed him into the pit, covering him with earth, leaving only his head exposed. What, do you want me to show my face? Why not just bury me alive? Chao Wushuang scoffed. Yang Yu paid him no mind, suddenly drawing his sword and sweeping it across Chao Wushuang's scalp. Countless strands of hair fell away, and several gashes appeared upon his head. However, these wounds were not deep, merely breaking the skin, entirely non-fatal, and even not particularly painful. Chao Wushuang felt a twinge of suspicion. He had just endured severe torment, and the physical pain had become inconsequential. The silence from his adversary, however, left him inexplicably uneasy. Lao Lu, does the sect possess honey? Yang Yu inquired of Lu Sanchuan. Lu Sanchuan replied, Honey? I have no habit of consuming it, but I can ask the disciples. Someone might have it. Yang Yu waved his hand dismissively. Forget it, too troublesome. I shan't waste time. As he spoke, he rummaged through his belongings, producing a small jade vial from which he extracted a golden pill. A fragrant aroma wafted through the air, invigorating Chao Wushuang. Yang Yu crushed the pill into powder and sprinkled it atop the wound on Chao Wushuang's head. Alarmed, Chao Wushuang exclaimed, What have you placed on my head? Yang Yu remained silent, sitting down nearby, awaiting the passage of time. Gradually, a procession of ants stealthily approached Chao Wushuang, traversing his neck until they reached the crown of his head. A maddening itch consumed Chao Wushuang, and he gasped for breath. Finally, Yang Yu broke the silence, asking Lu Sanchuan, Lao Lu, do you think he will succumb to being devoured by ants first, or will he suffocate? Lu Sanchuan, still savoring the lingering fragrance, appeared momentarily bewildered. Yang Yu continued, he is buried underground now. His chest rises and falls with each breath, causing the soil to gradually sink, compressing the space for his chest to expand and contract, making breathing increasingly difficult. Ultimately, he will expend all his strength, yet can only manage to inhale a mere whisper of air. Lu Sanchuan felt a chill run down his spine. He, being an upright man, had never contemplated such torturous methods. The condemned is utterly unaware of when death will strike, and this protracted agony wreaks havoc on the psyche. He hesitantly asked, "Isn't the second young master concerned that he might take his own life?" Yang Yu replied, "He will not take his life. Despite his vocal bravado of kill me, he is, in truth, profoundly afraid of death. Had he not feared it, he would have taken his own life several times by now. If he were unafraid of death, why would he have concealed his identity and hidden in Jiangzhou 5 years ago?" Lu Sanchuan, gaining insight, remarked, "Indeed, the second young master possesses remarkable mastery over human nature. By the way, what did you mean when you said he would be devoured by ants?" Yang Yu elaborated, "I made several incisions on his head and sprinkled a bit of bait, which continuously attracts the ants. As they forage, they will gradually tear away and remove his flesh. Until his skull is exposed, he will not perish. After all, it is merely a flesh wound. Even if his skull were to be removed, as long as his brain remains intact, it would not be fatal. Just imagine, his cranium will resemble an open chamber pot, revealing his brain within, while the ants burrow in gradually, consuming him piece by piece." Lu Sanchuan felt a wave of nausea. The mere thought of such a scene was terrifying. Chao Wushuang's eyes brimmed with terror as he desperately stole glances at the ants below, which seemed to multiply by the moment. Previously, as he suffered fractured bones and pierced flesh, the torment was tangible and predictable. By gritting his teeth, he endured. But now, uncertainty loomed. He had no inkling of when he would suffocate or when his scalp and brain would be consumed. Time transformed into the very essence of torture. The psychological torment began to shatter Chao Wushuang's resolve. Lu Sanchuan endeavored to steady himself, asking, "Was that powder you crushed a medicinal pill? It has a distinct medicinal fragrance." "Indeed," Yang Yu confirmed, "honey could suffice, but its efficacy is inferior. One would need to apply it multiple times. Medicinal pills are different. Their allure for ants is immense, and they can directly integrate into his skull, requiring only a single application." Lu Sanchuan suddenly realized, so it truly is a medicinal pill. What a waste! That aroma seems reminiscent of the healing pill. Yet the healing pill is not of this color. Golden, etc. Could it be a 7th grade healing pill? As he uttered the term 7th grade healing pill, Lu Sanchuan was taken aback. Typically, healing pills are of 2nd grade, and even if there are occasional higher grades, they seldom exceed 3rd or 4th grade. A 7th grade healing pill? How could that be? More astonishingly, who would use a 7th grade healing pill as bait for ants? Yang Yu merely nodded slightly. "I casually concocted it while in Chuzhou last time." Lu Sanchuan was left speechless. If it were the second young master, everything would seem plausible. Tio, the second young master, perhaps a 7th grade healing pill was merely an ordinary item, lacking any particular significance. Using it as bait would be more effective than honey, thus remarkably cost-effective. At that moment, Chao Wushuang suddenly bellowed, "I will tell you everything. I will speak. I will speak." Upon hearing of the 7th grade healing pill, his composure shattered completely. Initially, upon catching a whiff of the fragrance, he pondered what might be on his head. Yet he had never dared to think it was the scent of a medicinal pill. Such pills are immensely precious. Who would squander them in such a manner? And yet, that powder was indeed formed from a 7th grade pill. A 7th grade healing pill, a treasure he had never encountered in his life, was being used as mere bait, rendered utterly worthless in his eyes. The shock and impact on Chao Wushuang surpassed even Yang Yu's formidable power, while Yang Yu's strength remained within the realm of his understanding. Having served the royal family for decades, Chao Wushuang had encountered formidable beings beyond the mastery level, yet a person who would treat a 7th grade healing pill as honey had transcended his comprehension. This became the final straw that broke the camel's back. 5 years ago, I did indeed visit the Chu King's residence. Chao Wushuang's voice trembled. Fearing he might suffocate, Yang Yu pulled him from the soil. Chao Wushuang gasped for breath, greedily inhaling several lungfuls. Then continued, "I went that time solely to retrieve fancy CDS for how the Chu King obtained her. I am not privy to that information, nor was it my task. I was merely responsible for the liaison. For fetching her." Yang Yu pressed, "You took Fan Cece? Where was she taken? What is her current status? Is she alive or dead?" "In the Dashia Imperial Palace," Chao Wushuang replied cautiously. As he uttered these words, he instinctively glanced up at the sky, as if fearing the heavens would collapse. "The palace?" Yang Yu inquired, increasingly perplexed. Why? Chao Wushuang's expression was grave and tense as he spoke. This all begins with the third prince. While he was speaking, a faint shadow flitted through the AIR.AT that moment. Night had already descended, and the shadow was exceedingly subtle, completely unnoticed by Chao Wushuang. However, Yang Yu furrowed his brow and extended his hand forward, deftly pinching a jet-black dart between his fingers. Had he been a moment slower, that dart would have pierced Chao Wushuang's throat. Seeing this, Chao Wushuang couldn't help but gasp in shock. Was someone attempting to kill him? With a swift motion, Yang Yu hurled the dart into the darkness. Almost immediately, a robust middle-aged man materialized before them, chuckling. "Ah, what a fine skill, to catch my concealed weapon." He appeared with brazen confidence, his face unmasked and demeanor calm. Upon recognizing the newcomer, Chao Wushuang's face turned ashen. "Chenglei, he's one of the third prince's men?" Yang Yu's suspicions were quickly confirmed. Chao Wushuang nodded. The third prince has many followers, including not only strategists but also formidable warriors. Chenglei is his most trusted confidant, possessing immense strength. "Are you not also a confidant of the third prince?" Yang Yu retorted. Chao Wushuang chuckled nervously. "Compared to Chenglei, I am far inferior. He is a grandmaster." When he uttered the term grandmaster, his eyes reflected profound reverence. Most people believe that one reaches the pinnacle of martial arts upon attaining the 9th level of mastery, but in truth, only upon reaching that realm does one realize that there exists an opportunity for further breakthrough, albeit with extreme difficulty. Only a rare few grandmasters can ascend to the next great realm. That of the grandmaster is only those of royal lineage, like the third prince, who can recruit such grandmasters to serve them. Chao Wushuang was in a state of panic. Chenglei had come here undoubtedly to silence him. Indeed, Chenglei's expression shifted to one of disappointment as he remarked, "Chao Gonggong, you still cannot keep your mouth shut. You have mentioned the third prince." Chao Wushuang trembled. "I only just mentioned the third prince. I had yet to say anything more." Chenglei replied coldly, "Had I arrived a moment later, would you have divulged everything? 5 years ago, His Highness permitted you to leave the capital to live a good life. His kindness towards you is as vast as the mountains, and even in death, you should not betray him." Chao Wushuang fell silent, unable to respond. Chenglei's eyes glinted with murderous intent as he declared, "Once, His Highness was merciful to you. Today, I shall send you to your final rest." Chao Wushuang's hair stood on end as he hurriedly concealed himself behind Yang Yu. He did not wish to die. Yang Yu was his last hope. However, Chenglei was a grandmaster. After all, hide. "Ha! He shall die alongside you." Chenglei sneered. Yang Yu smiled faintly. "It seems you possess more information than Chao Wushuang. Your timing is fortuitous. Do you intend to extract information from me as well? Are you all right?" Chenglei laughed heartily. "You were able to pry open Chao Wushuang's lips. That is indeed a skill. But do you think you can coerce a grandmaster into submission? Dream on. Though you are youthful and handsome, your mind seems lacking." With that, he unleashed a powerful aura, his presence akin to a drawn sword, radiating lethal sharpness. The mere aura of the grandmaster sent shivers down Chao Wushuang's spine. Yet Yang Yu remained unfazed. "Humph," feigned calmness. Chenglei narrowed his eyes before suddenly lunging at Yang Yu, his hand morphing into a claw, ruthlessly tearing towards him. Myriad Shadows Claw. This was his most sinister martial technique. Combined with the prowess of a grandmaster, a single strike could obliterate anything in its path. The sound of air being sliced open resonated as Yang Yu did not evade. Instead, he countered with a palm strike. However, this was no ordinary strike. It was infused with surging true energy. A grandmaster, after all, deserved some measure of respect. Just moments ago, he had deftly flung the dart, showcasing his considerable skill. Seeing his opponent daring to meet his Myriad Shadows Claw head-on, Chenglei's malevolence intensified in the blink of an eye. It all unfolded. Moments later, Yang Yu's palm precisely struck Chenglei's claw. A violent force surged through Chenglei, causing turmoil within him, rendering his entire arm numb. He staggered backward for several paces, barely managing to maintain his footing. Upon glancing down, he discovered, to his horror, that his 5 fingers had twisted together, their bones completely shattered. What? Chenglei's face paled in shock. He was a grandmaster, and yet, he had unleashed a lethal strike only to be countered by this youth. Not merely countered, but his arm had been rendered useless. Even Chao Wushuang stood dumbfounded. Though he had endured a beating from Yang Yu and recognized his strength, he had not comprehended the extent of it, nor did he know if Yang Yu could contend with a grandmaster. Little did he expect, Yang Yu had utterly overwhelmed the grandmaster. Truly, one who treats seventh-grade elixirs as if they were honey. Meanwhile, Lu Sanchuan, who had been observing from the sidelines, displayed no emotional fluctuation. He had long since grown numb. Even if the King of Heaven himself arrived, he would believe Yang Yu could dispatch him with a single blow. "Did the third prince send you to silence me?" Yang Yu coldly inquired. Fixing his gaze on Cheng Lei gritted his teeth. "You don't think you've won, do you? Boy, don't celebrate too soon. Oh? Do you have any hidden cards left? Reveal them," Yang Yu said with keen interest. Cheng Lei grinned. "You think you're impressive for catching my dart on behalf of Chao Wushuang? Let me tell you, that dart was coated in potent poison." Yang Yu exclaimed in mock terror. "Poison? I am so afraid." Cheng Lei's face twisted with malice. "You think that because the dart did not pierce you, you will not be poisoned? Ha ha ha. The moment you touched the dart, the toxin entered your body. Just calculate the time. Soon you shall bleed from your 7 orifices and your organs will rot away." Yang Yu smiled pleasantly. "The poison you speak of is surely corrupting blood powder. Am I correct?" Cheng Lei replied. "Impressive, boy. You seem knowledgeable. This peculiar poison is lethal upon contact, with no antidote available, not even for me." Yet before he could finish his sentence, his words faltered as his gaze fixed on Yang Yu's right hand. A drop of black blood emerged from Yang Yu's fingertip, seemingly summoned forth by some mysterious force. Plop! The black blood fell to the ground, emitting an eerie vapor. Cheng Lei appeared as if he had seen a ghost. Instinctively aware that the opponent had expelled the poison in a mind-boggling manner. "Playing with poison in front of me? You are still too inexperienced," Yang Yu scoffed. "Now you have 2 choices. Either die, or answer my questions truthfully." "SK." Cheng Lei clenched his teeth, his figure rising once more. Though one of his arms had been rendered useless, the foundation of a grandmaster remained, and he intended to fight to the death. Soaring into the air, he swung his remaining arm downward. Swish, swish, swish. A torrent of black darts rained down upon Yang Yu, akin to a deluge. "I shall not approach you. Let us see how you respond." Each dart flew with lightning speed, possessing formidable penetrating power, and was laced with potent poison. Yang Yu maintained his tranquil demeanor, slowly raising the Qian sword and gracefully moving it in a diagonal circle overhead. The sword seemed to possess a magnetic allure, drawing all the darts into its arc. Following this, Yang Yu pointed the sword forward. Swish, swish, swish. All the darts suddenly hurtled back towards Cheng Lei. Cheng Lei's eyes filled with blood. His brain momentarily paralyzed. Swish! The piercing sound of air being sliced rushed past his ears. In the end, those darts flew past him, embedding deeply into the earth. Not a single dart had truly grazed him. Had even one deviated slightly, he would have been pierced and succumbed to the poison. Cheng Lei was drenched in cold sweat, his body collapsing to the ground. It turned out that the reason his arm had been broken was not due to Yang Yu's limited ability, but rather to leave him alive. If Yang Yu so wished, he could easily extinguish Cheng Lei's life. The disparity in strength between them was akin to a chasm at that moment, aside from his incapacitated arm. Cheng Lei was otherwise unharmed and still possessed considerable fighting strength. However, after calming his emotions, he harbored no thoughts of resistance. Instead, he quietly retrieved a dagger, contemplating self-termination, as a confidant of the third prince. He could never betray him. Moreover, having failed in his mission, he believed he had no right to live. "Do you think you could successfully end your life in my presence?" Yang Yu cast a dispassionate glance at Cheng Lei. Cheng Lei felt a chill run down his spine, causing the dagger in his hand to clatter to the ground. His psychological defenses crumbled entirely. "There are some things that even if you do not speak of, Chao Wushuang will." Yang Yu continued, "You have become a grandmaster. You must be clever enough to know what to do at that moment." Chao Wushuang interjected eagerly, "I will speak. I will speak. I have not finished yet." He was concerned that if Cheng Lei spoke first, he would lose his value and be killed by Yang Yu. Yang Yu smiled. "Both of you may speak, and you may accuse each other of lying. I hope every word you utter is truthful. Chao Wushuang, you may continue." Chao Wushuang nodded repeatedly. "Where did I leave off? Ah yes, the third prince. 5 years ago, he entrusted me with a secret letter to contact King Chu. He sought Lu Chun's assistance in locating a woman, accompanied by a portrait. Yang Yu, somewhat perplexed, inquired, "So, the person truly searching for Fan Sisi is the third prince? Why does he require the assistance of the Chu Wang?" The third prince held a unique status, making it inconvenient for him to leave the capital. That woman, oh, she is the Fan Sisi you mentioned, who was abandoned in Chuzhou many years ago, Lu Chun. Being the Chu Wang and having a good rapport with the third prince, naturally became the one he approached for help. Cheng Lei interjected, taking the initiative to respond, while Yang Yu pondered that it was reasonable that the third prince could not be involved in every matter personally. Enlisting the aid of the Chu Wang seemed logical, however, the term abandoned warranted scrutiny. Fan Sisi was a native of Chuzhou. How could she have been abandoned? Yang Yu fixed his gaze upon Chao Wushuang's eyes, as if attempting to penetrate into the depths of his soul. Cheng Lei hesitated, glancing at Yang Yu's expression, and immediately felt a chill run down his spine, stating, "Because Fan Sisi is the daughter of the late emperor." The desperation he previously felt dissipated, replaced by an urgent desire for self-preservation, and he decided against keeping secrets. Upon hearing this, Yang Yu fell silent. Fan Sisi had grown up alongside him. How could she possibly be the daughter of Emperor One? This revelation was too sudden, leaving anyone incredulous. Yet, Yang Yu observed Cheng Lei's demeanor, which did not suggest deceit. If he were to lie, there would be no need to concoct such an implausible tale. Yang Yu took a moment to compose himself and continued, "As far as I know, Emperor Wen fathered numerous princes, yet only Princess Ling Wei was his daughter. How did Fan Sisi come to be recognized as his child?" Cheng Lei hurriedly explained, "This involves the grandest secret of the royal family, a matter best kept in the shadows. 25 years ago, the empress was pregnant, giving birth to two princesses. According to Cheng Lei's account, during the empress's pregnancy, a soothsayer prophesied that the child was a reincarnated evil spirit, likely to disrupt the Great Xia dynasty and doom the Lu family lineage. Based on the experiences of previous dynasties, the empress should have been administered an abortion to preclude future calamities. However, Emperor One, moved by compassion, insisted on preserving the child. Eventually, a compromise was reached. The child could remain, but the empress was to reside at Pingyue Mountain Palace, and any offspring she bore would forever be barred from entering the capital. Pingyue Mountain, located in the eastern part of Chuzhou, was picturesque and deemed a suitable place for retirement. The empress retained her title but distanced herself from the power center, ultimately becoming a mere figurehead, destined for eventual removal. Nevertheless, she was unbothered, preferring a tranquil life with her child away from the capital. Yet, fate had other plans. That autumn, the empress gave premature birth to a pair of twin daughters, but tragically perished. One of the infants was abandoned at the foot of the mountain. That child was likely taken in by kind-hearted individuals and given a new name, By Blood. She was indeed the daughter of Emperor Wan. Cheng Lei concluded his recollection. Yang Yu furrowed his brow and remarked, "Even if Emperor Wan had a daughter who was abandoned, why must it be Fan Sisi?" Cheng Lei responded, "Because she bears an uncanny resemblance to Princess Ling Wei. Only twins could share such likeness." Chao Wushuang added, "The portrait used by the Chu Wang in his search was actually modeled after Princess Ling Wei. 5 years ago, the third prince accidentally killed Princess Ling Wei. A grave misfortune. Upon discovering that Princess Ling Wei had a twin sister still alive, he desperately sought someone who resembled the genuine Princess Ling Wei to take her place." Yang Yu asked, "Take her place? Are you implying that the current Princess Ling Wei is actually Fan Sisi?" "Indeed." They both nodded. As far as I know, after Emperor Wen's demise, the throne passed to Princess Ling Wei. Yang Yu's expression became intricate. Cheng Lei chuckled awkwardly. "Indeed, your long-lost wife is the new emperor of the Great Xia, known to the people as the Ling Wei Empress. This secret is known to only a select few." Chapter 58. A Fragile Little Cat? Fan Sisi ascended as the new emperor? Upon receiving this information, Yang Yu found it difficult to believe. He pondered for some time before speaking again. "How did you come to know of such a monumental secret?" Cheng Lei lowered his head and replied softly, 25 years ago, although Emperor Wen wished to preserve the unborn child, the Chancellor remained apprehensive, fearing the Empress might indeed give birth to a catastrophic being. Thus, he secretly dispatched me to Pingyue Mountain to discreetly eliminate the child, replacing her with a weasel, thereby averting future troubles. Yang Yu's gaze turned icy. Cheng Lei felt a chill run down his spine, hastily adding, "I did substitute her with a weasel, but I did not kill her. Rather, I abandoned her." I could not bring myself to harm such a small child. Whether she survived was left to fate. Upon my return to report, I informed the Chancellor that I had fulfilled the task. Yang Yu pressed, when the Empress gave birth to 2 daughters, why did you only abandon one? If the soothsayer prophesied that a demon was within her, shouldn't both have been dealt with? Cheng Lei's face flushed with embarrassment. At that moment, I infiltrated the delivery room, eliminating the guards and midwives present in the chaos, and in my haste, I took one infant and fled. Fearing to linger, One had anticipated that the Empress would give birth to twins. Such an occurrence was unprecedented in the royal family. Yang Yu remained skeptical, although this narrative bore a dramatic flair. It was not entirely implausible. After all, the probability of twins was exceedingly low. Cheng Lei could not have foreseen the Empress delivering 2 children. Moreover, the stakes were high as he was tasked with eliminating a princess. A mission fraught with immense psychological pressure. During the execution of his orders, he could not afford to overlook any details. Cheng Lei continued, later, the Imperial Guard retrieved a surviving infant, whom Emperor Wen cherished as a treasure. Bestowing upon her the title of Princess Lingwei. It was then that I realized I had overlooked one. Overlooked one? Did the Chancellor not intend to continue the extermination? Yang Yu queried. Cheng Lei replied. The little princess returned to the palace and received an official title, making it exceedingly difficult to eliminate her. Nonetheless, the Chancellor utilized public sentiment, spreading rumors that the Empress had birthed a daughter and a weasel. Claiming that Princess Lingwei was the sister of a cat demon and would bring disaster upon the Great Xia, he sought to leverage public opinion to force Princess Lingwei into a perilous situation. He deserves death. Yang Yu's face darkened with intent. Cheng Lei, increasingly apprehensive, continued, Emperor Wen was quite clever. He procured an ugly, ferocious weasel, proclaiming it to be the manifestation of the evil spirit plaguing the princess. He then executed the weasel in public and conducted a ritual, utilizing the soothsayer's words to announce to the populace, the demon is dead. Calamity has passed. Coincidentally, during those years, the nation enjoyed peace, and the matter faded into obscurity. Poor little cat, Yang Yu murmured. Cheng Lei found himself speechless, unable to fathom how this ruthless individual could harbor sympathy for a mere weasel. Yang Yu narrowed his eyes, his tone growing colder. Where's the Chancellor now? He dismissed any prophecies. Ultimately, if Cheng Lei's claims were true, the Chancellor was the root of all this turmoil. The Chancellor deserved death. Cheng Lei explained, from instructing me to carry out the assassination to orchestrating various rumors. The Chancellor was the mastermind behind it all, leaving no trace of evidence. Eventually, he enjoyed a smooth political career and retired to his hometown many years ago, passing away peacefully. Yang Yu spat. At least he died swiftly. I have a general understanding of the events from 25 years ago. Now, let us discuss what transpired 5 years ago, and how the third prince became embroiled in this. Cheng Lei cautiously replied. After the Chancellor departed from the court, I aligned myself with the third prince. The secrets of that time were known to me alone and would eventually be buried by time. Until 5 years ago. When the third prince accidentally killed Princess Lingwei, a catastrophic blunder, he was a formidable contender for the throne. Creating such a scandal could cost him his life. Emperor Wen had a deep affection for Princess Lingwei and could very well have executed him. So, you disclosed the secret from 25 years ago to the third prince? Yang Yu inquired. Cheng Lei nodded. Yes, after all, he is my master. I informed him that Princess Lingwei had a twin sister who had been abandoned. And perhaps she was still alive. Although not all twins look alike, it was worth a try. Thus, the third prince sought Lu Chun's assistance, scouring Chuzhou for someone resembling Princess Lingwei. The task of contacting Lu Chun was handled by Chao Wushuang. Yang Yu asked, why did he not arrange for you to reach out to Lu Chun? Why involve Chao Wushuang? Wouldn't that introduce another person privy to the secret? Cheng Lei explained at that time. It was a critical juncture in the struggle for the title of Crown Prince. The third prince could not afford to be without his trusted aides. As a Grand Master, my absence could jeopardize his safety. So ultimately, Chao Wushuang was selected to oversee this matter. In truth, Chao Wushuang is quite reliable and would not indiscriminately spill secrets. However, when faced with someone as formidable as you, even the most tightly sealed lips may falter. Chao Wushuang grimaced, saying, these royal secrets are not something I wish to know. Being too informed is perilous. Subsequently, the Chu Wang indeed found a suitable substitute for Princess Lingwei, and I presented her to the third prince. requesting to remove myself from the capital and retreat into seclusion. Being embroiled in this scheme was too great a burden. I am timid and dared not remain in the capital any longer. Cheng Lei continued. The third prince, recognizing Chao Wushuang's diligence, permitted him to leave the capital. However, just days ago, the Chu Wang's residence was slaughtered, and the news reached the capital, prompting the third prince to realize that a grave situation had arisen. He has yet to uncover your true identity, but suspects that you might find Chao Wushuang. Thus, he sent me to seek out Chao Wushuang, lying in wait to eliminate both you and Chao Wushuang, thereby eradicating any future threats. Chao Wushuang's face twitched slightly, revealing that the third prince had always been aware of her whereabouts. Should the need arise, he would not hesitate to strike. Had it not been for Yang Yu's formidable strength, she would have perished alongside him. What loyalty could there be between master and servant? It was merely a manipulation of people. After hearing these hidden tales, the fog of confusion in Yang Yu's heart was finally lifted. In essence, 5 years ago, the third prince sought Lu Chun's assistance. Because of this favor, Fan Sisi was abducted, and the Yang family was annihilated. Although the third prince had not taken a single life nor set foot in Chuzhou, he was the root of all calamity. His sole concern was to find a substitute for Princess Lingwei, and the means to that end. He was indifferent. How many lives were lost along the way mattered not to him. The prime minister was dead, yet the third prince remained alive. Yang Yu's tone suddenly turned eerily calm. Though his words were devoid of emotion, they startled both Chao Wushuang and Cheng Lei. Alive. Alive? You don't mean to... Yang Yu did not respond directly but merely snorted coldly, stating, as long as one remains alive. The two trembled, rendered speechless. Observing his demeanor, it seemed he was indeed contemplating the assassination of the third prince. Yet, this was the third prince, a figure of immense power, surrounded by countless skilled subordinates. Moreover, to eliminate such a person was not a matter that could be resolved through individual strength. He was a direct member of the royal family, nearly emblematic of the great Xia Empire, and no matter how strong one might be, opposing an entire empire was an exercise in futility. Even breaching the imperial palace was a delusion. I have another question. How did Fan Sisi, who was initially merely a substitute captured by the third prince, ascend to the throne? Were not the sons of Emperor when capable? Yang Yu inquired suddenly. Cheng Lei chuckled wryly, replying, when the third prince first captured Fan Sisi, he was filled with joy, believing he could achieve 2 goals with 1 arrow. Firstly, the demise of the genuine Princess Lingwei could be concealed. Secondly, he could control Fan Sisi, leveraging Emperor Wen's affection for the princess to vie for the position of crown prince. His ambitions were grand. After all, Fan Sisi was merely a village girl from a small town, a docile little creature easily manipulated. Yet, what ensued was nurturing a tiger that would bring calamity. Nurturing a tiger that brings calamity? Yang Yu remarked, slightly displeased with Cheng Lei's choice of words. Cheng Lei quickly rephrased. In any case, Fan Sisi was far from the fragile little creature he envisioned. She was a fierce tiger emerging from the mountains, a dragon rising from the sea. Initially, she was indeed ignorant and weak, merely a tool for the third prince's use. However, she gradually rose to prominence, earning Emperor Wen's favor and establishing her own faction. Some of her statecraft proposals were adopted by Emperor Wen, garnering the support of several influential ministers. Moreover, in martial arts, she made swift advancements, utilizing royal resources to attain the status of a grandmaster. The youngest among the direct royal lineage. Truly worthy of being my wife, Yang Yu said, a rare smile gracing his lips. Cheng Lei continued, yet, regardless of her excellence, she remained merely a woman, unable to breach the core of power. The princes did not regard her with much seriousness. However, no one anticipated that 4 months ago, Emperor Wen secretly cleared some obstacles for her. The following month, upon his death, he bequeathed the throne to her. In an instant, the entire court was thrown into turmoil. The princes were left dumbfounded. They had been vying for the throne for years, only to discover that their greatest rival was a woman. Emperor Wen had arranged everything in advance, establishing the legitimacy of a female emperor from a legal standpoint. Even if the princes were discontented, they were compelled to acknowledge her openly. Anyone who dared to publicly oppose her ascension would effectively be committing treason. Though they publicly recognize her, they must still be coveting the throne in secret, Yang Yu remarked. Cheng Lei forced a laugh. Who wouldn't he desire the imperial throne? Moreover, it has been given to a woman. which makes them even less willing to accept it. Yang Yu expressed concern. Does that not place her in a precarious position? Cheng Lei elaborated. Currently, several princes and the empress each possess their trump cards, creating a delicate balance of power that none dare disrupt. Before his death, Emperor Wen entrusted the command of 500,000 troops stationed at the northern frontier to the empress. The Grand General of the North is a confidant of the empress. Should any prince rebel or attempt to assassinate her, those troops would march straight into the capital. Yang Yu felt a slight sense of reassurance. With such substantial military power at her disposal, her enemies would think twice before acting against her. Yet, this equilibrium was tenuous. Should it be shattered, her safety would be in jeopardy. Lao Lu, I shall not linger at Kadayaman any longer. I intend to head to the capital. Yang Yu declared as he approached Lu Sanchuan. Lu Sanchuan did not press him to stay, simply saying, Second young master, be careful on your journey. The capital is not like the outside world. Yang Yu nodded. Yes, please cultivate Shizifeng well. I will return to check on him when I have the chance. Chao Wushuang and Cheng Lei could not help but tremble, saying, We have shared everything we needed to. May we take our leave now? Take your leave? Yang Yu chuckled. Chao Wushuang wore a pained expression. We will never seek out the third prince again. Having revealed such a significant secret, even if we were to approach him again, he would not spare us from now on. I wish to live incognito as an ordinary person. Cheng Lei echoed, looking utterly pitiful, devoid of any semblance of a grandmaster. Chao Wushuang wiped away a tear, saying, Yang Yu, I know I have erred, but it was the third prince's command. I was merely a tool following orders. Furthermore, with Fan Sisi becoming the empress, I have indirectly aided in altering her fate. Should I then thank you? Her survival is reliant upon her own merit and has nothing to do with you. Yang Yu retorted coldly, swiftly drawing his sword. Crack! Chao Wushuang's head flew off, her eyes wide with disbelief at Yang Yu's decisiveness. From the very beginning, Yang Yu had contemplated sparing no one. From the third prince to the assassins of the Tianhong society, none were innocent in this chain. Having acted as the third prince's dog and enjoyed the benefits thereof, one was now inextricably linked to him. Once actions are taken, one must bear the consequences. No, no, please don't kill me, Cheng Lei screamed, his body splattered with blood as he quaked in terror. Yang Yu shot him a disdainful glance, saying, At least you are a grandmaster, yet you behave like a coward. Did I say I would kill you? Ah? Cheng Lei was bewildered. Given that Yang Yu had just killed Chao Wushuang, how could he possibly spare him? Yang Yu continued, The third prince sent you to find Chao Wushuang, lying in wait like a hunter. If you were to die, the third prince might realize the danger and take drastic actions. I do not wish to alert the grass snakes, hence I will not kill you, but you must obey. Cheng Lei fell to his knees, saying, I will obey. Whatever you command I shall do from now on. I am your dog that I swear to heaven, if I betray you, may lightning strike me. Your oath is worthless, Yang Yu replied coolly, producing a small vial and pouring out a tiny pill, handing it to Cheng Lei. Cheng Lei hesitated, asking, What is this? Swallow it, Yang Yu instructed, his expression impassive. Cheng Lei's hand froze, unwilling to ingest it. Yang Yu raised an eyebrow. Cheng Lei felt a chill run down his spine, steeling himself to swallow the pill. This is the soul-draining powder. After consuming this poison, it will take effect in 10 days. When it does, you will not die, but you will endure the torment of countless insects gnawing at your heart. As if your very soul is being torn apart, of course, you may choose not to believe me, Yang Yu stated. Cheng Lei involuntarily shivered. Moments ago, he had witnessed Yang Yu extract the poison from a dart and could not doubt his expertise in toxins. In 10 days, I shall provide you with the antidote, Yang Yu added. Cheng Lei, filled with respect, inquired, What must I do? Yang Yu asked, I have killed Lu Chun. The third prince must be aware of my identity by now. Correct? Cheng Lei nodded. You attended the banquet of Lord Chenyang. The third prince's men are already tracing the leads. They will soon uncover your background. Yang Yu commanded, Return to report to the third prince, saying you have killed Chao Wushuang and also that I have perished. Understood. Cheng Lei readily agreed, not uttering another word. Having served as the third prince's tool for so long, he was well aware that a tool's duty is merely to execute orders. He was simply switching masters now. After relaying these instructions, Yang Yu released Cheng Lei. Although he now knew the third prince was the mastermind behind everything, he had no intention of storming the prince's residence directly. Firstly, the information provided by Qinglei and Chao Wushuang was merely what they claimed, and its veracity could not be guaranteed. Yang Yu intended to head to the capital to verify the truth. Secondly, assuming their words were indeed true, Yang Yu would undoubtedly seek the third prince's death. However, eliminating the third prince posed complications. The third prince was not merely an individual but represented a vast force. Within the power core of the Great Xia, various factions intertwined. While directly killing the third prince might not be overly difficult, his influence had already permeated the palace, the court, and even had eyes and ears close to Fan Sisi. Should the third prince suddenly perish, his faction would undoubtedly retaliate fiercely, threatening Fan Sisi's throne and perhaps even her life. Therefore, to kill the third prince, one must not only eliminate him but also uproot his entire force. Thus, Yang Yu planned to first venture to the capital to probe the situation, including the third prince's background and Fan Sisi's circumstances. Afterward, it would not be too late to make further decisions. Yang Yu raced along the road until he reached the city of Chuzhou, where he temporarily paused to catch his breath. The journey from Chuanwu City to the capital was long, and passing through Chuzhou City did not hinder his progress. The moment he entered Chuzhou City, a young man dressed in the attire of the Tingi pavilion quickly approached him, asking, "Are you the special envoy Yang?" "Indeed, I am." "What is it?" replied Yang Yu. The young man said, "The hall master instructed me to wait for you at the entrance, mentioning that there is important news, I understand." "Thank you for your trouble," Yang Yu acknowledged, casually pulling out a silver note worth 100 taels and tossing it to the young man before heading straight to the Tingi pavilion's headquarters. The young man, filled with delight, thought to himself, "The special envoy is truly remarkable, not only possessing immense strength but also devoid of pretentiousness and demonstrating such generosity." Before long, Yang Yu arrived at the hall. After several days apart, Yi Xian's aura felt notably steadier and more restrained. After consuming the pangodan, her strength had visibly improved. The young man outside said, "Do you have something to discuss with me?" Yang Yu inquired. With a serious expression, Yi Xian immediately cut to the chase, saying, "Second young master, not long ago, we set fire to the Chuang mansion, and the matter has escalated greatly. The court is furious, and the empress has personally come to Chuzhou, claiming she intends to capture the culprit and avenge the Chuang." "She has come to Chuzhou?" Yang Yu's heart trembled, and he abruptly stood up from his chair. Yi Xian was somewhat puzzled. The empress's visit to Chuzhou was indeed significant, but she did not expect Yang Yu to react so strongly. Realizing his lapse, Yang Yu felt a bit embarrassed and said, "There are no outsiders here, so I will tell you. During my recent trip to find Chao Wushuang, I obtained some very important information. The Lingwei Empress is none other than Fan Sisi, if Qinglei did not deceive me." "What? This?" Yi Xian's eyes widened in shock. She knew that Yang Yu and Fan Sisi were married, and it was truly hard to fathom how Fan Sisi could be connected to the Empress. "This is a long story, but it is highly likely to be true. I will explain it to you gradually later," Yang Yu replied. "Has the Empress already arrived in Chuzhou?" Yi Xian regained her composure and said, "According to the news from the Tingi Pavilion's branch in the capital, she is expected to arrive around noon today, quite soon. This time, in order to avenge Lu Chun, she has brought many experts and mobilized a contingent of elite troops. Creating quite a spectacle, I will wait at the city gate," Yang Yu said, somewhat excited. "There are many young men from the Tianji Pavilion in the city. If the Empress arrives, they will report back?" Yi Xian remarked that I will go myself. "That way, it will be quicker," Yang Yu decided, not wanting to wait any longer. He had initially thought he would only see Fan Sisi after arriving in the capital. But unexpectedly, she had come to Chuzhou herself. It had been 5 years, and his last memory of Fan Sisi was still from their wedding day, that night when she donned a red gown and phoenix crown. Yet she had not awaited her beloved. Soon, Yang Yu arrived near the city gate and found a distant tea house to sit in, sipping tea while he waited. Before long, Yi Xian joined him. "Why aren't you at the Tingi Pavilion?" Yang Yu inquired. "I am concerned about any unforeseen developments, so I have stationed more personnel nearby. Although the Empress is an old acquaintance of the second young master, this time, it is not just the Empress who has come." Yi Xian replied earnestly. "Please sit down," Yang Yu said, not wanting to press her further. Why Yi Xian's cautious nature was not a bad thing. After sitting idly for a while, Yi Xian spoke up, "Second young master, I have a question that piques my curiosity. Feel free to ask. You need not be overly formal in my presence." Yang Yu smiled. Why Yi Xian continued, "Do you hope that your wife truly becomes the Empress?" Yang Yu pondered for a moment and replied, I cannot say I hope for it, nor can I say I do not. Regardless, I respect her choice. However, after 5 years, I find myself somewhat fearful of seeing her. Why are you afraid? Yixian asked, puzzled. Yang Yu chuckled softly, saying, It's hard to articulate. Perhaps I fear she may not recognize me, or perhaps I fear she may be unwilling to acknowledge me, or maybe I fear she harbors resentment towards me. Or perhaps it is simply a sense of anxiety and nervousness, Wai Yixian remarked. But I believe that if the second young master has always remembered her and thought of her, she must certainly remember and think of you as well. She would not fail to recognize you, nor would she harbor hatred towards you. You both share a woman's intuition. I have faith in that. Yang Yu chuckled in response. Wai Yixian added, moreover, I believe that perhaps her visit to Chuzhou is not solely for avenging the Chuang but rather to meet with you. Oh, what makes you say that? Yang Yu asked. Wai Yixian explained, Do you recall that on the day the Chuang mansion was burned, we found an edict from the empress? She stated that she intended to come to Chuzhou to discuss new policies with the Chuang. Yang Yu nodded, saying, Indeed, who would have thought that the empress was Fan Sisi? Yixian continued, Currently, there are 4 major factions within the court: the Lingwei Empress, the first prince, the second prince, and the third prince. The conflicts among them are already an open secret. Lu Chun belongs to the faction of the third prince, making him an enemy of the empress. The empress has no need to personally seek revenge against her enemies. Whether she comes to discuss new policies or to exact vengeance, ultimately, it is only to come to Chuzhou. Her former family is in Chuzhou, and you are in Chuzhou. How could she not long for you? Perhaps coming to Chuzhou itself is the true purpose. Yang Yu pondered thoughtfully. Over the past 5 years, Fan Sisi had never returned to Chuzhou and had not seen her adoptive parents, likely due to some restrictions preventing her return. Now that the Chuang had met a tragic end and she wielded substantial power, she finally had a strong enough reason to come to Chuzhou and seek an opportunity to meet her family. If she were to see you, she would surely be overjoyed, Yixian added. Yang Yu felt a sense of relief and said, Hearing you say that, I feel much lighter in spirit. Just as they were conversing, a large contingent of officials and soldiers appeared at the city gate, beginning to disperse the onlookers. Common folk, retreat. The main thoroughfare of the city was cleared, leaving not a single stone behind. The soldiers then took their positions on either side, forming a neat array. Following this, a group of men in official attire hurriedly approached. The forefront was none other than the governor of Chuzhou, Li Cheng'an. The governor, accompanied by other officials, stood respectfully at the city gate, glancing anxiously into the distance. Governor, why has the person not yet arrived? A young official whispered. Li Cheng'an replied irritably, What are you asking for? Just wait patiently. When we meet His Majesty, do not speak out of turn. Understood, the young official shrugged. Li Cheng'an was quite distressed. Although, in reality, the Chuang was the most powerful and influential figure in Chuzhou, he did not hold an official position. In terms of status, the Chuang was far superior to Li Cheng'an. However, in terms of official capacity, Li Cheng'an was the highest-ranking officer in Chuzhou. With the recent events in his jurisdiction, the deaths of the Chuang, the Chenyang Marquis, and the commander of the guard, Li Cheng'an felt as though he were on the brink of madness. Upon suddenly learning that the empress was coming to hold him accountable, he wished he could simply pack his belongings and flee. But where could he escape within the territory of the daxia? He silently prayed to the heavens, hoping the empress would not target him. After a long wait, the ground began to tremble, and the sound of galloping hooves drew near rapidly. Li Cheng'an and the other local officials quickly knelt down. Not daring to raise their heads, a sea of cavalry surged into the city, and in the center, a dozen majestic horses pulled a grand palanquin. The palanquin, adorned with golden silk and embellished with dragon motifs, exuded an air of majesty that rendered it impossible to gaze upon directly. With the arrival of the emperor, the spectacle was truly grand. The tea house where Yang Yu was located had also been forced to close its doors. He sat by the window, peering outside to witness the unfolding scene. At a glance, only a small portion of the cavalry had entered the city, with many more still in the rear. It seemed that the total number approached around 30,000. These 30,000 were no ordinary soldiers, but the elite troops of the imperial palace, the most formidable fighting force in the daxia. This situation seems rather inconvenient for the second young master if he wishes to meet the empress. Yixian murmured. Let us observe for now, Yang Yu replied. Meanwhile, Li Cheng'an and the others dared not even breathe, collectively exclaiming, Chuzhou Governor Li Cheng'an pays his respects to your majesty. Long live the fifth emperor. They knelt on the ground, not daring to raise their heads, but could not help but glance upward, eager to catch a glimpse of the empress's true countenance. Noble and royal, most had never seen her before. When the empress was still a princess, she had never left the palace. At the time of her ascension, officials of Li Cheng'an's rank had not had the opportunity to attend the coronation ceremony. Now that the empress had made a rare visit to Chuzhou, they wished to personally verify whether she possessed 3 heads and 6 arms. Otherwise, how could she, as a woman, navigate the turbulent waters of power and best the numerous princes? Unfortunately, the empress did not emerge from the dragon palanquin, merely uttering a cool command, "Be at ease." The dragon palanquin was protected by the imperial guards and positioned far from Li Cheng'an, yet her clear voice resonated as if it were right beside him. Although Li Cheng'an did not see the empress, he was still exceedingly astonished, thinking to himself, "This ability to project her voice is truly remarkable." It is said that the empress entered the realm of masters early on. And it appears to be true. Li Cheng, as the governor of Chuzhou, have you captured the true culprit behind the massacre of the Chuang mansion in recent days? The voice of the empress resounded once more, causing Li Cheng'an to break out in a cold sweat as he stammered, No, it hasn't happened yet. How could you, as the governor, allow such a significant event to unfold?" The tone of the empress hinted at her dissatisfaction. Li Cheng'an felt tears welling up in his eyes, contemplating that if the murderer could devastate the Chu royal residence, who could fathom the level of strength they possessed? What could a mere impoverished governor like himself possibly do? Yet, he had no choice but to admit his fault, trembling as he said, "I have failed in my duties and am willing to accept any punishment." The empress let out a light huff before continuing. "First, let us proceed to the Chu royal residence. I have brought several masters to perform a ritual for the crown prince, aiding him in his swift ascent to paradise." Yes, Li Cheng'an replied, hurriedly preparing to lead the way. At that moment, a figure descended from the sky, landing near Li Cheng'an. It was Yang Yu. Startled, Li Cheng'an exclaimed, "Who goes there?" "Protect Her Majesty." The imperial guards reacted swiftly, forming a protective formation around the empress with heightened vigilance. Yang Yu, however, remained unperturbed, stating, "Your Majesty, I have leads regarding the death of the crown prince that I must report." "Where did this wild dog come from, daring to disrupt Her Majesty?" A young general, Chen Chao, barked angrily as he readied his bow, aiming directly at Yang Yu. He was the commander of this imperial guard, merely 30 years of age, yet already renowned among the young warriors of the capital and Xia. Chen Chao was undoubtedly a prominent figure. He paid no heed to Yang Yu's words. Anyone who threatened the empress's safety was to be executed without hesitation. With a swift motion, the arrow was released, soaring with such speed that a normal person's eyes could scarcely track it. Yet, astonishingly, the arrow halted mid-flight. Yang Yu grasped the arrow, casting a calm glance at Chen Chao. "What?" Chen Chao gasped, his face shifting from pale to red. As the commander of the imperial guards, to have his shot caught bare-handed was an utter humiliation. Intolerable. Murderous intent flickered in his eyes as he drew back his bow once more. "Stand down and let him finish," the empress commanded from within her palanquin. Chen Chao clenched his teeth, replying, "Your Majesty, this rogue may well be an assassin. Who dares to charge into the midst of 30,000 imperial guards to commit murder? Are they mad?" The empress retorted, "If he could indeed succeed in an assassination, it would merely reflect the incompetence of the imperial guards, and thus, your own failings." Chen Chao dared not speak further, shooting a venomous glare at Yang Yu, demanding, "What did you say earlier? What leads do you possess?" Yang Yu surveyed the imperial guards before replying, "This information cannot be divulged to outsiders. Would your Majesty be willing to speak with me privately?" "Presumptuous!" Chen Chao roared in fury, raising his arm as he commanded, "Brothers, kill him." At that moment, the curtains of the palanquin were abruptly drawn aside as the empress emerged, chastising, "Halt! Remain at ease. Those who defy my orders shall be executed." Li Cheng'an and the local officials, mustering their courage, turned to look. What they beheld left them momentarily stunned. The empress, though a woman, possessed a stature that was commanding and awe-inspiring, her visage exuding an aura of authority and even a hint of ferocity. They had imagined her worn down by the toils of governance and the struggles for power, her allure as a woman having long since faded. Yet, in truth, the empress's beauty was striking, her features delicate and exquisite. Her phoenix-like eyes shimmering with the depths of autumn waters. Dressed in simple attire, the dragon-embroidered belt at her waist was sufficient to denote her status. Among the tall imperial guards, her figure appeared somewhat diminutive yet remarkably conspicuous. Despite her breathtaking beauty, Li Qingyan and the others dared not gaze upon her a second time. For beyond her femininity, she was the sovereign of Xia. The unique aura belonging to royalty enveloped her. A woman who is merely beautiful may incite the fantasies of countless men, but a formidable woman, one who reigns over millions, inspires feelings of humility and submission. Standing atop the palanquin, the empress spoke little. Yet her presence overshadowed all. Chen Xiao and his guards dared not utter another word, lowering their heads. Only Yang Yu met the empress's gaze directly, their eyes locking, and the atmosphere grew palpably still. Yang Yu's heart raced, momentarily rendering him speechless. Before leaving the tea house, he had prepared himself mentally, yet upon seeing that familiar face, tranquility eluded him. Fan Sisi. Was it truly her? 5 years had passed, and her appearance seemed unchanged. Yet her demeanor, her grace, was as different as night and day. After all, she had once been a carefree daughter of a wealthy family, and now she was the empress ruling the realm. When Fan Sisi's gaze fell upon Yang Yu, her delicate frame trembled, and she appeared momentarily lost in thought. After a considerable pause, she finally spoke, disbelief evident in her voice. "You are still alive?" "Yes, alive," Yang Yu replied with a subtle smile. Their inexplicable exchange stirred unease within Chen Xiao, prompting him to inquire once more, "Your Majesty, do you know this person?" Chapter 62. Are you Fan Sisi, or the Empress? Fan Sisi swiftly regained her composure and retorted, "Whether I know him or not. Do I need to report to you?" Chen Xiao hastily knelt, panic-stricken. "No, I spoke out of turn. I deserve punishment. I merely wish to ensure your Majesty's safety." "Bring him into the carriage," Fan Sisi commanded, her tone devoid of emotion. Chen Xiao and the guards exchanged alarmed glances. In the palanquin, aside from the emperor, only trusted eunuchs and maidservants could enter. Even Chen Xiao himself could not join. How could they allow an unknown individual to share the carriage with the emperor? "He is my vanguard envoy, having arrived in Chuzhou ahead of time to investigate the crown prince's assassination," Fan Sisi clarified, understanding that unless she clarified Yang Yu's identity, Chen Xiao would never permit him entry. Regardless of the emperor's command and a vanguard envoy, Chen Xiao pondered, growing increasingly suspicious. Yet Fan Sisi offered no further explanation, merely casting a fleeting glance at him. A chill crept into Chen Xiao's heart as he thought. The empress is truly unfathomable. When did she arrange for a vanguard envoy to come, and yet no one knew? This envoy, I have not even seen before. It seems she harbors numerous trusted experts in the shadows. Thus, he dared not voice any further doubts, reluctantly gesturing to the imperial guards, "Allow him to enter." Taking a deep breath, Yang Yu approached with a hint of nervousness. It was not the empress's entourage that unsettled him. In the depths of the abyss, he had encountered figures far more formidable. What truly made him anxious was the prospect of finally seeing the person he had longed for. As he stepped into the carriage, Chen Xiao, with a forced smile, inquired, "Might I ask the name of the vanguard envoy?" Yang Yu pondered for a moment, realizing he still had no grasp of which faction these people belonged to, and casually replied, "Young Fan." Chen Xiao continued, "I presume the vanguard envoy is also a trusted confidant of Her Majesty. We shall be colleagues from now on. I hope you won't take offense at the earlier unpleasantness." With that, he extended his hand in a gesture of reconciliation. Yang Yu, maintaining a gracious demeanor, smiled and shook hands with him. However, as their palms met, Chen Xiao suddenly exerted force, gripping tightly. Chen Xiao's eyes locked onto Yang Yu's with an aggressive intensity. "Ha?" Yang Yu said nothing, secretly channeling his energy. The smugness and provocation vanished from Chen Xiao's face as he exclaimed, "So strong." Yang Yu was taken aback, though they had not directly clashed. Through this handshake, he gauged that Chen Xiao was likely stronger than Cheng Lei, possibly a grandmaster, perhaps 2 or 3 levels higher. For someone of Chen Xiao's age to attain the Xin level was commendable. Yet he was already a grandmaster, an absolute prodigy. In the entirety of Xia, few could match him. Regrettably, he still fell short of me, Yang Yu added silently in his heart while discreetly channeling his energy. A powerful wave of true qi emanating from his palm. Chen Xiao, who had only felt a challenge earlier, suddenly trembled, veins bulging on his forehead. The strength in Yang Yu's hand made him feel an overwhelming sense of helplessness. Even with all his might, he could not resist this terrifying power. With a series of faint cracking sounds, it was unclear whether a bone had been ground or shattered. Qian Shao's fingers were crushed in excruciating pain. Yet his endurance remained formidable, preventing any cries from escaping his lips. However, he could only hold on for so long, gasping in agony as he attempted to pull back. To his horror, he found his hand ensnared, as if it were cemented within an impenetrable wall. This young general possesses remarkable strength. He is not to be underestimated, Yang Yu remarked, a faint smile gracing his lips as he released his grip. Qian Shao hurriedly withdrew his hand, exhaling in relief. Yet, Yang Yu's words of praise stung his ears. With a stern expression, Qian Shao ceased responding to Yang Yu, mounting his horse as he ordered the group. "Let us depart." Yang Yu leaped into the golden palanquin, where the interior was both spacious and opulent, a table elegantly positioned in the center. Fan Sisi reclined in a plush chair, flanked by several eunuchs and maidservants. "Vanguard envoy, please," a kindly old eunuch offered, bringing Yang Yu a chair. "Thank you," Yang Yu replied courteously. Yang Yu slightly clasped his fists, taking a seat with an air of neither servility nor arrogance, casting a brief glance at the few individuals within the carriage. These eunuchs and palace maids appeared to possess considerable strength. The specific realm of a martial artist is not inscribed upon their faces. Yet, through their aura and movements, Yang Yu could make a rough assessment. What had the vanguard discovered by arriving early in Chuzhou? Fan Sisi, lounging languidly upon the dragon throne, inquired. Yang Yu, lost in thought, realized that even though he had entered the carriage, Fan Sisi was still merely playing her part. It seemed that if the two wished to discuss serious matters, they would have to tread carefully around the imperial guards as well as these eunuchs and palace maids. It appeared that there were few entirely trustworthy individuals beside the empress. Thus, Yang Yu feigned seriousness and stated, "Prince of Chu, Lu Chun." Actually the eunuchs and palace maids were clearly eavesdropping. At that moment, Yang Yu abruptly raised his palm and waved it toward the eunuchs and palace maids, releasing a cloud of pale powder that enveloped them. Before they could react, they felt dizzy and soon collapsed into a deep slumber. Fan Sisi was taken aback and exclaimed, "What is this?" Upon seeing Yang Yu again, her impression of him lingered on 5 years prior. 5 years ago, despite having grown up together, shared deep affections, and even wed, she could not deny that Yang Yu had been a reckless youth with little martial prowess. Thus, she found it hard to believe that with a mere gesture, he could incapacitate these eunuchs, who were all masters in their own right. Yang Yu smiled and explained, "It's merely a kind of poison powder." "A small trick? Poison? They won't die, will they?" Fan Sisi expressed slight concern. "No need to worry. They will merely lose consciousness for a while. With outsiders present, it is inconvenient to speak," Yang Yu replied. Fan Sisi hesitated and asked, "Are you truly Yang Yu, or do you merely resemble him?" "I am indeed Yang Yu," he affirmed with a deep nod, then cautiously inquired, "And you are Fan Sisi, or the Empress of Great Xia?" Unable to restrain herself, Fan Sisi gently touched his face with her fingertip. Her eyes first reflected bewilderment, then melancholy, and finally, they glistened with tears as she said, "It truly is you. You are indeed alive." In that moment, she bore none of the emperor's imposing demeanor or coldness. Yang Yu felt an inexplicable pang in his heart, holding her hand tightly as he said, "Sisi, I am sorry." Fan Sisi shook her head and replied, "No, you have nothing to apologize for. I know all that transpired 5 years ago. If anyone should say sorry, it is I to the Yang family. I have brought misfortune upon you." Chapter 63. The Gu master Fan Sisi had always been remarkably understanding. Hearing her words only deepened Yang Yu's sorrow, prompting him to gently embrace her, saying, "Regardless of everything, I have returned. No one shall ever harm you again." Fan Sisi's cheeks flushed, and she leaned silently against his shoulder. She could sense that the Yang Yu of today was no longer the frivolous young master of yore. After a moment, she softly asked, "Yang Yu, have you uncovered anything regarding the events of 5 years ago?" Yang Yu nodded and recounted his recent undertakings, from sweeping through the Song family upon his return to Anjiang City, to causing a stir at a banquet, and ultimately bloodily assaulting the Prince of Chu's residence, leading him to the third prince. With each revelation, Fan Cici's astonishment grew. So it was you who killed the Prince of Chu, and you forced Qinglei, a grandmaster, to divulge everything. He even became your informant? Yang Yu, you must have endured tremendous hardships over these 5 years. Fan Cici gazed at him, her eyes filled with affection and concern. Over the years, she too had made significant strides in martial arts, understanding well the difficulties and pains of cultivation. That Yang Yu had achieved such heights in just 5 years must have entailed countless sufferings and inhumane trials. While others marvel at my strength, their first instinct is to inquire about my realm. Only you, your first thought is of my suffering. Yang Yu lamented. Truly, it is the hallmark of a devoted wife to understand the pain of her partner. Fan Cici's face turned crimson as she playfully chided. What are you saying? Yang Yu's expression turned serious. Let us reserve matters of romance for the evening. For now, let us discuss pressing matters. Is all the information Qinglei shared with you accurate? Fan Cici's demeanor shifted to one of gravity, replying, he did not deceive you. In truth, when I first learned that I was a forsaken royal bloodline, I found it hard to accept. Gradually, however, I came to terms with the truth. Upon entering the palace, I longed to escape and return to Anjiang City, but alas, I was unable to fulfill that desire. Why every move was under the surveillance and control of the third prince. The third prince, Yang Yu's gaze hardened. Although Fan Cici's description was succinct, he could imagine the immense pressure a frail woman would face when captured and forced to impersonate Princess Lingwei. Outwardly a princess, she was in truth trapped within an unyielding prison, stripped of her freedom. All of this was orchestrated by the third prince. Fan Cici continued, eventually, I understood that if I wished to break free from this cage, I must grow stronger and cultivate my own influence. A weak woman with the title of princess could only become a plaything or a tool for others. Thus, I diligently trained and endeavored to establish my own power. Only with a sufficient foundation could I avoid being controlled. Yang Yu marveled. In the end, you rose to prominence? Fan Cici chuckled softly. To say I rose to prominence would be an exaggeration. The identity of a woman inherently carries disadvantages in the power struggles. While I possess some personal influence, it pales in comparison to that of the other princes. It was only when my father later bestowed the throne upon me that the situation was completely reversed. Hearing this, Yang Yu felt a sense of relief in his heart. He did not care for the title of emperor, but Fan Cici's triumph over several princes was indeed a cause for great satisfaction. One could only imagine the expressions on the faces of her brothers when their father passed the throne to his daughter. Fan Cici continued, after I ascended the throne, it became nearly impossible for the third prince to manipulate me any longer. At last, I was able to find an opportunity to return home. However, as an emperor, I cannot return openly as Fan Cici. Moreover, many of the imperial guards are spies for the princes, and my every action cannot go unnoticed. Although I found a chance to come to Chuzhou, I still do not know how to meet my parents. Despite her elevation to the noble ranks of royalty, she had never forgotten the parents who had raised her. Yet, the desire to see them had become a luxury. When she was a puppet princess, she could not escape the third prince's grasp. Now that she was an emperor, there were far too many concerns, and she was under the scrutiny of countless eyes, making it challenging to seek out her parents discreetly. Your father and mother are doing quite well. Not long ago, I visited the Fan family martial arts school and provided your father with some prescriptions to help his health. You need not worry, Yang Yu reassured her. However, a look of concern crossed Fan Cici's face as she asked, have you considered why the third prince did not kill my parents? I have thought about it. Yang Yu replied, furrowing his brow. Upon learning that Fan Cici had been captured to impersonate the princess, he had pondered why the third prince had not exterminated the Fan family in the process. The Prince of Chu's inaction regarding the Fan family was understandable. After all, his sole task was to find someone to hand over to the third prince. With that mission accomplished, he was free from further obligations. In essence, the Prince of Chu was merely a high-ranking tool, not required to undertake unnecessary actions. The third prince, however, was the true mastermind, capable of overseeing the entire situation and discerning all potential risks. Utilizing Fan Cici to replace Princess Lingwei could never be allowed to come to light. Consequently, the fewer individuals who knew her true identity, the better. From the third prince's perspective, it would be prudent to eliminate her adoptive parents, and even her entire family and friends. Yet, the reality was that the Fan family remained unscathed, and her parents were thriving. Yang Yu did not consider the third prince a fool. The only plausible explanation was that the third prince found her parents useful. Yang Yu continued, I suspect that the third prince is using your parents as leverage against you. If you do not comply, he threatens to kill them. What puzzles me is why, as hostages, he did not confine your parents. Fan Sisi sighed softly. Indeed, he did use my parents to threaten me. However, from the outset, I maintained a firm stance. While other matters could be negotiated, if he harmed my parents, I would directly expose the truth to my father, leading to mutual destruction. So this was the outcome of your power struggle, Yang Yu realized. If Fan Sisi had gone to Emperor One to confess, her impersonation of Princess Lingwei would have resulted in severe punishment. However, should the third prince have killed Princess Lingwei and replaced her with a substitute, his fate would have been even more dire. Those with nothing to lose fear nothing. The third prince would certainly hesitate to take that gamble. To maintain this balance with the third prince, Fan Sisi must have exerted considerable effort. Fan Sisi continued, thus, I reached an agreement with the third prince. He would spare my parents, allowing them to live peacefully, while I would play the role of the princess and vow not to return to Anjiang City. This balance persisted for quite some time, until I ascended to the throne and felt empowered to break it. As an emperor, I shall see my parents if I wish. What can he do about it? He must have taken action, Yang Yu speculated. Fan Sisi bit her silver teeth and replied, indeed, after Emperor Wen's passing. The third prince realized I would undoubtedly retaliate against him. He had long since placed a heartrending goo on my parents, a fact I only recently discovered. Heartrending goo. What exactly is the effect? Yang Yu inquired. Fan Sisi elaborated, the heartrending goo is an exceedingly malevolent form of goo sorcery. After my parents fell victim to this curse, their daily lives appeared entirely normal. However, the third prince possesses the ability to manipulate the sorcery from a distance. Once the heartrending goo is triggered, my parents' hearts will shatter, leading to their demise. Previously, I believed my parents were living well, unscathed by this curse, unaware that their lives were perpetually under the third prince's control. This despicable creature is playing a dangerous game. Anger surged within Yang Yu as Fan Sisi lamented. My parents being afflicted by the heartrending goo is far more troublesome than mere confinement. If they were merely imprisoned, I could devise a plan to rescue them, but with the heartrending goo, there is no one who can unravel it. Even if I were to bring them close to me, it would be futile, for the third prince could strike them down at any moment. Yang Yu furrowed his brow. He had achieved considerable success in martial arts, medicine, and alchemy, yet he was utterly inexperienced in the realm of goo sorcery. His master had expressed profound disdain for such arts in the depths of the abyss, and had not imparted any knowledge of goo techniques to him. With his parents ensnared by the heartrending goo, he felt his hands tied, unable to settle old scores with the third prince. Fan Sisi sighed, fortunately, as long as we maintain the status quo, my parents' lives remain unaffected. After a moment of contemplation, Yang Yu proposed, in that case, you should stay in the county city and continue to mourn for the king of Chu. I will return to Anjiang City and seek a means to lift the curse afflicting my in-laws. Although Yang Yu yearned to spend more tender moments with Fan Sisi, he understood that as long as the curse on her parents remained unresolved, both he and Fan Sisi were effectively bound and unable to act against the third prince. Fan Sisi expressed her concerns. Are you certain you can manage? With your appearance before the Imperial Guards, the third prince will soon become aware. If he discovers your actions, he will undoubtedly target you. Yang Yu chuckled softly. Target me? He is welcome to try. I am leaving. Await my news. With that, he gently kissed Fan Sisi on the forehead and leapt from the dragon carriage. Yang Yu landed. The Imperial Guards, like startled birds, immediately fixed their gazes upon him, ready to strike. The vanguard has other duties. Do not impede him, Fan Sisi commanded, her tone leaving no room for dispute. The Imperial Guards then reigned in their murderous intent. With a swift motion, Yang Yu dashed past the ranks of soldiers, soaring like a wild goose, quickly disappearing from view. Chun Chao watched as Yang Yu's figure gradually faded, narrowing his eyes in contemplation. Inside the carriage, Fan Sisi gently touched her forehead, recalling the soft sensation, her cheeks flushing once more. However, she quickly regained her imperial composure, silently closing her eyes to restore her energy. After a while, several eunuchs and palace maids stirred from their slumber, rubbing their eyes in confusion before suddenly kneeling in alarm, exclaiming, "Your Majesty, we are most culpable. To have dozed off in the presence of the emperor is unforgivable." Yet, As they reflected, they realized their slumber had been abrupt and peculiar, as everyone had fallen asleep simultaneously, but they dared not question it. Fan Sisi slowly opened her eyes, stating, "It is of no consequence. Rise. After a long journey, weariness is inevitable. Thank you, Your Majesty," they responded, trembling with trepidation. After some deliberation, one of them cautiously inquired, "Your Majesty, where is the vanguard?" Fan Sisi cast a calm glance at them, remaining silent. The eunuchs broke into a cold sweat, hastily retracting their words. "I spoke out of turn. I am at fault." Yang Yu returned to the Tiangong pavilion at once. He possessed a clear understanding of his abilities. He knew he could not unravel the Gu sorcery himself. The heart-rending Gu was undoubtedly among the most formidable of its kind. To break this curse, he must locate the most skilled Gu master. Gu masters were an exceedingly rare breed, even scarcer than alchemists. This scarcity arose from the difficulty of mastering Gu sorcery and its predominantly sinister nature, leading to a poor reputation that made Gu masters objects of fear and disdain. Few individuals were willing to study such arts. Yet, Yang Yu was aware that a Gu master of exceptional skill could indeed lift the heart-rending Gu. He required the intelligence network of the Tiangong pavilion to expedite the search for this individual. "Second young master, did you meet the empress?" Yi Xian exclaimed in surprise at Yang Yu's swift return. Yang Yu cut to the chase. "Help me find someone." "Who are you looking for?" Yi Xian inquired. "Miao Yulong." Yang Yu wrote the name on a piece of paper. Upon seeing the name, Yi Xian murmured, "That name is rather uncommon, but in this vast world, there must be others with the same name. Does the person you seek have any additional distinguishing features?" Yang Yu replied, "I have never laid eyes on him. I only know he bears the title of the Azure Flower Saint Hand." "Azure Flower Saint Hand?" Yi Xian gasped. Yang Yu asked, "Do you know him?" Yi Xian clarified, "I cannot say I know him personally, but I am familiar with the name. It seems he is quite renowned. I only know he is a master of Gu sorcery." Yang Yu continued, "During my time in the Abyss, I had a few drinks with his senior apprentice." Yi Xian remarked, "In the Great Xia and its neighboring countries, it is challenging to agree on who is the foremost martial artist or alchemist. However, if one were to name the greatest Gu master, it would undoubtedly be Miao Yulong. The profession of Gu master is already shrouded in mystery and fear. Miao Yulong's name alone inspires terror. He embodies fear itself, and even the strongest warriors and families regard him with utmost caution." "Is he truly that formidable?" Yang Yu marveled. "I wonder how he compares to his senior apprentice." Why, Yi Xian mused, to offend a martial artist, an alchemist, or even a poison master pales in comparison to incurring the wrath of a Gu master. Those who have crossed Miao Yulong often find themselves meeting their demise without knowing how it happened, dying in any place, at any time, and by any means. Yang Yu chuckled. "In that case, my interest in Miao Yulong has only intensified. With the capabilities of the Tiangong pavilion, locating him should not prove difficult, correct?" Yi Xian nodded. "Miao Yulong has resided in the Northern Light Kingdom for over 2 years, reportedly living near Yangming Mountain. I will contact the Yangming Mountain branch of the Tiangong pavilion to assist in locating him. We will certainly find him, but if second young master wishes for him to come to Chuzhou, it may be unrealistic. He possesses an eccentric personality and is reluctant to engage with anyone, often resorting to curses at the slightest provocation. It would be challenging to persuade him to come to Chuzhou, let alone even converse with him, and no matter." Yang Yu replied nonchalantly, "Deliver this item to him, and he will naturally come to see me." Yang Yu unfurled a silk-wrapped object from his person. "What is this?" Yi Xian asked. Curiosity piqued as she unveiled the silk, revealing a transparent orb containing a wisp of black mist. The orb was entirely sealed, and the means by which the mist entered remained a mystery. Nevertheless, Yi Xian felt a chill upon holding the orb, her heart racing slightly. "Before I departed from the Abyss, Miao Yulong's senior apprentice bestowed this upon me, stating that as long as I present this transformative orb to Miao Yulong, he would be at my service." Yang Yu explained at present. "I require someone skilled in Gu sorcery, and Miao Yulong is undoubtedly the best candidate. I shall attend to this immediately," Yi Xian affirmed. Though she was unaware of the orb's allure, she trusted in Yang Yu's judgment. Yang Yu inquired, "How long do you estimate it will take for Miao Yulong to arrive in Chuzhou?" Yi Xian calculated. The journey from Chuzhou to the Northern Light Kingdom spans nearly the entirety of the Great Xia. If we rely on human effort to contact Miao Yulong, it may take 10 to 15 days at the least. However, The Tiangong Pavilion possesses specialized methods. Oh? Yang Yu expressed intrigue, despite being a special envoy. He was not well acquainted with the inner workings of the Tiangong Pavilion. Please wait a moment, Yixian instructed as she departed to the rear courtyard. After a short while, she returned with a large black bird perched upon her shoulder. The bird, standing about 2 feet tall, exuded a commanding presence with its sharp gaze. This bird, known as the Ming Sha eagle, is a hybrid of a fierce beast and a hunting falcon, domesticated for its unique attributes. Not only does it possess formidable combat abilities, but it also surpasses carrier pigeons in communication prowess. However, the Ming Sha eagle is exceedingly rare. Even the Tiangong Pavilion can only maintain one per branch. It is employed only in urgent matters, as Yixian explained. She gently scratched the bird's neck with her fingertip. The Ming Sha eagle, eyes closed, appeared quite content as it shrugged its shoulders, though it looked fierce. It seemed remarkably gentle with Yixian. This bird is intriguing, Yang Yu remarked, finding himself quite fond of it. This creature is far superior to a carrier pigeon. Wai Yixian secured the transformative orb to the Ming Sha eagle's leg, then retrieved a small gray bean from a cabinet and fed it to the bird. The Ming Sha eagle took the bean in its beak and swallowed it whole. These beans are specialized food, each corresponding to a specific branch location. The one I just fed it signifies the Yangming Mountain branch of the Northern Lai Kingdom. Once it consumes this bean, it will fly directly to its destination. Yixian elaborated. Yang Yu praised, to utilize the Ming Sha eagle to such an extent is no small feat after consuming the special bean. The Ming Sha eagle seemed invigorated and took flight. Soaring out of the Tiangong Pavilion with remarkable speed. In an instant, its silhouette vanished. With the speed of the Ming Sha eagle, it could reach the Yangming Mountain branch within a day, from where they could locate Miao Yulong. If Miao Yulong were to hasten towards Chuzhou at full speed, it would take him a minimum of 4 days, totaling 5 days. I understand, Yixian remarked. Yang Yu nodded slightly. My in-laws have been afflicted by the heart-cleft goo. Every additional day poses a risk. However, Miao Yulong, unlike the soaring Ming Sha Ying, could not fly, and thus could not hasten his journey further. For the time being, there was little he could do but wait patiently. Though he could spare some time to impart martial skills to his elder brother and Wanner. That night, within the imperial city, at Fengqing Palace, a young man clad in white sat at a table. Perusing an old tome by candlelight, a gentle breeze swept through, causing the candle flame to flicker slightly. Cheng Lei appeared before the young man, kneeling on one knee, and said, I pay my respects to your highness. This young man was none other than Lu Yuanju, the third son of Emperor Wan. Lu Yuanju set down the book and inquired nonchalantly, what has become of Cao Wushuang? Cheng Lei nodded and replied, I have already killed him. Lu Yuanju smiled and remarked, fewer mouths to feed is undoubtedly a good thing. Back then, I showed him mercy for his hard work and let him retire to his hometown. He lived a few more years, which I suppose is a fair recompense. Your Highness is benevolent, Cheng Lei said. Lu Yuanju then asked, when you killed Cao Wushuang, did you encounter the rogue Yang Yu? In recent days, Lu Yuanju had ordered an investigation into the events surrounding the death of the King of Chu, and had pieced together the facts. Although the Chu King's residence had been burned to the ground, leaving no trace, many guests and passers-by at the Chenyang Marquis residence and the Song family in Anjiang City had seen Yang Yu. Lu Yuanju was nearly certain that the one who murdered the King of Chu was none other than Yang Yu, which left him astounded. 5 years prior, after Lu Yuanju had found Fan Sisi, he had investigated her familial connections and discovered that she not only had parents but was also engaged to the second son of the Yang family. However, at that time, nearly all the members of the Yang family had perished, leaving only the eldest and the third miss, who were of little consequence, so Lu Yuanju had not given it much thought. He never anticipated that the second son of the Yang family, the husband of that vile woman, had not only survived but dared to return for vengeance. The third prince felt threatened and believed he must act swiftly to execute this madman, lest he cause trouble in the imperial city. Hence, he spared no effort in having the Grand Master Cheng Lei eliminate Cao Wushuang, while also lying in wait. As soon as Yang Yu sought out Cao Wushuang, he would surely encounter Cheng Lei. The third prince's foresight was uncanny. Yang Yu had reached Cao Wushuang before him. When I arrived, Cao Wushuang was revealing secrets from years past, Cheng Lei recounted. Lu Yuanju frowned. That eunuch is dead. Cheng Lei continued, subsequently, I engaged in combat with Yang Yu, who was truly formidable. If he weren't, how could he have bloodied the Chu King's residence? There were 5 masters within. Lu Yuanju replied, of course, or I would not have dispatched you. Cheng Lei, still shaken, remarked, it was only upon engaging that I realized Yang Yu is himself a grand master. Fortunately, I was slightly superior. I ultimately triumphed and killed him. He is indeed a grand master and so young. It is fortunate he met his end early. Lu Yuanju sighed in relief, then expressed concern. Were you injured? Cheng Lei replied nonchalantly, I have sustained injuries, but they are not severe. Primarily, one of my arms is shattered and will require time to mend. Regardless, being able to eliminate Yang Yu and mitigate a potential threat to your highness is worth the price of my wounds. Lu Yuanju quickly rose, grasping Cheng Lei's hand. For this mission, my most crucial general has suffered greatly. Alas, as he spoke, his eyes reddened. As if genuinely pained for Cheng Lei, however, he discreetly assessed the state of his arm. Contemplating, Cheng Lei's arm is indeed shattered. It seems he speaks the truth. Having paid such a price, Yang Yu must surely be dead. Cheng Lei, taken aback by his favor, said, Your Highness need not worry. With some medicinal elixirs and a bit of recuperation, I shall recover. Lu Yuanju nodded solemnly, Old Cheng, you should rest and tend to your injuries. Cheng Lei promptly excused himself. He had been afflicted by Yang Yu's soul-draining powder and had effectively betrayed the third prince. Lingering here for another moment was tormenting. Not long after Cheng Lei departed, a voice from outside the palace called, Your Highness, we have received news from Chuzhou. Bring it forth, Lu Yuanju commanded. Soon, a servant entered, bowing deeply as he presented a sealed letter to Lu Yuanju. Lu Yuanju examined the missive, his brow furrowing. The vanguard envoy. Why has another vanguard envoy suddenly emerged? That vile woman has gathered quite a number of sycophants. The servant trembled at the sight of the third prince's expression. Lu Yuanju inquired, Did Chen Hao say anything else? What of the vanguard envoy? The servant, sweating profusely, replied, I do not know. Useless fool, Lu Yuanju cursed. Whether at the servant or at Chen Chao was unclear. He then instructed, Send word to Chen Chao to keep a close eye on the empress. If that vile woman wishes to leave the imperial city, let her remain in Chuzhou. Yes, the servant complied. A cruel smile crept across Lu Yuanju's lips as he murmured, Vile woman, I care not what you intend to do in Chuzhou, no matter your schemes. By the time you return, this capital will already be under my control, and it will be too late. Days later, in Anjiang City, a fine steed galloped swiftly through the city gates, its rider a strikingly handsome man who drew many gazes. This man, with a well-proportioned physique and flawless skin, outshone even the fairest of women. His beauty was not effeminate. He exuded a palpable masculinity. Wherever he rode, many women could not help but steal glances, only to compare him unfavorably to their own partners. Upon realizing their own men fell short, they could only sigh in self-pity, and by the time they looked up again, the handsome man had vanished into the wind. Before long, this man and his steed arrived at the Yang residence. Who could have imagined that this extraordinarily handsome man was the feared Miao Yulong? Upon dismounting, Miao Yulong wasted no time and strode inside. Though the residence was vast, not a single soul was in sight. Miao Yulong surveyed his surroundings and bellowed, Senior brother, come forth at once. This must be the legendary Qinghua Shengshou, Miao Yulong, I presume? Yang Yu sauntered out, sizing Miao Yulong up and down. Miao Yulong, perplexed, asked, Who are you? Where is my senior brother? That champion ball was given to me by your senior brother, Zhou Wei, Yang Yu stated directly. Miao Yulong's expression turned strange. What nonsense! My senior brother is trapped in the abyss of silence. He cannot possibly send anything to you. Yang Yu countered, Is it not possible that I brought the item out from the abyss of silence myself? Miao Yulong rolled his eyes. That is even more absurd. The abyss of silence only allows entry, not exit if you were indeed within. How could you have emerged? Yang Yu muttered to himself. That Zhou Wei fellow said that presenting a token would make the junior brother compliant. It seems this junior brother is rather reluctant to listen. What are you mumbling about? I am asking you a question. What has become of my senior brother? How did the champion ball end up in your possession? Miao Yulong's gaze turned icy. I have already explained, but you refuse to believe me. Yang Yu shrugged. Miao Yulong's eyes glinted with coldness. Since you know the name of Qinghua Shengshou, you should understand how effortlessly I can take a life. Ha! Yang Yu scoffed. When Zhou Wei saw him, he had to address him as brother. Yet here stands a mere junior brother, speaking so arrogantly. Miao Yulong, enraged, swiftly reached for his waist, drawing forth a gleaming silver weapon aimed at Yang Yu. What he unsheathed was a soft sword, smooth and glimmering with a silvery gray sheen, akin to a serpent gliding through the air. Whoosh! The blade approached, its aura already pressing against Yang Yu. Yang Yu's heart raced in alarm. Such formidable sword energy. He had encountered many enemies since leaving the abyss, including masters and grand masters, but none compared to Miao Yulong. Yang Yu, for once, took the matter seriously. He circulated his true qi in both palms and struck out forcefully. He needed Miao Yulong's assistance, so he could not attack him directly. Clap. His palms met, and he surprisingly managed to clamp down on Miao Yulong's soft sword. Miao Yulong's expression shifted as he tugged and twisted fiercely, but could not extract the soft sword. This left him utterly astonished. His pride lay in his Gu techniques, yet it did not mean he was solely adept in that realm. He was also an unparalleled talent in martial arts. Yet, before this peer, he felt an overwhelming sense of impotence. Truly worthy of being Zhou Wei's junior brother. In terms of sheer skill, you have reached about 30% of his level, Yang Yu complimented. This was high praise in Yang Yu's eyes. In his mind, Zhou Wei was among the foremost experts within the abyss. For Miao Yulong, being so young and having lived in relative peace in the outside world, to have achieved even 30% of Zhou Wei's prowess was remarkable indeed. However, upon hearing such praise, Miao Yulong's face flushed with anger and embarrassment as he gritted his teeth. Arrogant fool. Do not blame me for lacking in martial ethics. Unable to withdraw his soft sword, he decided to abandon it, retreating swiftly. With a smirk, he remarked, "Do you believe that by forcibly catching my sword technique, you appear impressive and domineering? Regrettably, just moments ago, you fell victim to my wolf spider goo. If you do not wish to meet your demise, you would do well to beg for mercy." Yang Yu feigned surprise, repeatedly asking, "What goo? Am I under the influence of a curse? What effect does this curse possess?" It truly instills fear. Regrettably, he feigns indifference, appearing more mocking than frightened. Miao Yulong clenched his teeth and declared, "I had no intention of using sorcery to kill, but since you insist on death, do not blame me." As he spoke, his fingers moved swiftly, seemingly etching some arcane symbol into the air. However, Yang Yu merely stared at him, unresponsive. "What's this?" Miao Yulong pondered, continuing to channel the curse. Yet, Yang Yu remained unmoved, even expressing concern with, "Is it done?" Miao Yulong's expression began to shift. It seemed his wolf spider curse had failed. "This cannot be. It makes no sense. I have mastered it to perfection. How could it fail?" Yang Yu chuckled softly and replied, "Save your strength. Do you think your senior brother fears me for no reason?" "What do you mean? Why does he fear you?" Miao Yulong gradually began to believe that this fellow might genuinely know his senior brother, perhaps even having emerged from the forbidden grounds. Yang Yu spoke with a calm demeanor, "Because I am immune to all curses. Your senior brother and you, your greatest trump cards, are utterly ineffective against me." This revelation left Miao Yulong momentarily speechless. What nonsense is this? Is there truly someone in this world immune to curses? Yang Yu smiled and said, "If you don't believe me, you may test it again." Miao Yulong, his face reddening, retorted, "Very well, this is your request." With that, he swiftly sliced his palm and flung it towards Yang Yu. Curses come in various forms, one of which is known as insect curses, wherein special cursed insects are forcibly implanted into the target to control or harm them. Most cursed insects are exceedingly tiny, undetectable to the naked eye. As Miao Yulong flung his hand, a type of cursed insect clung to each of his 5 fingers and was cast upon Yang Yu. Yet, Yang Yu remained utterly unperturbed. Miao Yulong attempted to control the cursed insects, only to be horrified to discover that he could not sense their presence at all. This indicated that the cursed insects had all perished. Gasping, Miao Yulong inhaled deeply, staring at Yang Yu as if he had seen a ghost, and no matter how powerful a warrior is, they are still flesh and blood. Cursed insects cannot simply vanish upon contact. Yet this individual seemed to possess a body that was toxic to cursed insects, causing them to perish upon touch. Miao Yulong suddenly felt like a feeble infant before him. His martial prowess was utterly obliterated, and his most cherished sorcery was rendered moot. "Now, do you harbor any doubts?" Yang Yu inquired again. Miao Yulong snapped back to reality and stammered, "No, none at all. no longer daring to question the relationship between Yang Yu and his senior brother. He realized that his senior brother, who was exceedingly proud, could only yield to someone as formidable as Yang Yu. The fact that his senior brother had brought back the ever-changing orb from Yang Yu was a token, a reminder to faithfully follow him in the future. You need not be overly anxious. I summoned you merely for a trivial matter. Yang Yu stated. Point 2 of my relatives have succumbed to a curse known as the heartrending curse, which I cannot unravel. Miao Yulong expressed surprise. The heartrending curse. This sorcery is quite profound, with no more than a handful of individuals in the Great Xia and surrounding nations capable of employing it. Yang Yu replied, though there are few, you are the foremost curse master. You must be able to break it. Not a problem, Miao Yulong said without hesitation, his tone seemingly calm yet tinged with pride. In this world, if anyone could cast a curse, he could surely undo it, except for his senior brother, Zhou Wei. Let us go, Yang Yu said, not wishing to delay, and promptly led Miao Yulong to the Fan family martial arts hall. Ah, Yang Yu, you have arrived in the hall, Fanji greeted Yang Yu with a broad smile. Ever since he had taken Yang Yu's medicinal formula, his health had been steadily improving. Father-in-law, the matter is somewhat lengthy. Please cooperate with my friend to help you dispel the heartrending curse, and I will explain later, Yang Yu said with a serious expression. What is it that warrants such gravity? Fanji inquired, puzzled before suddenly becoming excited. Could it be that you have found Cici? Yang Yu nodded and said, yes, please adjust your mood. What I am about to tell you may be difficult to digest. Miao Yulong. You may begin. Miao Yulong then smiled at Fanji and said, Uncle Fan, please sit cross-legged and remove your upper garment. Although Fanji was uncertain of the purpose, he trusted Yang Yu's friend and complied without further thought. Uncle Fan, please bear with it, Miao Yulong said, producing a slender needle and swiftly piercing it into Fanji's back. Drops of blood began to ooze forth slowly. With rapid movements, Miao Yulong explored Fanji's back, seemingly searching for something. Indeed, it is the heartrending curse. What is the principle behind this heartrending curse? Yang Yu inquired. While Miao Yulong worked, he explained, curses primarily fall into 3 categories: insect curses, voodoo curses, and spellmark curses. The heartrending curse belongs to the 3rd category. Spellmark curses are the most insidious and least detectable. Essentially, this type of sorcery involves implanting a specific mark on a human, which establishes a connection with the caster, allowing them to detonate the mark at will, inflicting control or harm on the afflicted. As for the heartrending curse, once detonated, the heart shatters, hence the named malicious, a means of remote assassination without leaving a trace. Yang Yu exclaimed, silently grateful to the old man. During his time studying in the Forbidden Grounds, his master had refrained from teaching him sorcery, but had nonetheless found a way to temper his body, granting him immunity to curses. This was why Yang Yu could completely disregard Miao Yulong's sorcery. Point. One must acknowledge that his master possessed remarkable foresight. Curses have a low threshold for understanding, leaving few capable of mastering them. Yet their potential is exceedingly high. Top-tier curses can evade even the most formidable warriors. Take the heartrending curse, for instance. Even a grandmaster would be at a loss if afflicted. Thus, it is best to avoid them altogether. In fact, voodoo curses and insect curses bear similar effects. One implants a spell mark within the body, while the other introduces cursed insects into it. Certain insect curses can even control life and death from a distance. However, insect curses are easier to employ and yield generally weaker results. Most importantly, insect curses are relatively simple to dispel, as they are, at their core, mere insects, which can perish. For instance, some powerful warriors can directly obliterate cursed insects with their true energy. However, spellmark curses differ. The marks possess no life, cannot die, nor do they vanish on their own. Only the caster can lift the spellmark curse, unless one finds a curse master of significantly superior skill, such as myself. Yang Yu chuckled, that last statement is the crux, is it not? Yet it is indeed the truth. You possess the confidence to back it. Miao Yulong smiled, tacitly acknowledging the compliment, and then addressed Fanji. The next part may be somewhat painful, Uncle Fan. Please endure. Fanji nodded, do not worry. This old body is still quite resilient. Miao Yulong focused intently and suddenly struck Fanji with a forceful blow. Blood began to seep more rapidly from the previously pricked needle mark. Yet rather than flowing downward, the blood began to move spontaneously across Fanji's back, forming intricate crimson patterns that gradually connected. Miao Yulong's expression was one of utmost concentration. Forcibly dispelling a curse may not appear as a grand spectacle, but it requires immense mental fortitude. Seizing the opportunity, Yang Yu said to Fanji, "Father-in-law, I have found Cece." Fanji was both astonished and elated, exclaiming, "So she is indeed alive. I knew she would be fine. How is she doing? Is she well?" "She is doing well," Yang Yu replied. "In fact, Cece is your adopted child, is she not?" Miao Yulong's task. Fanji was momentarily taken aback. "How do you know this? You do not despise her, do you?" He had never disclosed her adoption to anyone, as he had genuinely raised Fan Cece as his own daughter, aiming to provide her with the treatment deserving of a biological child. Fan Cece was an abandoned infant, and should the fact of her being an adopted daughter come to light, it would undoubtedly diminish her standing within the family, attracting criticism and even impacting her prospects for marriage. Thus, apart from him and his wife, no one else knew, including Fan Cece herself. Yang Yu hastily waved his hands. "Why would I despise her? What I wish to discuss pertains to her biological parents." Fanji said, "When I traveled with a merchant caravan, I happened upon her. At the time, she was covered in blood, and I had no idea what had transpired." "Could it be that you have found her biological parents?" Yang Yu replied, "You might find it hard to believe, but her biological father is Emperor One, Lu Kong, and she is now the Lingwei Empress." "What?" Fanji was engulfed in a haze of confusion and shock. Yang Yu elucidated, "The situation is as follows." After much explanation, Yang Yu managed to convey the astonishing information to Fanji. After a considerable struggle to accept this overwhelming revelation, Fanji felt a profound sense of guilt, saying, "So it appears I have brought disaster upon the Yang family by adopting Cece." Yang Yu replied earnestly, "This has nothing to do with you. The true mastermind behind the scenes, I have nearly dealt with all of them, with only the third prince remaining." "Are you truly intent on killing the third prince?" Fanji inquired anxiously. Yang Yu did not respond to this question, instead stating, "Though Cece has ascended to the throne, the capital is rife with hidden currents, and she is surrounded by countless enemies' spies. Therefore, it may not be convenient for her to meet with you two elders recently." Fanji remarked, "As long as she is well, I shall find peace, even if it means never seeing her again. Currently, you and your mother-in-law are afflicted with the heart-splitting goo, which has inadvertently become Cece's Achilles' heel. Thus, I hope you and your mother-in-law can leave the Great Xia for the time being." Yang Yu bluntly expressed this thought, one he had harbored for quite some time. The third prince is unscrupulous. Once he discovers that the heart-splitting goo has lost its effect, he will undoubtedly target the two elders. Despite Yang Yu's strength, he cannot constantly keep them by his side. Sending them away from the Great Xia is the wisest choice. When everything settles, they may return to enjoy their twilight years without delay. Alas, I never imagined that for these 5 years, Cece has been burdened by me," Fanji lamented, filled with both sorrow and guilt. "Yang Yu, you and Cece are already capable of standing on your own. Whatever you instruct me to do, I shall comply. It is not just a matter of temporarily leaving the Great Xia. I would not hesitate to sacrifice my life," Yang Yu replied. "No, there is no need for that. I fear that you two elders, in your desire not to burden Cece, might secretly take matters into your own hands. That would not be assistance, but would rather cast a psychological shadow over her." Fanji chuckled nervously and said, "That will certainly not happen. Cece has protected us for so many years. I must live well to eventually embrace my grandchildren." At that moment, Miao Yulong finally exhaled a sigh of relief. On Fanji's back, intricate blood veins formed a complex and mysterious pattern. Just the sight of this crimson design instinctively repulsed Yang Yu. This pattern represented the cursed seal of the heart-splitting goo, and separating it from the body was no simple task. As Fanji spoke, he suddenly slapped his back. With a loud crack, the blood-red pattern seemed to come alive, leaping off his back and landing on the ground, transforming into a pool of black mist that quickly dissipated. Witnessing this, Fanji felt a lingering fear and remarked, "It is difficult to imagine that I had been under the influence of this goo for so long without realizing it. While I am still hot from this, is there another one?" Miao Yulong inquired. "My wife is at the fan residence. Master Miao, please follow me. It would be much appreciated," Fanji replied. Upon arriving at the fan residence, Miao Yulong employed the same technique to dispel the heart-splitting goo from the fan matriarch as well. After successfully breaking 2 heart-splitting gus in succession, he eagerly asked Yang Yu, Young Master Yang, what shall we do next? He understood that his senior brother wished for him to accompany Yang Yu, and he held great expectations for the future. Having been at a bottleneck for quite some time, perhaps following Yang Yu could present opportunities for breakthrough and learning. Next, you shall return to the Northern Lai Kingdom, Yang Yu instructed. Miao Yulong's face fell. Huh? Return? I changed horses over 20 times and hardly slept or ate. Hastily traveling for more than 3 days from the Northern Lai Kingdom to here. And now you want me to go back? Yang Yu teased. What, do you wish to stay and serve me as a laborer? Miao Yulong replied. My senior brother asked me to follow you for a reason. If I simply return, it feels like a wasted journey. Yang Yu countered. Did you not acquire the 1,000 change sphere? I remember Zhou Wei mentioning that it is a sacred object in the world of Gu masters and would be beneficial to you. Miao Yulong sighed. What good is a sacred object if no one can thoroughly study it? I have been in seclusion at Yangming Mountain for many years, nearly bored to death. Now that I have come out, I do not wish to return. Yang Yu spoke earnestly. I want you to return? But with a mission. A mission? Miao Yulong perked up. Yang Yu said, recently, the Great Xia is not safe. After you return to the Northern Lai, you must take my father-in-law and mother-in-law with you. Once everything calms down, I want them to return safely. And also my elder brother and younger sister. You should take them as well, very well. Miao Yulong considered for a moment and decisively agreed. He understood that while Yang Yu's task was simple and tedious, it was of utmost importance, as these 4 individuals were all Yang Yu's family. Yang Yu assigning him this task indicated his absolute trust in his abilities. He could not betray this trust. He must complete the mission flawlessly and ensure that none of the 4 suffer any harm. Half an hour later, Yang Yu summoned Yang Zhifei, Yang Wanner, and the father-in-law and mother-in-law to join together in a horse-drawn carriage. Miao Yulong took the front seat, serving as the coachman. Second brother, is he truly the master of blue and white porcelain? Yang Wanner leaned out, still somewhat incredulous. Miao Yulong patted his chest. Absolutely. Only young Master Yang dares to let me drive. Yang Wanner chuckled. Brother Miao, perhaps you should wear a straw hat. Miao Yulong asked in confusion. Why? Yang Wanner replied earnestly. You are too handsome and do not look like a coachman at all. Ha ha ha, young Master Yang, your sister is quite delightful, beautiful and charming in speech. Miao Yulong laughed heartily. Yang Yu retorted. Wanner has a point. You, a grown man, are too strikingly handsome and attract too much attention. There is nothing to be done. My parents are exceptionally good-looking, and do you think I was named Yulong for no reason? The average face cannot bear such a name. Miao Yulong displayed no modesty. Having become familiar with Yang Yu and the others, his demeanor relaxed, shedding his previous restraint. Yang Yu remarked, It is getting late. Let us depart. Brother, if you wish to contact me while you are there, seek out the Tingi pavilion. Yang Zhifei nodded and then said, Second brother, Wanner and I are leaving in quite a hurry this time, and her master Su Jing is still unaware. Could you please inform her when you have the chance, so she does not worry? Chapter 67 Li Chang'an aligns himself. Wanner's master. Upon hearing this, Yang Yu recalled something. His elder brother had mentioned that Wanner had been in Yinzhou, cultivating and learning with one of his friends. That friend was a woman. Although his elder brother did not explicitly state it, Yang Yu had gathered that this woman was his elder brother's confidant, and their relationship was certainly not ordinary. The fact that his elder brother and Wanner were leaving and wanted to notify her clearly indicated the depth of their bond. With this in mind, Yang Yu could not help but tease. No problem. I shall certainly inform sister-in-law. What sister-in-law? Do not speak nonsense, Yang Zhifei said with a serious expression. Wanner is her disciple. Having been unable to return for so long, of course, I must inform her. Yang Yu scoffed. Fine. Fine. She is merely Wanner's master, just your ordinary friend. Yang Zhifei cleared his throat to mask his embarrassment and then said, She is at the Mingjian workshop in Yinzhou. If you travel to the capital, you will pass through Yinzhou. Do inform her when you have the opportunity. No problem. Safe travels. Yang Yu waved goodbye to them. The carriage sped away, and Yang Yu felt a weight lift from his heart as he departed from Anjiang City. With his family settled, there was nothing left in this small city to cause him concern. In Chuzhou Prefecture, Li Chang'an felt he was on the brink of madness. Ever since the Empress arrived, he had not slept well for a single day. The Empress's purpose for this visit was to capture the murderer and avenge the Prince of Chu. However, after her visit to the Prince's residence to pay her respects, she had been staying at the prefectural governor's residence, doing nothing but leisurely practicing martial arts and reading books. as if she had come to the south to escape the cold. She neither investigated nor inquired about anything. This only served to make Li Cheng'an restless. For a minister, the more one cannot fathom the emperor's intentions, the more anxious one feels. Instead, it was the leader of the imperial guard, Chen Xiao, who sought him out for a conversation, trying to learn about the events of that fateful night. However, he feigned ignorance, stating, "I am not clear. The prince's residence was burned to the ground." Leaving nothing behind. In truth, he possessed some critical information but dared not disclose it lightly. Would it be wise to speak to the empress? It may not be the correct choice in this uncertain political landscape. The empress was merely one faction among many. If he appeared too close to her, he might inadvertently offend a certain prince, bringing disaster upon himself. In governance, sometimes feigning ignorance and incompetence is prudent. Yet, he also understood that should he wish to advance his career, he must engage in some risky endeavors. Victory brings promotion, while failure may cost him his life. After a fierce internal struggle, Li Cheng'an finally steeled himself and approached the empress's residence. The area around the residence was heavily guarded, and Chen Xiao stood at the entrance. Upon seeing Li Cheng'an, he greeted him with a wide smile. "What brings you here, Lord Li?" Li Cheng'an replied respectfully. "I have some matters I wish to report to Her Majesty." Chen Xiao said, "You may share your concerns with me. Her Majesty is currently resting, and I will convey your message to her." Li Cheng'an hesitated. "This what? Not acceptable?" Chen Xiao frowned. Li Cheng'an shook his head repeatedly. No, it is not that important. I'll write a memorial to present shortly." "Very well, then you may return to write," Chen Xiao responded indifferently. Just then, an incongruous voice echoed from a distance. "General Chen truly has his own ideas? Does Lord Li need to seek your permission to see Her Majesty?" Yang Yu approached gracefully, a teasing expression gracing his countenance. The elite guards present immediately revealed a palpable hostility, standing on high alert. Chen Xiao's expression turned cold as he remarked, "Ah, so it is the esteemed vanguard envoy. His Majesty has assigned you a task, yet here you are returning. Whether I return or not, do I owe you a report?" "I answer solely to His Majesty. Do you presume to place yourself above him?" Yang Yu replied with a light laugh. "You?" Chen Xiao's face turned a deep shade of anger, momentarily rendered speechless. Regardless of his inner thoughts, he could not openly acknowledge his own insubordination. Yang Yu continued to question, "Why do you obstruct Lord Li from seeing His Majesty?" With a disdainful snort, Chen Xiao replied, "His Majesty takes her midday rest at this hour and sees no one. Whether His Majesty sees anyone is her affair. A mere servant. You ought to report upwards and dare not presumptuously turn Lord Li away," Yang Yu stated bluntly. The term servant instantly transformed the atmosphere. The elite guards, faces etched with murderous intent, either brandished their swords or gripped their weapons tightly, fixating their gazes on Yang Yu. It seemed that at Chen Xiao's command, they would reduce Yang Yu to mere fragments. Regardless of his status, be it master or grand master, before the 30,000 elite guards, he was but a pile of worthless flesh. Chen Xiao, seething with rage, declared, "You dare insult me as a servant? Do not presume that His Majesty's favor grants you the audacity to speak so freely. I, Chen Xiao, command 30,000 elite guards. From assisting the former emperor to serving His Majesty, how dare you insult me? You will apologize and acknowledge your error, or even if His Majesty intervenes, I shall show you no mercy." Yang Yu chuckled. "You take offense at being called a servant? In the presence of His Majesty. Are you not a servant, you?" Chen Xiao's face flushed crimson. Who would dare to claim otherwise? Li Cheng'an, sensing the tension in the air, inwardly lamented, "Neither of you is virtuous. Might you consider my feelings in this confrontation? With so many weapons around, a single misstep could cost me my life." Although Li Cheng'an had resolved to gamble with his life for his future, he did not wish to die in vain. So he quietly suggested, "Perhaps I should take my leave." At that moment, the door to the room swung open, and a palace maid stepped out, saying, "Lord Li, do not leave. His Majesty summons you." Caught in a dilemma, Li Cheng'an glanced at the maid, then at Chen Xiao. Ultimately, he steeled himself and walked inside. Chen Xiao's eyes narrowed slightly. The maid then turned to Yang Yu and said, "You are the esteemed vanguard envoy. Are you not? His Majesty has also summoned you." Chen Xiao grew anxious, saying, "He too? And what of me?" The maid replied nonchalantly, "His Majesty has not summoned you. General Chen may continue to guard outside." Chen Chao exclaimed. Damn it! After Yang Yu and Li Qingyan entered, he stomped his foot in frustration, cursing. What nonsense is this vanguard envoy? Just a worthless servant. The nearby subordinates were equally incensed, saying, General, this fellow is too arrogant. Each time we meet, he grows more presumptuous. Who does he think he is, a wild bastard fortunate enough to have His Majesty's protection, to be compared with you? Grinding his teeth, Chen Chao replied, His Majesty's protection? Does he truly believe she can shield him? What does the general mean? A subordinate inquired. With a fierce glance, Chen Chao stated, Humph, when he comes out, we shall directly execute him. Wouldn't that provoke His Majesty's wrath? A subordinate worriedly remarked, What if she becomes furious? Chen Chao scoffed, and what of it? If we show her respect and call her emperor, she is merely a usurper in disguise. The subordinates were taken aback by his words. Such statements were ones they would never dare utter. Yet they were not foolish and recognized the truth in his words. On the surface, the empress occupied the supreme throne. However, in reality, this highest power was not entirely under her control. Several princes balanced each other against the empress. In such circumstances, even if General Chen were to slay the vanguard envoy, the empress would not dare act against him, for that would mean turning against the strongest force in the capital. Providing opportunities for political adversaries, gather the strongest elite guards from the army and position them at the door, awaiting that fellow's emergence. This traitor has offended the imperial authority, and his crimes are unforgivable. Once the deed is done, await your rewards. Understood? Inside the room, Fan Cici's eyes momentarily sparkled with joy upon seeing Yang Yu, but she quickly resumed her usual demeanor, calm, serene, and imposing. After all, Yang Yu had arrived with Li Qingyan, and she needed to maintain the dignity of the empress. As Li Qingyan entered, he instinctively knelt, but Fan Cici interrupted. No need for excessive formality. Please, take your seats. Thank you, Your Majesty. Li Qingyan, taken aback by the favor, nervously seated himself upright. Yang Yu also took a seat, casting a reassuring glance at Fan Cici. Recognizing this, Fan Cici immediately understood that Yang Yu had successfully completed his task, and she sighed with relief. She then asked Li Qingyan, What matter brings you to report to me? Li Qingyan hesitated for a moment, stealing a glance at Yang Yu, as if unsure of how to proceed. Fan Cici reassured him, The vanguard envoy is one of my trusted confidants. You need not be cautious around him. Only then did Li Qingyan take a deep breath and say, What I wish to report is regarding the extermination of the Chu Wang's household. As he began, several eunuchs and palace maids discreetly perked up their ears. Yang Yu scanned the eunuchs and palace maids but said nothing, offering no signs of discontent. Li Qingyan continued. On the night the Chu Wang's residence was burned, there were no survivors. However, the rear mountain of the Wangfu was untouched by the flames. I not only discovered the Chu Wang's corpse on the mountain but also 500 unidentified martial artists. Oh? Fan Cici replied with keen interest. She had already heard Yang Yu recount the events but wished to test whether Li Qingyan was a trustworthy individual. In the court, many officials covertly aligned themselves with other princes. Truly reliable and usable individuals were scarce. If Li Qingyan proved intelligent and loyal, she would not hesitate to promote him. Li Qingyan's expression turned contemplative as he recounted. Those 500 martial artists had been brutally slain. Their bodies nearly severed. I truly cannot fathom who could be so merciless. Cough, cough. Yang Yu felt somewhat awkward. Vanguard envoy, what troubles you? Li Qingyan inquired with concern. Yang Yu replied nonchalantly, Nothing, just a bit parched. As he spoke, he picked up a teacup nearby and took a sip.